Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 166, Revenge Plans, Bonus. Sensing that UR had something important to say, Renzo waved his hand and cast a soundproof barrier around them, isolating Altair so she couldn't hear their conversation. UR gave Renzo a grateful nod before speaking in a hoarse voice. Renzo, do you know where any of the surviving members of that magic institute are? She needed revenge. Otherwise, the weight in her heart would never lift. She would never be able to forgive herself. The bastards who lied to her and her daughter, who tortured Altair like some kind of lab rat, they had to pay. In blood. She wanted them to suffer the same pain they inflicted on Altair, every bit of it. If she didn't do this, she wouldn't be worthy of being called a mother. Yeah, I've got a lead or two, Renzo nodded. Back then, the one pulling the strings was a guy named Brain. He's currently the guild master of one of the Balam Alliance's dark guilds, Oration Cease. As for where he is now, not entirely sure. But he should still be somewhere down south. Once we get to the Kingdom of Fiori in the south, I'll start looking for him. I'll track him down, and anyone else from the damned institute who's still breathing. I'll hand them over to you and Altair. How does that sound? That was about all Renzo could remember. Brain hadn't started training Jalal yet or gathered the future Oration Cease members like Angel and Midnight. Wait, now that I think about it, Renzo muttered, didn't Altair manipulate Jalal in the original timeline? Then how the hell did Jalal even meet Brain? Could it be that Altair acted as the middleman between them? Yeah, that actually makes a lot of sense. And if Altair could get in contact with Brain, maybe it all traces back to Hades. They're all part of the Balam Alliance after all. In the original storyline, Hades used Altair and Oration Cease to distract the Magic Council. It was all starting to line up for Renzo. So, if they wanted to find Brain, the key would be the other dark guilds under Oration Cease. If they could get close to them, they could find Brain, and from there, maybe even dig up the rest of the Magic Research Institute scum. You're thinking something, aren't you? UR asked, seeing the distant look on Renzo's face. Yeah, here's what I figured. Renzo nodded, then laid out his deductions for UR. Of course, he left out any talk of past life or original story from the anime. He just explained everything in a way that made sense in their world. UR's eyes lit up with determination. So basically, if we follow the trail through those dark guilds, we can eventually find that bastard Brain and everyone else who hurt my daughter. Exactly. Then it's settled. We head for the Kingdom of Fiori. UR made the decision on the spot. Sounds good to me, Renzo nodded. He'd been wanting to go to Fiori anyway. He was more familiar with that place, at least, in the anime version of it. More importantly, he wanted to study magic there. I'll go settle Altair down for the night. You should rest too, Renzo. You've done more than enough today, UR said as she picked up the sleeping Altair and headed to their room. Renzo also headed upstairs. Oi. What's going on? What happened to Master earlier? Lion and Gray immediately rushed over. Don't ask too much. Just know this, Master and her daughter were both tricked. And because of that, her daughter suffered a lot, Renzo said with a serious tone. That's a debt we're going to settle someday. Also, from now on, be more respectful and kind to Altair. Got it. Renzo wasn't kidding, Altair had been through hell. Sure, in the original timeline, she did some terrible things later on, but in the end, she paid a heavy price. She sacrificed her life, literally aging herself into nothing, to save the world. You could say she paid for her sins in full. That part of the story always made Renzo's heart ache. Now, though, he had a chance to change things. To save her before she made those mistakes. And that was something he was grateful for. I get it, Lion and Gray nodded seriously. Gray then added, so, can you tell us who the enemies are? Once we find them, we'll make them pay. No way we're just gonna sit back after what they did to Master's daughter. Yeah. I'm in too. Lion chimed in. You too. Renzo gave them a deadpan look. The main enemy is someone even stronger than Master herself. What are you two gonna do, annoy him to death? Ah. Lion and Gray both froze on the spot. Did he really have to crush their confidence like that? Come on, they were planning to get stronger too. Go get some rest, Renzo waved them off. Starting tomorrow, I'm putting you two through some real training. Better brace yourselves. This isn't something you can just quit halfway. Oh, and just a heads up, we'll probably be heading south to the Kingdom of Fiori soon. So mentally prepare for that, too. If you've got any girlfriends or whatever, now's the time to say your goodbyes. He threw that last line in with a teasing smirk. We don't have anyone like that. Gray blurted, his face instantly turning red. Lion folded his arms and turned away with a snort. TCH. Girlfriends only get in the way of being stronger. I don't need one. Oh ho. Renzo raised an eyebrow. I'm gonna remember you said that. Can't wait for the day you eat those words. Ha ha ha. In the original series, this guy fell head over heels for Juvia at first sight. Looking at him now, with those slightly sinister eyes, it was hard to imagine him becoming that pure, love-struck guy in the future. Exactly why this punk needed some real-life experience and growth in the Southern Guilds. Later that night, Renzo took a bath and headed to his room. Lying on his bed, he closed his eyes and let his consciousness enter the shared mind space. He hadn't been back here in days, too busy traveling after leaving in such a rush. He wasn't even sure if anyone else would be around right now. But even if it was just himself, technically, different versions of himself, he still wanted to catch up and talk to the others. As soon as he stepped through the mental portal, he saw Evie sitting on a table, chatting with Uchiha Renzo. There was also another guy there, wearing clothes with the word 5 on the back. Fairy Tale Renzo walked up with a smile and raised a hand in greeting. Uchiha Renzo looked up right away. Yo. Newbie. You're finally back. How'd things go on your end? Evie added cheekily, we were starting to think you kicked the bucket. Heh. Aizen gave a calm smile. Let's not exaggerate. With access to all our powers and abilities, there's no way even a demon like Deliora could have truly threatened him. Thanks for the concern, everyone, Fairy Renzo smiled as he sat down next to Uchiha Renzo. Deliora was taken care of a few days ago. Couldn't have done it without the holy purification skill, otherwise that unkillable bastard would have been a nightmare to finish off. Hiro is not around right now, he asked, genuinely wanting to thank the guy. Not at the moment. He was here earlier this afternoon, Uchiha Renzo shook his head. Now that you're here, show us what you've been up to lately. We're curious. He held out his hand, and the others followed suit. Sure thing. Fairy Renzo placed his hand on top, and in an instant, their memories and power flowed together. Uchiha Renzo chuckled in surprise. Well, damn. You barely finished off Deliora and already ran into Altair and Hades. Evie piped up, and almost took out Hades too. Damn impressive. Indeed, Aizen nodded. Your timing and tactical coordination were excellent. Especially considering you've only had this power for a few days. And as for Altair, he added, you handled it beautifully. Watching the anime back in the day, her story always left a sour taste, so much pain and regret. But now. It looks like you've given her a chance at a real childhood. Here's hoping she grows up healthy and happy. Uchiha Renzo and Evie both nodded in agreement. Well done, rookie. You've earned some praise. Chapter 167, The Meeting of Evie, Aizen and Uchiha. At that moment, Evie looked at Fairy Renzo and teased, future Altair's gonna grow up to be a real cutie, you know. Got any thoughts on that? You could totally raise her up right. Hee hee. Fairy Renzo immediately got a headache full of black lines. Evie, you've seriously gone bad. Uchiha Renzo looked at Evie with pure disdain. You've changed, man. You used to be cute. And what happened to your transformation skill? Still not sorted out. Evie just grinned and shrugged with his little paws. Still working on it. But no rush, really. I'm chill. Oh please, Uchiha Renzo scoffed, I bet the real reason you're not rushing is 'cause you realized Cynthia and the others are still kids right now. That why you're suddenly so patient. Shame on you. Fairy Renzo, shame on you. Aizen, why are you still alive? Evie. Evie gave Fairy Renzo a sideways glance. Newbie, you don't need to jump on the bandwagon too. Just think about what I said, okay? Honestly, I kinda envy you. There's so many gorgeous girls in the fairy tale world. So work hard, alright? Evie also silently promised himself to work hard in the future too. Fairy Renzo laughed awkwardly. You say that like chasing girls is the only thing we're supposed to do. You're such an unserious Evie. Besides, sure there's a lot of pretty girls in fairy tale, but they're not exactly easy to charm. They've all got strong personalities and complicated backstories. Urza, Mira Jane, Lucy. I mean, they're not the kind of girls who'd fall into a harem that easily. At the very least, you'd need overwhelming strength to back it up. Actually, now that I think about it, maybe I can pull it off. Fairy Renzo suddenly had a realization. Just with his current power, he was already close to, or even above, the level of a wizard saint. And give it a few more years, once the original storyline kicked off and the girls were all grown up. Just how strong would he be by then? With enough effort, anything's possible. Evie waved his paw nonchalantly. Look at your Lord Eisen over there. Yoruchi is a total badass, but didn't he still win her over? And she even lets him have other women too. That's what true skill looks like. Take notes. That's why Eisen was the boss, not just in power, but in every other way too. Fairy Renzo rolled his eyes. Yeah, alright. Let's get back on track. I'm heading to Fiore soon with UR and the others. Planning to settle down there. So what magic should I start learning first? He wanted some suggestions. Trying to come up with a complete plan on his own was a bit overwhelming. Definitely Arc of Time and would make magic. And if you can get your hands on Grand Tree Arc, even better. Also, don't forget Arc of Embodiment. Uchiha Renzo immediately jumped in with suggestions. Evie added, you should learn transformation magic too. Not only could it help you, it might give me some inspiration for mine. Oh, and by the way, Hermione's still looking for dragon blood. If you get the chance, try hunting down a few wyverns. Purify the blood and help her finish her research. Of course, if you could snag real dragon blood from up north, that'd be even better. Fairy Tale Renzo made a sour face. Hunt dragons. And not just one. Even wyverns are insanely strong, aren't they? Though I guess draconic beasts are a little easier. And besides, wyverns aren't exactly roaming around in herds. Give me some time, alright. As for real dragons. Yeah, not planning on going after one of those just yet. Then Eisen spoke up. If you come across any soul-type magic, you should try picking it up too. Lately, I've been really into the theory of aligning the mind, body, and soul. The soul is the core of it all. If soul magic can help me strengthen my spirit and enhance my soul structure, that'd be huge. Eisen wasn't one to miss any chance at expanding his limits and boosting his potential, especially when it came to integrating new powers from other worlds into his own foundation. He turned to Uchiha Renzo and said, also, do your best to get a hold of spirit transformation jutsu and Orochimaru's living corpse reincarnation technique. That should be pretty doable for you, right? Orochimaru's pretty obsessed with you right now, isn't he? Not surprising. Uchiha Renzo had a lot of valuable stuff in his possession, things Orochimaru desperately wanted. The best among them. A life extension elixir developed by Apocalypse Renzo himself, capable of extending lifespan by a full 300 years. To Orochimaru, that was like a devil's bargain made in heaven. He might even temporarily give up on his living corpse reincarnation plan just for it. After all, no matter how good the replacement, nothing beats your original body, right? Well, unless there's an even better body out there with top-tier bloodlines or potential. Then Orochimaru might still go for it. That's not a problem, Uchiha Renzo grinned, I'll trade for it as soon as I can. Here's hoping you make some huge breakthroughs in soul research, and we can ride your coattails a little. He agreed without hesitation. Then he turned to Eisen, curious. By the way, Boss Eisen, are you interested in the Shinigami from our world? I might get a chance to analyze it, or at least snag some samples for research. I mean, he was a Shinigami now. And he even had a Zanpakuto that targeted souls directly. Honestly. He wasn't scared of that Shinigami at all. Oh. Eisen raised an eyebrow with interest. You mean the one summoned by the Reaper Death Seal? Sure, if you can get it, that'd be great. Shinigami from other worlds might help me even more than the ones I know. Could be worth a lot. But it's not that easy to get, is it? You need the actual Reaper Death Seal jutsu. Right now, not even Orochimaru has it. It should only be in the hands of Namikaze Minato, Uzumaki Kushina, and Sarutobi Hiruzen. Actually, Minato and Hiruzen might not even know it. It was the Uzumaki clan's top-tier sealing technique. Even though Minato became the fourth Hokage and should have learned it alongside Hiruzen, the exact timeline of when they mastered it wasn't clear. And it's not even confirmed whether Uzumaki Mito passed the technique onto the village. But Eisen figured that was unlikely. Most likely, Hiruzen learned it from Minato. Or, after Minato and Kushina died, he might have just looted it from their home. Yeah, that last option actually seemed the most likely. With how Kushina felt about Hiruzen, there was no way she'd willingly teach him, or even Renzo, the technique. Same with Minato. TCH, thinking about it like that, Sarutobi really was trash. Eisen clicked his tongue. He laid out his analysis for the others. Everyone nodded in agreement. Evie nodded too and looked at Uchiha Renzo. So yeah, make sure you take out Hiruzen, Danzo, Koharu, and Hamura someday. All four of those old fossils. They're disgusting. Honestly, the biggest cancers in Konoha. Uchiha Renzo nodded firmly. Don't worry, none of them are getting away. but I'll hold off on Hiruzen for now. Let Minato take over everything, then I'll drag him through the mud before finishing him off. Same with Danzo. Ruin his reputation first. Let him die in disgrace. Death's too easy for them. Oh right. Uchiha Renzo suddenly remembered something and turned to Eevee. You should take some time and analyze a few other Pokemon species. It'll help us create more Pokemon in our own world. Having only Eevee around is getting a little boring. His Uzumaki Eevee was feeling kinda lonely. You bastard. Eevee rolled its eyes at Renzo. I was gonna call you out on that. What the hell were you thinking when you made an Uzumaki Eevee, huh? Feels like you're throwing shade at me. I didn't have any better material at the time. Uchiha Renzo shrugged helplessly. Then added, besides, don't you think having an Eevee with Uzumaki bloodlines makes your whole species look badass? I've already got plans to make a Senju Eevee and a Uchiha Eevee too. And I want them to be able to freely evolve and devolve into Leafian or Espion. Wouldn't that be awesome? He could already picture the looks on people's faces, like Kushina, Tsunade, or even the folks in Konoha, when they saw an Eevee using adamantine sealing chains, with style, or stuff like that. It'd be hilarious. Degree. 80 plus advanced chapters available at backhand index pointing right patreon.com/_coreal. Chapter 168, Legendary Pokemon Analysis Plan. This is getting out of hand. Eevee didn't even know how to complain anymore. Honestly, even it felt like this whole thing was getting a little too much. Whatever. Do what you want, Eevee sighed. I'll keep analyzing more Pokemon data. If there's anything specific you want, just let me know, I'll prioritize those. Eevee gave a friendly reminder. In that case, I'll take data on Pikachu, Ralts, Dratini, and Growlithe. And hey, if you can get your hands on any legendary Pokemon data, even better. I'm not picky. Uchiha Renzo grinned. Eevee, get lost. Like it didn't want the data of the legendary Pokemon too. Eevee had always wanted to see their genetic structure, just what was different between them and regular ones. But unfortunately, it hadn't encountered any legendaries yet. Still, it was planning to team up with Cynthia soon to search for Articuno, or maybe Moltres. Hopefully, that would lead somewhere. Then Aizen spoke up, help me gather more data on ghost-type Pokemon, will you? If you can get anything on Darkrai or Giratina, that would be perfect. Eevee, you get lost too. Seriously, every single one of them had such unrealistic requests. Giratina, huh? Why not just tell him to go find Arceus after that? Not gonna lie, Eevee had fantasized about turning into Arceus before. If it could somehow get Arceus's data, its chances of success would probably shoot up tenfold. I mean, that's basically the ultimate template, right? Fairy Tail Renzo joined in too, Pokemon data, huh? I'll go with water types and ice types. You decide which ones, Eevee. Just make sure they look nice. He was planning to create a few Pokemon later as gifts for his master, Altair, Gray, and Lion. Water and ice types suited them best. That one I can do. I'll be picky with the choices, Eevee nodded. After chatting for a bit longer, everyone went their separate ways. The fairy tale world. Early the next morning. Wake up, you two lazy pigs. Renzo had already gotten up and was now banging on the door to wake up Lion and Gray. Ugh. It's still super early, big bro. Let us sleep a bit longer. Yeah, seriously. Lion and Gray peeked at the time. 5 a.m. No way they were getting out of bed willingly. Oh. So you don't want to learn my body training anymore? Renzo dropped the bomb. Huh. You're training. I'm up. In an instant, Lion and Gray were wide awake, sleep gone like it never existed. They jumped straight out of bed, got dressed, and bolted out of the room. Soon, the three of them were in the courtyard, where Renzo began teaching them the body training technique. Honestly, it was a kind of hybrid between breath control methods and external martial arts. It was tough but effective. Renzo had even prepared food made from One Piece style meat to help with recovery and boost their physical growth, making sure their energy stayed up so they could get the most out of their training. Can I learn it too? At some point, Altair had joined them quietly, and she now spoke up. Renzo turned to her, a little surprised. Sure, I don't mind. But what's got you interested all of a sudden? He noticed she looked a lot better after a good night's rest. Her complexion was healthier, and her whole behavior had changed. After letting go of the burden she'd carried for so long, realizing she'd misunderstood Ur and that it wasn't Ur's fault she'd been abandoned, it felt like she'd finally found peace. Especially toward Renzo, who had helped her so much. If Renzo hadn't defeated Hades and yanked her out of the lies fed to her by Hades and Brain, she really might have fallen into darkness. She could have even missed out on reconnecting with her mother. All in the name of chasing some vague, illusory dream. To go back in time, to when her mother still loved her. But in reality, her mother had always loved her. It was all just one big misunderstanding. And now, Altair was truly happy. Still, everything that happened, especially yesterday, made her realize something: she wasn't strong enough. Without strength, she couldn't protect the people she loved or hold on to her happiness. That's why she wanted to get stronger. Strong enough so no one could ever lie to her again. Strong enough that if they tried, she could shut them down right then and there. I want to get stronger. I want to protect my mom properly this time. Altair said firmly, looking right at Renzo. Oh. Renzo raised an eyebrow with a smile. Not bad. All right then, join us. With that, he welcomed Altair into the training alongside Lion and Gray. Of course, those two couldn't help sneaking glances at her now and then. That is, until Altair pulled a funny face at them. Only then did they stop gawking. Hee hee. Ha ha ha. Seeing Altair genuinely laugh like that, Renzo, Gray, and of course you are, who was leaning on the door watching, couldn't help but smile as well. Half an hour later. All right, everyone, come back and eat breakfast. In 3 days, we head south. Use the time to prepare and pack what you need, we probably won't be back for quite a while. UR clapped her hands and called everyone over. Got it. 3 days flew by in the blink of an eye. During that time, Renzo rushed to finish building a rather basic, but usable, flying machine. Once it was done, everyone hopped aboard. Renzo, are you sure this thing is safe? UR asked, clearly a bit concerned. Flying up in the sky isn't exactly something you can joke around with. If this metal coffin drops out of the sky, it's game over. Yeah. This thing doesn't look too reliable. Lion muttered while knocking on the wall beside him. Renzo sighed. Would you two cut it out already? When have I ever lied about this kind of stuff? I said it's basic, not garbage. This baby's got some real tech in it. All right, buckle up, take off time. The next moment, Renzo started up the aircraft. At the same time, he spoke to the AI on board. Red Queen, stay on high alert. Adjust the route and course as needed, don't mess anything up. And watch for flying magical beasts. We don't want any surprises. Manually flying this thing would be a pain, so Renzo had installed a quantum computer into the copied space bracelet from EV. He programmed the Red Queen AI into it. Thanks to the bracelet's spatial abilities, the AI could control the aircraft remotely without any issue. There was even a subprogram of Red Queen running directly inside the aircraft itself. Soon enough, the flying machine took off and shot straight into the sky, heading south at top speed. Whoa. We're really flying. And it's super fast too. Lion and Gray stared out the windows in awe, watching the landscape race past them and the tiny towns below look like ant-sized models. Altair leaned close to a window as well, curious and wide-eyed at the view. She'd been on a magic airship before with Hades, but back then, she wasn't in the mood to enjoy the scenery. This speed is insane. UR said in surprise. Even most flying magical beasts can't move this fast, let alone regular magic airships. And it doesn't seem to be using magic power either. I don't feel any magical energy at all. That was the part she found the most unbelievable. Renzo nodded. It's running on nuclear energy. Kinda complicated to explain, just think of it like lightning energy or something, master. He was honestly relieved that nuclear reactions worked in this world at all. Total luck, really. Ah, sure, okay. UR shrugged helplessly. Ever since Renzo told her he had awakened his powers, he'd been getting weirder and weirder. Strange new skills, pulling off things no one else could. Not only did he know some mysterious body training method, but he also made nutrient-rich meals out of nowhere. And now, he had somehow built an actual flying machine in just a few days. If she couldn't still sense that her little Renzo was definitely still her little Renzo, she might have thought he'd been replaced by someone else. All these abilities, especially this power to create things from scratch, that's gotta be something only gods can do, right? Still, she didn't press him for answers. If there was something he could share, he would. If not, there had to be a reason. At a time like this, trusting her disciple was enough. And honestly, she was proud to have someone like Renzo as her student. Chapter 169, First Meeting with Makarov. 3 days later. We're almost at Magnolia Town, everyone. Renzo called out to the group. By now, the entire aircraft had undergone a serious makeover. Clearly, during the 3-day journey, Renzo had been constantly upgrading it. What started as a bare-bones shell from the inside had now transformed into a fully furnished, high-end living space. We're already there. That was fast. I remember Fiore being tens of thousands of kilometers from where we lived. And we made it in just 3 days. UR was genuinely surprised. She had been to the southern regions before, so she knew exactly how far Fiore was from their old home. This thing's really something. Way better than most magic airships. UR said with a grin. Her disciple had serious skills. Now, if she ever wanted to visit her old home, it'd be super easy. No more long trips or tough decisions. Honestly, she had lived there for decades, it wasn't easy letting go of all her friends back there. Renzo noticed the look in her eyes and spoke up, this isn't even the fastest it can go yet. Once I finish a few upgrades, the speed could multiply several times over. By then, Master, doing a round trip in a single day will be no problem. Plus, it has Red Queen autopilot, you won't even need to fly it yourself. You can visit home anytime you like. Magic airships usually drained magic crystals like crazy, most people wouldn't even consider using them casually like this. But Renzo's craft ran on nuclear energy. He could generate it using his creation cheat, costing him only a bit of mental energy. The sudden appearance of their flying vehicle caught the attention of many Magnolia residents, including a few fairy tale wizards who happened to be outside. Soon, Renzo and the others landed the ship near the coast, close to the fairy tale guild. They got out and headed straight for the guild hall. It didn't take long for them to step through the doors, and right there was Guild Master Makarov. You've come to our guild. Is there something you need? Makarov looked over the group, eventually focusing on Renzo and UR. He could feel the overwhelming magical power radiating from the two of them. UR was one thing, her age made it understandable. But Renzo? That much power at his age? Makarov was definitely shocked. UR and Renzo exchanged glances. Then Renzo stepped forward and said, Hello, Master Makarov. I'm Renzo, this is my master, UR. And these are Lion, Gray, and Altair. Oh, I see. Nice to meet all of you. Makarov said with a kind nod. You're all good kids. But wait, UR. That name rings a bell. Wasn't there a famous ice mage up north by that name? I heard she's strong enough to rival the 10 wizard saints. He turned to UR with a serious look. You wouldn't happen to be that UR, would you? Huh? Rival the 10 saints. That's about as strong as Master Makarov himself, isn't it? Their conversation caught the attention of many guild members nearby. Even Laxus, seated at a table off to the side, turned to look. UR smiled and nodded. That would be me, yes. Only by meeting him in person could she truly feel how big the gap between her and Makarov was. Even within the 10 saints, there were huge differences in power. And Makarov was said to be the strongest below the 4 gods of Ishgar. Honestly, Renzo, having read the original story, thought the so-called 4 gods of Ishgar might not even be stronger than Makarov. Maybe they were just more specialized in one kind of magic, having reached some new level of mastery. But in terms of raw power, he wasn't convinced they had Makarov beat. Otherwise, why did they flop so hard later? In the Alvarez Empire arc, a few of those supposed powerhouses were taken out in seconds. Honestly, they looked like a bunch of jobbers. And then Natsu and the rest, the main crew, ended up defeating all those Spriggan 12 elites. A broken power scaling. Only August was an exception. That guy was the real deal. It really is you. Makarov said, surprised. The Magic Council just reported a few days ago that someone had defeated the demon Deliora. I was shocked when I heard the news. So, what brings you to our guild? Makarov asked with a warm smile. The council had made the conclusion based on the lingering ice magic at the site and eyewitness accounts from nearby survivors. Oh no, it wasn't me who took down Deliora. UR said with a shake of her head, then pointed at Renzo. It was my disciple, Renzo. And the reason we're here. I think he should be the one to explain. Oh. That surprised Makarov. His gaze turned to Renzo, filled with disbelief. From what he could sense, Renzo's magic power wasn't even close to UR's level. And yet. Seems like there's more going on here than I know, Makarov muttered, then shrugged. Ah well, doesn't matter, as long as you're not enemies. He decided not to dig further. So, Renzo, what brings you all here? Makarov asked again. Renzo gave a polite smile and replied, no need for the formalities. Just call me Renzo. Then he continued, we're here for 2 reasons. First, a few days ago, in the north, we ran into the leader of Grimoire Heart, Hades. He briefly summarized the feud between Hades and Altair for context. Then, noticing Makarov's puzzled expression, he added, after digging a bit, I confirmed something big, Hades' real name is Precht. Apparently, he was your guild's second master. So, we came to warn you. What? The laid-back look on Makarov's face vanished instantly. He leapt up from the bar counter and stood tall, eyes locked onto Renzo, his expression deadly serious. Are you absolutely sure about that? This isn't something you can joke about, kid. After all, Precht wasn't just any former master. He was the one who raised Makarov. More than just a mentor, he was family. To hear that Precht had fallen into darkness and was now the leader of a dark guild. It was a lot to process. Frankly, the fact Makarov didn't lash out right away was a testament to his self-control. Around them, more fairy tale members started paying attention, reacting with shock. Some had caught bits of the conversation, others hadn't, but all were curious. Noticing this, Makarov quickly waved his hand and cast a soundproof barrier to keep the guild members out of the loop. He then focused his sharp gaze back on Renzo, waiting for an explanation. I've got proof, of course. Renzo nodded. With a wave of his hand, he conjured a magical illusion of Hades. As the phantom hovered, Renzo explained, this is Hades. He used a chain-based magic spell, and more importantly, he used Grimoire Law. That last one might ring a bell. Makarov's eyes narrowed as he looked at the projection. When Renzo mentioned the chain magic, and especially Grimoire Law, his pupils dilated. His magic pressure surged dangerously. There's no doubt, that is Precht. Makarov clenched his fists, deeply conflicted. But why? Why would our second master fall to darkness? What could have happened to him all these years? Sure, things like appearance or the magic chains could be imitated. But that spell, Grimoire Law, left no room for doubt. It was unmistakably a corrupted version of fairy law. Instead of holy light punishing evil, it was reworked to become a force of darkness that punished the light, or more accurately, anything the caster deemed as opposition. To twist a spell like fairy law so thoroughly, you'd have to understand its very essence. Only someone who had mastered it to the core could mutate it like that. So yeah, there was no doubt. Hades was Precht. This is something you'll probably need to investigate personally, Renzo said, shaking his head. But from what I heard from Altair, I've got a pretty good guess. Hades, Precht, once made a promise to Altair. He said he wanted to revive the Black Wizard Zeref, to return the world to the era of great magic, and to dive into the true abyss of the magical arts. He went on about how the essence of magic is darkness, and all that nonsense. He even tried to recruit me. Renzo's expression turned a bit grim. It's clear he's lost sight of himself. He's on the wrong path. That whole thing about magic being naturally dark, it's total crap if you ask me. He threw his hands up and added, if anything, I believe the nature of magic is chaos, neutral, undefined. Attributes like light or dark. That's just something humans, or dragons or whoever, imposed onto it. Magic is alive. And what kind of magic you wield, what element it carries, only you get to decide that. It's the same with strength. Just because someone's powerful doesn't make them evil, or good. Renzo couldn't help but think Hades' worldview was both shallow and absurd. And his actions. Even worse. P.S. Drop your stones to support the book and get bonus chapters. Support me and read 80+ advanced chapters at backhand index pointing right patreon.com/_coreal. Chapter 170, Joining Fairy Tale. When Makarov heard everything, he took a deep breath, slowly exhaled, and forced himself to calm down. The sheer shock and the surge of unstable magic power inside him were almost too much to handle. He looked at Renzo and apologized sincerely, sorry, for doubting you earlier. There's no mistake, this really is Precht. And honestly, I agree with your views on magic. It's hard to believe, but it seems Precht really has lost his way. After all, that was Precht. The legendary second master of fairy tale. Then Makarov frowned slightly and looked back at Renzo. If you've seen Grimoire Law firsthand, then that must mean Hades, Precht, actually cast it on you, right? That's one of the highest level judgment type forbidden magics. Are you seriously strong enough to take a direct hit from that and walk away? I'm starting to believe it really was you who defeated Deliora. If Renzo could stand against a spell on par with fairy law, then taking down a demon like Deliora probably was a walk in the park for him. Makarov's gaze toward Renzo grew more and more impressed. This wasn't just talent, genius wasn't even enough to describe him. Then Makarov noticed something, neither Renzo, UR, nor the others had guild marks. Clearly, they weren't part of any guild yet. This might be a golden opportunity, Makarov thought to himself. He'd been working himself to the bone trying to bring new talent into fairy tale, especially with the guild currently in a bit of a slump. Right now, aside from himself and guild arts, the guild didn't really have many powerhouses. Laxus was still young, and the original main crew hadn't even joined yet. Honestly, the most well-known members at the moment were Mikau and Wakaba, and they were just average A-rank mages. So you could imagine how desperate Makarov was to find new blood and build Fairy Tail back up. And Renzo's crew. To him, they looked like a bunch of golden bunnies, pure treasure. He could tell Altair's magic power was terrifying too, maybe even more potential than Laxus. And Gray and Lion. Also promising. But just then, Renzo gave a helpless shrug and said, "Unfortunately, no, I can't actually counter Grimoire Law. That's a top-tier super spell, after all. I haven't learned anything that can go head-to-head with that yet. I only managed to disrupt Hades by targeting his weakness, the source of his power. I destroyed most of his magic supply, the Devil's Heart. That's what made his spell collapse, and he had no choice but to retreat." The Devil's Heart? Makarov blinked. That name again. But this time it wasn't referring to the Dark Guild, it was an actual thing. That immediately made him think of Fairy Heart. And his expression darkened. He quickly turned to Renzo, asking, "Wait, this Devil's Heart you're talking about, what is it, exactly? Please don't let it be what I think it is." But of course, reality tends to be cruel. As Renzo described the features of the Devil's Heart, especially the nearly infinite amount of magic power it contained, Makarov's heart sank. His face grew grim. There was no more room for denial. So he really tried to recreate Fairy Heart. Makarov thought bitterly. Precht, what the hell are you planning? Back in the day, Fairy Heart had been created by Precht himself, using Mavis's magic power as the foundation. Makarov had no doubt he was capable of making a dark mirror version of it. Still, there wasn't much point in overthinking it now. He'd just have to deal with Precht face to face when the time came. So, putting those thoughts aside, Makarov forced a smile back onto his face and said, "Let's not worry about that for now. Leave the Hades issue to me, I'll make sure it gets handled properly. But I think it's safe to say he's got his eye on all of you now. Things might get dangerous if you stay out there on your own." He looked at Renzo and UR reassuringly. "I'm not worried about you two, but Altair and the other 3 kids. That's a different story." His eyes started glinting with calculation. "Oh." UR gave him a curious look, half amused. "So what are you getting at? Ah, even the mighty Master Makarov has his sneaky side, huh?" In UR's mind, the noble, wise image of the fairy tale master crumbled just a little. This old man was sly. Hey. Makarov let out an awkward laugh when he realized he'd been caught. Then he quickly straightened up and looked at them seriously. "What do you think of our guild? It's nice. Feels lively." Renzo and UR both nodded. You could learn a lot just by sensing the vibe of the guild members. And Makarov's magic. It gave off a warm, comforting aura, that unmistakable feeling of light magic. Clearly, the man had a heart full of light. Not to mention, he had the guts to admit when he was wrong and take responsibility for it. That alone made him trustworthy in Renzo's eyes. "So, I noticed none of you have a guild yet. Would you be interested in joining ours?" Makarov asked with a smile, then added sincerely, "It'd also make it easier for us to keep Altair and the others safe. Of course, even if you decide not to join, I'll still do everything I can to protect the kids from Hades." He wasn't just making small talk, this was a serious invitation, and a genuine promise. Renzo and UR exchanged a glance, then Renzo gave a small, knowing smile. "That was actually our second reason for coming here in the first place. If Fairy Tail turns out to be the right fit for us, then yeah, we'll join. So far, it's looking pretty great. In that case," he nodded slightly at Makarov, "we'll be in your care from now on." "Oh ho." Makarov's eyes lit up like a kid at a candy shop. "So you're all really joining us?" "Yes," Renzo confirmed. "Ha ha ha. Fantastic. Come, let's get those guild marks on you right now. And then, we throw a welcome party." Makarov was over the moon. Like, seriously ecstatic. Worried they might change their minds, he rushed off and grabbed the stamp kit as fast as he could. He slapped the fairy tale emblems onto Renzo and the others without delay, finally letting out a breath of relief once it was done. Then, without missing a beat, he leapt onto the bar counter, dispelled the soundproof barrier, and shouted to the whole guild, "Everyone! UR, Renzo, Lion, Gray, and Altair have officially joined Fairy Tail. So what are you all waiting for? Let's party." The guild burst into action instantly. Drinks were poured. Food was prepped. Music kicked in. And just like that, the celebration began. Cheers. Whoa. Drink up. Cheers. The Fairy Tale Guild turned into a sea of joy and laughter. Pure chaos. Pure magic. While the party raged on, Makarov quietly pulled Renzo aside and led him into a back room. There, his expression turned serious. "Renzo, you've fought Hades before, do you have any idea where he might be hiding now?" This matter weighed heavily on his mind. he couldn't rest easy until the Hades situation was resolved. That old bastard had just up and vanished back in the day, dumping the guildmaster's job on him without a word. And now, the guy had fallen straight into the dark side. Can you believe that? To Makarov, it was unforgivable. Honestly. I have no idea, Renzo shrugged. The guy even left behind his wrecked magic airship when he ran off. He's probably hiding somewhere, licking his wounds. Without rebuilding the devil's heart and regaining enough strength, I doubt he'll show his face again anytime soon. So for now, we probably don't need to worry about him causing more trouble. Not yet, anyway. Renzo, truthfully, still needed Hades out there gathering those lost magics. It'd be a shame if Makarov took him out too early. Sure, with the devil's heart and its endless magic supply, Hades would have been way stronger than Makarov. But now, without it, he was weakened. Vulnerable. I see. Makarov nodded, his expression easing a little. Well, that's something, at least. A bit of good news in all this mess. Thanks for everything. And sorry for all the trouble. After all, it was technically Fairy Tail's mess that had dragged Renzo and his crew into this. Haha, don't worry about it, Renzo waved it off with a smile. You already said we're all family now, right? No need to keep apologizing. Besides, this wasn't your fault to begin with. And anyway, Hades can't even touch me now. And once I figure out how to completely counter Grimoire Law, he won't even be qualified to be my opponent anymore. Absolute rule-type magics were just that dangerous. And Grimoire Law? Absolutely one of those. One wrong move and it could end you. Instantly. Hearing that, Makarov's thoughts stirred. He was seriously considering passing down Fairy Law to Renzo. But, not yet. I'll give it more time. Watch and see, he thought to himself. He needed to be sure Renzo truly stood on the side of light, and that he genuinely believed in Fairy Tail and everything the guild stood for, before entrusting him with a super magic like Fairy Law. You couldn't blame him for being cautious. That magic carried way too much weight. Chapter 171, Orochimaru, Deal or No Deal. Relax. I've got your back from now on. If you ever run into Hades, just leave him to me. Makarov stretched out his arm with magic and patted Renzo's shoulder reassuringly. Haha, sure thing, Renzo replied with a wry smile. Guess that's what you do when you're short, use magic to make up for it. Short in real life. Pfft. Oh, right. Makarov quickly changed the topic. You guys don't have a place to stay yet, do you? Got anything planned? If not, I can get you set up in the guild dorms. Of course, guys and girls would need to be separated, he added. But if you and your master-disciple crew want to stay together, you'll probably need to rent or buy a house in town. Luckily, the male dorms at Fairy Tail hadn't been destroyed, yet. Let's just buy a nice, big house, or even just some land. I've got a quick build technique for making houses, Renzo said with a grin. Yeah, that fantasy creation, luxury estate technique, hero Renzo left behind was pretty handy. Oh. Makarov raised an eyebrow. Sounds like you're even richer than I thought. All right then, after the party, I'll take you to meet the mayor. We can look into properties or land plots together. Thanks, master, Renzo replied politely. Haha. Don't mention it. It's the least I can do. Anyway, let's head back to the guild hall, being away too long isn't good. Parties are meant to be enjoyed together, after all. Meanwhile, in the Naruto world, Uchiha Renzo was deep in his lab, analyzing the true nature of Sage Chakra when he suddenly got a mental ping from a shadow clone back at home. Oh. Orochimaru's looking for me. Interesting timing, I was just about to look for him too. With a light smile, Uchiha Renzo activated his Flying Thunder God seal and instantly teleported back home. Once there, he walked into the living room, took a letter from his clone, gave it a quick read, then scribbled a reply on a small slip of paper and tucked it into the mouth of a message-carrying white snake. Go, he said simply. The white snake vanished in a puff of smoke. That same evening, Renzo appeared in one of Orochimaru's underground bases and came face to face with the snake himself. TSK, shouldn't you be commanding your troops at the front lines right now? You actually found the time to come here? A message via your snake would have done just fine, Renzo teased with a smirk. Orochimaru smiled faintly. This is just a shadow clone. But I felt that you, Renzo-kun, deserved this level of attention. If I wasn't so busy, I would have even come in person. Also, congratulations on mastering Sage Mode. He licked his lips and eyed Renzo with clear interest. Now I really don't regret sending a clone to see you. Seeing you in person. I can tell your transformation wasn't just from Sage Mode, was it? He could feel an overwhelming sense of danger from Renzo now. That sense had always been there, but this time it was different, stronger. Sharper. You could say that, Renzo replied casually. I've had some breakthroughs with genetics and Kekkei Genkai. If you're interested, we can trade. Right now, I've got a new serum that extends life by 300 years. Interested? He offered it up with a charming grin, baiting the hook. Did you say 300 years? Orochimaru's eyes lit up with greed. If he weren't sure he couldn't beat Renzo, he might have tried to take it by force right then and there. That's right. A big step toward true immortality, Renzo nodded, calm and confident. Power made negotiating so much easier. What do you want for it? Orochimaru asked, skipping the games. Straight to business. If you want the serum, and possibly the formula, then I want 3 jutsu, spirit transformation technique, living corpse reincarnation, and Edo Tensei. In return, you'll get 3 vials of the serum. Orochimaru's snake eyes narrowed slightly. You've got a bigger appetite than I expected, Renzo-kun. You're still young and already have a serum like that, why are you so interested in soul-based techniques? Renzo just shook his head. I've got my reasons. The only thing you need to decide is, deal or no deal. Orochimaru chuckled, impressed. All right then. Add in 1,000 pounds of that special meat you gave the snake sage last time, and 100 pounds of that exotic tobacco. Keep the price at 3 vials, and I'll give you the 3 jutsu right here, right now. Deal. A man who knows what he wants. Oh, and if I wanted to get a long-term supply of that meat and tobacco, Orochimaru asked, eyes gleaming, what kind of deal would we be talking? Oh. Renzo raised an eyebrow, amused. So you've met Manda recently, huh? How's that big snake doing? He should have recovered by now, right? Orochimaru let out a grin. He's still got a dent on his forehead, thanks to you. You didn't hold back, did you? But honestly, I appreciate it, thanks for giving him that beating. He's been much more obedient lately. Lately, Manda's attitude during summoning had noticeably improved. Orochimaru could really feel the difference. Looking back, he realized he might have spoiled the giant snake too much. Maybe tough love really is the right way to raise that thing. Glad to hear it, Renzo chuckled. That temper of his just needs a few more beatings to mellow out. Anyway, I'm good with your terms. As for long-term supply of Sea King meat and spirit tobacco. Renzo's tone shifted slightly. Danzo's been getting a little too bold lately. I hear he sent quite a few root agents to the front lines to collect our Sharingan. If you can help me clean up those root ninjas, and agree to work with me in the future to slowly dismantle and, eventually, take down Danzo and his entire faction, then I can give you a monthly supply, 1 ton of Sea King meat, and 500 pounds of spirit tobacco. Most of the disobedient Uchiha on the front lines were already dead. Renzo figured it was enough. With the internal mess cleaned up, traitors and deadweight eliminated, it was time to start handling the threats outside the clan. Otherwise, the Uchiha would just end up repeating the same tragic fate all over again. As for the old geezers, the Great Elder and Second Elder, they were already well past their prime, and most of their loyalists were gone. There wasn't much chaos they could stir up now. If Fugaku couldn't handle those 2 relics on his own, then maybe he didn't deserve to be clan head after all. He should just step down. Orochimaru was taken aback. Already planning to move against Danzo. Looks like he's more prepared than I thought, and clearly has a pretty solid intel network too. Still, Orochimaru wasn't totally sold. He didn't really know the true value of Sea King meat or tobacco. All he knew was that Manda loved the stuff, and seemed way more energized after having some. But if Renzo thought a few barrels of meat and smoke were enough to get Orochimaru involved in something as major as taking down Danzo, he was underestimating his bargaining partner. Renzo, noticing Orochimaru's hesitation, calmly added. Don't underestimate the value of Sea King meat. It's packed with life force. If consumed alongside a bit of body honing training, it boosts physical strength and toughens up your cells over time. If you agree, I'll even throw in a secret body training technique. As for tobacco, it contains a gentle form of natural energy. Smoking it over time doesn't just improve your body and slightly enhance your life essence, it also strengthens your mental resilience. Put all that together, you should be able to guess what it means for a ninja. Renzo wasn't bluffing either. Why else did the nobles and adventurers in the Konosuba world chase after that stuff like it was gold? In a world of superpowers, even smoking could make you stronger. Orochimaru's eyes lit up. Cell and body strengthening, enhanced life force, and even improved mental clarity. That's a full-on upgrade to a ninja's core stats. And with that kind of improvement, increasing chakra reserves would be child's play. No wonder your growth's been terrifying lately. I'm seriously curious, where the hell are you getting this stuff? I heard you haven't even left Konoha recently. And I've definitely never heard of anything like this anywhere in the ninja world. Orochimaru felt like he was starting to piece things together. Yeah. Renzo shrugged playfully. Does it really matter? Don't forget, I've got Flying Thunder God. So, are you in or not? Chapter 172, All Renzo's Gathering. Sure, Uchiha Renzo could easily take Danzo and root out on his own with his current strength. But why get his own hands dirty when working from the shadows was so much cleaner? He wasn't planning to defect from Konoha or rule it. Life was going pretty well, and he had no interest in change. So, if he wanted to keep living comfortably, or even better than before, then it was about time to clean up the people and problems in the village that were ruining his vibe. At the very least, you should give me some samples, Orochimaru said, licking his long tongue. Can't trust the goods unless I verify them for myself, right? Also, shouldn't we settle our previous trade first? Priorities first, get the life extension stuff. Then talk. Sure. Renzo nodded, then casually waved his hand. 3 vials of the life extension serum, 1,000 pounds of sea king meat, and 100 pounds of spirit tobacco appeared on the large table in front of them. He grabbed a chair, plopped down comfortably, and gestured with a smirk. Knock yourself out. Everything's right there. Excellent. Orochimaru's eyes practically sparkled as he looked over the stash. He was so hyped about the haul, he didn't even bother asking about the cool way Renzo summoned the goods. He picked up a vial of the serum, grabbed a chunk of meat and a handful of tobacco, and dashed off to his lab for analysis. Renzo just smiled. The meat and tobacco. Whatever, Orochimaru would figure out pretty quickly that trying to reproduce them with tech wasn't worth it. The real prize, the life extension serum, was made from the blood orchids and some virus from the apocalypse world. Even if Orochimaru cracked the formula, he wouldn't be able to make it without the ingredients. And just for fun, Apocalypse Renzo had recently added even more advanced gene-locking tech to the formula. Basically, anti-reverse engineering magic. Orochimaru? He'd walk away empty-handed, for now. Then again, this was Orochimaru. The guy practically ran the ninja world's R&D department. One day, he might figure it out. An hour later. Orochimaru returned, looking visibly frustrated. He stared at Uchiha Renzo, half exasperated, half impressed. You're really cautious, huh? Clearly you planned this all ahead of time. Renzo smiled lazily. So, about our deal. Still in. I'm in, Orochimaru rasped, licking his lips. Honestly, my partnership with Danzo was already on its last legs. That old bastard's getting paranoid about me possibly becoming Hokage and is already plotting behind my back. I mean, come on, I've never been interested in becoming Hokage. Renzo, you know that better than anyone. I wasn't even planning to do anything about it. But since you're interested in taking him down, why not team up? So I'm in. Let's make it official, but we'll need to lay out a proper plan. Orochimaru was actually starting to enjoy the idea. Danzo had been way too aggressive lately. Orochimaru had been letting it slide, but now. This was a perfect excuse to hit back and score some cool stuff while he was at it. Thanks to Renzo, Orochimaru had recently gotten his hands on some advanced genetic research materials. Now his experiments didn't even require live subjects anymore, he was doing precise experiments about cells and genes instead. Not only did this let him dive deeper into cloning and gene tech, but his samples were also cleaner and more controlled. Danzo had noticed that he couldn't dig up dirt on Orochimaru recently and assumed Orochimaru was laying low in preparation for a Hokage bid. Orochimaru could only roll his eyes. That old fool's gone nuts chasing the Hokage seat. Originally, Orochimaru had planned to go rogue just like in the original story, leave Konoha, and live free. But now, staying in the village and teaming up with Renzo might be the smarter play. Then let's work well together, Uncle Snake, Renzo said with a grin. Trust me, you won't regret this decision. Oh, and here, Orochimaru said, summoning a stack of scrolls. These are copies of my research on the spirit transformation technique, the living corpse reincarnation technique, and Edo Tensei. But just a heads up, living corpse and Edo Tensei aren't fully developed yet. Once I perfect them, I'll send you the updates, free of charge. Renzo gave him a big thumbs up. Now that's what I call sincerity. Appreciate the gesture. But this is more than enough for now. I'll perfect the rest myself. As he spoke, he skimmed through the 3 jutsu, gave a quick check, and then waved them into space storage. Then, he pulled out the body training technique, along with this month's batch of Sea King meat and some spirit tobacco, and placed them neatly to the side. Turning to Orochimaru, he said, here's this month's supply. Also, this body strengthening technique, keep it safe, Uncle Snake. Orochimaru clicked his tongue and narrowed his eyes. TCH. This wouldn't happen to be a storage space technique, would it? Did you come up with this based on Flying Thunder God? Sort of, Renzo nodded. I fused it with some sealing arts. It's still a work in progress, but once it's ready, I can make one for you too. It's super handy for storing and retrieving stuff. He was almost done developing his own spatial storage gear. And once it was complete, he really didn't mind giving Orochimaru one. After all, a reliable collaborator like him was rare. Renzo felt like he'd need Orochimaru's help with his future research. I'll be looking forward to it, Orochimaru said with a smirk, not pressing further. He took out a few large sealing scrolls and began sealing away the Sea King meat and tobacco. He glanced over the body training technique as well. It was unfamiliar to him, something new to dig into later. Oh right. Renzo suddenly added, Uncle Snake, if you come across the Reaper Death Seal, keep me in mind, I'm willing to pay a very high price for it. Also, I'm interested in the lightning body techniques from the Hidden Cloud, Kumo. Ah. Orochimaru paused mid-seal. The lightning body techniques, sure, but what is this Reaper Death Seal? A jutsu. Or a sealing technique? I've never heard of it before. He was genuinely intrigued. Anything Renzo took this seriously probably wasn't just some basic technique. As expected, Renzo nodded knowingly. It's a top-tier sealing jutsu from the Uzumaki clan. If you haven't even heard of it, then there's a good chance the third Hokage doesn't know it either. Guess I'll have to look elsewhere. Top-tier sealing from the Uzumakis. Orochimaru's eyes sharpened. Then why not go straight to Uzumaki Kushina? Aren't you on good terms with her family now? Renzo shrugged helplessly. Not that good. This is some serious, top-secret clan technique we're talking about. Plus, I am a Uchiha, after all. Being part of the Uchiha clan in Konoha was always complicated. I'll keep my eyes open. Anyway, let's wrap up for today. Wait for my good news, Orochimaru, Shadow Clone, said as he gathered the scrolls and reverse summoned himself out of sight. He needed to give these items to his real body. Renzo also teleported straight back to his own base. 2 months later, in the mental space. Everyone happened to be present today, which was rare. Uchiha Renzo smiled and said, thanks for all the hard work, everyone. We finally cracked the code on Sage Chakra. Once I'm back, I'll try merging it with Source Energy, Origin Power. Wish me luck. Looks like we all get a little break now. The Source Energy, also called Origin Power, was a method they developed to combine all types of power from across all multiverses, creating one absolute, pure energy that contained every ability. Oh right, he turned to Aizen. I've already handed over the Spirit Transformation Technique and Living Corpse Reincarnation. As for the Reaper Death Seal, still working on it, I'll figure something out. Cool, Aizen nodded. No rush, we've got time. Speaking of which. He glanced around at everyone else. Once we've had a short break, let's start breaking down Ryatsu. I know using Shinigami powers right now is a hassle, you still have to leave your body and all. So the sooner we integrate Ryatsu into Source Energy, the easier it'll be for everyone to use. I've also just about finished storing up enough mental energy, I'm almost ready to make my own body. That'll be a huge step for me, too. He was eager to completely fuse all the powers Renzo had shared across their group, and boost his overall strength. The sooner, the better, he wanted to get rid of that ticking time bomb called the Wandenreich. Hermione chimed in, no complaints here. With shadow clones, it's just a matter of summoning a few more of them. No biggie. Evie added, same. Demon Slayer grinned, I'm good. I've got plenty of time, just been hunting for the blue spider lily and refining my breathing techniques. Then Hentai Renzo added, same here. Oh, and good news, I recently caught wind of that time-stopping pocket watch. Might be able to get my hands on it soon. Stay tuned. Whoa. Everyone turned toward Hentai Renzo, eyes gleaming with excitement. Well, everyone except Hermione, who just felt disgusted by this perverted guy. Every time they shared memories, she'd see this hentai scumbag showing off all his sexual adventures, bragging about who he'd slept with, like it was some kind of trophy case. From MILFs to NTR, he was the ultimate trash Renzo for sure. But for others, he was the ultimate victor, wasn't he? Chapter 173, Traces of Articuno. Oh please, a bunch of pervs. Hermione rolled her eyes and said, so what if it's a time-stop item? Our world literally has time turners. That thing can even take me back in time. You see me bragging about it. With her current grades, she figured she had a decent shot at applying for one. And considering how much attention Dumbledore was giving her lately, she was pretty confident. But right now, most of her energy was going into researching bloodline fusion and developing dragon bloodline potions. Not to mention learning magic, analyzing Sage Chakra, and now she had to deal with Ryatsu too. Ugh. Even with shadow clones helping her out, she still felt like there wasn't enough time in the day. Oh right. Everyone else suddenly had a lightbulb moment. Hentai Renzo looked at Hermione with a sparkle in his eye and said, "Hey, try to get one of those time-stop gadgets for us to study. Let's see if it works across different worlds." "Yeah, good idea." The others quickly joined in, hyping her up. Not that they were all thinking dirty thoughts or anything, but when it comes to time-based tools, everyone takes that seriously. If they could gain control over time, that'd be a total game changer. Just a heads up. Eisen spoke up, anything involving time isn't going to be that simple. First off, it might not even work in other worlds. And even if we fully analyze it, recreating it will probably take a ridiculous amount of mental energy. So your best bet is to focus on completing the Reiatsu analysis, work on boosting your spiritual and mental energy, and like me, store up excess power in advance. Otherwise, you'll just be looking at it without ever being able to use it. That's even worse. He spoke from plenty of personal experience. Though, his bodiless days were finally coming to an end. Speaking of which. Suddenly, Gundam Renzo rubbed his chin and said, "If I remember right, Eisen, your world has spirit particle conversion tech, right? The one that turns physical bodies into reishi. Didn't Ichigo and the others use that the first time they went to Soul Society? Reishi Henkanki. Why haven't you brought that over for us to study? If we could convert our bodies into spirit form anytime we wanted, we could tap into the full power of our Shinigami abilities. If they could shift into spirit form whenever, even without fully integrating Reiatsu into their source energy, they'd still be able to use their full Shinigami strength on demand." Smart thinking. Eisen smiled approvingly. "That's definitely doable. Even after we fully merge Reiatsu, I'll still research that transformation method. In certain situations, it can be really useful. But don't forget, the real goal is to fuse Reiatsu into source energy, so we can use all our abilities together. Once you shift into spirit form, you lose access to a lot of your physical body's power. Don't forget that. Even Fullbringer and Quincy powers were deeply connected to Reishi and spiritual energy. He could theoretically research Quincy bloodlines to allow use of Reiatsu in a physical state. But honestly, no point. Once they fully merge Reiatsu into source energy, it'll be super easy to do all that, and it'll be way more effective than anything the Quincy's came up with. True, good point. Gundam Renzo nodded. Alright, let's focus on analyzing Reiatsu first then. No objections here. +1. Agreed. Let's do it. Nobody argued. Who wouldn't want to be able to use full Shinigami power in human form as soon as possible? Alright, let's call it a day. I'm gonna head back and work on merging Sage Chakra. With that, Uchiha Renzo dipped out. The others also started to leave. Yo Fairy Tail, wait up, X. Hermione and Python called out to Fairy Tail Renzo at the same time. He looked confused. What's up? Something wrong? Of course there is. Hermione nodded. Hurry up and get the purified subdragon blood analyzed. I'm in a hurry to use it. Yeah, same. Python nodded rapidly. Also, once the Dragon Slayers arrive from the past, make sure you learn their Dragon Slayer magic. Or, just hit up Laxus and learn Lightning Dragon Slayer magic first. That works too. Python was clearly eyeing those spells with interest. Ah. Fairy Tail Renzo looked a little exasperated. Is that really necessary? Once you fuse with the dragon bloodline and fully transform, won't you just naturally gain Dragon Slayer magic anyway? Why go through all that trouble? Besides, Laxus isn't exactly the sharing type. Learning his ultimate Lightning Dragon Slayer magic from him. That's gonna be really tough. Sure, Laxus hadn't reached that full rebellious phase yet, but he was already pretty damn proud and hard-headed. Hermione chimed in with a confident grin. That's easy. Just make a batch of powerful lightning-type attacks using lightning ninjutsu, electric-type Pokemon skills, Kido, whatever works, and offer them up as trade. I bet even Laxus wouldn't be able to turn that down. Everyone had their price, especially if the offer was good enough. Fine, I'll give it a shot, Fairy Renzo said after thinking it over. Pokemon World. After regaining consciousness, Eevee, who was perched on Cynthia's shoulder, looked at her and said softly, "Cynthia, I want to make a trip to the Seafoam Islands near Fuchsia City. Red Queen just picked up a signal, there's been a sighting of Articuno near there. I really want to check it out, it might be important for my next evolution. Can we go?" Eevee's eyes sparkled with hopeful puppy energy as he looked up at her. Huh. Cynthia blinked, slightly surprised. Articuno. One of the legendary birds, right? I've never actually seen one either. If it's that important to you, then sure, let's go. Without hesitation, she cancelled her original plan and released her Garchomp, letting it hover in the air. Cynthia leapt lightly onto its back, gave it a pat, and commanded, "Garchomp. Let's go. Head for Saffron City." Evie said awkwardly, you know we could just teleport, right? I've already mastered high-level teleportation. I left a coordinate marker the last time we passed through Saffron to visit Sabrina. Nope. Cynthia firmly shook her head. This is for your safety, Evie. I've got a strong feeling Team Rocket has already set their sights on us. It's probably because of how unique you are. They might have figured out more than we expected. You've felt it too, haven't you? So for now, let's play it safe and keep some cards hidden. If we suddenly teleport from Lavender Town straight to Saffron, even an idiot would realize something shady's going on. Cynthia had promised to protect Evie, and she meant it. She wasn't about to let Evie expose his trump cards unless absolutely necessary. Sure, she already knew he was ridiculously strong. But she still wouldn't let him use certain moves unless absolutely necessary, they were just too flashy. She wasn't strong enough yet to guarantee his protection or shut down the greedy eyes watching from the shadows. Sometimes, the real danger isn't the criminal underworld, it's the League itself. With dark organizations, Cynthia could go all out, no rules needed. But with the League? Totally different story. Unless she didn't care about dragging her whole family down and being labeled a criminal. Fine, you win, Evie muttered, a little pouty. He quietly wished, hope Uchiha hurries up and finishes integrating Sage Chakra. That way I'll have more options, more stealthy ones too. Evie could already use magic to simulate Pokemon energy and skills like it was second nature. But Chakra? That still hadn't been fully integrated. Damn you, Team Rocket. I'm not done with you yet. Fuming, Evie clung to Cynthia as they soared through the skies on Garchomp. It took them a full day before they finally arrived in Saffron City. The moment they entered city limits, whoosh, a figure blinked into view right beside them. Evie. Cynthia. You came back to see me already. Yay. / Sabrina beamed as she snatched Evie from Cynthia's shoulder and affectionately rubbed her cheek against his. Ah, Sabrina. Don't scare me like that. Cynthia laughed, ruffling Sabrina's hair. We're actually heading to the airport here to catch a flight to Vermilion City, then taking a boat to Fuchsia City. Oh, Sabrina's cheerful smile dimmed a little. So, you didn't come just to see me. That hit them both a little hard, especially Evie, who looked guilty. After thinking for a second, he perked up and said, actually, Sabrina, you can come with us. Bring Uncle and Auntie too. It'll be like a little vacation trip to Fuchsia together. They've got famous hot springs there, you know. It'll be fun. It was a decent compromise, and a way to cheer her up too. Chapter 174, Seafoam Island's Mess. Sabrina's face lit up immediately when she heard this, her earlier disappointment vanishing. Really? We can go. Of course. Evie and Cynthia both nodded. As long as your parents agree. We're in. In an instant, Sabrina's parents appeared, smiling warmly. That's awesome. Thanks, Mom and Dad. You're the best. Sabrina grinned, her happiness shining through. Compared to just 6 months ago, she was so much more cheerful now. Evie and Cynthia had played a huge role in that, and Sabrina's parents were incredibly grateful to them for helping their daughter open up. Traveling was something they were more than happy to support. Let's go buy the tickets right now. Cynthia smiled. No need for that. Sabrina's dad laughed and waved his hand. At least here in Saffron City, we have our own private plane. We'll just fly in our own plane. Right, forgot you're rich, Uncle. Cynthia laughed, impressed. Private planes, huh? Cynthia actually had access to one too, but it wasn't hers, it belonged to her grandmother. As for Evie, he had a special flying machine of his own, but this time, since they were flying commercially, Cynthia didn't want to risk Evie's unique abilities being exposed too early. She vetoed that suggestion right away. 1 hour later, aboard the private plane. After just an hour of flight, they arrived at Vermilion City. Then, they boarded the next cruise heading for Cinnabar Island. This is the sea. It's so beautiful. Sabrina, holding Evie, stood on the deck, gazing out at the vast, crystal blue ocean in awe. This was her first time seeing the sea, and everything felt so new to her. Occasionally, she even spotted some water-type Pokemon swimming under the surface. If you like it, we can travel more often, Sabrina. What do you think? Sabrina's mom crouched down and lovingly patted her head, her voice warm. Can we go with Evie and Cynthia too? Sabrina blinked her eyes, full of innocent excitement. Sabrina's mom paused for a moment, then chuckled and shook her head. That's not so easy. Cynthia and the others have their travel challenges, gyms to conquer, and whatnot. They probably won't have the time for that. In just half a year, her daughter had changed so much, and she felt incredibly satisfied with that progress. Before, things were far worse. Sabrina used to be unreachable, and if you made her upset, she could turn you into a doll for days without a second thought. It's okay. Evie spoke in her mind. Sometimes, Cynthia and I can take some time off and tour around the city with Sabrina. If Uncle and Auntie don't mind, they can join us when we have free time. Right, Cynthia. Cynthia nodded enthusiastically. Exactly. When we're on the road, we often stay longer in cities that interest us. Sabrina's eyes sparkled as she looked at her parents. Her mom and dad exchanged a glance and nodded. Sounds good to us. As long as we can make sure Sabrina has fun, we're all for it. They readily agreed. Let's make a plan. Cynthia, if you find any great places, make sure to let us know. We'll come over as soon as we can. As for the gym stuff, they shrugged. We'll just get someone from the family to help out. We've got plenty of psychic types in the family to handle that. Evie can help too. They added with a grin. Ha ha ha. Sabrina laughed, excited. That's awesome. You're the best, Mom and Dad. Cynthia and Evie. One day later. Finally, after a day and more, they arrived at the port of Cinnabar Island. Evie and the others disembarked and quickly found a nice hotel to settle into. They wasted no time, heading straight out to shop and relax in the hot springs. While soaking in the warm water, Evie quietly asked, Red Queen, what's the current situation? Any confirmed intel on Articuno? And what's going on over at the Seafoam Islands? Reporting in, Master, Red Queen's voice came through the nano Bluetooth earpiece. We've got confirmation. The scanners managed to capture a glimpse of Articuno. But there's more, you'll need to be on guard. The Hunter Guild has sent people after it too. Team Rocket's also made a move. They've dispatched 2 high-ranking operatives, Ariana, Athena, and Vicious, Iron-Masked Marauder. Both are strong, not to be underestimated. Evie frowned, cutting in mid-report, wait, did I hear that right? Ariana. Didn't we screw her over and have the League arrest her? How the hell is she out again? Ah, yeah, Red Queen replied with a sigh. Seems like Giovanni pulled some strings and got her out. You know how deep his connections run among the League's top families. Honestly, keeping her locked up for half a year was already better than expected. After all, Giovanni's true identity hadn't been exposed yet. On the surface, he was still Giovanni, the ground-type gym leader of Viridian City, a successful businessman and respected trainer. Clean record, barely any dirt on him. Evie could technically expose him using the evidence they'd collected from the rocket base under Celadon Game Corner. But with how tangled Giovanni's web of influence was in the League, even exposing him might not take him down completely. At best, it'd force him underground. And in the process, it could piss off a whole bunch of powerful people and risk exposing some of Evie's own secrets, definitely not worth it right now. Besides, Evie still wanted more data, especially about gene research and legendary Pokemon from Team Rocket. Better to play the long game. Not to mention, it wasn't even clear if Mutwo had been created yet. If it had, Evie definitely wanted to get it on his side. Just then, Red Queen continued, also, the League's already caught wind of Rocket's and Hunter's actions. They've sent Blaine from Cinnabar Island and Lance. They're waiting for Team Rocket to make their move before stepping in. So, if you want to go for Articuno, you'd better act fast. Based on my projections, Team Rocket will reach Articuno in about 4 hours and launch their capture operation. The data had been calculated precisely, margin of error was minimal. Lance and Blaine, huh? Evie muttered, frowning slightly. Lance is one thing, but if I remember right, isn't Blaine technically still working with Rocket? He was involved in the Mutwo project, wasn't he? Red Queen replied, no idea. Nothing about that in the Celadon base's records. And you haven't uploaded anything on him either, Master. Evie spread his paws in exasperation. Can't help it. I don't have a way to digitize all my memories yet. Maybe in the future. Wasn't there archive magic in Fairy Tail for that? Anyway, if Blaine really is working with Rocket, then Lance might be in trouble. He might have to play along more than he wants just to get the job done. It was a messy situation. And this time, Team Rocket had the upper hand in terms of manpower and planning. Still, Blaine might not openly betray the League either, Evie added. At most, he'll just go easy on them. Might not even lift a finger. After all, we're talking about Articuno here. And his relationship with Rocket is probably more of a partnership than anything else. That old man was sharp. The fact that he still managed to remain the gym leader of Cinnabar even after all these years said a lot. The internal politics of the League and its noble families were way more complicated than Evie had originally thought. Anyway, we're doing this, Evie declared. Can't miss this opportunity. This was the first real chance to encounter a legendary Pokemon. Without wasting time, Evie pulled Cynthia out of the hot springs, gave a quick excuse to Sabrina and her parents, then hopped on Garchomp and flew straight toward the Seafoam Islands. Cynthia, here, wear this. On the way, Eevee used his fantasy creation cheat to conjure a full set of magical defensive gear. He also made her a bracelet equipped with a protective shield and optical camouflage. Basically, he wouldn't stop until Cynthia was fully geared up like a walking fortress. Cynthia couldn't help but laugh and feel touched at the same time. Chapter 175, Daddy Eevee. 3 hours later. We still haven't broken through to Articuno's nest. Vicious, the iron-masked marauder, snapped at the Team Rocket grunt in charge of opening the path. Almost there. Just a few more minutes. Please, Sir Vicious, just give us 10 more minutes, I swear we'll make it happen. The grunt was pale, half from the freezing cold, half from fear. Vicious had a reputation in Team Rocket for being ruthless and violent. The guy didn't even always follow Boss Giovanni's orders. Total wildcard. But, the dude was strong. No one could argue that. He'd mastered the use of Dark Balls and forcibly captured several powerful Pokémon to use as his main team. Vicious scoffed. Fine. 10 minutes. But if we're still not in by then, I'm taking your life instead. Why yes, sir. 10 minutes later. It's open. It's open. Sir Vicious. I can see Articuno. The grunt suddenly yelled from down below. Oh. Vicious' eyes lit up. He and the rest of the squad rushed into the icy cavern, emerging into a hidden inner chamber of the cave. Ariana and the other hunters followed close behind. 2 hours earlier. Eevee, what should we do now? Should we go ahead and try to stop them first? Cynthia had already recalled her Garchomp and was hiding with Eevee some distance away from the cave where Team Rocket was working. She turned to ask Eevee for guidance. Nope. Eevee shook his fluffy little head. I've already locked onto a deeper chamber inside. I found Articuno. We're gonna teleport in directly, try to talk to her first, and if all goes well, maybe even team up with her to fight off the Rocket Goons. Heh. Don't forget, Eevee was a Pokemon now, not a human. That gave him a huge natural advantage in situations like this. His plan was to communicate with Articuno, help her out, and earn her trust. That way, things would go a lot smoother later on. Smart plan. Cynthia's eyes lit up as she nodded excitedly. Let's get in there, then. All right. Eevee leapt up onto Cynthia's shoulder, and with a thought, teleported the two of them out of sight. Next moment. They reappeared deep underground in a hidden cavern. There, Articuno was already staring right at them, eyes sharp and wings flaring. Her beak opened slightly, she was clearly ready to strike the moment they made a move. She'd already sensed the spatial disturbance and probably picked up on Eevee's earlier psychic pulse too. Wait. Articuno, don't attack, we're here to help. I can heal your injuries. And I can save your baby. Eevee quickly sent out a telepathic message to calm her down. That's right, Articuno was injured. And behind her lay an egg, an Articuno egg. But the shell was cracked in several places, and the life energy inside was fading fast. If nothing was done soon, that poor baby Articuno wasn't going to make it. Eevee had no idea what exactly happened, but judging by the way Articuno was glaring daggers at Cynthia, it wasn't hard to guess, she'd already had a run-in with either Team Rocket or Hunter J and had been seriously hurt in the process. Cool. Really? Articuno paused, hesitating for the first time. It's true. Eevee jumped off Cynthia's shoulder. His body lit up with a purifying light as he instantly shifted into Leafeon form. Then, he activated a newly learned move. A rich, vibrant aura of life energy spread out, enveloping both Articuno and her egg. Articuno tensed up again, but stopped short of attacking. She was stunned, her wounds were healing, and more importantly, the egg's life force was no longer draining so quickly. But after a moment, a look of disappointment and sorrow crossed her face. She gave Eevee a soft cry. Cool. It's not enough. It was clear. The healing had helped, but it wouldn't be enough to fully save the baby. I figured that might be the case. Good thing I've got something stronger. Eevee gave her a gentle nod and began walking closer. Articuno didn't move to stop him. No hostility. No fear. When Eevee was about 2 meters away, a glowing magic circle appeared beneath both their feet. Cool. What's that? Even Articuno, a legendary Pokemon, looked puzzled by the mysterious circle. This wasn't something she'd ever seen before. But she could tell, whatever it was powerful. Holy healing. In the next moment, Eevee activated a powerful healing skill he learned from hero Renzo, originally passed down by Aqua. Instantly, an intense wave of pure healing light and vibrant life energy spread out, enveloping both Articuno and her egg. Under Articuno's shocked and emotional gaze, she watched as the life force inside her egg stopped fading away. And not just that, the cracks on the eggshell started to rapidly heal, and the energy inside the egg began to recover quickly, growing stronger and more stable by the second. In less than 5 minutes, the life energy within the egg had fully recovered and returned to its peak. It looked completely healthy again. At the same time, all the wounds on Articuno's body were completely healed. Coo. Coo. Thank you. Evie. Articuno cried out in pure gratitude, eyes brimming with tears. Only she knew how desperate and hopeless things had felt before. But now, everything was okay again. No need to thank me, Evie replied with a calm shake of its head. This is something I wanted to do. And hey, see that human over there? That's my partner, Cynthia. She's a good person, not like those jerks who hurt you and your child. Please don't be hostile toward her, all right? Coo. Coo. I understand. She has a pure heart. Articuno gave a firm nod in agreement. As a legendary Pokemon, it had its own way of reading the nature of people, and it could sense Cynthia's sincerity. Earlier, it had lashed out because its child had been dying. But now that things were different, and Evie had stood up for her, it no longer harbored any hostility. Crack, crack, crack. Suddenly, the sound of breaking eggshells echoed through the cave. Articuno and Evie both turned sharply toward the egg in surprise. Chirp chirp. A gentle flash of white light shimmered out, and the next moment, a small Articuno chick emerged, fluff covered in icy blue feathers with a pure white belly. The baby opened its eyes for the first time. The first thing it saw was Articuno. The second was Evie. From both of them, it instinctively felt warmth and deep affection. Chirp. Chirp chirp. Mom. Dad. Articuno, flushed face. Evie, dizzy face. Not far away, Cynthia, who had also heard through telepathy, couldn't help bursting out into laughter. Haha. Evie. Looks like you're a dad now. She winked playfully at him as she sent the message into his mind. Evie. He rolled his eyes hard. The hell do you mean, I'm a dad? I'm still just a kid myself. Also, was it really okay to just toss that kind of title at someone like that? Just casually call someone your daddy? And more importantly, wasn't Cynthia casually throwing her husband out there a bit too boldly? Meanwhile, Articuno, the big one, seemed a little frozen in place, especially as the little chick toddled up and rubbed its tiny head affectionately against Evie's leg. Evie quickly explained, I think the little guy's just confused. Since I saved it, it probably sensed my life energy and thought I was, well, you know. Don't take it the wrong way. Articuno nodded, completely calm about it. Coo coo coo. Coo. I get it. I'm not offended. You're our savior. Honestly, if the little one wants to call you its father, I don't mind at all. Evie was even more speechless now. So that's how you're playing it, huh, big bird? I save you and your kid, and now you're trying to rope me in as part of the family. And as if sensing Evie's awkward gaze, Articuno suddenly flinched and flapped her wings nervously. Coo. Wait, that's not what I meant. Don't get the wrong idea. Yeah, I know. Evie said quickly, clearly just as flustered, trying to change the subject. He looked up toward the icy ceiling above. You've probably sensed it too, right? There are people digging their way down. Won't be long before they break through. Your baby's still too small. If it comes down to running, there's no way it can keep up or escape with you. Got any plans? Red Queen's predictions were spot on. In about 2 hours, Team Rocket would definitely find this place. Coo. Coo coo. Not really. But I can tell, you're not an ordinary Evie. You're special. Can you help us, one more time? I'll repay you, whatever it takes. Articuno's voice carried both desperation and sincerity. She clearly hated and feared those who hurt her and her child, and she was now placing her trust in Evie. Of course. That's why Cynthia and I came here in the first place. Evie nodded confidently. But in return, I'd like to ask a small favor. I want to analyze your data, yours and the baby's, if that's okay. I want to understand the difference between me and a true legendary Pokemon like you. I need that info to help me break through my own limitations, and maybe one day, become a legendary myself. Is that alright? Support me and read 80+ advanced chapters at backhand index pointing right patreon.com/_coreal. Chapter 176, The Fierce Battle. Coo. Huh. Articuno tilted its head, obviously confused. Coo. Brave words. But for an average Pokemon to break past their species limit, that's nearly impossible. if you were an ice type, maybe I could have helped you. But too bad. Oh. Eevee's ears perked up, eyes sparkling with interest. So you're saying, if it's an ice-type Pokemon, you do have a way to help them break past their species limit and maybe even reach the level of a legendary? Articuno gave a serious nod. And then, the next moment, it froze in shock. A bright light flared from Eevee's body, forcing the little Articuno chick to back off a few steps. When the glow faded, a full-fledged Glacian now stood in front of both big and little Articuno. Articuno. What the hell? Did it just freely evolve like flipping a switch? This Eevee was anything but normal. The little Articuno tilted its head, staring at Glacian, then sniffed it curiously. Why does Papa look and smell totally different now? But I like this version of Papa too. Thinking that, the chick happily waddled over and rubbed its tiny head against Eevee's leg, clearly thrilled. Articuno. Did this brat just ditch her mom? Aren't you gonna be close to your mama anymore? Articuno looked at Eevee like a heartbroken mother who'd just had her child stolen away, eyes filled with complex emotion. Ahaha. Eevee let out an awkward laugh. Seriously, this isn't my fault. Thankfully, Articuno was just being dramatic. It quickly pulled itself together and spoke again. Coo. Didn't expect you to be this special. That works. But let's wait until we've dealt with the enemies and made sure me and my daughter are safe. Then we'll talk. Eevee frowned slightly. You're not planning to use a move that damages your own life force, are you? If it's something like that, then forget it. Either you or the chick can let me analyze your ability, I'll figure it out myself. After all, you've probably realized by now. I'm not just some regular Eevee. My goal is way beyond this. Eventually, I'll become a super legendary. I, Arceus, will one day make even Arceus call me boss. Articuno blinked, then said, Coo. Since you put it that way, I'll agree. On top of that, I'll also give you a special gift. And you can pick 3 treasures from my hoard as your reward for saving us, and for helping us from here on out. As for all that super legendary stuff, Articuno didn't really buy it. Crossing tiers at the divine level. It wasn't that easy, especially not between legendaries. Well then, thank you kindly. Eevee nodded and continued, for now, let's plan our strategy. Cynthia, come over here too. Alright, so here's the plan. A couple hours later. Vicious, Ariana, and Hunter J dropped down through the hole they dug. Now. Eevee's voice rang out telepathically. Articuno, sheer cold. Cynthia, Milotic, ice beam. Already lying in wait, Eevee gave the signal to Articuno and Cynthia. At the same time, Eevee fused ice-type energy with rest-type magic, unleashing a devastating move, Super Blizzard. Vicious and the others had just landed and didn't even have time to react. All 3 devastating ice-type attacks hit them dead on in the blink of an eye. An unimaginable cold swept through their bodies, rising through the cave above them. The combo of sheer cold, absolute zero, and Super Blizzard froze everything it touched. In less than a second, they, and all the small fry with them, were turned into statues, frozen solid in thick ice. The cave's temperature plummeted rapidly. The ice layers thickened. Even Cynthia nearly got caught in the blast radius. The space was only semi-open. While it was big, Eevee's Super Blizzard was way too overpowered. The sheer area it covered was insane. Fortunately, Eevee had already prepped plenty of defensive measures for Cynthia. Right as the blast hit, she was instantly protected by an energy shield. Milotic also quickly retreated into its pokeball. As for Articuno, the chick, and Eevee, they were totally fine. Actually, they looked like they were having a great time. Crack. Crack. But just when they thought it was over, the sound of shattering ice rang out. Both Eevee and Articuno focused their attention. And that's when they saw it. At the very last second, the Pokemon Drapion had burst out of its Pokeball and used Protect to block most of the damage for Vicious and the others. Still, the Protect barrier couldn't hold. Under the onslaught of those 3 devastating attacks, it shattered. And although the move had shielded them from the worst of it, Vicious and his group were still badly injured, parts of their bodies frozen and severely frostbitten. At that moment, Drapion was already working to break through the ice, trying to free the others and release more Pokemon. Like hell, I'm letting you pull that off. Eevee let out a cold snort and immediately began gathering energy for another attack. At the same time, it sent a message to Articuno. Articuno, hit it again. Sheer cold. Catching on instantly, Articuno unleashed another blast of freezing air toward the cracked ice, sealing it up once more in a thick coat of frost. Meanwhile, Eevee switched forms into its psychic evolution, Espeon. Its eyes lit up with a crimson glow as it unleashed a powerful psychic attack it had developed itself. Max Mindstorm. In the blink of an eye, a terrifying psychic wave erupted from the center of Evie's forehead, crossing over 10 meters in an instant and slamming into Drapion, Vicious, Ariana, and Hunter J. Boom. Aha. Draw. All three of them, along with the Drapion, screamed in agony. Their eyes rolled back as they collapsed to the ground, completely unconscious. Drapion was just knocked out, spinning cartoon-style swirls in its eyes. But Vicious, Ariana, and Hunter J. Their minds were shattered. Blood leaked from all 7 orifices, their mental space torn to pieces by the sheer force of the attack. They were done for, brain dead. Vegetative state. 0 recovery chance. Articuno, sensing something was off with the 3 humans, turned to Evie and softly chirped, "Coo." That move was terrifying. Please, use it carefully next time. It was way too powerful, especially against regular humans with weak mental defenses. No worries, Evie replied with a nod. If they weren't part of some ruthless dark organization or Pokemon hunters who hurt you and your daughter, I wouldn't have gone so far. They totally deserved it. Now that they're done for, lots of innocent Pokemon and kind humans won't have to suffer anymore. These 3 had committed crimes too horrific to list. As for those rocket grunts, yeah, they weren't so lucky. Without Drapion to protect them, they'd been completely frozen solid by the first wave of cold, turned into lifeless ice statues on the spot. All right. Once I clean this up a bit, let's get out of here. Looks like the League's people are on their way. I'd rather not run into them, even if they aren't necessarily bad guys. Evie used telepathy to tell Articuno. Then it quickly scanned the minds of the rocket grunts, Drapion, and the now brain-dead trio to check for any memories about Cynthia. When it confirmed there was nothing that could expose her, it relaxed. It then asked Articuno and Cynthia to grab hold of it so it could teleport everyone out of there. Cool. Got it. Sorry to trouble you again. Articuno chirped softly, then scooped up the baby Articuno in one claw and flew over to perch on Evie's back. Cynthia immediately dismissed her energy shield and ran over, wrapping her arms around Evie's neck. The next second, Espion's eyes lit up with a red psychic glow, and just like that, everyone vanished from the underground ice cavern. Right up ahead. Move. And be careful. Above the cavern, Dragon-type trainer Lance and veteran Fire-type trainer Blaine charged toward the scene with their Pokemon. Soon, they reached the end of the tunnel and looked down to see the cavern sealed in thick ice again. Through the frosty layers, they could barely make out several figures. Lance and Blaine both sucked in a breath at the sight. What the hell happened here? Lance muttered, visibly shaken. It's all frozen again. Is that Vicious and the others down there? Was this Articuno's doing? Blaine's eyes narrowed in disbelief. Don't tell me Vicious and the others got one shot. They'd expected a fierce battle, but this. A complete wipeout. What now? Do we dig them out? Lance turned to Blaine, looking for his opinion. Blaine was a veteran after all, and Lance wanted to hear what he had to say. Dig, Blaine replied without hesitation. Whatever the case, they're still people, some are Pokemon too. We can't just leave them there to die. But once we dig them out, we can arrest them too. Silently, Blaine muttered to himself, Giovanni, oh Giovanni, you owe me a huge favor for this. And you 3 down there, Vicious, Ariana, Jay, you do too. Honestly, for him, this was a win. Chapter 177, Giovanni and Mutwo. Charizard, use Flamethrower to melt this part, carefully. Try to avoid the people and Pokemon trapped below. Lance immediately summoned his Charizard and pointed to a spot roughly 3 meters away from where Vicious and the others were frozen, issuing his command. Magmar, let's help too. Be careful. Blaine also released his Magmar to assist. As soon as the 2 Fire-type Pokemon came out, they were visibly uncomfortable. Way too cold. Clearly, the lingering effects of Eevee's blizzard and Articuno's sheer cold were still present. But the trainers had given their orders, and despite the extreme cold, the Pokemon gritted their teeth and got to work. It took them over 10 minutes and most of their stamina just to melt through a roundabout path, finally breaking into the massive ice chamber where Eevee and the others had been earlier. And once they were in, they finally saw what had happened to Vicious and his crew. Hiss. Both Lance and Blaine gasped in shock. This couldn't have just been caused by ice attacks, right? They're bleeding from every hole. What the hell happened in just a few minutes? Lance was stunned, mumbling in disbelief. Blaine had the same thought. They quickly scanned the cave again, alert and cautious. Once they confirmed no other living beings were present, they finally relaxed a little. Vicious, Ariana, and Hunter J are still alive. So is Drapion. But the rest of these people are already dead, Lance reported, after sending out his Dragonite to check their life force. Doesn't matter, we need to get the survivors out first. Even those who didn't make it, their Pokemon might still be alive inside their Pokeballs, Blaine added. Luckily, the Pokeballs had insulated most of the ice damage. Alright. They got back to work carefully, taking another 10 minutes to fully dig the survivors out and assess their condition. Lance frowned. Dragonite says all 3 of them suffered devastating psychic-type attacks. Their minds are shattered. They're brain-dead. What? Blaine was stunned into silence. You've gotta be kidding me. Brain-dead. That's basically being reduced to a vegetable. Who the hell went this hard on them? Is this still a favor Giovanni can cash in on? Lance fell silent for a long time before finally saying, looks like there was someone, or some Pokemon, here before we arrived. They helped Articuno. No way that bird could have pulled off something like this on its own. Dragonite says from the leftover psychic energy, even a champion-level psychic type wouldn't be able to pull off an attack this terrifying. Vicious and his group are totally done for. Even Drapion severely affected. Its mind's messed up bad, and its potential is basically gone now. TCH. It was brutal. Absolutely devastating. Lance couldn't help but feel a little rattled. He'd had quite a few run-ins with those 3 in the past. And now, in just one unexpected encounter, they were all taken out in a single blow. Moral of the story, don't mess with legendary Pokemon unless you've got a death wish, Lance thought to himself. After that, Lance and Blaine called in more League members to help transport Vicious and the others out. News of what happened spread quickly among the League's top brass. And of course, Giovanni heard about it too. No, he actually heard about it even earlier than most. He'd received the news directly from Blaine. Mind shattered. No way. What kind of Pokemon could do that? Those 3 weren't weak by any means. Giovanni was in disbelief the moment he got the report. I'm not really sure, Blaine replied with a shake of his head. But according to Lance, it looked like a high-level, possibly beyond champion-level, psychic-type Pokemon attacked them. Their minds were instantly broken. Plus, they'd already taken 2 devastating ice-type hits beforehand. Even Drapion's Protect couldn't shield them completely. That ice attack, it's beyond anything I expected. Are you sure this is the same Articuno you guys said was heavily injured and recovering from laying eggs? Even in its prime, could it really pull off something that terrifying? 3 top-tier elite-level trainers were wiped out in an instant, they didn't even have time to react. Giovanni let out a cold snort. It's obvious someone else was helping Articuno. No way it could have pulled this off on its own. And it feels way too calculated, like Vicious and the others walked right into a trap. There's no way a legendary Pokemon would be that devious. Only humans can be that sneaky. Pokemon, by nature, tend to be straightforward. Even the trickier ones don't scheme the way humans do. Highly likely, Blaine nodded, then shook his head. But whoever it was, they left 0 traces behind. The scene was completely cleaned up. Talking about it now won't change much. Sooner or later, someone's gonna slip up, Giovanni muttered with a dark look. Anyway, you should come help out again. We're almost done with the Mutwo project. As for Vicious and the others, I'll handle it. You don't need to get involved. The Mutwo project was what really mattered. Oh. You actually think there's a way to fix them? Blaine asked, sounding a bit surprised. Who knows? Giovanni shrugged. Can't just sit back and do nothing, gotta keep morale up, after all. Heh. He gave a cryptic smile, like this whole disaster had nothing to do with him. After ending the video call, Giovanni walked to the window and looked down at the lab below. In the center of the room, inside a transparent tank, a small embryo was slowly taking shape. A psychic type stronger than champion level, huh? I wonder if Mutwo might be the key for me right now. It wasn't just Giovanni and his group who were shaken. The Pokemon League back in Indigo Plateau was just as rattled. The leader there took the news seriously the moment he heard it and even traveled to the Seafoam Islands to investigate the scene himself. But he didn't find anything useful. He even ordered a full check on everyone who had been in and out of Cinnabar Island over the past week. That didn't turn up much either. He did spot Sabrina's family and Cynthia in the area, but didn't think much of it. At this point, those girls probably didn't have the power to pull off something like this, yet. Meanwhile, back when Eevee teleported away with Articuno and the others, they arrived at a remote, uninhabited part of the Seafoam Islands. Cool. Thanks so much this time, Eevee. Articuno chirped gratefully, looking around to confirm it was safe. No need to be so formal. We're all Pokemon, right? Helping each other's just the natural thing to do, Eevee replied with a cheerful grin. Articuno shook its head, though. Cool. Still, a promise is a promise, your reward's not something I can skip out on. With a flash of light, a single glowing feather separated from Articuno's body and floated over to Eevee. Its aura dropped sharply, that feather was part of its life force. Eevee panicked. Hey! What the heck are you doing? That's your life feather. Don't go hurting yourself like that. Sure, I healed your injuries, but your core's still weak after laying an egg. You seriously wanna risk your life for this? Take it back, now. Cool. It's fine. Please, take it. It'll help you break past your limits. Articuno remained firm, pushing the life feather toward Eevee. Then it added, Cool. Also, feel free to pick any 3 items from my treasure hoard. With a mental command, Articuno opened up its hidden stash and scattered a bunch of rare items in front of them. Finally, it turned to Eevee and said, Cool. If it's not too much trouble, I'd like to entrust the little one to you and your friends for now. I think you guys are the best chance at helping it grow strong, would that be okay? Chirp. As it spoke, Articuno released the restraint on its chick, who immediately ran up to Eevee and affectionately rubbed its head against Eevee's leg. No doubt about it, the little guy had already decided who it trusted most, Daddy Eevee. Seeing that, Articuno simply smiled. A warm, relieved smile. Chapter 178, Sage Source Energy, Bonus. This. Eevee hesitated for a moment before speaking. But the little one just hatched, are you really okay with leaving her behind so soon? Cool. There's no helping it. I need to find a place to enter a deep sleep for a long time in order to recover my life force. I can't take care of the little one right now. You're the one I trust most, and she really likes you too. So, I'm leaving her in your care, it's the best choice. Articuno replied with a gentle yet weary tone. It was pretty obvious that its injuries were more serious than it had let on. Going into hibernation, huh? Eevee paused and thought, then said, actually, if it's just a long sleep you need, I might have the perfect place. It's a space domain I control, where I can tweak the environment however I like. It should be ideal for your recovery. That way, you won't have to risk wandering around to find a hidden place to rest, and you won't be bothered by humans or hostile Pokemon. Plus, you'll be able to stay close to the little one the whole time. What do you think? As he spoke, Eevee activated his Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and opened a portal to the Takamagara dimension. He instantly transformed 1/3 of the area into a pure snowy landscape, showcasing it for Articuno to see. Quo. Wow, you actually have access to such a high-level domain. You're way more incredible than I thought. Articuno looked around in surprise, clearly impressed. Well. Is it okay? Eevee smiled as he asked. Cool. Of course. I'm in. Articuno nodded without hesitation. It really was a good deal for it. Well, not without risks. Entering someone else's domain meant putting your life in their hands. If the domain's owner had bad intentions, and you didn't have the power to break free, it could be extremely dangerous. But Articuno trusted Eevee completely. It had been saved multiple times by him, and most importantly, he had even saved its child. So yeah, it had no doubts about Eevee at all. That's great. Makes things a lot easier. The little one can stay inside with you for now too. I'll drop in whenever I have the time. She's not really in a good position to show up in public right now anyway. After all, your enemies are backed by a huge, shady organization. If they even get a hint of her presence, we'll be dealing with a world of trouble. Eevee grinned as he explained. Cool. Got it. You're in charge. Oh, and maybe send a few more Pokemon and some plants into your domain as well. That'll help it grow and also keep the little one from getting bored. Articuno offered the suggestion sincerely. Got it. I'll take care of it. Eevee nodded without hesitation. After that, he selected a few valuable items from Articuno's stash. 1 Ice-type crystal. 1 Mega Evolution Stone for Garchomp. And a top-tier Evolution Stone. Then, he sent both Articunos, big and small, into the Takamagara space. After that, Eevee and Cynthia instantly teleported back to Cinnabar Island using a spatial marker left behind earlier. They rejoined with Sabrina and the others, and as expected, there was a bit of an emotional reunion. Sabrina was a little upset they had left without saying anything earlier. But all was forgiven once Eevee gave her a magically crafted ice cream. The moment she tasted it, her mood improved completely. Just then, Eevee noticed a strange reaction coming from his left eye. He quickly checked it. Turns out, it was due to a major change inside the Takamagara dimension after Articuno entered. The ice-type laws and energy inside had surged dramatically. Nearly half of the space was now covered in snow and frost, turning it into a proper ice world. Whoa. That's an unexpected bonus. So having a legendary Pokemon reside in the domain can actually boost its growth. That's seriously good news. Gotta keep an eye out for more of them in the future. Eevee thought to himself with excitement. And now, it's time to absorb Articuno's tail feather to enhance my own ice-type power and affinity. Naruto World. As soon as his consciousness returned, Uchiha Renzo immediately activated all the barriers and energy shields in his underground base. Only after that did he head into the secluded training chamber and begin attempting the fusion of Sage Chakra with Source Energy, Origin Power. Thanks to his complete understanding of the energy types, their essence and structure, plus experience from watching Eevee fuse magic with Pokemon energy, the process went incredibly smoothly. It only took him 2 days to fully integrate Sage Chakra into his Source Energy. And the moment the fusion was complete, he could feel the transformation. His new Source Energy had completely absorbed the traits and advantages of Sage Chakra, making it way stronger than before. At the same time, Renzo realized he could now freely switch between magic, Pokemon energy, Sage Chakra, and regular chakra on the fly. Ninjutsu, magic, Pokemon moves, they were no longer limited by mechanics or barriers. He could use them as easily as breathing, almost instinctively. Even better, he found that he no longer needed hand seals to use his ninjutsu. Sure, he still had to gather energy and go through the usual prep time. It wasn't quite instant cast yet, but the step of forming seals. Gone. Just like that. And he was confident that over time, he'd be able to cast more and more jutsu instantly. On top of that, the Source Energy had started nourishing both his body and his mental energy, pushing them toward a new stage of evolution. Suddenly, Renzo noticed a huge boost in his sensory ability. It wasn't from unlocking observation haki or mental perception, this was something entirely different. His mind's eye of the Kagura, an ability tied to the Uzumaki Sage body, had fully awakened. Wait, is that the adamantine sealing chains too? He looked down, surprised, but not completely, at the golden chakra chains shooting out from his abdomen. So the Uzumaki bloodline medicine I injected earlier didn't take effect right away, but now everything's fully awakened, huh? Figures. He could feel it in his cells and chakra, the same healing ability that belonged to Uzumaki Karen and her mother. I've basically turned myself into a walking medkit. Renzo chuckled to himself, shaking his head in amusement. But this transformation still wasn't over. The newly evolved Source Energy was still working its way deeper, strengthening his body and mind even further. Unlike the wild and unstable nature of traditional Sage Chakra, the traits infused into his Source Energy were calm and extremely stable. As a result, the physical and mental upgrades he was undergoing were more profound than ever before. By his estimate, it'd take at least another 6 months for the full transformation to finish. But by then, he'd probably be able to directly absorb natural energy from the atmosphere and refine it into Source Energy on the spot. Not bad. Hee. Renzo grinned in satisfaction. He stood up and stepped out of the secluded chamber. Immediately, he noticed something unusual. Wooden items around the room had started to regain vitality, some even showing signs of sprouting fresh buds. He frowned slightly. Is my life energy leaking out? That's no good. If it got too obvious, he wouldn't be able to appear in public at all. Raising his right hand, 5 different elemental forms of Sage Chakra appeared on his fingers. He gently pressed them against his abdomen. Sealing technique, 5 elements life lock. In an instant, countless sealing runes streamed from his fingertips, quickly spreading across his body. They gathered at the center of his chest, forming a glowing pentagon-shaped seal, which then sank into his skin and disappeared from view. At the same time, the life force that had been leaking from him vanished completely. This custom seal, the 5 elements life lock, was something he developed by analyzing and improving upon the 5 elements seal Minato had given him. It was tailored specifically for situations like this, where life force or energy needed to be sealed away, either for concealment or protection. But that wasn't its only function. The true purpose of the seal was to preserve life force in emergency situations, like when someone was on the verge of death from energy leakage or depletion. It could halt those processes long enough to buy critical time for rescue. Take the damaged Articuno egg from earlier, for example. This seal could have kept it stable until help arrived. Sure, healing spells were more effective overall, but there were times when they couldn't be used right away. That's where this seal really shined. Of course, Renzo considered this seal just a little side project from his deeper research into sealing techniques. Nothing too fancy. Not worth bragging about. Chapter 179, Black Zetsu Plan and Orochimaru's Gift. Phew. Seeing himself finally back to normal, Uchiha Renzo let out a sigh of relief. That's enough closed-door training for now. From here on, I can just proceed with normal research steps. He stretched slightly, then narrowed his eyes. Time to deal with Danzo and the Uchiha situation. And besides, the Kiri battlefield should be wrapping up too. There was no benefit in dragging the war out any longer, it'd only hurt the Uchiha more. Renzo wasn't about to stand by while his clan kept dying for no reason. The ones still fighting were the core strength of the clan, the backbone of their future. Master. Just then, Red Queen suddenly projected herself in front of Renzo and reported, "We've detected Black Zetsu on the Kirigakure battlefield. He's taken 2 Uchiha clan members with him, Uchiha Aiko and his older brother, Riko, who had just awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan before dying. Also, their father was killed in battle. Aiko just awakened his Mangekyo as well." Following Renzo's previous orders, Red Queen had been secretly monitoring the battlefield through hidden detectors. This wasn't the first time Black Zetsu had been spotted there. It had already happened twice before. A/N, first mentioned in CH-134, Black Zetsu's schemes, where his plan involving Aiko first began. Clearly, Uchiha Aiko was the replacement Obito that Black Zetsu had selected. Both the deaths of Aiko's father and his older brother. Black Zetsu's doing, no doubt. Renzo knew all this, but he didn't interfere. After all, Black Zetsu needed a pawn to play with. As long as he had one, he wouldn't target Renzo or Obito directly. And if this let him continue with his old Eye of the Moon plan, even better. That's exactly what Renzo wanted. He was just waiting for Black Zetsu to gather all the hidden players in one place so he could wipe them out in one clean sweep down the line. Also, Renzo had his own curiosity about the Ten-Tails Chakra and Otsutsuki Kagaya. And in the future? He planned to take advantage of the 4th Great Ninja War to unify the entire shinobi world and finally implement a total reform. No more senseless fighting. If others weren't sick of it, he sure was. Wasn't exploring space a way better option? He also wanted to drag Hagoromo, the Sage of Six Paths, out of hiding and destroy him. From Renzo's perspective, the reason the shinobi world had been trapped in constant war for so many years was because Hagoromo was pulling strings from the shadows. Sure, some people might roll their eyes at that level of conspiracy thinking. But Renzo fully believed it. He didn't want anyone secretly controlling the fate of the world from behind the scenes. The shinobi world, its future, should belong to him, and him alone. Of course, he wasn't planning to be that shadowy puppet master himself. Nope. He needed the perfect scapegoat to take on that role. And who better than Black Zetsu? He'd do it all willingly, and take the blame for it, too. Renzo didn't even need to lift a finger to guide him. No. This isn't even scapegoating, Renzo grinned to himself, he actually deserves the blame. Unlike those mindless transmigrators who stick religiously to the original storylines, Renzo wasn't bound by that nonsense. He was strong enough to do whatever he wanted. If he wanted to keep the original plot intact, he would. If he didn't, he'd break it without hesitation. At the very least, people he was close to, like Minato, Kakashi, and the others, he wasn't going to let them walk the same tragic paths as before. Asuma, too. That guy had shown good judgment and played things smart so far, and Renzo had always gotten along with him. No reason to turn on him. The situation with the 3rd Hokage, though. That was a different story. Besides, he wasn't planning to personally handle that anyway. Now that Black Zetsu's setup is done, it's time to bring the Kiri battle to a close. With that, Renzo vanished from the base in a flash. A moment later, he reappeared near the Konoha encampment on the Kirigakure battlefield. Using transformation jutsu to change his appearance, he quickly located Orochimaru's tent. Once he confirmed there was no one else inside, he teleported straight in. Who's there? Orochimaru stood up instantly, alert. But when he saw who it was, his brows lifted slightly in surprise. Renzo-kun. Hearing that, Renzo dispelled the transformation jutsu and looked at Orochimaru with a puzzled face. How'd you recognize me? You shouldn't have been able to, right? Hee hee. Once Orochimaru confirmed it was really Renzo, most of his wariness melted away. He sat back down with a smirk and said, "You clearly used Flying Thunder God just now. No way was that body flicker, it's not that fast or that stealthy. Plus, I sensed a familiar presence from you." That was just his snake instincts talking. "You really are sharp as ever, huh?" Renzo chuckled and shook his head. Orochimaru shrugged. "Only because you didn't bother hiding yourself properly, Renzo-kun. If you had, I probably wouldn't have noticed a thing. I can tell though, you've changed again. Way more than I expected. Let me guess, sealed your power away." He eyed Renzo with an intense curiosity. If he wasn't sure he'd lose a fight, and if cooperation wasn't more profitable than turning on him, he would have tried dissecting Renzo ages ago. The kid was improving way too fast, and he was shrouded in way too many secrets. More importantly, this guy's research ability had already left him, Orochimaru, in the dust. Just the scraps Renzo had shared about genetics and biotech were enough to make Orochimaru's brain tingle with excitement. He couldn't even begin to imagine what kind of level Renzo himself had reached. "Still got that sharp intuition, huh, Uncle Snake?" Renzo smiled. "I made a breakthrough in sage techniques. A bit too flashy, so I had to suppress it with seals for now. Anyway, How's the mission to wipe out Danzo's root going? That was one of the reasons he dropped by. Don't worry, Renzo-kun, Orochimaru smirked, pulling a scroll from his robe and tossing it over. 17 targets. Not a single one left. All quietly eliminated. This scroll has the proof. Renzo tapped a finger on the seal. Effortlessly breaking through it, he sent a strand of spiritual energy inside, scanned everything, then retracted it. He looked up and nodded. Everything checks out. Nice work, Uncle Snake. TCH. Orochimaru clicked his tongue in amusement. As long as you're satisfied. Honestly, even your casual tricks never fail to shock me. That thing with the seal. You might even outclass Kushina in the fundamentals by now. I mean, how many people could just poke a space-sealed scroll and instantly read the contents? Haha, not bad, right? Renzo grinned. If you hadn't been distracted by boring wars and actually focused on seals full-time, you might have reached this level too. There was a deeper meaning in his tone. Oh. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow. He instantly picked up on the real message behind those words. Looks like you want to end this war, Renzo-kun. It has dragged on long enough. I'm sick of it too. It's time to bring it to a close. Oh, right. I actually prepared a little gift for you. Hope you like it. With that, Orochimaru pulled out another scroll and tossed it to him. Oh. Renzo took a look, and his face lit up. Now this is something I'm genuinely interested in. Thanks, Uncle Snake. Let me give you something in return. Inside the scroll were corpses of ninjas from the Kagaya clan, the Hozuki clan, and the Yuki clan of Kiri. 2 bodies from each clan, all intact, all Jonin level. Definitely not a small gift. Renzo thought for a second, then flipped his hand, pulling out a vial, an ultra-encrypted version of the Uzumaki Sage Body Serum, crafted through his creation cheat. He handed it to Orochimaru. I'd recommend you inject it directly. Don't waste your time trying to reverse engineer it. You know how it is, my stuff doesn't crack that easily. This was more than just a gift, it was an investment. Renzo really hoped Orochimaru would focus on real research instead of his usual chaotic nonsense. And he was thinking of recruiting him one day too. Gotta feed the men some benefits first, right? Oh. Orochimaru took the vial curiously, licking his lips as he examined it. The life force it radiated was rich, almost intoxicating. Mind telling me what this is? Renzo grinned. I call it the Uzumaki Sage Body Bloodline Elixir. What? Orochimaru was so stunned he started trembling, staring at Renzo, then back at the vial in his hand. You mean? Yep. Exactly what you're thinking. Renzo nodded. It's based on the Uzumaki's bloodline. I broke it down and restructured it into the serum. Once you take it, you'll gain the Sage Body and Kekkei Genkai of the Uzumaki clan, 0 side effects, fully integrated. So. You satisfied with your return gift? Chapter 180, Fugaku's Mangekyo. The moment Orochimaru heard what it was, his eyes lit up as he stared at the vial in his hand like it was treasure. He held it close and licked his lips before chuckling with satisfaction. This is perfect. Absolutely perfect, he said, grinning. What a generous gift. Way more valuable than the little things I gave you. Hee hee. I'll gladly accept this one without shame. Over the past few days, he'd just received Sea King meat, spirit-infused tobacco, and the body training method from Renzo. His body had leveled up a lot from those, his physical strength, even his mental state had improved. And now, here came the Uzumaki Sage Body Bloodline Serum. Everyone knew the Uzumaki clan was famous for 2 things, huge chakra pools and insane vitality. With this in hand, Orochimaru finally felt confident he could master Sage Mode. It wasn't that he hadn't wanted to train it before, it was that he didn't meet the requirements. Now. Things were different. He quickly pulled out a blank sealing scroll, sealed the vial carefully inside, and tucked it away close to his body. Then he turned back to Renzo, eyes gleaming with interest. Looks like your research into bloodline limits and genetics goes way deeper than I imagined, Renzo-kun, he said with genuine admiration. You even cracked the Uzumaki bloodline and managed to create something like this. Compared to you, I'm way behind. Then, with eyes full of curiosity and a hopeful grin, Orochimaru asked tentatively, by the way, have you, by any chance, managed to decode the would-release bloodline in the first Hokage's Sage Body too? He had a strong suspicion, was Renzo's current sealed-up state the result of injecting those into himself? Maybe the transformation was so intense that his body couldn't suppress the overflowing power, hence the sealing. It wasn't out of the question. We're talking about would-release in the first Hokage's Sage Body here. Orochimaru had spent a long time studying Hashirama's cells. He knew just how powerful that stuff was. Compared to the Uzumaki bloodline and sage body, he wanted that even more. Renzo just shrugged playfully. Not yet. I mean, I don't have the original Hashirama cells, do I? Unless, Uncle Snake, you can get me a bit. You really expect me to believe that? Orochimaru chuckled. Speaking of which, a while back Danzo totally lost it, someone raided one of the labs we used to share, and apparently something really important got stolen. He even sent me a furious letter about it. I dug around and found out, this lab got completely cleaned out. Silent and clean. Not a trace left. Orochimaru gave Renzo a knowing smile. Don't tell me that wasn't you. There's no one in Konoha who could pull something like that off, except you, Uchiha Renzo. Damn, Renzo whistled, shaking his head. As expected of you, Uncle Snake. Your intel work is spot on. Makes me even more excited to team up and take Danzo down. Honestly, he was starting to think Orochimaru had infiltrated Danzo's supposedly untouchable root division. Don't change the subject. Orochimaru rolled his eyes. You've probably got a good stash of Hashirama cells by now, haven't you? Give me a sample. He was clearly drooling for it. Sure, Renzo said casually. Once we're back, I'll split a small sample with you, enough for research. But I want to share the results. He didn't mind. If Orochimaru could develop something from it, he could always trade or borrow it. Saved him the effort. Deal. Thanks, sharing is no problem at all. Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with excitement. So it was you after all, he thought. Damn impressive. Renzo just stood up and stretched. Alright, enough chit-chat. Let's wrap up the battles here quickly. I'll get clan head Fugaku to back you up. It's time for the Uchiha name to shine. And with that, he vanished from Orochimaru's tent. Ooh. Fugaku. Orochimaru muttered, a spark of interest flashing in his eyes. Based on what he knew, Fugaku's power shouldn't be enough to meet Renzo's expectations. But if Renzo said it so confidently, then could it be? Did Fugaku awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan? He hadn't noticed anything before. But now, things were getting interesting. TSK, very interesting, Orochimaru muttered with a twisted grin, licking his lips. The very next moment, Renzo appeared inside Fugaku's command tent. Who's there? Fugaku jumped, instinctively going on high alert as he stared at the sudden intruder. But when he saw Renzo's face clearly, his expression shifted to mild shock. Renzo. It's you. You're allowed to leave the village now. And what are you doing here? Did something happen to the clan? Renzo just waved it off and casually found a chair to sit down in. Relax. The clan's fine. And the third Hokage has no idea I left the village. I used the Flying Thunder God to get here. What? Fugaku's eyes went wide, a mix of surprise and joy in his voice. You mastered the Flying Thunder God. The third actually let you learn that jutsu. That must mean he trusts you quite a bit. Don't test me, Renzo said with a smirk. It was just a reward for my past achievements, and a bit of compensation for dragging me back to the village. It also had to do with me helping Asuma. No need to overthink it, clan head. I'm here now because I want you to wrap up this war ASAP. It's been enough. The ones who needed to die are dead. The rest. We can't afford to lose any more. Fugaku sighed and shook his head with a bitter smile. I know that too. But it's not entirely up to me. It depends on whether Kiri is willing to pull back, and Orochimaru's stance matters as well. Of course he wanted the fighting to end. Did he look forward to watching his clansmen die every day? Even when it was those in the clan who opposed his leadership, their death still hurt. They were still Uchiha. You don't need to worry about that, Renzo said, seeing right through his thoughts. I've already talked to Orochimaru. He's on board. He's going to go all out and try to end this fast. As for your side, I need you to use your Mangekyo Sharingan and help Orochimaru secure the victory. Can you do that? Yep. Fugaku had awakened the Mangekyo recently after the death of a close friend. That's war for you. You never know who's gonna die. Some of Fugaku's allies and supporters didn't make it either. Not a huge number, but enough. What? Fugaku froze. Then, swoosh, he shot up from his seat, staring at Renzo in disbelief. How do you know about that? I haven't told anyone. Then it hit him. He turned sharply toward Renzo. So you've awakened your Mangekyo too. And not recently, you've had it for a while, haven't you? That would explain how Renzo could see through his condition so easily. And there was no doubt in his mind now, Renzo's strength far surpassed his own. Otherwise, he would have noticed something was off with him a long time ago. Renzo chuckled. Bingo. I've had my Mangekyo for a while now. Fugaku's gaze flickered, something unreadable behind his eyes. He asked in a low voice, then you should know, overusing the Mangekyo leads to blindness, right? And, are you sure the Uchiha are ready to face the third Hokage and Danzo head-on? Showing off my Mangekyo, and yours too, might draw attention we don't want right now. Are you really sure this won't backfire? The last thing he wanted was to give the third and Danzo a reason to strike early. Or to make things worse for the clan. Renzo nodded calmly. I've thought of all that. As for the blindness, that's only true for those with normal Mangekyo evolution. I don't have that problem. In fact, I can even lend you some of my ocular power to help offset the strain on your eyes. And about the third and Danzo, I have a plan. My goal is to have the Uchiha earn massive merit for the village in this war, so much so that Danzo and even the third feel threatened and desperate. That's when I'll strike. When they're cornered and forced to make a move, I'll have all the justification I need to crush Danzo and drag the third down in the public eye. It's all prep for the fourth Hokage's rise to power, and for ushering in a new era for the Uchiha. When he made his move, he wasn't playing games. No slow grinding. No political dance. One strike. Total knockout. He planned to hit Danzo and the old monkey so hard they'd never recover. Chapter 181, The Shattered Worldview. You. Right now, Fugaku's mind was an absolute storm. The two things Renzo had just revealed completely rocked him. Let me process this for a second. Fugaku paced back and forth across the tent, visibly frustrated, muttering to himself. After a long pause, he finally turned back to Renzo and asked, okay, let's take this one step at a time. First, you said your Mangekyo Sharingan isn't the same as the usual one. And there's no risk of going blind. You can even transfer ocular power to me. That's just. Sounds just like the legendary Sharingan of Uchiha Madara, right? Renzo finished for him, calm as ever. Fugaku's eyes lit up. He nodded seriously. Exactly. I may not know everything, but I have heard my father talk about that before. He said that Madara's eyes weren't just a regular pair of Mangekyo. He and his brother swapped eyes. After fusing two Mangekyo together, he awakened something even more powerful, the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Wait, are you saying yours is an eternal Mangekyo? But how's that possible? You're an orphan. There were no other Mangekyo users in the clan at the time. So how? Fugaku looked completely confused now. His father had told him clearly, only siblings could swap eyes to awaken the eternal version. Did his father lie to him? Or maybe even he didn't know the truth. Heh, Renzo chuckled and shook his head. My case is different from Madara's. I didn't fuse with anyone's eyes. When my Sharingan awakened, it was already an eternal Mangekyo. That has to do with my unique body constitution and a ridiculously strong spiritual force. It's not something that can be copied. In truth, it wasn't just that. His dojutsu, eye technique, was so rare and overpowered that the energy it consumed was hundreds of times more than normal. Luckily, Renzo's own ocular power was more than 10 times what Fugaku had, completely on another level. Seriously? It can't be replicated at all? Fugaku asked, a little dejected and more than a little jealous. If he could get his hands on eternal Mangekyo, no blindness, more power, stronger vision, he'd give up almost anything. Heck, he'd kill for a built-in eternal like that. Renzo nodded. Yeah, my situation's one of a kind. But then, seeing how crushed Fugaku looked, he added, that said, there might be another way I can help you achieve an eternal Mangekyo. Huh. Fugaku's whole expression changed in an instant. His emotions were all over the place today. He leaned in, eyes filled with hope. You've got another way. What's the method? What are the conditions? Just say the word. As long as it's doable, I'll make it happen. Heck, if you want the position of clan head, we can talk about that too. Actually, I've always thought you'd make a great leader for the Uchiha. Fugaku, this guy has been actively trying to hand over his job to Renzo for months now. Renzo couldn't help but laugh. No thanks on the clan head thing, Renzo said, waving it off. Too much stress, too little reward. I'll pass. But, he continued, I've got access to some advanced cloning tech. It might help you get your own eternal Mangekyo. But that's a long-term project, gonna take a lot of time and testing. Not something I can fix overnight. What you need to do right now is team up with Orochimaru and win a damn good battle. We need a clean, solid victory to set the stage for my next move. And that plan looks like this. Renzo laid out everything, start to finish. When he was done, Fugaku sat there, stunned. So you've already roped in that many key players in Konoha. Minato, Orochimaru, and even Kushina. Tsunade too. And you've got that much dirt on Danzo. If you play this right, yeah, it could actually work. Honestly, the third's popularity in the village is at an all-time low. This is definitely a window of opportunity. Fugaku wasn't clueless, after all. Sure, he'd been on the front lines for a while, but he hadn't been totally out of the loop about what was going on in Konoha. And Renzo's strategy. It sounded solid. High chance of success, if Renzo was as powerful as he claimed. Oh man. Tsunade's not quite locked in yet, Renzo thought to himself. I was just bluffing a little. Gotta go back and figure that out. Fugaku's expression suddenly turned serious again. He looked Renzo straight in the eye. Tell me honestly, how strong are you really right now? If the plan fails, do you have the power to end it all, to crush the opposition and protect the Uchiha? No matter what, Fugaku wanted some kind of fallback plan. Even if things went south, he couldn't allow the Uchiha to fall into complete ruin. That was just the kind of guy he was, careful, thorough, always planning for a backup. He didn't believe in going all in with no retreat. Ironically, it was exactly that kind of thinking that got the Uchiha clan to where they ended up in the original timeline. How should I put this? Renzo chuckled, tapping his fingers on the armrest of his chair. A few months ago, I fought Uchiha Madara. Fugaku froze. At that time, he didn't have his full eternal Mangekyo, and he was way past his prime, but I beat him. Now. Renzo gave a confident smile. I'm way beyond what Madara and even Hashirama were at their peaks. Does that give you a clear enough idea? And that was without fusing Sage Chakra into his source power. If he added that in. Game over. Fugaku. Wait, what? Uchiha Madara? Did I mishear you just now? You said that was a few months ago. You seriously think I'll buy that? Madara's been dead for decades. He stared at Renzo like he'd just grown a second head. What is this kid even saying? Has he completely lost it? Gotten too cocky and gone nuts? Can I even trust anything else he said? Seeing Fugaku giving him the full, "you've lost your damn mind," expression, Renzo couldn't help but snap. Why is it nobody believes me when I'm telling the truth these days? I did fight Madara. He never died back then. You remember the crazy disturbance in the northwest sector a few months ago? All the village leaders, including the third, sent people to investigate that whole incident, right? Well, that chaos. That was from my fight with Madara. That old man faked his death during the battle with the first Hokage using his Anaji. After that, he used some method to hide and extend his life. He's been lurking in the shadows ever since. Though honestly, I think he's finally kicked the bucket now. After our fight, whatever jutsu he was using to extend his life probably broke. Then again. Renzo trailed off. You never really know if that was also Madara's plan. There were some things he wasn't ready to tell Fugaku yet. No point pushing him too hard, guy already looked like he was questioning reality. Izanaji. Fugaku's skepticism suddenly shifted. His eyes widened in recognition. If that's true, it actually makes sense. So Madara really could have faked his death. No wonder the second Hokage kept suppressing the Uchiha even after both Madara and the first were supposedly dead. This must have been why. He must have found something out. I mean, if Madara was really killed by Hashirama back then, there should have been a body, right? And knowing how cautious Tobirama was about Madara and the Uchiha, there's no way he wouldn't have confirmed the death personally. Maybe Madara did fool him at first, but eventually, Tobirama probably caught on. Fugaku remembered something his father once said. There was a period when Tobirama's stance toward the Uchiha clan suddenly shifted. This could be it. This could be the real reason. Oh. Renzo raised an eyebrow, a little amused. So there's more to this than I thought, huh? Sounds reasonable. I mean, it is Tobirama we're talking about. Guy was a genius and a total control freak. Renzo even started to suspect that maybe the whole anti-Uchiha vibe from the third and Danzo later on might have been planted by Tobirama himself. Not that they were also born anti-Uchiha. Nah, he finally shook his head. Probably not. He had read the original story. Tobirama definitely had a deep mistrust of the Uchiha, but he was also practical. He knew the village needed their strength. He wouldn't have taken things that far. No, this was Danzo's fault, his paranoia, his manipulation. He was the real culprit behind the clan's downfall. Just look at how Uchiha Kagami mysteriously died, or how Tsukumo Hatake was driven to suicide. The signs were all there. Fugaku's brain was also spinning. This Renzo guy, what the hell, man? He just casually dropped all this world-shattering intel like it was nothing. So, Madara really didn't die back then. Fugaku finally took a deep breath, trying to recenter himself. He looked Renzo dead in the eye. That's what you're saying. I already said that, didn't I? Renzo replied, shrugging. He was alive before the fight. He should be dead now. If he wasn't, Black Zetsu wouldn't be the one making moves to collect Uchiha pawns over on the Kiri front. Fugaku. What the hell did you just say now? Collecting Uchiha pawns. Black Zetsu. Fugaku stared at Renzo like he was 2 seconds away from punching him in the face. Don't leave me hanging like that, you bastard. Chapter 182, Uzumaki EV. Phew. Fugaku had to take several deep breaths to calm himself down again. Then he looked at Renzo and said, all right, explain. What did you mean by Uchiha pawns, and who the hell is Black Zetsu? Why does Madara being dead mean Zetsu is on the move? Ah, that's a whole other story, Renzo said, shrugging. I'll skip the details for now. Just know this, there's a shadowy figure pulling strings from behind the scenes. He's got his hands on a Uchiha and guided him into awakening the Mangekyo. What? Fugaku nearly lost it again. Another Mangekyo. One of our clan members awakened it. Since when did Mangekyo Sharingan become so damn common? He felt like his brain was about to explode. Just from today's revelations alone, he'd already had his fill of world-shattering drama. Thank goodness Renzo had set up a soundproof barrier around the tent beforehand, or they'd have drawn a crowd for sure. Renzo just shrugged again. As long as you know how to awaken it and have the right conditions, it's really not that rare anymore. Anyway, the main thing is, you're in the loop now. When the time's right, I'll give you the full picture. Oh, and here, Renzo suddenly pulled out an eye patch and tossed it over. Take this. Just wear it and use your chakra to activate it. It'll give your eyes a little boost of ocular power. Easy. But I suggest you wait until later to use it. Your Mangekyo chakra isn't drained yet, so overloading might do more harm than good. I'm off. Don't forget what I told you. After this, you should reach out to Orochimaru. I'll be waiting for good news from the village. And just like that, Renzo disappeared with Flying Thunder God, vanishing from the tent. He really just left. Fugaku stared down at the eye patch in his hand, completely speechless. That brat. Drops a bomb full of secrets, then just vanishes like it's nothing. Seriously. What, am I just a side character to help move the plot along now? And he even said being clan leader is too much of a hassle, and he doesn't even want that. Fugaku sighed. What a punk. He could already tell, if Renzo thought being clan head was too much work, there was no way he'd go for the Hokage title. Shame, really. If Renzo was even half as powerful as he claimed, becoming Hokage wouldn't have been impossible at all. Though. Fugaku was mostly convinced already. At the very least, Renzo was far beyond his own level, and stronger than Orochimaru or even the third Hokage. Half a day later. Swoosh. Renzo teleported to Renzo's underground base, bringing Minato and Kushina along with him. Welcome, Minato bro. Kushina sis. This is my private lab. The moment they arrived, Renzo smiled and spread his arms out like a proud host. The two looked around, stunned at the massive underground hall, with long corridors stretching into the shadows. Just 10 minutes earlier, Renzo had suddenly popped into their home and casually invited them to come talk. Now here they were, having left shadow clones behind in their place, and being shown around the secret facility. Kid, you really pulled this off, huh? Kushina said, wide-eyed. Wait, this place, is it still within Konoha's borders? If it was, this was wild. Pulling off something this huge right under Konoha's nose. And no one even knew. Kushina couldn't help but think, if Hiruzen or Danzo ever found out, their faces would be priceless. The drama alone would be worth it. Still, she wasn't going to sell Renzo out. Not just because of the entertainment value, but because this guy had done a lot for Minato's team, and clearly trusted Minato a lot. Don't ask too many questions, Minato said with a helpless smile, shaking his head and glancing at Renzo with an apologetic look. He already knew where they were. He'd sensed his Flying Thunder God marker the moment they arrived. This base was buried a few kilometers outside of Konoha, deep underground. But he wasn't going to mention that. Renzo had trusted him by bringing them here. Unless Renzo betrayed Konoha one day, Minato would keep that trust. It's okay, Renzo said with a smile. I don't mind you two knowing. Besides, I didn't activate any space-blocking seals, so I figured you'd be able to guess, Minato. Anyway, follow me. There's a lot we need to talk about today. He led them straight into one of his specialized labs, the one focused on Uzumaki bloodline research. As soon as they stepped inside, Kushina immediately let out a surprised sound. Huh. Her gaze locked onto something in the middle of the lab, specifically, a little creature curled up comfortably in an open nest. It was none other than Evie. Bushi. Evie seemed to sense something familiar about Kushina's chakra. It opened its eyes, stood up, and tilted its head curiously. Almost like it was asking, who are they? Kushina slowly walked up to it. Seeing that Evie wasn't resisting, she gently scooped it up into her arms, holding it like a little plush toy. She ran her fingers through its soft fur and quietly examined the chakra flow inside its body. After a few moments, her bright red hair lifted slightly as her chakra surged, and she turned her head with a mischievous smile, looking straight at Renzo. "Hey, little Renzo, mind telling me why this adorable little puppy has the Uzumaki clan's bloodline limit? What the hell did this guy do?" Minato was the first to react, his face frozen in shock as he looked back and forth between Kushina and the little Evie in her arms, then over to Renzo who looked way too calm. He turned to Kushina, unsure whether to laugh or panic. "Wait, what? Are you serious? This little, whatever it is, has your clan's Kekkei Genkai. Are you sure about that? Couldn't it just be a mistake? Or maybe..." He trailed off, shifting to Renzo again. Yeah, now he was starting to get a feeling about why they'd been called here today. His expression darkened slightly. He really hoped this wasn't going where he thought it was. Because if it was, he honestly didn't know what he was going to do. Ahem. Renzo cleared his throat and raised both hands like a peacekeeper. Okay, calm down, both of you. I wouldn't have brought you here if things were that bad. Just take a seat, all right? Let me explain everything properly. Humph. Kushina snorted, flipping her hair as she sat down with Evie still in her arms. I'd love to hear what kind of excuse you're going to come up with. Don't tell me this little puppy is actually some shameful love child between a runaway Uzumaki and a dog or something. Kushina. Minato practically choked, giving her a look of absolute disbelief. Seriously? Where do you even get this stuff? That's so messed up, I don't even know where to start. Wow. Imagination on overdrive. There's no way something that ridiculous was real, right? Right. This was clearly a research facility, and if this EV really had Uzumaki blood, then it had to be a result of some kind of experiment. Minato could only hope that Renzo hadn't crossed the line, like hurting or exploiting a real Uzumaki orphan. If that had happened, he honestly didn't know what to do. Buyuyuyi. Suddenly, the little Evie in Kushina's arms puffed up and let out an indignant cry. It flailed its tiny paws at both Kushina and Minato, clearly offended. I'm not a puppy. I'm something way more awesome. The one and only Uzumaki Evie. Unfortunately, Uzumaki Evie couldn't talk, so all Kushina and Minato heard was an angry buyuyi. Kushina and Minato. This little guy's pretty smart, huh? Kushina chuckled, scratching the top of its head. Is it, trying to argue back? So cute. That's actually what I was about to explain, Renzo said, grinning. First of all, it's not a puppy. This is Evie, part of a rare and mysterious species. It's got impressive chakra control and even knows some ninjutsu. You could think of it as a kind of special summon beast. Yup, this wasn't your average Evie. With Renzo's help, it had successfully fused Pokemon power with regular chakra. It was something completely unique. Evie, huh? A special summon beast. Kushina and Minato nodded thoughtfully. Kushina smiled warmly and patted its fluffy head again. So your name's Evie, huh? Well, hello there. I'm Uzumaki Kushina. You can just call me Kushina. She looked the creature over with affection. Since you've got Uzumaki blood, how about from now on, we call you Uzumaki Evie? Sound good? Minato. Minato, wait, seriously. Kushina, don't you think you're getting way too into this? He was officially out of words. What's the big deal? Kushina said cheerfully. Evie clearly has Uzumaki blood, and I checked, the purity's super high. Honestly, it's even stronger than mine. She gave Renzo a pointed look, eyes narrowing slightly. Just what kind of crazy stuff had this guy done? How was it that a tiny little furball had purer blood than her, a full-blooded Uzumaki? Unbelievable. Chapter 183, Uchiha Madara's Inevitable Revival. Knock knock knock. Kushina finally stopped teasing the little red-furred Evie, knocked on the table, and looked at Renzo seriously. Alright, enough fooling around, spill it. What the hell is going on here? Humph. This isn't some prank. That puppy didn't come from a transformation jutsu either. That's really how it looks. What exactly did you do? Minato let out a long sigh of relief that they were finally back to the main issue. He nodded seriously, turning to Renzo. She's right. Well, here's the deal, Renzo nodded and started explaining his carefully edited version of events. He claimed it all began because he didn't have enough chakra and his body wasn't strong enough to support the Mangekyo Sharingan. Then, by pure chance, he came across Uzumaki Rina, Keirin's mother. He saved her, and with her consent, took a bit of her blood and flesh. With that, he conducted research and successfully cracked the Uzumaki clan's bloodline limit, creating a serum that grants the so-called Uzumaki sage body. And the red-furred EV. That was the first successful test subject. Yeah. A lot of that was pure bullshit. The sage body was real, but saying he couldn't handle the Mangekyo due to physical limits. Total crap. Anyway. Renzo stood up and gave Kushina a deep, solemn bow. I know no matter how I explain it, this still counts as crossing the line. I tampered with the Uzumaki clan's bloodline, your clan's legacy, Kushina, and for that, I'm truly sorry. Yeah, that apology was a load of crap too. But he genuinely did want to make it up to Rina and Kushina. Also, Renzo had his own reasons for bringing all of this to their attention. He needed Minato and Kushina's full support for the next phase of his plan. Step 1, get closer to Minato and Kushina. Yup, it was all about building connections. Sure, it was a hassle, but it was way easier than trying to brute force his way through everything. Besides, in his mind, he hadn't really done anything wrong. He had Rina's consent, after all. And knowing Minato and Kushina's personalities, there was a good chance they'd understand, once everything was laid out. He also planned to give high-purity sage body serum as compensation, not just for Rina, but for Kushina and Minato too. That would help enhance their sage constitutions and purify their bloodlines. Plus, Minato himself would see a major power-up in both body and strength. Knowing how kind and principled those two were, this was the perfect way to deepen their bond. Assuming Renzo had read them correctly. MHM. Huh. At first, both Kushina and Minato nodded along, looking relieved. It wasn't as bad as they'd initially feared. And since Renzo had gotten Rina's permission and only took a little blood and tissue, it didn't seem like a big deal. Honestly, stuff like this happened a lot behind closed doors, especially after Yuzushiogakure was destroyed. Not like anyone else had ever made any real breakthroughs, though. But Renzo. He managed to crack the entire Uzumaki bloodline with just a tiny sample. That was serious skill. And the fact that he even told them this at all, he could have just kept quiet. Clearly, he was thinking about their relationship when he came clean. What a stand-up guy. When Renzo saw Kushina and Minato's expressions soften, he knew he'd nailed it. But then their expressions changed again. Kushina blinked, looking stunned. Wait a second, did I hear that right? You said you awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. What even is that? The Uchiha have something like that. Can't blame her for being in the dark. Kushina had only joined Konoha partway through life. It was normal not to know all the secret stuff. The Mangekyo Sharingan, huh? I think I've heard the name before. Minato rubbed his chin thoughtfully. But I always thought it was just a legend. Didn't think it was actually real. Okay, he was totally pretending. The third Hokage had already filled him in a little on the subject. Still, even he didn't know that much. So what's so special about this Mangekyo Sharingan? Kushina tilted her head, curious. Where do I even begin? Renzo scratched his cheek, then decided to give them both a quick rundown of what the Mangekyo Sharingan really was. He made sure to highlight one key point. Back in the day, Uchiha Madara used the Mangekyo to forcibly contract the Nine Tails and fight the first Hokage. So Kushina, when it's time to give birth, you'd better be careful about that. He was just giving them a heads up. Kushina didn't seem too bothered, but Minato definitely took note of it. Isn't Uchiha Madara already dead? What's there to worry about? Kushina raised her chin, looking pretty dismissive. Or are you trying to say you're planning something shady with me involved, huh? She scoffed. No offense, but with my sealing techniques, there's no way you could pull that off. Confident as ever. Minato stayed serious, though. I'll keep that in mind. But I'm guessing you brought this up for a reason, right? He wasn't just humoring Renzo. He'd seen Madara with his own eyes once, alive and kicking. So Renzo's warning. Yeah, it hit different. Could one of Madara's plans involve the Nine Tails sealed inside Kushina? That made it something Minato had to take seriously. Exactly, Renzo nodded and followed up by laying out the whole story, his encounter with Madara, how he'd approached Obito, and what the old Uchiha was really scheming. He even spilled the tea about Black Zetsu and Uchiha Aiko and what had been going on behind the scenes lately. For real. Minato shot up from his seat, eyes wide. So Madara's actual targets were you and Obito. Planning to use you both as pawns. He remembered what Renzo had said about Aiko's Manjikyu awakening method, and putting that together with what happened to Obito and Kakashi, he could already imagine the nightmare scenario if Renzo hadn't intervened in time. What the hell, Madara? Even Minato, who was usually calm and kind, couldn't hide his fury. That old bastard really has no conscience. How could he do that to Obito and Kakashi? Kushina fumed too. If Renzo hadn't told us he was already dead, I'd seriously be tempted to go beat the crap out of him myself. In her eyes, Minato's students were all good kids. What had they done to deserve any of that? Ah, well. Renzo scratched his cheek, giving a sly smile. Actually, Kushina-Nizan, that might still be possible. The whole reason Madara's been trying to manipulate the Uchiha clan is to find pawns to carry out his plans, so that eventually, he can revive himself in his prime and unleash the final phase of his scheme. So basically, his revival is inevitable. There's almost no stopping it. Yeah, not that Renzo planned on stopping it anyway. Honestly, part of him was kinda looking forward to seeing Madara again, just so he could dramatically throw out a line like, "You wanna dance? I, Uchiha Renzo, acknowledge you as the ultimate dancer." Ha. Kushina's eyes lit up with interest. That works for me. Renzo, make sure to call me when it happens, I'll beat him to a pulp myself. Humph. Kushina. Minato sighed, clearly exasperated. Aren't we supposed to stop Madara from reviving in the first place? We're talking about Uchiha Madara, the guy who stood toe-to-toe with the first Hokage. If he comes back at full strength, we won't stand a chance. He turned to Renzo. You've gotta have a plan, right? Is there any way to stop him from coming back? Renzo just shook his head. It's way too hard. Nearly impossible. He's left too many backup plans. Especially Black Zetsu, that thing's got some insane abilities. I can't track him down, and even if I could, if he wants to stay hidden, I'd have a hell of a time catching him. But don't worry about it, Minato. I'll handle Madara when the time comes. Minato raised an eyebrow. Even if he's at full power? Renzo nodded with full confidence. Even at full power? Oh. Minato looked surprised. Sounds like you've gotten a serious upgrade lately. Don't tell me, you already injected yourself with the Uzumaki Sage body bloodline. No way. Kushina stared at Renzo like he'd grown another head. She even leaned in and sniffed the air around him, narrowing her eyes. Nope. I don't sense that familiar bloodline resonance. Wait. Hold on a sec. Her face suddenly darkened with suspicion as she stared right at Renzo's chest. You little, did you seal your own body to hide it? And this seal, it's not just any seal. You actually created a new, enhanced version based off the 5-element seal, didn't you? You're something else, huh? Yup. Kushina was definitely a seal master. Renzo hadn't done much to hide it, but with just a bit of focus, she saw right through him. Minato gave a knowing nod too. Ah, I see. That explains everything. You brat. Kushina huffed, picking up Eevee and walking over to Renzo with a smirk. Undo that seal and show your big sis what you've been hiding. She teased him while sizing him up. So you've already injected yourself with our clan's bloodline, huh? I guess that makes you one of us now, doesn't it? Support me and read 80+ advanced chapters at backhand index pointing right patreon.com/_coreal. Chapter 184, First Non-Human Clan Member. Ah, well. Renzo couldn't help but smile wryly and shake his head. That doesn't really count, does it? Kushina, are you seriously thinking about adding Eevee to your clan too? Quit the nonsense. Hurry up and remove the seal on your body. Don't make me do it myself. Kushina was clearly impatient. Alright. I'll undo it, okay. He never really planned to keep it hidden anyway. Raising his right hand, 5 different types of Senjutsu chakra glowed at his fingertips. With a press to his stomach, the seal instantly unraveled. And then, a wave of overwhelming life energy poured out of him. Whoa. Both Kushina and Minato were stunned the moment they felt that insane surge of vitality. When they took a closer look at Renzo, their jaws practically hit the floor. This is really what the Uzumaki clan's sage body is capable of. Kushina's eyes were wide with disbelief. From what she remembered, no one in the Uzumaki clan had ever possessed life force this insane. This guy was packing at least 100 times more life energy than she had. Even Granny Mito didn't have 10% of this. What the hell did you do? Are you sure you're not the first Hokage reincarnated or something? It took a long pause before Kushina finally looked at Renzo with a dazed expression and asked. All Minato could do was let out a helpless laugh. This kind of life force, this chakra, oh man. He had to admit, he was jealous. Seriously, if he had this kind of vitality and chakra reserves, his strength would probably jump tenfold, easy. Maybe it's because my constitution's a bit special. Hee hee. That was about the only explanation Renzo could offer. But Kushina wasn't buying it. She stared hard at him and said, your bloodline purity and sage body are way more advanced than mine. So, tell me, can I use it? Can Minato? She was very interested. If I can use it, then fine. I'll forgive you for messing around with the Uzumaki bloodline and using it on EV too. Heck, I'll even let you into the great Uzumaki clan's official records. How about that? She batted her eyes at Renzo with a mischievous glint. Minato looked just as shocked. And then turned to Renzo with a hopeful look. He really wanted this. And deep down, he figured this was probably one of Renzo's goals all along. No problem. Renzo chuckled and nodded. This was something I already planned on offering as compensation anyway. Not just you and Minato, Kushina, Miss Rina too. Of course, she'll have to wait until after she gives birth to safely inject it. But once that's done, even the baby can receive a dose. That way, the sage body and bloodline purity of your Uzumaki lineage will reach near perfection. Now that was a sincere gift. Not bad at all. Kushina gave Renzo a hearty slap on the shoulder and grinned. You've got guts, kid. But, I've got one small condition. You promise me this, and I'll completely forgive you. I'll even cover for you if anything comes up. Also, if you ever plan on giving this stuff to other people, don't just hand it out to anyone, alright? You need to be selective. I don't want just anyone getting their hands on our Uzumaki bloodline and sage body. Especially not someone I can't stand or flat-out evil people. Like the third Hokage, Danzo, Koharu, or Hamura, those geezers are strictly off-limits. Don't even mention it to them. As she said that, Kushina shot a glare at Minato and warned, this part's especially for you. You're absolutely not allowed to tell the third anything about this, or what happened today. Got it. Why yes. Minato gave a helpless laugh and nodded quickly. You think I don't know how to keep things quiet? I didn't even tell the third about Renzo being the mysterious Uchiha back then. I'm not that dumb. Honestly, he had his own share of grievances with the third and the current state of Konoha. Especially after what happened to Renzo, the way the village buried him in the shadows had really opened Minato's eyes. He'd even gone out of his way to dig up some of the village's darker secrets after that. And the more he learned, the more disgusted he felt towards Hiruzen and Danzo. Not that he ever showed it outwardly, of course. He'd have to be insane to go blabbing about this to Hiruzen. That's more like it, Kushina huffed. Just keep your guard up around those geezers. None of them are good people. Being kept locked up in the village, constantly under surveillance. Anyone would have resentment. Especially when people like Danzo, Koharu, and Hamura treated her like a tool instead of a human being. Honestly, the fact that Kushina hadn't straight up attacked them already showed incredible restraint. I've got no problem with that. Honestly, that's how it should be, Renzo nodded, then added with a hint of guilt, but I should let you know. I did give one vial to Orochimaru. Huh. Kushina stared blankly. Orochimaru? That creepy snake guy. He's obsessed with research, right? Are you sure he won't figure out how to reverse engineer your serum? Or worse, spill the secret? Nah, it's fine, Renzo waved it off. Trust me, Orochimaru can't crack it. And he won't blab either. His relationship with Hiruzen and Danzo isn't as close as you'd think. Uncle Snake was a pragmatic guy. He valued his collaboration with Renzo too much to mess things up by leaking something that wouldn't benefit him. In that case, fine, Kushina nodded. Then she shook her hand at Renzo, motioning impatiently. If that's all, then hurry up and give us the stuff. Oh, and one more thing, she added slyly, my extra condition is that you give me Uzumaki EV. That's not asking too much, right? It's technically my first non-human clanswoman. She emphasized the word clanswoman like she was making it official. And she still had EV nestled protectively in her arms, refusing to let go. Alright, Renzo chuckled, glancing at the little fox that had been nestled in Kushina's arms the whole time. This little backstabbing furball. Sure, she could keep it. Yeah. Minato should be grateful that Evie was female, and not as pervy as that Evie he knew. Otherwise. With a flick of his wrist, he conjured 2 vials out of thin air, technically made them on the spot, and handed them over to Kushina and Minato. Inject it into your upper arm and sit cross-legged. The first stage of transformation takes around 2 hours. The full integration will take about a month, and that's when your sage body and bloodline powers will fully awaken. As for developing it further after that, that's up to you. Oh, and Kushina, heads up, I'll be giving this to Kurenai too, so don't be surprised later, okay? Oh ho. Kushina and Minato both raised their eyebrows and gave Renzo teasing looks. Your little girlfriend, huh? Renzo sighed. What about it? They were a couple too, why act like it was such a big deal? Kushina nodded thoughtfully. Alright, got it. But the secrecy part is all on you, got it. She knew Kurenai well, a good girl, pretty too. She'd have no problem welcoming her into the great Uzumaki clan. Of course, Renzo nodded. Chapter 185, Sealing Jutsu Exchange. Once again, Renzo activated the 5-element spiritual sealing technique on himself, suppressing almost all traces of his life force. Even the presence of his Uzumaki bloodline was completely hidden, totally undetectable. Wait a sec. Kushina's eyes lit up as she saw that. She turned to Renzo excitedly. You came up with this sealing technique yourself, right? Based on the 5-element seal. Gimme a copy. I'll trade you one you don't have. She grinned mischievously. Actually, if you've got other original sealing techniques we haven't seen, I'll trade you for those too. The more, the better. Kushina was a huge sealing arts nerd. And this 5-element spiritual seal was super useful for both her and Minato, especially for hiding any surges in their life force, bloodline energy, or chakra reserves after using the special serum. It'd come in handy. Especially for Minato. Of course. I'd be more than happy to. Renzo agreed immediately, nodding without hesitation. Then he pulled out a fat stack of sealing scrolls and dumped them onto the nearby table with a grin. These are all of them. Go ahead, Kushina, take your pick. Renzo trusted Kushina wouldn't shortchange him, so he wasn't holding back. He laid out not only all the sealing techniques he'd developed from his own foundations, but also the ones he'd reverse-engineered and adapted from barrier or sealing arts from other Renzo worlds. He wanted to clean out Kushina's stash, ideally even getting his hands on the Reaper Death Seal, Shiki Fujin. That many. Kushina stared, stunned, at the huge pile of scrolls in front of her, easily a few hundred techniques. You're telling me you made all of these? This was practically her entire collection's worth. Seriously. Minato, standing off to the side, was just as speechless. What the hell had Renzo been doing these past 2 years? The guy had stirred up so much chaos, and he still found time to invent this mountain of sealing techniques. Of course, Renzo said with a chuckle, rubbing his hands together. You can verify them yourself, Kushina. I wouldn't fake something like this, especially not with you. Fair enough. Kushina nodded. Alright, I'll check them out. And if they're real and the quality's high enough, I'll trade you everything I've got, no hesitation. She grinned brightly. After all, you're already one of us, a member of the Uzumaki clan. Hee hee. As she eagerly started flipping through the scrolls, Renzo just smiled but didn't comment on the Uzumaki clan bit. Let me help too, Minato offered, stepping in. I know most of the sealing techniques Kushina has anyway. Neither Renzo nor Kushina objected. It'd save time, and they couldn't stay away from the village too long, their shadow clones might get exposed if the real body stayed missing. 1 hour later. Phew. Done. Kushina let out a breath. And yeah, you weren't kidding. I don't have any of these. And some of them are high-tier stuff too. You're seriously something, kid. She had been surprised over and over again while going through the techniques, and by the end, she just stared at Renzo, completely numb to the shock. This guy had been giving her nothing but surprises today. I'll trade for all of them, she said finally. I didn't bring my collection with me, but I'll give it all to you once I get back. Deal, Renzo nodded. In the meantime, go ahead and use the serum. He, already planning on it. Minato, come on. Let's do it together. 2 hours later. The primary transformation was complete. The special serum had begun its initial effect on both Kushina and Minato. Phew, I can feel it. My life force is overflowing. And, hey. The mind's eye of the Kagura and Rina's healing ability both activated. Even my adamantine sealing chains are stronger. Kushina checked herself and couldn't stop smiling from ear to ear. This stuff's insane. I don't think I'll ever have to worry about running out of chakra again, Minato added. He looked even more pleased than Kushina. Even after just the first 2 hours, his chakra reserves had more than doubled, and his life force had surged several times over. It was hard to imagine how strong he'd be after the full 1-month transformation. Thank you, Renzo. Both Kushina and Minato looked at him seriously. After all, Renzo didn't have to tell them about the serum. And all of this was the result of his own research and work. No need to thank me, Renzo waved them off casually. Like I said, this is compensation. And the stronger you are, the more it'll help us with what's coming next. Renzo waved his hand casually. Minato and I, the war in the Kirigakure battlefield is almost over. When it ends, clan leader Fugaku will return in glory with a major win, and at the same time, the Mangekyo Sharingan he's been hiding will be exposed. When that happens, he'll definitely become a target for Hiruzen and Danzo. I'm planning to step up and go head-to-head with them. I'll need both of you, Minato and Kushina, to stand with me. Together, we'll take Danzo down. And Minato and you'd better start preparing to take the Hokage seat early. Renzo looked at the two of them seriously as he spoke. Wait, what? Minato and Kushina were both stunned. You're planning to go up against Danzo and the third Hokage. Don't tell me, you're thinking of killing them. Kushina's excitement was mixed with concern. It was clear she wouldn't mind seeing Danzo dead. As for Hiruzen, she figured it'd be enough if he just stepped down. No, it won't come to that. Renzo shook his head. My main target is Danzo, but yeah, the third Hokage will be caught up in it too. His reputation's going to take a major hit, and after that, he won't be fit to wear the title of Hokage anymore. That's when your chance comes, Minato and I. After all, you've got the strongest public support in the village right now. At that, Minato's expression turned serious as he mulled it over. Then he looked at Renzo with a deep frown. So, Fugaku really awakened the Mangekyo. I'm guessing you talked him into using it. If so, with how paranoid Danzo and the third are about the Uchiha, this could definitely stir up some serious conflict. They might just go all out trying to suppress the Uchiha. But Renzo, how exactly do you plan to hit back at Danzo and the third? You can't just take them out by force. I wouldn't agree to that, and it'd definitely throw the whole village into chaos. Don't forget, Kumo and IWA are still watching for an opportunity to make a move. Minato clearly had no love for Danzo or the third either, and he was willing to support Renzo, but only if it didn't endanger the village. Of course. Renzo nodded. I wouldn't even bring it up if I wasn't absolutely sure I could pull it off. And even if something unexpected happens and Kumo or IWA declare war again, worst case, I'll just go and take care of them myself. Take a look at this, you'll understand where my confidence comes from. With that, Renzo waved his hand, and a ridiculous amount of files and scrolls suddenly appeared, forming a huge pile that nearly overflowed off the table and spilled onto the floor. Ah, what is all this? Minato and Kushina stared at the mountain of documents, totally baffled. These are all secret missions and dirty deeds Danzo's done over the years. Blackmail material, basically. Go ahead, take a look for yourselves. Renzo gestured for them to dig in. What? Danzo's blackmail material. Both of them immediately tensed up, grabbed a file each, and started flipping through. An hour passed. Bang. Kushina slammed her hands down on the table and shot to her feet, furious. That bastard Danzo. He's got some nerve, he even tried to target me. That was from the very first scroll she opened, it detailed a mission that had targeted her personally. It failed, of course. But reading it brought back a bunch of unpleasant memories. Now that she was connecting the dots, it all made sense. Danzo had been pulling strings in the background this whole time. And the deeper she and Minato dug into the files, the worse it got. Nearly all of it was filthy, shady business Danzo had orchestrated. Some of it even had the third Hokage's involvement. Kushina's hatred for both of them grew on the spot. Minato's face had turned as dark as a thundercloud by this point. He stayed quiet for a long moment, flipping through a few more scrolls, then looked up at Renzo with a grim expression. All right. I'm in. And one more thing, I want to make copies of all these documents. I need them to convince Jiraiya-sensei. He had thought he already knew most of the dirt hidden beneath Konoha's surface. Now, it felt like he'd only scratched the tip of the iceberg. Danzo's crimes were beyond redemption. Even the third, he may not have been as directly responsible, but the fact that he let it all happen made Minato lose all respect for the man. He no longer saw him as a Hokage. Chapter 186, Meeting Tsunade. I also need to talk with Sister Tsunade. I just found some old files that prove Danzo really was targeting the Senju clan and even Nawaki back in the day. I can't believe it. This really is connected to them. How dare they? Kushina's voice trembled with anger. Whether it was Uzumaki Mito, Tsunade, or Nawaki back then, they were all good to her. Back when she had just arrived in Konoha, they were the ones who supported her. And now, it turns out Nawaki and the fall of the Senju clan were tied to Danzo and even Hiruzen. No. But Renzo shook his head and said calmly, let me handle this. I've got my own plans. He definitely wasn't about to hand over a chance to meet Tsunade to Kushina. He was planning to make some moves on her too. Huh. Kushina blinked. You sure? You do realize you're a Uchiha, right? Tsunade doesn't exactly have a lot of love for your clan. I can pull this off, but you. Not so sure. The Uchiha Senju beef was ancient and deep-rooted. Don't worry. I'm mentally very prepared. Worst case, if I screw up, I'll let you handle it, Kushina-ne. Renzo grinned shamelessly. All right, fine. Kushina gave in. Seeing his expression, it looked like he had something else in mind when it came to Tsunade anyway. Then let's not waste time. I'll send you guys back now. Minato, you try to convince Jiraiya ASAP. The Kirigakure front will wrap up in less than a month. Here, everything's in the sealed scroll. Renzo handed Minato a special sealing scroll, then waved his hand and gathered up all the original documents from the floor and table. You punk. So you were already prepared, huh? That confident I'd agree. Minato laughed and took the scroll. I believe in your love for Konoha, Minato-san. Once you read it, I knew you wouldn't say no. Renzo looked full of certainty. All right. You got me. But I don't mind. Send us back, it's been long enough. Minato chuckled and shook his head. Though he could have just teleported back himself, out of respect for Renzo, he didn't. Got it. Renzo activated the Flying Thunder God technique and, in a flash, appeared at Minato and Kushina's home. Then, Kushina brought out a scroll containing the sealing jutsu they had agreed to trade. She handed it to Renzo, and only then did he finally leave, satisfied. At the Senju residence. Tsunade had just returned home from the hospital when she noticed someone sitting in her living room. Huh. Her eyes narrowed slightly. She calmly shut the door, took off her shoes, and walked in. Sitting down across from the men, she folded her arms and asked coldly. What the hell are you doing in my house, brat? If I remember right, your name's Uchiha Renzo. You better have a damn good reason for barging in like this. Just because you saved that Rina girl doesn't mean you'll leave this place in one piece. Yeah. She didn't have much love for the Uchiha. Though to be fair, she didn't totally hate them either. She had heard from Kushina that Renzo was the one who saved Uzumaki Rina, Karen's mother. Not many people knew that, so her impression of him wasn't all bad. My apologies for the sudden visit, Lady Tsunade. Renzo smiled slightly. Tsunade rolled her eyes. Yeah, I'm really not feeling the apology in your tone. Just spill it already, what do you want? Or I will start throwing punches. She even raised her fist a bit. Renzo knew that was the legendary monster strength fist. Not something you want to mess with. Fair enough. Renzo nodded, then reached into his pouch and pulled out a stack of documents and mission files. He laid them out on the small table and gestured politely. Before I explain why I'm here, please take a look at these first. Once you've seen them, I'll tell you everything. They're directly connected to the Senju clan, and your brother, Nawaki. What? Tsunade's face darkened, her brow furrowing. Bang. She slammed her palm onto the small table, leaving a deep imprint. Her glare pierced straight into Renzo. You little brat, are you trying to piss me off on purpose? Daring to bring up the Senju and Nawaki in front of her, what, did he think that just because she had a sliver of goodwill toward him, he could say whatever he wanted? Not at all. Renzo shrugged, completely calm. I pulled these straight from Danzo's root base. Read them first, Kushina and Minato have both seen them already. Oh. Tsunade's expression eased a little, though her eyes still held suspicion as she picked up one of the documents. But the moment she started reading, her anger flared right back up, though this time, not at Renzo, but at Danzo and the third Hokage. Danzo. Hiruzen. You too. Still, she didn't lash out immediately. Instead, she went through every single file on the table. When she reached the ones about Nawaki, her hands trembled and she nearly lost it, but she forced herself to read to the very last page. By the time she was done, her eyes were filled with barely restrained fury as she looked at Renzo and asked, her voice low and dangerous, "You're saying you stole these from Danzo's base? That bastard is known for being paranoid and careful. You're telling me you just walked in and got this stuff? He hasn't even noticed yet." Honestly, she already believed everything in those files. Many of the events they referenced happened decades ago, way before Renzo was even born, and the details matched up too well. Let's just say I've got my own special tricks, Renzo replied, casually spreading his hands. Now, how about we talk about working together? Working together? Tsunade frowned. I don't recall agreeing to any sort of cooperation with you. Right now, all she wanted to do was march over to Danzo and the third and make them pay. For years, she'd suspected that the fall of the Senju clan and Nawaki's death weren't as simple as they looked. But suspicion wasn't proof. That lack of evidence was one of the main reasons she gave up on Konoha and walked away. But now, with this stack of hard evidence in her hands, if she still did nothing, then who the hell was she? I'm talking about taking down Danzo, and maybe even the third while we're at it, Renzo said bluntly. By the way, Kushina and Minato are already on board. Minato's also going to talk to Jiraiya. And Orochimaru's in the mix, too. So now it all comes down to you, Lady Tsunade. Renzo looked her straight in the eyes. He had to admit, this woman was gorgeous. And the fact that she was older. That just made her all the more tempting. Yep, he was a MILF guy. Huh. Tsunade was clearly surprised. The anger in her eyes faded a little as she gave Renzo a curious look. Not bad, kid. I didn't think you had it in you. You really managed to rope in that many key players without making a sound. So, you planning to take down the third and snatch the Hokage seat for yourself? Damn it. This brat was seriously dangerous. The last time she'd heard of him was when he saved Uzumaki Rina. And before that, it was the incident where he used some monstrous lightning release technique to annihilate dozens of IWA Jonin and hundreds of Chunin and Genin during a rescue mission with Minato. Then the third pulled him back to the village and kept him on ice. She even laughed back then, thinking the third was just doing his usual, suppress the talented, routine. But it looked like this kid hadn't been lying low, he'd just been quietly scheming all along. What a terrifying guy, Tsunade thought to herself. Renzo just shrugged. Taking down the third is a must. He's done way too much damage over the years, and it's all hurt Konoha in the long run. Think about it, back in the day, Konoha was the strongest village in the entire shinobi world. Now, after the Third Great Ninja War, we're practically hollowed out. The advantage built up by the first and second Hokage. Gone, thanks to him and Danzo. Letting him stay in power any longer would only make things worse. But I've got no interest in becoming Hokage myself. Sure, I've got the strength for it, but not the popularity, and I'm too young anyway. Plus, I hate dealing with that kind of hassle. To me, being Hokage just sounds like a giant pain in the ass. I've always believed that if your personal strength is high enough, it doesn't matter if you wear the title or not. So yeah, we've already agreed, Minato will be the fourth. Outside the Uchiha and a few close allies, the rest of Konoha's clans would never accept it. What was Renzo supposed to do, force them with raw power? Too much trouble. Too much effort. And honestly, not worth it. Chapter 187, Danzo must die. Oh. Tsunade raised her eyebrows in surprise. Didn't expect that from you, kid. You're surprisingly insightful. So, what's the point of bringing all this to me? Don't tell me you're just being generous. Yeah, no way she was buying that. Obviously, I want the Uchiha clan to finally be treated fairly in Konoha. No more surveillance, no more targeting, no more being treated like enemies, Renzo said calmly. I don't think that's asking too much. I just don't want things to escalate to the point where we're forced to stand against Konoha. If it ever came to that, trust me, it wouldn't be the Uchiha who'd lose out. It'd be the entire village. With the kind of power he had now, even someone like Minato would think twice before crossing him. Tisk, TSK. Tsunade clicked her tongue and looked at Renzo with a teasing expression. Aren't you a bit too confident in yourself, brat? What makes you think you could go up against the entire village and walk away fine? Konoha's not something to be taken lightly, even if we're at our weakest right now. Renzo smiled, eyes closed. Then, in a flash, his eyes snapped open, revealing the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan with 9 tomo. In that instant, his aura exploded within the room like a thunderclap, shaking the whole building. Not a single ripple leaked outside. His control over his power was absolutely terrifying. Crash. Tsunade leapt to her feet in shock, knocking over a stack of files on the table as she did. Her body instinctively tensed under the crushing pressure of Renzo's chakra. Eyes wide in disbelief, she stared at him. That's the Mangekyo Sharingan. No, wait, that's not just any Mangekyo. Why the hell does it have 9 tomo? And what the hell is with your chakra and that insane life force? To her, it didn't even feel like she was facing a human anymore. It felt like standing in front of something more terrifying than a tailed beast. Just the life force alone, it felt like her grandpa, the first Hokage himself. Since when did the Uchiha have this kind of vitality? No, this isn't normal. This is like Sage body level, she thought, visibly shaken. Then, just as easily, Renzo retracted all of it, the power, the aura, the Sharingan, like it had never happened. He smiled casually at the still stunned Tsunade. Now do you understand where my confidence comes from? With my current strength, I could take on both the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara if they were resurrected, and still come out on top. He snorted. So yeah, being Hokage. That's a joke to me. Konoha. I don't really care about it all that much either. If I wasn't so nostalgic for the village, if I didn't think it was still a decent place to live, I would have turned against Danzo and Hiruzen the moment they sent assassins after me and tried to suppress me. Honestly, if I really wanted to, I could have taken the Uchiha and walked out of Konoha to start a new country. No sweat. Heh. The truth was, Renzo was just too sentimental. Tsunade scoffed, clearly annoyed, but deep down she had to admit, this brat's strength was on a whole other level. But saying he could beat her grandfather. Don't get too cocky, brat. I'll admit you're strong, but my grandpa had full mastery of Sage mode. There's no way you. Before she could even finish, Renzo calmly switched his energy. In an instant, his chakra shifted, becoming pure sage chakra. He let the energy fill the air as he gave her a cheeky smile. You mean this? You. Tsunade's expression changed again, completely stunned. She pointed at him in disbelief. You've mastered sage mode too. And, how come you don't have any of the facial markings? No toad eyes or weird designs. And where the hell did you even learn sage jutsu? All she could sense was pure, untainted sage chakra, nothing else. As far as she knew, there were only 3 places in the world where someone could learn sage jutsu, the 3 great summoning realms. And every one of them came with a distinct transformation. She'd seen it with Jiraiya. She'd even heard about the snake sage's mode from Orochimaru. But Renzo. His sage mode didn't carry any of those traits. It was like, he was the sage itself. Where do you think? Renzo shrugged with a grin. Ryuchi Cave, obviously. I made a deal with Orochimaru and got access. Of course, the version I'm using now is something I refined myself, completely stripped of the snake sage's influence. What I use now is pure sage mode. Plus, my control over sage chakra is insanely high, so it's totally normal that you don't see any of the usual physical features. But hey, if I wanted to show them off, I could. Like this. The moment he said that, the atmosphere shifted. Renzo's chakra flared again, but this time it changed. His eyes became slitted like a snake's, purple markings spread around his eyes, and his skin turned eerily pale. To Tsunade now, Renzo felt even more snake-like than Orochimaru himself. Damn. Tsunade stared at him, finally convinced. So, you still think I wouldn't be able to beat your grandpa now? Renzo smirked as he let the transformation fade and returned to his usual form. You brat. Stop looking at me with those eyes like that, or I'll gouge them out myself. Tsunade snapped, flustered. She tried to cover up her embarrassment with a threat. She had to admit it, what Renzo just showed her was terrifying. He really could go against the whole village if he wanted to. And the fact that he hadn't already done so, despite being capable, meant one thing: he genuinely didn't have bad intentions toward Konoha. He really was trying to protect it in his own way. Fine. I agree with what you said. But as for Danzo, that bastard's mine. If he dared to go after my little brother, and orchestrated attacks on the Senju clan too, then he's dead. No discussion. Danzo must die. Tsunade's tone was firm. This was non-negotiable. That's right, among the files Renzo had handed over, there were records proving Root's involvement in plots against Nawaki, her parents, and other direct members of the Senju clan. Tsunade would never let that slide. Sure, Renzo nodded. Just be careful. That old bastard's had first Hokage cells implanted in his body, and he's collected quite a few Sharingan too. Even his right eye is a Mangekyo. Don't let him catch you off guard. Danzo might have used sealing techniques to hide all that from others, but Renzo. He could see right through it with his sensory abilities. He could even sense the massive chakra stored in the Ein seal on Tsunade's forehead. What? Tsunade's face changed immediately. She shot up, furious. You're telling me Danzo used my grandfather's body for his experiments? And the Mangekyo? Whose is it? Where the hell did he get a Mangekyo Sharingan from? As far as she remembered, no other Uchiha besides Madara, and this crazy kid in front of her, had awakened the Mangekyo in the last few decades. How did one even end up in Danzo's hands? Renzo gave a light shrug. Danzo never stopped experimenting with Hashirama's cells. At one point, he even teamed up with Orochimaru. If you check Root HQ, you'll find a ninja codenamed Kino, the only one who survived the grafting process. He can use a trash-tier version of wood release. Honestly, it's only useful for planting trees and building houses. At least he can use the first Hokage's wood-style, 3-bedroom 1-living-room jutsu. He grinned. Tsunade. What the hell is that supposed to be? There's no way her grandfather created such an embarrassing technique. That was pure slander. And wait. Orochimaru was involved too. Orochimaru. Tsunade growled, venom practically dripping from her eyes. Meanwhile, far away on the battlefield near the Mist Village, Kiri, Orochimaru suddenly sneezed and almost got wrecked by the current Mizukage mid-fight. Someone's talking about me. And I've got a really bad feeling about it, he muttered, then continued his battle like nothing happened. Back in Konoha, Renzo continued, as for the Sharingan. Danzo collected them from Uchiha members he secretly had assassinated over the years. The Mangekyo he's using probably belonged to Uchiha Kagami. That guy died under shady circumstances too. It's obvious Danzo was behind it. Kinda embarrassing for the Uchiha, honestly. Renzo figured Kagami was probably just as naive as Shisui, fell for Danzo's fake goodwill and got taken out without even realizing it, all for the sake of the bigger picture. After all, Kagami was Shirsue's grandfather. Being that stupid probably ran in the family. Chapter 188, Uchiha Tom and Senju Jerry, Real Plan. Uchiha Kagami. Tsunade frowned the moment she heard the name. I know that guy. Wasn't he my granduncle's Uchiha disciple back in the day? And he wasn't like the usual Uchiha, either. His death was really suspicious too, so that was Danzo's doing as well. Danzo really must die, Tsunade muttered, her eyes flashing with killing intent. Konoha ended up the mess it is now all thanks to him and the third. First the Senju, then the Uchiha. Were they really not going to stop until they tore down everything her grandfather and granduncle built? Say, kid. Are you still holding out on more dirt about Danzo and the third? She suddenly turned to ask Renzo. Yup. Renzo nodded. Plenty more. What you've seen so far is just the stuff related to you. The rest is 10 times worse. I gave a full copy to Minato too. Why? You want one? Tsunade thought about it for a second, then shook her head. Nah. Better not. What I've got is more than enough to take Danzo out, and to back the third's resignation. At this point, she'd already completely lost faith in the third. All right, brat. I've agreed to your terms. Now scram. She waved him off, clearly not in the mood anymore. Learning that her family and Nawaki had been targeted in some twisted conspiracy, and that the third might have turned a blind eye to it. That hit hard. She'd been his student. How could he betray her like that? Her family. And he was Tobarama's student too. How could he go along with wiping out his own teacher's clan? Got it. I'm off. Renzo gave a casual nod, then activated Flying Thunder God and vanished from her home. This was enough progress for today. He never expected to fully win over Tsunade in one go anyway. That had come with time. After all, he still had a few more aces up his sleeve to use on her. Heh. Was that? Tsunade narrowed her eyes. Flying Thunder God. I heard rumors he traded for that jutsu, but he already mastered it. This brat's even scarier than I thought. Just how many secrets is he hiding? He was only 12 or 13, and already this powerful. Tsunade couldn't even begin to imagine how terrifying he'd be once he grew up. Back at home, Uchiha Renzo thought for a second, then activated his consciousness and entered the mental space. The mental space. Only a few of you guys here today. Inside, he found only Hero Renzo, Gundam Renzo, Fairy Tail Renzo, Hermione, Eevee, and Python hanging around. You're finally here. Eevee yelped and leapt, trying to land on his head. But Uchiha Renzo caught him midair with one hand, gave his head a good few pets, then shared his latest memories and new powers before finally letting the little guy go. TSK, you still feel the best, Eevee. My previous pet Uzumaki Eevee's just not the same. Renzo chuckled, smacking his lips in amusement. That got Eevee huffing. You jerk. If you've got the guts, go ahead and make a Senju and Uchiha next. Actually, that's kinda the plan. Renzo rubbed his chin and grinned. I already planned a Senju Eevee, give it the ability to evolve into Leafeon freely, fuse it with Pokemon power and Sage Chakra. Then it'll basically be an Eevee version of Senju Hashirama. Could even end up stronger than Hashirama, who knows? He. As for the Uchiha side, once he fully understood the secrets of their Kekkei Genkai, he had something else in mind. He wasn't planning to use Eevee this time. He was thinking. Pikachu. An Uchiha Pikachu, sounds good, right? A version of Uchiha Madara. I already gave them names, Uchiha Tom and Senju Jerry. They won't look exactly like the original cartoon, of course. But different genes, different colors, so they'll be close enough. I seriously can't wait to revive Hashirama and Madara just so they can meet their pet versions, and then watch Tom and Jerry beat the crap out of them. Ha. I can already imagine their faces. Eevee nodded. I really want to see that. Alright, enough chit-chat. Hurry up and sync your memories already. I've been waiting to test this new energy source after fusing Sage Chakra. Right then, Hermione walked over and gave Eevee a little pat on the head too. Eevee, expressionless face. Seeing the others also reaching out to pet it, Eevee immediately jumped out of reach and yelled, you guys seriously? If you're all so obsessed with petting me, why don't you just create your own damn Eevee models instead? Stop using me as your stress ball. Hee. But no matter how many you create, none of them feel quite like you, the group chuckled. Eevee, you are just the best. Then they all connected and began syncing their latest memories and powers with Uchiha Renzo. Tisk. After taking a moment to process the new info, Hero Renzo clicked his tongue in amazement. Man, you're really planning something huge, huh? You've already started pulling in Minato, Kushina, Tsunade, Orochimaru, even Jiraiya. I can already imagine Danzo and the third's downfall. Hermione rolled her eyes and said, honestly, it should have happened way earlier. Just look at me, way more decisive than any Uchiha. I've already destroyed 5 of Voldemort's Horcruxes. The only ones left are Nagini and Harry. The rest. Hufflepuff's cup, Slytherin's locket, Tom Riddle's diary, Ravenclaw's diadem, and Gaunt's ring, they're all done. Oh, and I've also got my hands on a time turner. I'm working on decoding it right now. It's more complicated than I expected, but it's just a matter of time. Aside from the Dragon Bloodline Potion project, she'd been focusing heavily on alchemy recently. Her goal? Reverse engineering the time turner and creating even better alchemical tools. Hearing all that, Uchiha Renzo could only shake his head speechlessly. Damn, you really don't mess around. So basically, you've completely blown up the original plotline already, huh? Does Dumbledore even know you've destroyed all the Horcruxes? Of course he does, Hermione said like it was the most obvious thing in the world. Didn't you pay attention to the memory sync just now? How else am I supposed to milk this for all it's worth and make him trust me completely? I'm basically his most treasured student now. If there were benefits to be had, Hermione wasn't the type to sit on her hands. Especially not in front of a sly old fox like Dumbledore, keeping secrets would only backfire. Might as well be bold about it. Besides, at this point, she was way stronger than him anyway. What's there to be scared of? Genius deserves recognition, after all. You're insane, but in a good way. Uchiha Renzo gave her a big thumbs up. Anyway, you really need to finish that Dragon Bloodline potion soon. A lot of people are waiting for it. And I also want to see if your fusion tech can help with my bloodline research. It might even speed up my analysis of different Kekkei Genkai. So far, progress was actually pretty solid. He'd already cracked 32% of the Hashirama cell structure, but he still wanted it to go faster. Hermione rolled her eyes again. Then go pester Fairy Tail over there. He's supposed to be gathering pure dragon blood essence, but what has he done in all this time? Nothing. He's either out chasing girls, learning new magic, or messing around with satellite tech. Seriously, he's the king of procrastination. I am not. Fairy Tail Renzo instantly protested. The satellites are part of the intel network I'm building. It'll help us track down dragons way more efficiently later. And the clones I sent out aren't just chasing after Mirajane, Urza, and other waifus, they're gathering dragon data too. But so far, all we've got are false leads or news about random wyverns. And you're the one who said wyverns aren't good enough. I mean, give him some credit, he hadn't even been in the fairy tale world that long. These things take time. Good thing he had access to multi-shadow clone jutsu, or he'd be completely buried in work by now. Even now, his schedule was packed to the brim. Oh, please. Hermione scoffed. You actually call wyverns dragons? Even if you were okay using them, I wouldn't be. They're way too weak. Anyway, just get it done, alright. I'm all set, I just need the final ingredient. Even the best chef can't cook without the ingredients. I'll do my best, Fairy Tail Renzo said with a shrug. Chapter 189, Ice Energy plus Ice Make Magic plus Ice Release. Fairy Tail Renzo gave Evie a big thumbs up. Also, Evie, great job with the Articuno thing. After absorbing its life tail feather, my ice abilities leveled up a lot. Hee, let's keep the momentum going. Try to finish analyzing Articuno ASAP, maybe we can push our ice powers even further. And also, take a look at the ice that's influenced by Articuno inside Takamagara. See if you can comprehend it. I already checked, there's no Articuno in my Takamagara. Hero Renzo chimed in, same here. Not surprising though. It's obvious this stuff isn't shareable. Uchiha Renzo, same here. Python, yup, same here. Evie nodded in understanding. Got it. I'll do my best. And I'll try to gather more legendary Pokemon too. Mwahaha. Clearly, it had potential to become a big shot too. Speaking of ice powers. Evie suddenly looked at Uchiha Renzo. I checked your new memories, didn't you get the Yuki clan samples from Orochimaru? What are you waiting for? Hurry up and finish researching that Kekkei Genkai and make some bloodline potions. We need to boost everyone's ice abilities. Stacking powers is how we'll unleash real strength. Right now, we've got my Ice Energy plus Fairy Tail's Ice Make Magic. If we can add Yuki-style Ice Release into the mix, then my Ice form could surpass even my Fire form, maybe even become the strongest of all. Fairy Tail Renzo nodded rapidly. Exactly. I even split off a shadow clone to start learning Wood Make Magic. Everyone's putting in work. What could Uchiha Renzo say to that? Of course, he just nodded and agreed. Alright. I'll send a shadow clone or two to study this stuff. Then he turned to Hero Renzo and asked, you should have enough levels and skill points to learn the resurrection skill by now, right? Grab it soon, I might need it over here. Hero Renzo gave an understanding nod. No problem. I'll share it with you next time. But if you're thinking of using that skill to bring back some dead people from Konoha, then be careful, this resurrection spell needs the whole body to work. If the corpse is messed up, it won't succeed. And also, it looks like each person can only be resurrected once. Aqua, since she's a goddess, has a resurrection ability that doesn't follow that rule, but I don't think I can learn her version. Not unless I become a god someday, then maybe. Well, for a busted OP skill like this, it makes sense there'd be limits. I know, Uchiha Renzo nodded. But I remember the original series said a complete body doesn't have to mean flesh, right? I mean, when Sato Kazuma fought that slime, he got completely digested, only bones were left, and he still got resurrected fine. So maybe all you need is a full skeleton. That was a pretty crucial detail. Maybe. I'll have to ask Aqua to be sure, Hero Renzo said with a shake of his head. After all, you can't always go by what the anime shows. Uchiha Renzo nodded in agreement. Well, go ask her then. Better to be sure. And if it turns out there's a gap in the skill, we can just analyze it more thoroughly later. Maybe we can even combine it with Edo Tensei or Rinne Rebirth and create an even more perfect resurrection technique. He could borrow the Rinnegan from Nagato for study anytime. Or wait for Sasuke and Naruto to be born, then extract Indra and Azura's chakra from them and analyze the structure and principles, maybe even evolve his own eyes into Rinnegan. No problem, Hero Renzo said with a nod. After that, everyone chatted a bit more, then slowly left one by one. On the front lines of the Kirigakure battlefield. The fighting was especially intense today. Fugaku directly went up against the Six-Tails Jinchuriki from Kirigakure. He unleashed his Mangekyo Sharingan and even summoned Susanoo. In front of both sides' shocked ninja, he straight up defeated the Six-Tails Jinchuriki and captured him alive. He even killed a Kage-level Kiri ninja. The morale-boosted Uchiha forces went wild on the battlefield, cutting down enemies left and right. Not to be outdone, Orochimaru went all in too, fighting at full strength. He even summoned Manda, who had grown significantly stronger recently. Together, they burned Kirigakure's supply lines and burned their food stores, cutting off their logistics. Later, Fukagu and Orochimaru teamed up and actually took down the fourth Mizukage. With heavy casualties and their supplies nearly gone, Kirigakure had no choice but to surrender and retreat. They even initiated peace talks with Konoha. News of the victory reached the village quickly and landed in the hands of the third Hokage and Danzo. Damn it. Fugaku actually awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Danzo's face was dark with frustration. This is not good news. We have to put the Uchiha in check this time, or the consequences could be disastrous. The third agreed with a solemn nod, and Koharu and Hamura both echoed the sentiment. Fugaku's sudden breakthrough was way beyond our expectations, Koharu said. This momentum must be crushed, otherwise, we'll lose control of the Uchiha. We should also recall Fugaku from the front lines immediately. No more letting him rack up achievements. With the Mangekyo Sharingan, Fugaku's combat strength was far beyond the average Kage level. On the battlefield, very few could even pose a threat to him. Keeping him at the front lines would only allow him to gain more credit, more glory, exactly what Danzo and the others didn't want to see happen. The third Hokage took a long puff from his pipe and nodded. You're right. Fugaku needs to be called back. On that, we're all on the same page. The question is, what do we do about the rest of the Uchiha on the front lines? Bring them back too, or send them to other battlefronts. Currently, Kumo and IWA fronts hadn't erupted into full-blown war yet, but there were still small-scale skirmishes and secret moves happening constantly. If they redirected the Uchiha forces from the Kiri front to these areas, it could seriously lighten the pressure on both sides. But then again, the same issue came up, wouldn't that just raise the Uchiha clan's reputation even more? People are emotional beings. Once the Uchiha started working closely with other clans on the battlefield and proved their strength, it wouldn't be hard for them to earn trust and admiration. On the front lines, strength spoke louder than anything. When someone's strong, others tend to respect them, personality quirks and prideful attitudes start to matter less. Danzo's expression darkened as he listened. Then he said in a cold tone, split them into two groups and send them to both Kumo and IWA fronts. But, Koharu opened her mouth to object. Hamura, however, gave Danzo a meaningful glance. You mean? That's right, Danzo said with a cold smirk. Have them serve under different squad leaders. While they're wearing down the enemy, we'll also be wearing them down, chipping away at the Uchiha's remaining strength. The only good Uchiha is a dead Uchiha. Then we can call them heroes of Konoha. Heh. This move served multiple purposes at once. Not only would it reduce the Uchiha's fighting force, it would also chip away at Chemo and IWA forces, and it would give Danzo more chances to get his hands on Sharingan. Speaking of which, Danzo was currently holding a serious grudge against Orochimaru. Actually, grudge was putting it lightly, he hated him. He had previously sent over a dozen root operatives to Kiri Front, and they all got wiped out. Not a single one made it back. Even the teams he sent to investigate afterward disappeared without a trace. Danzo knew something was wrong, so he sent a direct message to Orochimaru, the overall commander on the front lines, and demanded an explanation. But all he got in return was a vague, "I don't know." That instantly shot Orochimaru to the top of Danzo's suspect list. Why would Orochimaru do it? Was he eyeing the Hokage seat? Whatever the reason, Danzo's stockpile of Sharingan had taken a hit. Not only had he failed to acquire more from the war, but a mysterious figure, Renzo, had recently stolen nearly all the ones he already had. And now, Orochimaru had pulled this stunt. Clearly, it was time to find another way to restock. And as for Orochimaru? Once he came back victorious, Danzo wasn't planning on letting him off the hook so easily. After all, Danzo still had dirt on him, plenty of it. Try to betray him. Compete for the Hokage position. Danzo would make sure Orochimaru suffered, just for even thinking about it. Chapter 190, Jiraiya's Wrath. This doesn't seem right, does it? After all, the Uchiha did make some serious contributions to Konoha this time, Hiruzen said, pretending to hesitate, his voice laced with that familiar false humility. A true politician move. It was just who he was. Still, Hiruzen couldn't help but feel a tiny bit guilty. Renzo had been doing great over the past few months, he'd even helped guide Asuma onto a better path. Danzo immediately jumped in, "Hiruzen, are you seriously going soft again? Don't forget, the policy of suppressing the Uchiha came from the higher-ups. Konoha's current military strength is already heavily damaged. If we let them keep growing unchecked, are you sure you can hold them back when the time comes? Especially Uchiha Fugaku. He awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. He beat the Six-Tails Jinchuriki solo. Took out a Kage-level opponent. Killed who knows how many Jonin and Chunin." Danzo slammed his palm down. "If we just let him return to Konoha with all those battle-hardened Uchiha soldiers, can you really say none of them will turn against us? Danzo would never let any of those Uchiha come back right now." Sigh. Hiruzen narrowed his eyes and let out a deep breath. "Fine. We'll go with your plan. But I'm not taking responsibility for this. If Fugaku asks, you explain it to him. Deal." Classic Hiruzen. When there was backlash or dirty work to be done, he always pushed it onto Danzo. Heh. Danzo sneered inside, calling Hiruzen a hypocrite, but nodded anyway, "Fine. I'll be the villain again. I'm the shadow of Konoha, after all, this kind of thing suits me." That settled, then, Koharu and Hamura chimed in, nodding in agreement. Suppressing the Uchiha. Weakening them. No big deal. Nothing new there. Far away in an underground base, Renzo watched the whole conversation unfold through his nano-surveillance system. Heh, what a bunch of schemers. He smirked coldly. Too bad all that plotting is for nothing. You guys won't even get the chance. He gave an order to Red Queen, send the footage to Fugaku. He needs to understand the truth of the situation, and make sure he gets the Uchiha on the front lines ready. I don't want them caught off guard and taking heavy losses. For now, the Uchiha had to stay where they were, split across the two war fronts a bit longer, like Danzo wanted. And once things settled down in Konoha, they could return. Of course, Renzo sent 2 shadow clones, one to each battlefield. Partly to protect his clan. Partly to take out some of Danzo's root operatives. This time, he was going to make Danzo pay in blood. Yes, Master, Red Queen replied immediately. She used a satellite to connect with the communicator Renzo had given Fugaku and transmitted both Renzo's words and the surveillance footage. Bang. Fugaku slammed the table in fury after watching the video. Those bastards. Outrageous. He gritted his teeth. Hiruzen. Danzo. How dare you treat the Uchiha like this? Do you think we're fools? Disposable tools. This kind of betrayal, use them on the battlefield, then plan to get rid of them afterward, how could he not be enraged? He wanted to kill Danzo and Hiruzen right then and there. But now wasn't the time to lose control. He took a deep breath and asked calmly, Red Queen, how's the operation? Is everything still on track? She replied without hesitation, everything's going according to plan. The master told me to inform you, he's already brought Namikaze Minato, Uzumaki Kushina, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru to our side. The plan will succeed. Just cooperate as instructed. Oh. Fugaku's eyes lit up a bit, finally feeling a little more at ease. Then I'll be waiting for Renzo's good news. And don't worry, I'll make sure the clan here knows what to do. Understood. Elsewhere, Minato secretly contacted Jiraiya and showed him all the evidence they'd gathered, every dirty secret, every shady move Danzo had made, including Hiruzen's role in it all. Jiraiya's face darkened as he scrolled through it. So Tsunade was right. Nawaki's death, and the targeting of the Senju clan, Danzo was behind it. And Sensei, he just let it happen. His fists clenched. And Tsukumo, the whole village turned on him, but Danzo was pulling the strings. And Sensei, he also knew. He knew and did nothing. Why? Is power really worth that much to him? The Hokage's job is supposed to be protecting the village, making Konoha stronger. But look at what they've done. Suppressing geniuses, eliminating anyone who disagrees with them, targeting the Senju, the Uchiha, even the Hyuga. Everything they've done is digging up the very roots of Konoha. Jiraiya's eyes were red. He was furious. This wasn't how it was supposed to be. This wasn't the teacher he looked up to. This wasn't the Hokage he believed in. Minato's face was dark as well. That's why the third isn't fit to be Hokage anymore. Maybe, he never was. Sure, he's done some good for the village. No one's denying that. But it's not enough to cover up all the damage he's caused. The lives lost. The future ruined. Sensei. He looked Jiraiya straight in the eyes, serious and determined. I need your help. Your support. I want to become the fourth Hokage. A real Hokage. And when that happens, I want you to watch over me. Keep an eye on me. If I ever stray from the path, if I ever stop putting Konoha's people first, I want you to be the one to call me out. To stop me. Can you do that? Minato's words came straight from the heart, honest, passionate, and pure. Jiraiya could see that. His student still had that fire. That kindness. That unwavering will to do what's right. Minato wasn't just aiming for the Hokage title, he was ready to carry the will of fire. Jiraiya laughed quietly, his eyes softening as a rare look of pride spread across his face. You little punk. Jiraiya felt a spark of hope in this situation. Maybe all wasn't lost after all. Maybe the future still had a chance. All right, he clapped a firm hand on Minato's shoulder, eyes now steady and resolute. I'll support you. I'll be there. And I'll watch over you. Go for it, Minato. Go and chase your future. As long as you don't lose your way, I'll always have your back. Don't let me down. From that moment on, Jiraiya's disappointment in the third was set in stone. He placed all his hope for the village in Minato. Minato has to be the child of prophecy, he told himself. He has to be. Minato bowed deeply, full of gratitude. Thank you for believing in me, Sensei. Having a teacher who not only believed in him, but was willing to walk beside him through it all, it made him feel lucky. Ha ha ha. Jiraiya chuckled and pulled him up, his somber look fading. The tension in the room lifted a bit as he smirked and raised an eyebrow. So, what do you need me to do next, huh? You're gonna need more supporters, right? Don't underestimate Hiruzen and Danzo. Even the other two old advisors won't be easy to deal with. Just that evidence you've got. It's not enough to take them down. Want me to reach out to my two old teammates, Tsunade and Orochimaru? Get them on board. I've also got some pull with a few of the ninja clans around here. I can talk to them, maybe win them over to your side too. Minato nodded without hesitation. If you're willing to help, then that'd be amazing. Renzo already told me he's brought Lady Tsunade and Lord Orochimaru over to our side, but if he could go confirm it personally, I'd feel much more at ease. This wasn't just politics, they were putting their lives, and the lives of those they loved, on the line. He wanted to be careful. Wait, what? Jiraiya blinked. Renzo. You mean that Uchiha genius who showed up a couple years ago? You two are close or something. He actually managed to win over both Tsunade and Orochimaru. In Jiraiya's memory, Uchiha Renzo was just some up-and-coming prodigy from the Uchiha clan, a rising star who had barely made a splash before Hiruzen and Danzo started suppressing him. He thought the guy had gone quiet since then. But now he'd apparently grown into someone who could shake the whole village. Chapter 191, What Uchiha Really Wants. Minato smiled and nodded, saying, Renzo's abilities go way beyond what you know, Sensei. Seriously, he's a genius that surpasses even the first Hokage. Not only that, he's kind-hearted, visionary, and sharp as hell. Take a look at these documents, all of this intel. He swiped it straight from Danzo's root headquarters. Oh, and by the way, the whole plan to take down Danzo, even pushing for the third Hokage to step down. That was his idea, too. Honestly, From Minato's perspective, with Renzo's strength and intelligence, he was probably the most qualified person to become the fourth Hokage. But, what a shame. He had actually asked Renzo once, and Renzo just flat out refused, saying he didn't like dealing with troublesome things or all the boring political nonsense. And he was really firm about it. Jiraiya rubbed his chin thoughtfully. You're saying Renzo was the one who wanted to bring down Danzo and the third? Then what's he after? Don't tell me he's just doing it out of the goodness of his heart. Because if he wasn't getting anything out of it, why go to all that trouble helping Minato? No way a guy like him would jump through so many hoops just for fun. Jiraiya had long since outgrown his naive younger days. After seeing the darkness both inside and outside the village, he knew better than to trust that kind of thing blindly. Oh, I know what he wants. He told me himself, Minato said with a smile, picking up on his teacher's doubts. Renzo just wants me, after I become Hokage, to treat the Uchiha clan fairly. Get rid of all those unfair policies that have been targeting them. Jiraiya waited for the rest. But Minato had already finished speaking. That's it? Jiraiya asked, raising an eyebrow. Minato nodded. Yup. That's all. Doesn't that sound a bit too simple? Jiraiya frowned slightly. Minato chuckled. Sensei, do you really think that sounds simple, especially with how things are in Konoha now? Or with the way the third's been running things? His eyes grew serious as he looked up at the sky. You've seen more than I have, Sensei. You should know this, ever since the second Hokage's time, there've been targeted surveillance and suppression policies aimed at the Uchiha. I don't know exactly what the Uchiha were like back then, so I won't judge whether the second Hokage was right or wrong. But the thing is, those policies never changed. If anything, they got worse under Danzo and the third Hokage. Is that really okay? What have the current Uchiha done wrong? Have they ever done anything truly unforgivable to Konoha? Aren't they part of the village too? Jiraiya was momentarily at a loss for words. Well, I guess, yeah, you're right. They really haven't. Even if a lot of people dislike the Uchiha running the Konoha police force, that was something the second Hokage deliberately handed to them. Back in the day, he'd talked about this with Tsunade and Orochimaru. None of them were fools. Even the more clear-headed members of the Uchiha clan probably knew the police force position wasn't exactly a favor. But it was the only real, official authority the Uchiha were allowed to hold. What else were they supposed to do? Just give it up? If they had, Danzo and the third would have been thrilled, finally an excuse to strip away even that, completely kicking the Uchiha out of any position of power in the village. It was like being handed a poison bait and still being forced to swallow it with a smile. No outsider could ever truly understand the bitterness of that. Thinking it through, Jiraiya couldn't help but start feeling a little sympathy for the Uchiha. Clearly, now that he was starting to question the third Hokage's decisions, he was also shedding the biases left behind by the old generation, and finally starting to see the Uchiha for who they really were. That's exactly how it is, Minato nodded seriously. The Uchiha have endured years of unfair treatment, and still, they've never acted out. I think that shows incredible restraint and rationality. It's Konoha that owes them, not the other way around. That's why I agreed to Renzo's request. Once I become Hokage, I'll do my best to overturn those outdated policies, and give the Uchiha a truly fair environment. Renzo told me I'm the only one who can pull it off. That's why he's willing to support me, and I'm willing to help him, too. It's mutual. Minato would become the bridge between the Uchiha and the rest of the village. Help both sides understand each other. Slowly but surely, guide the Uchiha to truly become part of Konoha again, accepted by everyone. And really, that's part of a Hokage's job, isn't it? What kind of Hokage relies on oppression and fear to keep power? What kind of village is built on crushing its own clans and pushing its geniuses into corners? Jiraiya fell silent at that, letting out a soft, After thinking it over, he nodded and said, if that's really the case, then this kid Renzo, he's honestly someone worth trusting. Seems like he's got a pretty sharp mind too. He paused for a beat before continuing, I think I'll go meet him in person. Give him my own judgment after we talk. What do you think, Minato? He needed to see it with his own eyes. Only then would he feel truly at ease. Of course, no problem, Minato said with a smile. But it's probably best not to let the third or Danzo find out. Want me to set up the meeting for you? Things were still pretty tense right now, after all. If Jiraiya just went to Renzo out of nowhere, it'd definitely raise some eyebrows. Oh. Jiraiya paused for a second, then suddenly realized, right. I wasn't thinking. Yeah, sounds good. You handle the arrangements. The sooner, the better. He was eager to confirm things for himself. Then give me a sec, Minato said. I'll get in touch with Renzo now. If everything goes smoothly, you two should be able to meet real soon. As he spoke, Minato raised his left hand and tapped twice on the communication band on his wrist. Then, speaking clearly into it, he said, "Red Queen, connect me to Renzo. See if he's free and can come over to my current location." This was a gadget Renzo had given him. Super handy for staying in touch. Right now, Renzo had already launched over a dozen satellites into orbit around the shinobi world, covering nearly the entire continent. Communication was crystal clear almost everywhere. "Understood, Lord Minato," a female voice answered instantly from the device. Huh. Jiraiya blinked, curiosity immediately piqued. He leaned closer to get a better look at the gadget on Minato's wrist. "What's this?" A girl's voice. "Kinda sounds like Tsunade when she was a kid. Am I hearing things?" Minato looked a bit surprised, then laughed awkwardly. "Sounds like Lady Tsunade. I think that might be a stretch. This is a communication device Renzo designed. It lets you talk to someone over really long distances. He said it can work from thousands of kilometers away, as long as the signal's stable." Minato had been blown away by it the first time he used it, just like Jiraiya was now. "Wait, seriously? Thousands of kilometers?" Jiraiya was stunned. "That's wild. Man, I wonder if I could get one too." He wasn't just shocked, he was seriously tempted. Imagine if Tsunade, Orochimaru, or even all those lovely ladies he'd met while traveling could each have one. He'd be able to chat them up whenever he wanted. Wouldn't that be the dream? "Oh. That's not out of the question, Jiraiya." A voice suddenly chimed in from the other side of Minato, and there was Renzo, smiling as he joined them. Jiraiya turned and stared. "When did you get here? Don't tell me, you know Flying Thunder God too?" "Yep," Renzo nodded casually. "Wah." Jiraiya's eyes went wide. "I was just kidding. You actually do know it? Wait, you mastered it?" He immediately looked suspiciously at Minato. "Don't tell me you taught him." "That wasn't me," Minato replied with a helpless smile, shaking his head. "Sensei, did you forget? When the third forcibly summoned Renzo back to the village that time, one of the rewards he gave, based on Renzo's contributions, was access to the Flying Thunder God technique. I definitely mentioned it to you before." "Oh." Jiraiya's eyes widened again. "Now that you mention it, yeah, I think you did. Totally forgot." Still, he stared at Renzo, visibly impressed. "Not bad, kid. You actually managed to learn a jutsu even I couldn't. You really are something else." Jiraiya gave Renzo a curious once-over. This kid just popped up and dropped a bombshell like it was nothing. Yeah, he definitely wasn't normal. Chapter 192, Sorry, I have a girlfriend. Luckily I had the knowledge from those before me, and a tiny bit of talent, so it wasn't too hard to learn. Honestly, Jiraiya, with Minato's experience to guide you, maybe you could learn it too. Renzo said with a playful smile on his face. What he said might have sounded modest, but the vibe was full-blown, I'm built different. Heh. Jiraiya let out a helpless laugh and shook his head. Don't mess with me, kid. I've studied that jutsu, I know how ridiculously hard it is. That thing. If you don't have talent, forget it. And even with talent, you still need insane comprehension and willpower just to grasp it. Minato was right, you're one of those rare geniuses, huh? Jiraiya had long accepted that talent was pure luck of the draw. Back in the day, he was always the underdog. No matter how hard he tried, he could never catch up to Orochimaru. Talent made all the difference. Of course, Jiraiya would never admit he wasn't that talented, or that Orochimaru was better than him. Just admitting Renzo had the talent for Flying Thunder God was already his limit. Not like Orochimaru ever had talent in spacetime jutsu either, so that's it. Here. This is for you, Jiraiya. Renzo casually tossed him a communications wristband, already prepped and ready. Minato and I can show you how to use it, or just ask Red Queen. Whoa. Careful, brat. Don't just throw it like this. Jiraiya scrambled to catch it and shot Renzo a fake glare before raising an eyebrow. Say, I've been wondering, who the heck is this Red Queen? Why does her voice sound like Tsunade when she was a kid? Renzo paused for a second, surprised. You actually picked that up. Damn it. He had deliberately modulated the voice using Tsunade's current voice as a reference, then adjusted it to sound more youthful, not Tsunade's actual childhood voice. How sharp are this guy's ears? Wait, no, this has nothing to do with ears. Kinda scary, honestly. Really? Let her say something again, I wanna double check. Jiraiya now sounded unsure of himself. Sure thing. Renzo nodded, then spoke into Jiraiya's wristband. Red Queen, did you hear that? Say hi to Jiraiya. A moment later, Red Queen's voice came through the wristband. Yes, master. Hello, Jiraiya-sama. Yep, perfectly adjusted voice. Renzo gave a silent thumbs up in his head. Nice work. She picked up on my meaning immediately. Huh, maybe I was just imagining things. Doesn't sound exactly like her. Jiraiya chuckled and strapped the wristband onto his left arm. Then he looked at Renzo again. But seriously, who is Red Queen? How should I explain it? Renzo rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Strictly speaking, she's not a real person. She's a program, basically a virtual intelligence that exists in computers and networks. Jiraiya. What the hell are you talking about? He understood some words individually, but put together. Not a clue. Ahem. Trying to save face and cover up the fact he was totally lost, Jiraiya cleared his throat and suddenly put on a serious face. I see. Let's get to the point. I asked Minato to call you over because I wanted to ask, why do you want to support Minato becoming Hokage? What are your plans for the future? He locked his eyes on Renzo, watching every expression and movement. He wanted to see through him completely. Oh. Renzo chuckled knowingly. So that's what this is about, huh? Well, it's simple really. Minato and I are close, and I know him well. He's someone who truly wants what's best for the village. I believe he'll be a great Hokage, someone who'll actually help fix the Uchiha's awkward situation. And he's willing to change things. But, the main reason was their good relationship. And Minato actually listens to him. That made Minato the perfect tool for now. That's it. Jiraiya blinked, a little taken aback. But, he could tell this kid wasn't lying. So why did both Renzo and Minato seem so genuinely pure and sincere? And as for my future plans? Renzo just continued, the usual. Do some research, train a bit, flirt with pretty girls here and there. Help Uchiha and Konoha grow stronger, more prosperous, and hopefully turn the village into a more fun and exciting place. Yeah, that's about it. Of course, if the timing's right in the future, making the ninja world truly peaceful would be a nice bonus. Yep. His plans for the future were simple, honest, and colorful. You. Jiraiya looked at him, utterly speechless. Why does it feel like you're completely lacking motivation? Like a laid-back slacker. Can't you show a little more passion? Add some fire to your goals or something. But, I'll give you credit for one thing. I think on this particular point, you and I are very much alike. Let's pee. Ahem. Before Jiraiya could finish, Minato couldn't hold it in anymore and coughed loudly. Jiraiya-sensei, could you not lead the kid astray? Huh? Jiraiya whipped around, indignant. Minato, what the hell are you talking about? Lead the kid astray? This was his idea in the first place. If you ask me, he's already a little flirt even without my help. And you're blaming your teacher for corrupting him. Don't you feel guilty at all? Minato. Teacher, please. Humph. Jiraiya huffed and turned away from his ungrateful student, refusing to even look at him. He turned back to Renzo and continued, you probably don't even have a girlfriend yet, huh? Bet you don't understand how wonderful women can. Before he could finish, Renzo raised his hand and interrupted with a calm smile, actually, Jiraiya-san, I do have a girlfriend. We've known each other since we were kids. Jiraiya. This punk just delivered a critical hit right to his heart. Here I am, trying to kindly share some of my wisdom about women, and you throw that in my face. That's a betrayal. That's a slap to my soul. Jiraiya's face froze as he slowly turned to Minato, dead serious. You see, Minato. I was right. You really can't trust this Uchiha brat. Sensei. Come on. Minato looked helpless, caught between laughter and exasperation. Jiraiya-sensei really hasn't changed a bit. Still the same ridiculous old man. Humph. Jiraiya crossed his arms with a huff, looking away again. Fine. I'll admit it. This brat's not half bad. Pretty trustworthy overall. But, he's got no respect for his elders, and his mouth is way too sharp. Oh, and another thing. He turned back and glared at Renzo with mock severity. You're way too young to be dating already. That's not okay. You. I heard that back when you were in school, Renzo cut in, smirking, you used to sneak into bookstores to peek at those kinds of magazines. Isn't that right? He gave Jiraiya a knowing side glance. Who are you trying to fool, old man? Everyone knows what kind of guy you are. You're the last person who gets to lecture me about early romance. TSK, if only you knew what kinds of names Naruto fans gave you. What? Who told you that? That's slander. Defamation. I'll make you swallow 1,000 senbons for spreading lies. Jiraiya looked like his hair was about to catch fire. Oh, that. Orochimaru told me, Renzo replied with an innocent grin, casually tossing the blame. Boom. Of course it was that damn snake. Next time I see him, he's dead. Acting like my mother, seriously. Jiraiya was fuming. Well, that's between you and him. Renzo waved it off, then glanced at the time. If there's nothing else, I'm off. I promised my girl we'd go shopping. Later. He gave Jiraiya a lazy wave, nodded at Minato, and vanished from sight with Flying Thunder God. That brat. What did he mean by that last part? Was that a jab at me? Jiraiya muttered, feeling even more annoyed. Jiraiya-sensei. Minato sighed, almost at his limit. Are you sure you came here to talk business? Heh. Seeing Minato's exasperated expression, Jiraiya finally let out a sheepish chuckle. All right. I was just messing with the kid a bit. But seriously, I've got no doubts now. He's solid. Everything he said was true. Well, except maybe being a playboy at this age. Maybe he has more than one girlfriend. Minato, don't take after him in that area, all right? You've already got a girlfriend who loves you. Unbelievable. This guy had the nerve to scold Renzo while trying to educate Minato with a straight face. Chapter 193, the 4th Hokage Election Day. I got it. Minato gave a slightly helpless smile. Let's head back then. See you at home in a bit. With that, he dispelled the shadow clone. Yep, this version of Minato wasn't the real deal. The original was still back at home in Konoha. And this place? It wasn't even Konoha, it was just a small town somewhere in the Land of Fire. Geez, everyone's gone already. No one thought to give me a ride. Seriously. Flying Thunder God this, Flying Thunder God that. I'm just some poor guy stuck walking home. Grumbling to himself, Jiraiya started making his way back to the village. All this trouble for my students, what a pain. So much for my materials gathering trip, too. 8 days later. Most of the ninja from the Kirigakure front had returned home in triumph. Well, everyone except for the Uchiha. Aside from Fugaku and a few others, the clan members had been reassigned to other battlefields, Kimogakure and Iwagakure. That same day, the 3rd Hokage put on a bit of a show at the village gate, welcoming Orochimaru back with a full-on ceremony. As for Fugaku. Sorry, not invited. He'd been summoned back to the village half a day early. And not just that, Hiruzen and Danzo personally met with him in the Hokage's office. They offered a few words of half-hearted praise, and then. That was it. Heh. Just like Renzo warned me, it's the classic, burn bridges after crossing them, routine. They really think they can just use the Uchiha like disposable tools. Fugaku felt humiliated, but thanks to Renzo's warning, he didn't lash out. He just gave a cold snort, stood up, and left in a huff. At the ceremony. Orochimaru, you've done well. For now, go home and get some rest, you've earned it, Hiruzen said, smiling as he greeted his student warmly. I understand, sensei. Orochimaru responded with a polite smile. Rest. What a joke. This was just the Hokage's way of brushing him aside. Same treatment as Renzo got back then. Orochimaru was deeply disappointed. It was obvious now, Hiruzen didn't trust him. He was afraid Orochimaru had gained too much popularity and might threaten the selection of the next Hokage. Hiruzen stepping down was pretty much a done deal. The real question was, who would be the 4th? Hiruzen wasn't looking for someone capable. He was looking for someone he could control, a puppet Hokage. Young, inexperienced, without any real backing or influence. Someone meek, someone easy to manipulate. And Orochimaru? Yeah, he didn't fit that mold in the slightest. Hiruzen knew exactly what his student was like, popular, well-connected, cunning, and proud. All the things he couldn't tolerate in a successor. So Orochimaru had been written off from the start. TCH. Same old routine, huh? What a shame. This time, things won't go the way you planned, old man. Let's see how tomorrow's clan leader meeting plays out. I'm expecting some real drama. With those thoughts swirling in his mind, Orochimaru quietly slipped away from the welcome parade. Hiruzen watched him leave, feeling a strange unease he couldn't quite explain. Everything seemed fine, but still. Something just didn't feel right. Back at the Uchiha compound. Fugaku had just finished catching up with his family after returning from that awkward meeting with the Hokage when Renzo arrived. Hey Fugaku, Mikoto. Renzo stepped in with a relaxed grin, greeting them casually. Have a seat. I've got a few things I want to talk to you about. Fugaku gestured to the open spot across from him. Renzo sat across from him, took a sip of the tea Mikoto had set out, and finally said, "So, looks like you already got the cold shoulder from Hiruzen and Danzo." Fugaku rolled his eyes. "You brat. Like you didn't already know exactly how that meeting went. I mean, come on. We came back from the front lines with a huge win. But only a handful of us returned, including just me and a few bodyguards. And all I got was a few empty words of praise. No follow-up. No recognition. Not even a proper welcome ceremony. Meanwhile, the rest of our guys are just being shoved off to other battlefields again. This is outrageous. They're heroes. And this is how the third treats them. Sending them right back to die. This, honestly, might have been the most insulted Fugaku had ever felt. Sure, things had been unfair in the past, too. But at least back then, he couldn't argue, he hadn't made any major contributions. But this time. This was ridiculous. Ha. Renzo just chuckled lightly. Didn't we already see this coming? Calm down. Tomorrow's when we make our move. Right now, the real cancer in Konoha is Hiruzen, Danzo, Koharu, and Hamura, those so-called elders at the top. It's about time they step down. Just stick to the plan tomorrow, Fugaku. I'll step in at the right moment. After so much planning, it was finally time to bring it all to an end. Even Renzo was starting to get impatient. All right. Fugaku gave a firm nod. After that, the two of them discussed some final details. Fugaku even had Renzo stay for dinner before letting him leave. The next morning. In the main conference hall of the Hokage Tower, clan leaders from all across the village were gathering one after another. Renzo came along as Fugaku's bodyguard. Once Fugaku found the Uchiha seat and sat down, Renzo took his place quietly behind him, waiting for the meeting to begin. Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Minato had all shown up as well. Creak. The door to the hall swung open. Hiruzen walked in with Danzo, Koharu, Hamura, and several ANBU behind him. They all quickly took their seats. Ahem. Hiruzen stood up, cleared his throat, and began speaking. Everyone, thank you for coming. First, I want to share updates about the Kiri front. We'll be commending those who performed outstandingly in the recent battles. Second. His expression turned a little more serious. Lately, I've been feeling the burden of age. I believe it's time to elect the fourth Hokage. I'd like to hear everyone's opinions today. We'll come up with a few candidates together, and then let the villagers vote to decide who the new Hokage should be. Of course, this was something he had already planned long in advance. With the major wars nearly over on all fronts, it was the perfect time to hold an election, especially before most of the frontline ninjas returned. That way, neither Minato, Orochimaru, nor even Fugaku had many supporters present in the village. It was the ideal situation. The outcome of the vote would still be under his control. And keeping power close was a lot easier this way. The next Hokage will just be his puppet, with all the power still in his hands, the third Hokage. Woa. Such boldness from Lord Third. I think Lord Minato would be perfect. I vote for Lord Orochimaru. Lady Tsunade and Lord Jiraiya are great picks too. Voices rose across the hall as the clan leaders and a few civilian Jonin representatives began to speak up. Unsurprisingly, Minato and Orochimaru were the top picks. Tsunade and Jiraiya also had their fans, though both had publicly stated before that they weren't interested in running. So most of their supporters shifted to either Minato or Orochimaru. As for Danzo. Yeah, no one liked him. Not even a mention. Danzo's face turned sour. He'd expected it, but it still stung. His eyes quietly scanned the hall, taking mental notes of those who spoke the loudest. Humph. If the timing wasn't right, and I hadn't told the Shimura clan and my supporters to keep quiet for now, things would be different, Danzo thought bitterly. I just don't want to attract too much attention from Hiruzen yet. That's all. Suddenly, Fugaku stood up and declared loudly. On behalf of the Uchiha clan, I fully support Namikaze Minato for fourth Hokage. The room instantly fell silent. All eyes turned to him in shock. Just half a year ago, rumors had been flying that Fugaku himself was aiming for the Hokage seat. Many of the Uchiha and the police force had been openly pushing that agenda. They clearly had ambitions for the position. And now, out of nowhere, Fugaku was backing Minato. Hiruzen, Danzo, and the two advisors exchanged uneasy glances. When did Minato and Fugaku get so close? Hiruzen glanced over at Minato and saw him sitting there calmly, completely unfazed. It was obvious he'd known about this in advance. That only made Hiruzen more uncomfortable. This wasn't in the script. He thought he had Minato completely under control. But now, right when it mattered most, something unexpected had happened. And Fugaku, of all people, had publicly and clearly thrown his support behind Minato. What the hell is going on? Chapter 194, Uchiha Renzo finally strikes. I support Minato too. Not just because he's my best student, but because I truly believe he's the most suitable. At that moment, Jiraiya chimed in with a big grin, trying to ease the heavy atmosphere a little. Well, it worked for most people, but not for Hiruzen and the other elders. I support Minato as well. Right after, Tsunade stood up too, making her stance crystal clear. Tsunade, you. Hiruzen and the others looked at her in shock, though part of them kind of understood. After all, Minato's girlfriend was Uzumaki Kushina, someone very close to Tsunade. It wasn't too surprising she'd throw her support behind him. Still, from Hiruzen's perspective, this was definitely not good news. Tsunade wasn't just giving casual support, she was going all in for Minato. That also meant all the ninja clans loyal to her would likely follow suit. And with Jiraiya backing Minato too, the guy who came from a civilian background suddenly had two major powerhouses behind him. This had already blown way past what Hiruzen had planned for or could control. He had assumed that no matter what, neither Jiraiya nor Tsunade would so obviously take sides at a sensitive time like this. At least, Tsunade's attitude today was way out of character. But the surprises weren't over yet. TSK, I also support Minato-kun as the next Hokage. And by the way, I'm withdrawing from the race. At that moment, Orochimaru stood up and announced with a smirk. Boom. The whole room immediately exploded in uproar. What the hell was going on? Wasn't the fourth Hokage position basically a fight between Minato and Orochimaru? Now Orochimaru, one of the top competitors, was just straight up withdrawing and fully supporting Minato. What was this madness? Didn't that basically mean the election was already decided? Orochimaru, you. Hiruzen jumped up from his seat with a loud whoosh, locking his sharp eyes onto Orochimaru, demanding an explanation without even speaking. If that's the case, then there's no point dragging this out, right? We should just officially settle it. Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind Fugaku. Everyone, Hiruzen, Danzo, and all the other clan leaders, immediately turned toward the speaker. Know your place. In the next second, Danzo shot to his feet and barked furiously at Renzo, who the hell do you think you are? You think you have a right to speak here? Do you Uchiha even understand what rules mean? Get out of here. Hiruzen, Koharu, and the others all narrowed their eyes, clearly standing with Danzo. Meanwhile, a lot of the clan leaders were looking over with interest. What's this kid trying to pull, standing up at a moment like this? Hiruzen's heart sank even further. He could feel things slipping further and further out of his hands. Most of the people here had heard of Renzo, the new rising star of the Uchiha clan, and they knew he'd been suppressed for a while now. So him stepping up today definitely wasn't just some reckless move. At least judging by his calm, unfazed expression, he clearly wasn't acting on impulse. Naturally, a lot of people were happy to sit back and enjoy the show, curious to see what the Uchiha, or Renzo himself, planned to do next. Right after Danzo finished shouting, Renzo slowly lifted his head, his face ice cold, and his terrifying aura exploded outward. Boom. The pressure hit like a tidal wave, blanketing the entire hall in an instant. Everyone felt the weight settle on their shoulders, heavy as a mountain. Of course, Danzo and Hiruzen got the full force of it, the others only caught the edges of the blast. What the hell? That's insane. That chakra, it's unreal. Oi, is this kid seriously this strong already? For a moment, the entire hall was frozen in shock at Renzo's terrifying pressure and the sheer amount of chakra he was pouring out. It was like standing in front of a tailed beast, maybe even worse. You little brat. What the hell do you think you're doing? Danzo, shocked at first, quickly barked back with a dark, nasty face. Whoosh. Before he could react any further, Renzo disappeared in a blur, and in the next instant appeared right above Danzo. Bam. With a heavy stomp, Renzo slammed Danzo's head straight down into the conference table before anyone could blink. Crack. Danzo's skull smashed into the thick wood, leaving a huge crater and spiderweb-like cracks spreading out in all directions. And then, as everyone stared in stunned silence, Renzo just looked down at Danzo's struggling figure, his voice cold as ice. And who the hell do you think you are? Talking to me like that? Maybe before, Renzo had reasons to hold back. But today, he wasn't planning to put up with it any longer. Renzo, you. Hiruzen, Koharu, and Hamura were still rattled from the earlier display of power and chakra, but they quickly shook it off and tried to speak up, wanting to stop Renzo before things got worse. Shut the hell up. Before they could say a word, Renzo snapped, his voice slicing through the room like a blade. He shot them a cold look and barked. Step aside. This is between me and Danzo. Your turn will come later. You. Hiruzen and the others' faces turned even uglier, furious and frustrated, teetering on the verge of taking action. Meanwhile, outside the hall, the umbu stationed nearby had sensed the commotion. They shoved open the doors and rushed in. Umph. Renzo's gaze sharpened, and another wave of terrifying pressure burst out, mixed with Conqueror's haki. This time, the crushing force slammed directly onto Hiruzen, Koharu, Hamura, and the dozens of umbu charging in through the door. The umbu didn't even get a chance to react, they dropped to the ground, unconscious, like puppets with their strings cut. Hiruzen and the others were rooted to the spot, faces full of horror, unable to move under the sheer weight of Renzo's aura. What the hell is this? How was it even possible for someone to have this much power just from sheer presence alone? Hiruzen realized he had seriously underestimated Renzo, again. What the hell was I thinking, letting this kid grow unchecked to this point? Regret and frustration flooded his heart. But for now, he knew better than to act rashly. He could only grit his teeth and wait to see what Renzo planned to do next. The other clan heads were thinking the same. Honestly, a lot of them were feeling incredibly satisfied seeing Danzo getting stomped into the ground like this. After all, almost every clan present had been bullied or threatened by Danzo at some point. Some of their best and brightest had been forced into Danzo's rotten little root organization, brainwashed into his mindless soldiers, forced to betray even their own clans. And don't even get started on the secret jutsu and bloodline techniques Danzo had stolen over the years. The resentment ran deep. But before, they could only swallow their anger because they didn't have the strength to fight back. Now, though, seeing someone finally putting Danzo in his place. Oh, they were loving it. Of course, none of them dared to show it openly, not yet. If Renzo failed to truly crush Danzo today, anyone who laughed too soon would probably be the next target. Tsunade, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Fugaku were exceptions, though. They were openly enjoying the show. Renzo finally turned his cold eyes back down to Danzo and sneered, "You filthy mutt. You sewer rat, why didn't you just stay hidden in your stinking hole? Why'd you have to crawl up onto the stage where real people stand? You think this is a place for trash like you?" "You know," Renzo said, his voice growing colder, "I've wanted to kill you for a long, long time. Ever since I first showed signs of talent, your rats from Root have tried to assassinate me, not once, not twice, but over 10 times. If I hadn't hidden my true strength, if I hadn't been careful, I would have died a dozen times already. And even after surviving that, I still had to bow my head, getting suppressed by you and the third Hokage. Why? Because you control most of the power in Konoha. Because you think you can target whoever you want. You want to crush a clan. Easy, you crush them. You want to wipe out a clan's genius. Sure, you arrange for accidents to happen. Anyone who threatens your authority, you gang up to destroy them. And you old piece of shit, hiding behind the excuse of protecting Konoha, how many young talents have you forced into your damn Root organization? How many families have you shattered? You claim it's for the village. Then why don't you control your own Shimura clan's talents, huh? Why not brainwash Sarutobi clan geniuses? Oh, and what about the families of those 2 lapdog advisors of yours? Chapter 195, Tsunade kills Danzo, bonus. At this point, Hiruzen, Koharu, and the others had faces so dark and gloomy it looked like rain might start pouring off them. But none of them dared to move. Because just now, every umbu ninja who tried to rush in had been instantly knocked out cold by Renzo's terrifying presence. Every single one, no exceptions. The sheer pressure was terrifying, making their hearts pound in fear. And Renzo hadn't even lifted the pressure he was putting directly on Hiruzen and the others, they couldn't even twitch. Meanwhile, the clan leaders and representatives who were watching felt something completely different. Renzo's words struck a deep chord inside them. Without warning, Yamanaka Inoichi was the first to step forward. He glared at Danzo coldly and snapped. "Yeah. I'd like some answers too, Danzo. Over the years, where exactly have the talents you took from the Yamanaka clan disappeared to? And what about Yamanaka Kaze?" he demanded. "Don't you think it's about time you gave us an explanation?" Narashikaku let out a helpless sigh beside him but still stood forward too, backing Inoichi. "I want to know the same, where are the geniuses from the Nara clan that you took, Elder Danzo? And my Akimichi clan too." Akimichi Choza added, stepping out. The Inoshikacho trio had always acted together, they were united. Seeing them stepping out like this, Hiruzen and his group's faces changed drastically. These 3 clans had always been among the most loyal supporters of the Hokage. And now, they were questioning Danzo publicly. F***CK. This was bad. Really bad. Even worse than when Renzo had crushed them earlier. "And my Abirame clan," another voice called out. "And my Karama clan too. And mine." With the Inoshikacho leading the way, the other clan leaders and reps started stepping up too, one after another, throwing sharp questions at Danzo. It was like watching a crumbling wall getting pushed over. Once it started, there was no stopping it. Kihiha. Danzo, still pinned under Renzo's foot, suddenly let out a low, creepy laugh. Uchiha brat, so this is your plan, huh? This your big scheme? I'll admit, impressive. Very impressive. But none of this changes the fact that you just rebelled against your superiors. And you seriously think it's gonna be that easy to take me down? The next second, wooden tendrils suddenly burst out from Danzo's body, whipping toward Renzo's leg and torso. But Renzo didn't even flinch, he flickered away in an instant, reappearing next to Minato. He turned to Tsunade with a grin and said, "Big sis Tsunade. I'm leaving Danzo to you. Whatever grudges you got, take them out on him. Don't hold back." Tsunade chuckled coldly, cracking her knuckles with a terrifying smile. "Heh. Trust me, I won't." She turned toward Danzo, who was now wielding wood release, and said in a voice colder than ice, "You've really outdone yourself this time, Danzo. I only recently found out, the reason my Senju clan kept losing people, the reason we were driven to the brink of extinction, it was all because of you and my dear old teacher working together. And my brother Nawaki, even Dan. Turns out they both died because of your dirty tricks. And you even dared to desecrate my grandfather's body, trying to steal the Senju bloodline for yourself. You disgusting rats. You're both truly amazing." The moment those words left Tsunade's mouth, Hiruzen and the others' faces completely collapsed. The other clan leaders reacted in a wave of shock and uproar, though some of them weren't that surprised. They had already realized the truth. Back then, when the Senju clan declined, many clans had quietly benefited from this. So now, when Tsunade was dragging out old skeletons, they were perfectly happy to see it happen. Not their problem, right? If another clan went down, they'd just cash in again. Besides, there was only Tsunade left from the main Senju line. Even if she wanted to revive the clan, it would be damn near impossible. There was no threat left. Exposing these dirty secrets now wouldn't cost them anything. If anything, getting rid of Danzo would be a bonus, everyone would be thrilled. Like it was said before, over the years, almost every clan had suffered under the oppression of Hiruzen and Danzo. Anytime a clan produced a couple of geniuses, it was almost impossible for them to survive unscathed. Just imagine the amount of resentment they'd bottled up. Wait. Tsunade, that's not how it. Hiruzen finally tried to speak up, desperate to explain. Shut up. Tsunade cut him off with a roar, her rage boiling over. She pulled out a sealing scroll, popped it open, and a mountain of documents spilled out onto the ground. She grabbed a handful and slapped them hard into Hiruzen's face, snarling. Even now you want to keep lying. These documents record everything in black and white. Every dirty little detail. Want me to read them out loud for you, my dear teacher? In that moment, Tsunade's hatred toward Hiruzen even eclipsed the hatred she had for Danzo. You were my teacher. You were Grandpa Tobarama's student. How the hell could you do this to the Senju clan? How could you just stand by and let it happen, huh? How? Tsunade's eyes were bloodshot as she shouted at him, her voice shaking the walls. Hiruzen stood there, stunned, his hands trembling as he bent down and picked up one of the documents. When he glanced at it, his pupils shrank sharply. It was an assassination order targeting Senju Nawaki. You. Danzo. How dare you do this? Hiruzen instantly exploded in rage, roaring at Danzo. Hey, he. Danzo, still pinned down, just let out a mocking laugh and sneered back, come on, Hiruzen. At this point, you're still gonna keep pretending. You knew about all of this. You allowed it. You're the light of Konoha, and I'm its darkness. All the dirty, bloody work, you left it to me. That's the deal we always had, wasn't it? So what are you acting for now? Shocked. Angry. Please. If it weren't for me handling all the dirty crap over these years, you think you'd have sat so securely on the Hokage's throne? Have you already forgotten how, back when you first came back after Tobarama's dying orders, all the great clans treated us? Looked down on us. Ignored us. Laughed at us. You forgot how we had to swallow every insult, and slowly, bit by bit, claw our rightful power back from the Senju and the other big clans. Danzo was practically spitting the words out. He thought it was laughable, people actually believed Hiruzen had easily secured the Hokage's seat just because Tobirama named him. How naive. From Danzo's point of view, everything they had now was paid for with blood. He didn't think suppressing the Senju or any other clan was wrong at all. Danzo, you. Hiruzen opened his mouth but ended up standing there, silent and powerless. Tsunade coldly laughed when she heard this. So you're saying, scheming for decades to wipe out the Senju, killing off my brother, Nawaki, our last heir, was justified. You bastards. Go to hell. The next instant, Tsunade's fury exploded. All the chakra in her body surged out, she even unleashed her Ein seal without hesitation. Like a human missile, she blasted straight at Danzo, fist raised high. Danzo didn't stand a chance. Before he could even react, Tsunade's full-powered punch smashed into his face. Crack! His entire head exploded like a watermelon. His body hit the ground with a heavy thud, lifeless. It was like Tsunade had killed him in one blow. Instant kill. Ah. Tsunade-sama is terrifying. Many of the clan leaders watching felt their scalps tingle at the sight. Memories of being utterly dominated by Tsunade's monster strength came flooding back. Danzo, Hiruzen, Koharu, and Hamura stared at the brutal scene in complete shock. This man, their comrade of decades, had just been obliterated right in front of their eyes. Tsunade, behind you. Suddenly, Orochimaru's voice cut through the shock, warning her. Hey, too late. Out of nowhere, Danzo, completely unharmed, appeared behind Tsunade. Wind style, vacuum great sphere. He instantly finished weaving signs and blasted a huge ball of compressed wind at Tsunade's back. But Tsunade just sneered, I was waiting for you, you old dog. She spun around and slammed a full power punch straight into the wind sphere, boom. The blast shattered like glass. Then, with a whoosh, Tsunade charged through the exploding wind, catching the now panicking Danzo again. Bam. Another punch, and once again, Danzo's face and skull were crushed into pieces. Blood sprayed everywhere, some of it even landing on Tsunade, but again, there was no sign of her old blood phobia. Her rage had burned away every last trace of fear. After all, blood phobia was just a mental scar, and her fury had completely drowned it out. What the hell is going on? Everyone, Hiruzen, Koharu, Hamura, the clan leaders, all stood frozen in shock. Danzo was definitely dead just a moment ago. But then he popped back up, perfectly fine. And now, was he dead again? What the hell kind of jutsu was this? Why does this feel oddly familiar? Uchiha Fugaku muttered, frowning deeply. Because it is. Renzo shouted from the sidelines. This is the Uchiha clan's forbidden technique, Izanagi. Of course you'd recognize it, clan leader. Huh. Fugaku froze for a second, then realization slammed into him like a truck. Izanagi. But that's supposed to be. He suddenly whipped around, his face twisting with fury as he glared at the new Danzo standing perfectly fine at the entrance of the meeting hall again. Danzo. You stole the Uchiha's Sharingan for yourself. You filthy bastard. You deserve to die. P.S. Check my new book, folks. Read 80+ advanced chapters at backhand index pointing right patreon.com/_coreal. Chapter 196, Danzo's Endless Deaths. What? The clan leaders were stunned when they heard it. That technique just now was actually a forbidden jutsu from the Uchiha clan. Danzo had secretly stolen the Sharingan. Then, thinking about what had happened to their own clan's geniuses and secret techniques over the years, their shock quickly faded into a kind of bitter acceptance. Honestly, with Danzo, was anyone really surprised anymore? Wasn't he always doing crap like this? Heck, didn't he just show off with style earlier too? This guy had messed with the first Hokage's body and bloodline, what's a few stolen Sharingan compared to that? But still, what kind of forbidden jutsu is Izanagi, anyway? It can prevent death itself. Curiosity buzzed through the crowd. Some of the clan heads even started getting greedy little thoughts. But the moment they felt the monstrous chakra waves coming off Renzo and Fugaku, the pressure that made your bones freeze, all those stupid ideas evaporated. Sure, a technique that could cheat death was tempting. But you needed to be alive to use it first. And picking a fight with the Uchiha right now? Yeah, no thanks. Especially when even Danzo was getting beaten like a stray dog, and Hiruzen and the others couldn't even move. I wonder what's gonna happen to Konoha after today. Who knows? But one thing's for sure, looks like the Uchiha are really about to rise up. No doubt about it. And the next Hokage, it's gotta be Namikaze Minato, right? Maybe it will be a Uchiha. Meanwhile, Danzo suddenly bolted for the exit of the Hokage tower. Trying to run. Not happening. Renzo blinked in front of him like a ghost, and without missing a beat, landed a solid kick to Danzo's chest, sending him flying back into the conference hall like a rag doll. Danzo crashed hard into the floor. Without missing a beat, Renzo flashed back to Minato's side and activated his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Projection domain. In an instant, the entire hall was swallowed by a mysterious field, completely cutting off any chance of escape. Wait, that's the Mangekyo Sharingan. You actually awakened those eyes. Hiruzen, Danzo, even Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade all turned to stare at Renzo in pure shock. None of them had realized it before now. Mangekyo Sharingan. What's that? Never heard of it. I thought Uchiha eyes only went up to 3 tomo. Actually, when I went with Orochimaru-sama to the Kiri battlefield, one of the clan heads said, I saw clan leader Fugaku use a new eye technique. Look stronger than the normal Sharingan. Yeah. Fugaku basically soloed the Six Tails Jinchuriki, took down a Kage-level Kiri ninja, and wiped out a bunch of Jonin and Chunin with those eyes. Right. But Renzo's eyes seemed different again, not just the pattern, but the pressure. Maybe they're even above the Mangekyo. The clan leaders all murmured among themselves, whether they knew the full story or not. One thing was clear, if Renzo had this kind of power, he was even more terrifying than they had ever imagined. But whatever. It's not like any of them were planning to fight him. Not unless they had a death wish. At least for now, staying on the Uchiha's good side seemed like the smartest plan ever. Die. Die. Tsunade, burning with rage, saw Danzo crash back into the hall again thanks to Renzo. She shot Renzo a grateful look, then immediately charged at Danzo without missing a beat. Another devastating punch. Another shattered skull. Another life lost. Renzo quietly checked with his chakra sensing. Danzo's right arm still had 5 Sharingan embedded in it, plus the one in his right eye, 6 in total. I can't let him waste that Mangekyo Sharingan, Renzo thought. I'm really curious about the jutsu inside it. It'd be a waste not to study it. Thinking fast, he used his domain ability to quietly slip a genjutsu onto Danzo, making him completely ignore the Mangekyo in his right eye. With the massive power gap between them, and the projection domain boosting him even more, it was almost laughably easy. Boom. 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 The whole building was falling apart from the force of Tsunade and Danzo's brawl. The place looked ready to collapse at any second. Shit. The building's gonna come down. We gotta get out of here. Some of the clan heads panicked and started heading for the exits. No need to freak out. I'll just take everyone somewhere more suitable, Renzo said casually. With just a thought, he activated his domain and instantly teleported everyone inside it several miles behind the Hokage rock, landing them in a wide open clearing. Wait, what? How's that even possible? What the hell just happened? Is this Renzo's Mangekyo ability? Damn. That's crazy. This is way scarier than Flying Thunder God. Everyone looked around, trying to wrap their heads around the sudden change in scenery. The familiar yet unfamiliar surroundings left them all stunned. Even Fugaku couldn't hide his shock. Same Mangekyo Sharingan, but the gap is this huge. Fugaku thought bitterly. Compared to Renzo's ridiculous ability, his own Mangekyo felt like cheap fireworks. Yeah. I was right. Renzo's eyes must be eternal Mangekyo, maybe even something beyond that. After all, he'd never even heard of Uchiha Madara's eternal Mangekyo having 9 tomo. That damn brat. Danzo was caught off guard too. Before he could react, Tsunade was already on him, landing another devastating punch that blew his head up again, costing him yet another life. Danzo was about to lose his mind. Hey Minato, could your Flying Thunder God do something like that? Jiraiya stroked his chin and turned to ask. Minato gave a helpless smile and shook his head. Not even close. I'd have to touch them first. Plus, mass teleportation like that would need a crazy amount of chakra, and ridiculous control over the Flying Thunder God technique. Minato sighed. He realized now, he had seriously underestimated Renzo. For Renzo, Flying Thunder God probably wasn't even that impressive anymore. Sure, Minato's chakra was growing like crazy lately, ever since he'd infused himself with Uzumaki DNA, but even so, his Flying Thunder God mastery wasn't at the level needed for a stunt like that. No big deal, Renzo said with a grin, waving his hand. It's just mass teleportation using a combination of domain ability and Flying Thunder God. You can think of the domain as a shortcut, like touching everyone at once. Honestly though, Renzo could have pulled it off with his pure superpower-based teleportation too. And now that his teleportation ability and Flying Thunder God had merged at the peak level, there was basically no difference anymore. He didn't even need to separate the two techniques. Easy for you to say, Minato said, shaking his head. But that domain of yours, it's way more than just teleportation, isn't it? I noticed, every time Danzo tried to escape earlier, it was like he was locked in place, like he couldn't break out of some invisible wall. That's gotta be part of your domain, right? Minato hit the nail on the head. Who knows, Renzo shrugged, not confirming or denying anything. Meanwhile, Danzo was really losing his mind. Seeing the last Sharingan in his right arm close shut, realizing he had no more extra lives left, real fear finally crept into his heart. He panicked. You can't kill me. I'm the Hokage's advisor. This is treason. You can't do this, Tsunade. Danzo started shouting desperately, trying to scare her off. Shut the hell up. Tsunade growled. I don't care who you are. You're dead today. Nobody's saving your ass. With that, she kept chasing him relentlessly, throwing monstrous punches that forced Danzo to use wood style again and again just to barely survive. Hiruzen. Save me. Help me. Danzo, seeing that threatening Tsunade didn't work, turned to the third Hokage for help, yelling frantically. He didn't stop there either. You were part of all this too, Hiruzen. And so were you, Koharu. Hamura. Don't think if I die, you'll get away clean. You really think that Uchiha brat is gonna let you off? You really think Tsunade's gonna just forgive and forget? Wake up. We're all screwed. We're all on the same sinking ship now. You let me die, and you're all next. Danzo, completely desperate, kept shouting as he staggered toward Hiruzen and the elders, trying to drag them down with him. His words hit a nerve. Stop. Tsunade. Hiruzen, Koharu, and Hamura, who had been immobilized by Renzo's domain pressure, suddenly stood up, yelling loudly. Their voices echoed, trying to stop Tsunade from finishing Danzo off. Chapter 197, Public Trial. Old man third, for Asuma's sake, I'm giving you a piece of advice, shut up and stay put. If you behave, you might just keep your miserable life. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rough with you, Renzo said coldly. Seriously, even at a time like this, they still wanted to protect Danzo. Where the hell were they getting their confidence from? You. Hiruzen's face darkened. He glared at Renzo and snapped, a village has its rules. Even if Danzo and I did something wrong, it should be handled through a fair and open trial, not private vengeance. If we let you do whatever you want, how's Konoha supposed to run? How can we uphold any order? He sounded righteous and full of moral authority. Honestly, if Hiruzen were born on Earth, he could easily become the president of most countries with his level of hypocrisy. He was a true politician. Of course, even on Earth there are plenty like him, so it's not like he'd really make a difference or make things even worse. Anyway, every ninja knew, this was just Hiruzen trying to buy time, for himself, for Danzo, for all of them, to weasel their way out of this mess. Still, hearing Hiruzen's words, even Jiraiya, Minato, and several clan heads started to hesitate. The clan leaders, especially, were worried. If Renzo could just crush anyone with pure strength whenever he wanted, what would happen the next time there was a dispute? Rules were important sometimes, especially for the weak. Without rules, how were they supposed to survive? Orochimaru, on the other hand, was totally enjoying the show. He smirked and whispered, I wonder what choice Renzo-kun will make. In his mind, it didn't really matter. Whatever happened, it wasn't his problem. Right now, he was more interested in his research and working with Renzo. Oh. Renzo noticed the shift in everyone's attitude. He smiled faintly, then casually called out to Tsunade, who was still chasing down Danzo, Hey, Tsunade sis, hold up for a second. Hearing that, the third Hokage, Danzo, and even Minato all visibly relaxed. If Renzo insisted on killing Danzo right now, honestly, none of them could stop him. The strength Renzo showed today was just too much for them to handle. Now that Renzo was showing signs he was willing to play by the rules, they all let out a small sigh of relief. Tsunade froze for a second, her bloodshot eyes glaring at Renzo. You trying to talk me out of it too? She had already decided, no matter what, Danzo must die. Even Renzo couldn't change her mind. Of course not, Renzo waved his hand and grinned. I just thought, wouldn't killing him outright be too easy on him? Right now, most of the villagers, even a lot of the ninja, have no idea about all the crap Danzo, the third Hokage, Koharu, and Hamura have been pulling behind the scenes all these years. If you just kill Danzo now, some idiots might even think he's the hero and we're the traitors. So, what if we keep Danzo alive a bit longer? A few days from now, we'll hold a public trial, right in front of the entire village. Lay bare every single one of his crimes, one by one, for everyone to see. Then, after all that, we let the villagers decide his fate. Sound good? He paused, then smiled sweetly at the third and his two advisors. And since you, Hiruzen, and you too, Renzo looked at Koharu and Hamura, have all stepped up to defend Danzo, I have reason to believe you're in on it too. So, you'll join the trial as well. No problem, right? As he finished speaking, Renzo flashed them a bright, harmless-looking smile. But that smile made everyone from the third Hokage to the advisors feel a chill down their spines. They wanted to refuse. But Renzo clearly wasn't giving them a choice. Danzo. Damn it, at this point, it'd be better if you just killed me. I have to escape. Without thinking, Danzo turned and tried to bolt. But Renzo instantly froze him in place. Realizing he couldn't escape, Danzo tried to kill himself instead, only for Renzo to stop him again, grinning. You don't get to choose, buddy. No running, no dying. Otherwise, guess what? The third and the others will have to take all the blame for you. Danzo wanted to curse out loud. What the hell, man? So what? All these years, I've been taking the fall for the third and those two old fossils. Is it really so bad for them to cover for me just once? But Renzo wasn't about to give him the chance. Thinking about what was waiting for him, Danzo's heart completely sank. It's over. Totally, utterly over. Hiruzen. Koharu. Hamura. Meanwhile, they were all cursing Danzo in their hearts too. This bastard. He was planning to dump everything on us. No freaking way. Honestly, having Danzo take the heat right now was the best case scenario. If Danzo became the main scapegoat, their own crimes and screw-ups would look a lot lighter by comparison. The third Hokage and the others were secretly relieved. Sure, they'd been involved in a lot of shady stuff over the years, but most of the truly nasty things had Danzo's fingerprints all over them. As long as Danzo took the fall, they wouldn't have much direct evidence tying back to them. At worst, their reputations would take a massive hit, and they'd lose their positions of power. So no death at least. Damn, that's cold, Orochimaru and several clan leaders thought to themselves. Renzo wasn't just aiming to kill Danzo, he wanted to completely destroy Danzo's name, and drag down the third Hokage and the advisors while he was at it. Honestly, this was way harsher than just killing them. And the worst part? He was doing it all by the book, within the rules. This kid, he's not just strong, he's smart too. Definitely not someone simple. Better watch out for him in the future. That was the thought running through a lot of people's minds. A monster with only brute strength is scary, sure, but a monster with both strength and brains, that's someone you fear. Good. Even better this way. I'm in. Tsunade immediately nodded her agreement. Suddenly, she felt Renzo's idea made perfect sense. Killing Danzo outright. Way too cheap for that bastard. He deserved worse. He deserved to be crushed, disgraced, and spit on by the whole village, that would at least begin to cool the fire of hatred and rage burning inside Tsunade. And bonus, they could deal with the third and his old companions at the same time. Even if she couldn't bring herself to kill her former teacher directly, this would still be a punishment they couldn't escape. After all, killing the third herself, no way. Jiraiya would definitely stop her, and she didn't want the stain of killing her own master on her name. That wasn't worth it, not for the likes of him. The third Hokage wasn't worth that price. She was going to bring him down the right way, openly and legally. This works for us too, Jiraiya, Minato, Orochimaru, and all the clan heads agreed. Honestly, this was the cleanest way to handle things. Good, Renzo nodded in satisfaction. Then he turned to the third Hokage and said, Third, I'll need you to immediately write a letter of resignation, and also a formal recommendation naming Namikaze Minato as the fourth Hokage. After that, Jiraiya, he looked over at Jiraiya, I'll need you to take these documents to the Fire Daimyo. Once everything is officially approved, we can hold the public trial. Sound good? Renzo wasn't about to start a public trial without stabilizing the village first. The new Hokage needed to be in place to prevent any chaos. Sure, with his power, Renzo could crush any rebellion in seconds, but why bother creating a mess he didn't need to deal with? Got it. Jiraiya nodded without hesitation. I agree, the third Hokage said with a defeated look, finally giving in. He knew there was no way to change the outcome anymore. The tide had turned, and he was powerless to stop it. Right now, he could only hope that Danzo would attract most of the villagers' anger and attention. Also, he was betting on Renzo's feelings. After all, he had treated Renzo fairly well in the past, aside from forcibly recalling and sidelining him. And Asuma had a good relationship with Renzo too. If he cooperated now, maybe Renzo would show mercy later, for Asuma's sake at least. The third understood one thing clearly, Renzo valued personal bonds. If he played nice, things might not end up too badly. With the third Hokage actively cooperating, things moved a lot faster. Very soon, the third finished writing his resignation letter and the recommendation for Minato to become the fourth Hokage. Jiraiya left the same day, traveling at top speed to the land of Fire Capital to deliver the documents. As for Danzo and the others, Danzo had his chakra and mobility completely sealed by Renzo, and was tossed into a hidden corner of the Takamagara domain for safekeeping. Hamura and Koharu were placed under temporary house arrest by the Uchiha clan, locked up at the Konoha police department. Meanwhile, the third Hokage began handing over all official duties and power to Minato, including control over the Umbu. Of course, the Umbu members who were hardcore loyalists to the third. They got quietly purged. Then, Minato actually wanted Renzo to become the new Umbu commander, but Renzo refused. Instead, he recommended Yuhi Shinku for the job. Minato thought about it for a moment and then agreed. Chapter 198, Only a dead Danzo is a good Danzo. In Renzo's private training field, the one he shared with Kurenai, Kakashi, and the others. Renzo and Asuma sat together by the riverside, on the soft grass. "I'm sorry about your father," Renzo said, tossing a stone into the river. "But I had to do it." Asuma shook his head with a small smile. "This isn't your fault, Renzo. The one who screwed up from the start was my old man. A Hokage is supposed to protect the villagers, right? If he can't even do that, he doesn't deserve the title. And just because someone's talented, he gets suppressed. Just because someone's a Uchiha, they get crushed without a second thought. What the hell is that?" Asuma looked straight at Renzo, serious as hell. "So no, you didn't do anything wrong. And I've heard a lot about what really happened. Plus, last night, my old man sat me down and confessed to a bunch of his mistakes. He knows he messed up, he's known for a while. But he got blinded by power. Greedy. Maybe what happened yesterday finally woke him up. But it's too late. Wrong is wrong. Everyone's gotta own up to their actions. Whatever judgment he faces, it's what he deserves. I've got no complaints. And definitely no grudge against you or anyone else. Also." Asuma grinned, a little proud. "I've officially taken over as the new head of the Sarutobi clan. From now on, I'm gonna prove through my own actions that the Sarutobi clan is still worthy of the village's trust and respect. What do you think, Renzo?" Seeing Asuma's bright, easygoing face, Renzo couldn't help but be infected by his energy. He laughed, punched Asuma lightly on the shoulder, and teased, "You little punk. You've really grown up, huh? The old you could have never said something like that." And honestly, those words had weight. It wasn't some speech someone fed him, Renzo could tell. It came straight from Asuma's heart. Asuma scratched the back of his head, chuckling a little awkwardly. But inside, he felt good, proud that Renzo recognized how far he'd come. And he was genuinely grateful to Renzo too. He knew Renzo wasn't being personal by pushing for his father's resignation and upcoming trial. If anything, it was about doing what was right. His old man was a grown adult, the Hokage no less. If he messed up, he needed to take responsibility. Simple as that. Not far away, Kakashi, Obito, Kurenai, and the others were watching them. Seeing Renzo and Asuma laughing and talking like nothing had happened, they finally relaxed. Looks like everything's gonna be fine after all. Yeah, thank God. Honestly, Asuma's really matured. Big time. 10 days later. Minato officially took over the position of Hokage from the third. In front of the entire village, he was announced as the new fourth Hokage. After that, all attention turned toward something everyone had been dying to see, the public trial of Danzo and the others. During these past few days, Tsunade and Minato had been busy. They kept leaking all the dirt they had on Danzo and his buddies. At the same time, since Danzo, Hamura, and Koharu were locked up by the Uchiha police force, Minato and Fugaku led teams to raid Root's hidden bases and the personal headquarters of Hamura and Koharu. What they found was really bad. Not only did they dig up even more dirt on Danzo, they also uncovered plenty of shady crimes tied to Hamura and Koharu, abuse of power, embezzlement, corruption. The whole village erupted into chaos. By the 5th day after Minato became the 4th Hokage, the mountain of evidence against Danzo and the others had been fully exposed to the public. Danzo's reputation. Completely destroyed. He was basically the most hated man in Konoha. Every villager and shinobi wanted to spit on him. The 3rd Hokage, Hamura, and Koharu didn't get off easy either. Only, the 3rd Hokage's reputation held up a little better. Some people still remembered the good things he'd done for civilians and civilian shinobi. Whether out of genuine feeling or just wanting to save face, they gave him some credit. But still, his influence took a massive hit, especially among the shinobi community. There was no coming back from this. His political career was over. All his remaining authority had already been handed over to Minato and the new administration. On the day of the public trial, after being locked away for half a month, Danzo was dragged out at last. They tied him to a giant pillar set up right in the middle of the main square, ready for judgment. Next to him, tied to slightly smaller pillars, were Mitokedo Hamura and Udatane Koharu. The 3rd Hokage was the only one spared from being tied up. Instead, he just sat at the defendant's bench. Everyone, please quiet down. The public trial started quickly. Minato stepped forward first. Once the crowd settled, he spoke. I'm sure everyone already knows why we're gathered here today. After a long speech laying things out, Minato finally announced, the public trial of Shimura Danzo officially begins. Down below, the crowd immediately exploded into furious shouting. This rotten bastard. If you ask me, we should just burn him alive. That's too easy on him. I'd rather see him hacked to pieces. No, he needs to suffer through all 10 of Konoha's cruelest punishments, one after another. Still too easy. Everyone was talking at once, anger bubbling over. After everything that had come to light, there wasn't a single one who didn't hate Danzo. A lot of people had lost loved ones, assassinated in secret under Danzo's orders. Even Kakashi, after learning how much Danzo had been involved in the death of his father, was ready to tear him apart with his own hands. Turned out his father hadn't been wrong, he had been protecting him all along. In the end, Danzo had become the focus of all the hatred in Konoha. Sure, Hamura and Koharu had attracted some anger too for their corruption and abuse of power, but compared to Danzo, they weren't even 1,000th as hated. And the third Hokage? Well, his situation was even better compared to those two. Man, good thing Danzo's here to soak up all the hate. Both the third and the others couldn't help but think to themselves. Meanwhile, on a rooftop not far from the square, Renzo stood next to Tsunade, smirking. Feeling better, he asked casually. Kinda, Tsunade answered, arms crossed, eyes on the chaos below where people were chucking banana peels, stones, and garbage at Danzo tied up like a criminal. Her lips curled into a little smirk, but her tone stayed haughty and dismissive. Honestly, this was way more satisfying than just killing him outright. So what's the plan after this? You're not planning to just lock Danzo up again, right? Tsunade asked, turning to Renzo. Of course not, Renzo shook his head. I wouldn't agree to that, and the villagers definitely wouldn't either. Someone like Danzo. If we don't execute him, no one's ever gonna sleep easy again. Only, a dead Danzo is a good Danzo. He finally felt like he'd let go of a big chunk of anger too. Thanks for everything, Tsunade said seriously, looking Renzo right in the eye. If it weren't for you, I'd still be completely in the dark. If you really want to thank me, Renzo grinned mischievously, then how about you cook me a nice meal? Something you make yourself. A thank you with just words. Come on, that's way too cheap. He stared straight at her, eyes full of teasing energy. Tsunade felt her heart skip a beat under his intense gaze. She looked away, flustered. Would you stop looking at me like that? Seriously, how old even are you? Stop having such crazy thoughts all the time. Since the very first time they met, she'd noticed the way Renzo looked at her, different from everyone else. Back then, she just thought it was annoying. But after everything they'd been through, especially after seeing Renzo's commanding presence when he took charge, plus today, finally getting revenge and letting go of old demons, Tsunade realized her heart was starting to get a little tangled up too. Nope, Renzo shook his head firmly, leaned in, and whispered right by her ear. Let me make this clear, I'm into you. And someday, you're gonna be mine. You. Tsunade's cheeks turned bright red. She huffed, I'm not dealing with you anymore, and snapped her head away, refusing to even look at him. Instead, she glued her eyes back onto the square, right as the villagers announced Danzo's sentence and began the execution. By popular demand, Danzo was sentenced to the brutal, kunai reign of death punishment. Countless kunai were hurled into his body until he was stabbed beyond recognition. Even Renzo and Tsunade each threw a kunai, joining in the execution. Afterward, Danzo's corpse was left hanging for a full month, put on display as a warning to everyone. As for Hamura and Koharu, they were each sentenced to 20 years in Konoha's prison, but given their age, they'll die long before they ever get out. The third Hokage got off the lightest. All his titles were stripped. All his honors revoked. He was permanently banned from politics and forbidden from leaving the village for the rest of his life. P.S. Drop UR stones. Chapter 199, Next Renzo. Marvel DC Other None. In the consciousness space. Pirate Renzo clicked his tongue, staring at Uchiha Renzo in amazement. Man, you really pulled it off. You handled Danzo beautifully, gotta give you a thumbs up. That bastard deserved to die ages ago. Finally some justice. I hated that guy so much when I watched the anime back in the day. This really hits the spot. Hermione, standing off to the side, nodded in agreement. Yeah, that scumbag was disgusting. Good riddance. Hentai Renzo chuckled, seriously, this is some legendary infamy. Danzo's name is forever nailed to the Hall of Shame, not just in Konoha, but across the whole ninja world. Aizen added coolly, he had it coming. Still, don't forget, a lot of his actions were silently approved by Hiruzen. Uchiha Renzo just shrugged helplessly. Come on, what was I supposed to do? Kill the third Hokage too? You think Jiraiya, or Minato, would have just stood by and let that happen? Even the clan heads wouldn't have agreed. Unless I went totally rogue and forced it, and honestly, if it came to that, I'd have to fall out with pretty much everyone. Minato, Kushina, Tsunade, Jiraiya, Asuma, even Orochimaru, maybe. Am I supposed to wipe them all out too? What am I, crazy? He laughed bitterly. I still gotta live in this world, you know. And really, strictly speaking, aside from keeping him on ice for a few months, the third hadn't actually wronged or harmed him. If anything, Hiruzen had shielded him from a lot of Danzo's trouble. Renzo figured things were fine the way they ended. The third Hokage's power and honor were stripped, wasn't that punishment enough? True enough, Aizen nodded too. Push things too far, and you cut ties too early. It's already more than enough. Demon Slayer Renzo stroked his chin and said, speaking of, with Konoha in such chaos, how's the rest of the ninja world reacting? Didn't Kumo and IWA try anything? You better keep an eye on the Uchiha at the front lines. If they all get wiped out, that's gonna be a big problem. Oh, and what about the Mangekyo Sharingan you got off Danzo? You studied it yet? What's the ability? Can we merge it with our own? I've always felt like our Mangekyo skills are still missing some serious firepower. The others all turned toward Uchiha Renzo. Yeah, the Mangekyo Danzo had was snatched up by Uchiha Renzo back when Danzo was trapped inside Takamagara. Oops, kinda forgot about that. Uchiha Renzo scratched his head sheepishly. I'll study it when I get back. Shouldn't be a big deal. Honestly, I'm hoping it works. If it did, they could maybe copy the eye techniques of Fugaku, Obito, Shisui, Itachi, and even Sasuke in the future. Maybe even Madara's too. As for whether Obito could still awaken Kamui, or if Shisui and Itachi could unlock their respective powers again, Renzo figured it was worth researching. Maybe using Genjutsu or Kyokusuijetsu could recreate their experiences, trick their minds into retriggering the conditions. Worst case. If it failed, it wasn't like they'd lose anything. Still, the Sharingan was a reflection of the soul. The type of Mangekyo ability you awakened basically depended on the strongest obsession or trauma in your heart. Uchiha Renzo was pretty confident he could fake it well enough with illusions. It would just take some careful setup. Hey, don't you think it's been a while since a new Renzo joined? Demon Slayer Renzo suddenly said. Yeah, hope the next Renzo is OP after all this waiting, EV added. Aizen chimed in, it'd be great if DC Renzo joined. Like, say, Superman. Whoa, that's really OP, Uchiha Renzo said, amazed. Aizen nodded. A Renzo with OP physical abilities would be perfect, especially since I'm about to complete my body. EV smirked. Then Saitama would be a good choice too. Aizen and the others nodded. That would be awesome. EV grinned even wider. It's just, you'd all be bald. Ha ha ha. Everyone suddenly froze, realizing it might actually happen. Aizen shot a glance at EV. Yeah, but you would also be affected. Imagine it, EV without fur. Can you picture that, EEVEE? EV looked like he'd been electrocuted. Then he quickly put his paws together. Please, no Saitama Renzo. Uchiha Renzo, plus. Demon Slayer Renzo, plus. Hermione, Saitama Renzo, if you're real, please die. Hentai Renzo. Ahem, I think the next Renzo will come from Marvel, Python suddenly said. I can already see Boss Thanos. Nah, I prefer Doctor Strange. I want his magic, Uchiha Renzo suggested. Aizen thought for a moment. Scarlet Witch would also be an amazing addition. Ooh, guys, our chances are great, but honestly, I want solo leveling. I want to be the Shadow Monarch. Hentai Renzo said, excited. Then Hentai and Demon Slayer Renzo raised their hands, ready to do that famous pose. Don't you dare. Humph, Hermione snapped. She knew exactly what kind of guys those two were, and exactly what would rise, so she quickly changed the subject and turned to Hentai Renzo. Didn't you say a while back you found a lead on that time-stop pocket watch? It's been days now. Where's the update? Are you slacking off? She'd already gotten her hands on a time-turner a while ago and had been studying it non-stop. She wanted to compare the two devices, maybe even improve her own world's time magic. Yeah, what's up with that? The others chimed in too. Lately, all Hentai Renzo had been sharing was, just hentai. Completely ignoring the serious stuff. It was just too good for the others that they forgot about it and kept encouraging him. After all, they'd never seen that kind of lewd woman in their own worlds, and Hentai Renzo shared everything, full details, full feelings. From MILFs to JKs, this guy didn't let a single one get away. Ah. Hentai Renzo let out a super awkward laugh. Ahaha, yeah, kinda forgot. But seriously. I do have a lead. I'll get it soon, I swear. He scratched the back of his head and added, also, weird thing, my world's been getting crazier lately. Looks like a bunch of new maps and worlds are getting merged in. I've been spending a lot of time exploring all that stuff, and, I kinda couldn't resist. Hermione rolled her eyes hard. Loser. Demon Slayer Renzo, loser. Aizen, same. Evie, +1. Python, so envy, cough cough, no, I mean I despise you too. Everyone took turns expressing their disapproval of Hentai Renzo. You guys. Hentai Renzo really wanted to say, you're just jealous. But in order to avoid getting gang beaten, he wisely kept his mouth shut. Showing off isn't a good idea, especially when it comes to stuff like this. Some of these guys aren't even human right now. Let alone having a girlfriend. He figured he should be more considerate. Alright. For now, let's all focus more on analyzing Ryatsu, okay? I've basically stored enough mental energy to make a real body, just waiting for the Ryatsu analysis to finish so I can merge it with my source energy, origin power. Aizen clapped his hands and reminded everyone. Once that's done, he was confident he could crush the Wandenreika's operation. No problem. Everyone agreed without hesitation, even Uchiha Renzo. Things had calmed down on the Konoha side, so he could spare a few shadow clones to work on Ryatsu analysis too. Of course, the breakdown of ice release and would release bloodlines was still ongoing at the same time. Recently, he was planning to strengthen his cooperation with Orochimaru. Besides that, he also told Minato that Konoha should set up a formal research department to support Orochimaru's and his own experiments. After gaining the Uzumaki bloodline and understanding the benefits of research, Minato agreed immediately. Right now, they were already preparing to launch Konoha's official R&D division. Orochimaru was quite satisfied with this too. If he could get full Konoha support and resources for his research, instead of having to build a private lab himself, of course he'd be happy. Seeing how many results Renzo had already produced, Orochimaru didn't want to waste a single second on meaningless things anymore. The ninja world was about to get an incredible upgrade. Chapter 200, Uchiha Madara of One Piece. In the One Piece world. After giving Kuina and Zoro a few instructions and temporarily leaving them in the East Blue, Pirate Renzo took off solo toward the Grand Line. It only took him 2 days to reach the knock-up stream at Reverse Mountain. Then, he directly flew over the Red Line, straight into the first half of the Grand Line. He could have taken the Calm Belt route too, but there were some interesting things along the original anime route he didn't want to miss. Who made it? This is the place. Man, it's freezing here. Landing smoothly on the huge mountaintop platform, Renzo walked straight toward the massive castle ahead. Anyone home? He pushed the door open and stepped inside. Who are you, kid? What are you doing here? An old lady with a wild fashion sense was drinking straight from the bottle as she asked him suspiciously. Right now, Drum Island was not a great place to be. That idiot king, Wapple, a swallow fruit user, had enforced a ridiculous doctor ban, making it illegal for ordinary people to practice medicine. Only his personal doctor squad was allowed to treat patients. It was complete nonsense. If it weren't for the fact she was too old, had seen too much crap in her life, and didn't have enough power to bother with it, she might have stepped in herself. When Renzo saw the old lady, he immediately smiled and said, "You must be Dr. Kureha, right? Here's the deal, I want to learn medicine from you. As payment, I'll supply you with 100 bottles of this liquor every month. How about it?" As he spoke, Renzo pulled a bottle of top-grade, bubbly wine from his storage ring, something straight out of a Konosuba, the hero's world, and offered it to Kureha. Oh. Kureha raised her eyebrows in surprise, giving Renzo a good look. Interesting kid. It's not impossible. But if your booze doesn't satisfy me, you can get lost, understood? Saying that, she snatched the bottle from Renzo, popped the cork, and gave it a sniff. Immediately, her eyes lit up. Smells fantastic. Definitely quality stuff. Without hesitation, she tilted her head back and chugged down a third of the bottle in one go. Ha! Damn, that's some serious good liquor. All right, kid. I'll teach you. But how much you can learn, that's all on you. Kureha said happily and straightforwardly. Of course. Then, from here on, I'll leave this clone in your care, sensei. Renzo bowed slightly in respect. Kureha looked surprised. Clone. You're telling me this is just a clone? Kid, are you a devil fruit user or something? Not exactly. Renzo nodded, grinning. This is my own special ability, it's got nothing to do with devil fruits. Oh, Kureha nodded like it made perfect sense. Whatever. I don't care about your little secrets anyway. She tossed him a book thicker than a dictionary. Here, start memorizing this. Once you've got it down, then we can move on. Got it. Renzo caught the book and immediately headed off to a corner to dive into it. Memorizing stuff like this. Child's play for him. Even without the shared, photographic memory skill from the Apocalypse Renzo, his insane mental strength already lets him remember anything at a glance. Honestly, having Kureha teach him wasn't some spur-of-the-moment idea, either. It had been a group decision, Apocalypse, Gundam, Hermione, Uchiha, and the others had all pushed for it. Because in the world of One Piece, it wasn't just devil fruits and sea stone that were valuable. There were tons of weird and wonderful plants, herbs, and materials, a real goldmine for anyone who loved research. And Renzos from other worlds were absolutely the type to get excited over a treasure trove like that. If they wanted to unlock all that potential, learning the native medical techniques was a must. So, that's why this clone was here on Drum Island. Sending his real body would just be a waste of time. And with the Flying Thunder God technique, he could easily keep the clone supplied with chakra and materials whenever needed. Plus, this wasn't a normal shadow clone, it was a wood clone. Way sturdier, could hold way more chakra, and lasted way longer too. As for Renzo's real body, he was already over at Water 7. Water. TCH, knew it. Tons of CP guys sneaking around. The moment Renzo arrived, his sensing abilities instantly picked up a bunch of hidden CP9 members all lurking around Water 7, watching over the fishman shipwright, Tom. Clearly, they were terrified he might run away. Looks like the old guy's days are numbered. The day that Sea Train's finished is probably the day he dies. Building a ship for the Pirate King. Yeah right, that's just an excuse. They're really after the Pluton blueprints. A smirk tugged at Renzo's lips as he scanned the island with his mental power. He had already locked onto the location of the Pluton blueprints. Without wasting time, he slipped into a deserted alleyway, transformed his appearance into the Uchiha Madara persona, and with a thought, teleported straight into a hidden basement. There, he walked up to a certain spot, used body flicker shift, and directly pulled the hidden blueprints right out from inside the wall. All the traps and mechanisms. Completely useless against him. Red Queen, scan these and record them into the database, Renzo ordered. Yes, master. A tiny Red Queen projection popped up from the communicator on his wrist, and a beam of red light swept across the documents, capturing all the information instantly. Scan complete, master. Good. Let's put them back. In another blink, Renzo slipped the blueprints back into the hidden compartment exactly as they were, leaving no trace. Then he teleported again, this time into a luxurious office. Who's there? Spandine jumped up from his chair in shock when Renzo suddenly appeared, immediately reaching for the gun at his waist with one hand while slamming a red button on the desk with the other. Then he sneered arrogantly. Who do you think you are, barging into my office? You have any idea who I am? Spill it, maybe I'll. Bang. Before he could finish, Renzo was already in front of him, and with a brutal kick, sent him sprawling across the floor. Then he stomped down hard onto Spandine's face, looming over him coldly. You're teaching me how to act. Renzo sneered. Listen up, you trash. I'm Uchiha Madara. Remember that name. And as for why I'm here. Renzo grinned wickedly. It's simple. I just don't like you. Without waiting for a response, he threw Spandine into a powerful genjutsu, diving into his memories and filtering through them at lightning speed. It didn't take long for Renzo to dig up a mountain of CP secrets, including the locations of multiple CP bases. Even better, he found the location of a hidden CP treasury. Oh. So there really is a full set of training manuals for the 6 powers here. Even methods for training hockey. But damn, this guy's such a waste. He had all these resources and still didn't awaken hockey. Trash, just like his loser son in the future. After grumbling, Renzo started kicking Spandine's face without holding back, muttering under his breath, this is for bullying little Robin. For calling a buster call on O'Hara. Soon, Spandine's face was completely unrecognizable. Crack. After venting a little, Renzo stomped down hard and snapped Spandine's neck, killing him on the spot. Bang. Just then, the office door burst open. Several CP agents stormed in, only to find their boss lying dead on the floor. And absolutely no sign of the intruder. No matter how hard they searched, they found nothing. In the end, they had no choice but to report the incident back to CP headquarters and wait for orders. It was way beyond anything they were prepared to handle. Meanwhile, Renzo, who had just snagged the 6 powers manuals and CP special hockey training methods, was in an excellent mood. He hummed a tune, happily munching on some local Water 7's meat kebabs while casually strolling around. Man, life's good. Honestly, the scenery here was pretty amazing. 2 hours later. Renzo suddenly picked up on 2 extremely strong auras speeding toward Water 7. It wasn't long before they intercepted him. Oh. Pirate Renzo, still disguised as Uchiha Madara, looked at the 2 newcomers with mild surprise. Both wore white suits and masks, the signature look of CP0. You guys are pretty quick. And you figured out it was me so fast too. I guess I should expect that from CP0, huh? One of the CP0 agents narrowed his eyes behind the mask and said coldly, seems like you know who we are. And finding you so fast. Thank that Den Den Mushi you didn't bother to destroy, Uchiha Madara. You're not going to surrender quietly, are you? In that case, let's see how strong you really are, to think you dared to kill a high-ranking CP officer. As soon as the words left his mouth, the two CP0 agents split left and right, disappearing with shave and stabbing at Renzo with their finger pistol. They clearly wanted to test his skills first. Ha! So you want to dance? Renzo chuckled, not retreating but instead rushing forward even faster. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of one of them, his arm already coated in black armament hockey, and he threw a savage punch straight at the guy's head. Thanks to the Sage Chakra fused into his body, Renzo could maintain Sage Mode at all times now. And the physical boost from Sage Mode was absolutely insane. Now, he was a total monster in this world. His punch landed like a thunderbolt. The CP0 agent had sensed the danger with observation hockey and tried to dodge, but he completely misjudged the speed and power Renzo unleashed. Boom. With a sickening sound, the agent's skull cracked apart under Renzo's fist. Dead instantly. Renzo casually sidestepped to avoid the blood spray. What the hell? The other CP0 agent was stunned, immediately jumping back with disbelief written all over his face. I gotta ask, are you guys really CP0? You're way too weak, man. Renzo couldn't help but find it funny. Honestly, even he wasn't fully sure just how insane his strength had gotten after the Sage Mode upgrade. That CP0 agent he just crushed. At best, he was around Vice Admiral level. Instant kill was only natural. I have to escape. Without thinking, the remaining CP0 agent turned and bolted at top speed toward the harbor. He knew he didn't stand a chance, he had to report back. Okay, fine, that was just an excuse. All the agents had live feed Den Den Mushi recording everything anyway. He just knew he couldn't win and wanted to get the hell out of there. P.S. We've reached 50% of the fanfic. Party popper. Every 200 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. If we make it to the top 20 by the end of the week equals 5 bonus chapters. Trophy top 10 is equal to 10 bonus chapters. Read 80 plus advanced chapters at backhand index pointing right patreon.com/_coreal. Chapter 201, Uchiha Madara with a 1 billion bounty. Oh man, you don't even want to dance. But still can't let you run now, can I? Otherwise, where would that leave the reputation of me, the great Uchiha Madara? You'd better stay put. As he said that, Renzo vanished from sight, instantly reappearing above the CPO agent's head. Then he came crashing down with a fierce punch. At the last second, the CPO transformed into a massive rhinoceros, but... boom. Even so, Renzo's punch drove him straight into the ground, blasting open a crater several dozen meters wide. Cough, cough. Thanks to his animal transformation, his size and defense had both increased considerably. So while he wasn't killed instantly, the CPO was still heavily injured and coughing up blood. How is he this strong? The agent stared at Renzo, completely stunned. This guy was like some kind of monster. Even an admiral wouldn't be able to wreck him this easily. I have to escape from this Madara guy, maybe I can. But Renzo didn't give him the chance to think or act. Sage Art, Ultra Ice Fist. With a sharp dive, Renzo came down like a comet. His ice magic, merged with the power of the Poke Ice energy, was now enhanced even further by Sage Mode, reaching terrifying new levels. The CPO barely managed to raise his fist for a counterattack, just enough for their fists to collide, before he was instantly frozen solid by the extreme cold. Crack crack, boom. The frozen statue shattered on the spot, exploding into glittering ice shards that vanished into the wind. Dojutsu, Takamagara. The moment the CP0 agent died, Renzo didn't waste a second. His Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan activated immediately, casting Takamagara, his domain ability, enveloping the surrounding 10 meters of space. His goal was simple, to capture the devil fruit that should appear upon the user's death. Suddenly, Renzo's eyes sharpened as he sensed something unusual nearby. With a single thought, he extended his control over the domain, and finally detected a strange presence bouncing around at the edge of his space, trying to escape but failing to break through. Renzo reached out his hand, and the mysterious entity was immediately pulled toward him. What he caught was the core of a Zoan-type devil fruit, the essence of the rhinoceros transformation. Activating his Dojutsu, Omniscience, Renzo began analyzing it. So that's how it works. Still, fully decoding it is gonna take a while. Might as well restore it now. After a couple of minutes of trying to analyze it, he gave up temporarily. Instead, he went to a nearby street, grabbed a banana, and directly infused it with the energy of the devil fruit core. Moments later, strange swirl patterns began to appear on the banana's surface. Its color started shifting toward a silvery gray. Before long, a brand new Zoan-type devil fruit had formed right before Renzo's eyes. Heh! Just as I thought. With a slight smirk, Renzo flipped his hand and stored the fruit in his spatial ring. Then, he dismissed the Takamagara domain and ignored the approaching CP9 members, flying off into the sky without a care. Truth was, this had just been a test. He'd wanted to see whether his domain ability could truly block and capture the essence of a devil fruit after its user died. And the result? It worked. Takamagara really could seal off space and catch the devil fruit's essence before it escaped. Which meant, if Renzo wanted any specific devil fruit in the future, even if someone had already eaten it, he could just kill them inside his domain and grab the essence before it respawned somewhere else. Then, by fusing it into a fruit, he could recreate the same devil fruit on the spot. Aha. This is huge. Ha 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 ha. Meanwhile, back on the other side, the CP9 agents had already discovered the corpses of 2 high-ranking CPO officers. Panic immediately set in, and they rushed to report the incident. Not that it mattered, because the CPO headquarters had already received real-time intel through the surveillance Den Mushy on the CP0 agents. Within moments, the entire upper command of CPO was in an uproar. The news quickly reached the 5 elders. What did you say? Spandine and the 2 CP0 agents were killed, by someone calling himself Uchiha Madara. The bald elder's eyes glinted coldly as he questioned the CP0 captain who had come to report. Sir, we're still not sure who he really is. There was no prior intel on anyone like this. He appeared, out of nowhere. But I've already mobilized the entire CP network to search for any information related to this Uchiha Madara across the globe, the CPO captain reported, head bowed. He really had done everything he could, but just like he said, this Uchiha Madara felt like he came out of nowhere. And the moment he showed up, the bastard went completely nuts, beating the crap out of Spandine before finishing him off with a kick. Even more outrageous. He didn't run or hide afterward. Instead, he casually wandered around Water 7 like it was a vacation spot, until he was finally located by 2 CPO agents. Then, that bastard displayed power on a whole other level. He easily wiped out both of the agents like they were nothing. This wasn't just an attack, it was a direct challenge. A challenge to him. A challenge to CP0. Hell, a slap in the face to the entire CPO system. The CPO captain gritted his teeth and looked to the 5 elders. Elders. This man is extremely dangerous. He appears to have some form of spatial teleportation, and his physical strength and hockey might be admiral level or even higher. Also, he seems to wield ice-based powers and has the ability to fly. I request permission to lead a team personally to hunt him down. He wanted to take back the humiliation with his own hands. Approved, said the sword-wielding elder with a nod. His power definitely seems to be at least on par with an admiral. He also shows clear hostility toward the world government. He cannot be allowed to roam free. Capture him if possible, or kill him on the spot. Also, issue a bounty on his head. Set it at 1 billion berries. Dead or alive. List the charges as the murder of high-ranking world government officials and defiance of the world government. Go. A starting bounty of 1 billion, an unusually high number. But the elder had a plan, put such a massive bounty on him that the whole world would be hunting for Uchiha Madara. Force him into the spotlight. Then, once he surfaced, CP0 would take him out in one decisive strike, to send a message to anyone else who dared challenge the world government. Even if they couldn't catch him immediately, a bounty that high would stir up countless pirates and bounty hunters, all eager for a piece of the prize. Eventually, he'd slip up. They'd wear him down. One way or another, he wouldn't escape. Yes, sir. The CPO captain bowed and left to carry out his mission. Once he was gone, the 5 elders began to murmur among themselves. More monsters crawling out of the woodwork. Indeed. People like that must be eliminated immediately. The authority of both the world government and CP cannot be challenged. If I remember right, wasn't Spandine in Water 7 to investigate the blueprints for Pluton? Yes, that's right. They're said to be in the hands of that fishman shipwright who built the Pirate King's ship, Tom, I believe. But no matter how we threatened or pressured him, he wouldn't talk. Stubborn old bastard. Heh. Wasn't his name Jerry? Does it really matter what the damn fish's name was? Either way, he was asking for it. True enough. I don't know why, but these 2 names just feel very connected. Okay, then it's decided. That very same day, a wanted poster for Uchiha Madara was issued from the world government headquarters and rapidly distributed across the seas. Carried by flocks of news crew birds, it spread to countless hands in record time. Hey Pops, take a look at this. On Whitebeard's ship, Marco the Phoenix had just picked up the day's paper and spotted Madara's bounty. His eyes widened in surprise as he handed it over to Whitebeard. Oh. Whitebeard raised an eyebrow after a quick glance. Killed world government officers. 1 billion right off the bat. That's no ordinary official he killed. Still, this kid's got guts. The seas are about to get lively again. Gururara. Renzo used the young version of Madara. Marco nodded. Yeah. The details are vague, though. They didn't say who exactly he killed. You think it was someone from CP? The report says it happened in Water 7, Marco added. If I recall, there was some buzz a while back about Tom the shipwright, you know, the one who built the Oro Jackson, being there. CP was already poking around back then. Something tells me their objective wasn't so simple. You think the guy Madara killed might have been a CP higher up? Marco was starting to convince even himself. Quite possible, Whitebeard said, taking a deep swig from his enormous sake gourd. Gururara. If that's the case, the world government just took a serious hit to the face. No wonder they slapped such a high bounty on him right away. At this point in time, bounties hadn't undergone any crazy inflation yet. $1 billion was huge. Even Marco, the Whitebeard Pirates number 2, only had a bounty slightly over $1 billion. Chapter 202, Dimensional Reputation. Across the sea, the name Uchiha Madara had already spread like wildfire. The 4 emperors, Kaido, Big Mom, and even the up-and-coming red-haired pirates, were all aware of him now. Of course, Renzo, who was currently headed for Skypiea, also got wind of it from a news coup that dropped off the day's newspaper. Ha 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 ha. He burst out laughing as he read the bounty poster. Now that's what I'm talking about, Lord Madara's making waves even in the One Piece world. If I see him, he better thank me. I basically gave him dimensional reputation, ha 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 ha. Maybe I should make a crew with my shadow clones of high charisma guys. Aizen plus Madara plus Gojo. Ha ha ha, that would be hilarious. After a while, he looked around and muttered, This should be Jaya Island. So the Sky Island should be floating somewhere above this spot. Might as well just fly straight up. Renzo wasn't the type to waste time asking for directions. When you can fly, why bother? In a flash, he wrapped his body in telekinetic energy and launched himself into the sky like a rocket. He quickly soared to an altitude of 7,000 or 8,000 meters. With his terrifying sensory abilities, it didn't take long for him to locate the so-called Heaven's Gate. After a bit more searching, he also sensed the true Sky Island several kilometers above that. Then, with a simple thought, he teleported straight to the floating island at 10,000 meters. Eh? Who are you, mister? A crisp, clear voice called out from below. He looked down and saw a cute little blonde girl with tiny feathered wings standing there. Oh. Renzo raised an eyebrow. That face, that hair, could this little girl be Koni's? He gently descended, landing in front of her. Squatting down, he smiled and ruffled her soft golden hair. I'm Renzo. What's your name, little one? I'm Koni's. My name's Koni's, Mr. Renzo, she said, cheeks flushing red as she looked up at him with big, watery eyes. So it's Koni's-chan, huh? Why are you out here all by yourself? Where are your mom and dad? Renzo chuckled softly. Papa went out fishing. Wait, he's back. Koni's pointed to the white Renzos over the sea nearby. Whoosh. Sure enough, a distant roar echoed from the sea as a waver zipped across the white sea's surface, driven by a jet dial. Oi. Oi. Koni's-chan. Daddy's back. With his enhanced vision, Renzo could clearly see the young man riding the waver from several hundred meters away. He was waving at the girl on shore, smiling warmly. There was even a fish basket trailing behind him. Papa. Koni's giggled and ran toward the shore, waving back at her father. Her dad reached the shore moments later and scooped her up with a big hug, planting a kiss on her cheek. Then, he turned to look at Renzo. He paid extra attention to his back, maybe looking for wings, but still smiled and greeted him. Hello there. I'm this little one's father. You must be from the Blue Sea, right? Welcome to Skypiea. Konnichiwa. Renzo smiled and nodded. Yeah, I just came up from the Blue Sea. By the way, could you tell me where Baika Island is? He'd already scanned the entire Sky Island with his spiritual senses upon arrival, no sign of Enel. In the original story, Gon Fall mentioned that Enel had been ruling Skypiea for about 6 years by the time Luffy and crew got there. But this was still the year 1513 in the sea calendar, so there were 8 to 9 years left before Luffy even set out. So it made sense that Enel wasn't here yet. Oh. Koni's dad looked a little surprised. Sounds like this isn't your first time visiting the Sky Islands. As for Baika, I heard a few days ago it was destroyed by some guy named Enel. He paused, then added with a slightly awkward tone, did you have friends there? If so, I'm really sorry. Almost everyone from Baika had perished. Oh, no worries. Renzo waved his hand with a smile. I'm actually looking for Enel himself. Any clue where he is now? Just as he thought, Enel hadn't reached this island yet. Koni's dad instantly panicked, waving his hands in warning. You're looking for that guy? No, no, no. He's seriously dangerous. I really wouldn't recommend going after him. He leaned in a bit and lowered his voice. Word is, he controls lightning. Some folks are even calling him a god. For your own safety, kid, just let it go. Don't mess with someone like that. He was clearly a kind and well-meaning man. Renzo just glanced up at the distant sky, then gave a soft smile. He didn't argue or explain. Instead, he gently patted Koni's on the head again and quietly placed a sealing spell on her while she wasn't aware. Then he waved his hand and said goodbye to the father and daughter with a casual grin. No need to worry about my safety. Take care. See ya, Koni's-chan. And you too, mister. With that, Renzo shot into the air, flying off in the direction where he'd sensed Enel. Koni's dad was stunned watching him fly, blinking in disbelief. No wonder he's not afraid of Enel, he's the real deal. Yeah, if he didn't have serious skills, there's no way he could have made it up to Sky Island so easily. He smiled and waved. Take care, young man. He actually had a good impression of Renzo, polite, humble, and nothing like the usual rowdy types from the Blue Sea. Bye-bye, handsome big bro. Koni's also waved happily from his arms, beaming. Later. Renzo's voice echoed faintly in the distance as he flew away. A few minutes later. Greetings, young man from the Blue Sea. I am the overseer of the Sky Island, though people here tend to call me God. My name is Gonfall. Would you mind telling me the purpose of your visit? Standing opposite Renzo was an older man in armor that looked like something out of medieval Europe. He was riding a strange-looking bird-horse hybrid and holding a long lance. His tone was serious but polite. God, huh? Renzo floated in midair, about 7 or 8 meters from Gonfall, arms crossed, a smirk tugging at his lips as he sized the man up. That's a pretty bold title. I'm Renzo, from the Blue Sea, as you guessed. I'm looking for a guy named Enel. Thought I'd also pick up some Sky Island specialties while I'm here. Got any useful info, old man? He couldn't help but wonder why everyone up here seemed obsessed with calling themselves gods. Clearly, they had never been smacked around by someone stronger. Oh. Gonfall didn't seem offended by Renzo's tone. Instead, he cleared his throat and said with a hint of embarrassment, cough, cough, the whole god thing is more like a nickname the islanders gave me. I'm not a big fan of it either, but, well, tradition is hard to change. As for Enel, you're talking about the guy who destroyed Burka Island, right? Renzo nodded. That's the one. So you do know him. Any idea where he is now? Gonfall didn't reject the question outright. Instead, he asked one of his own, I might tell you, but first, could you explain why you're looking for Enel? That man's incredibly powerful. He's eaten the rumble fruit, controls lightning, and he's done plenty of awful things. He's no saint, that's for sure. If Renzo was planning to join Enel or help him, Gonfall wouldn't just stay quiet, he'd try to stop him then and there. Enel's power was already a serious threat, the last thing Sky Island needed was a Blue Sea powerhouse adding fuel to that fire. I'm here for that lightning fruit he ate, Renzo said with a calm grin. Gonfall blinked, caught off guard. But, he already ate the devil fruit. You can't exactly take it from him, can you? I have my ways, Renzo replied mysteriously, shaking his head with a chuckle. Just tell me where he is. If all goes well, I'll deal with the future danger for your Sky Island. Sound like a deal? Gonfall gave Renzo a long, thoughtful look, then nodded slowly. All right. I'll tell you. Just, please, don't make things worse. And be careful, will you? He proceeded to share Enel's current location. Apparently, Enel hadn't moved far from the ruins of Burka. He was still nearby, gathering forces and training, likely preparing for something big. Thanks, old man. Appreciate the help. Renzo smiled as he turned to leave. Once I'm done, I'll come back and buy a bunch of dials and stuff. Hope you can lend me a hand then. With that, he shot off into the sky, headed straight for his target. Chapter 203, Complete Devil Fruit Analysis, Bonus. My lord. We've successfully gathered 5,000 troops. Priest Shura knelt before Enel, reporting respectfully. Oh. Enel raised a brow with interest. 5,000 already. That's enough. I'll leave the training to you. Remember this, my divine guard doesn't need trash. Push them hard. In the end, I want the top 400 selected and assigned to each of your personal units. Now go. Honestly, Enel didn't think much of these so-called divine guard members. But hey, he couldn't do everything himself. Gods needed lackeys to handle the grunt work, it was part of the image. Found you, Enel. A sudden voice echoed through the hall, catching everyone off guard. Who's there? Enel jumped to his feet, scanning the area, but there was no one in sight. Clearly, at this point, Enel hadn't awakened observation hockey yet. Who dares call out the god's name so casually? Are you tired of living? Shura shouted, enraged. Swoosh. A moment later, Renzo suddenly appeared in the temple out of thin air. He glanced at Enel, then at Shura, and let out a mocking chuckle. God, huh? That title has gotten cheap. These days, even nobodies think they're divine. You. Shura couldn't take that insult. Furious, he lunged at Renzo, ready to throw a punch. Sheer cold. Renzo didn't even bother to look. With a casual wave of his hand, a burst of freezing energy shot forward, instantly encasing Shura in a block of solid ice. A second later, crack. The ice sculpture shattered into glittering shards, scattering into the air. Small fry like that, running his mouth and still dares to throw hands. No point letting him live. You'll pay for that. Receive my divine punishment. Furious at Shura's death, Enel roared and slammed his golden staff against the floor. A blinding bolt of lightning, 2 meters wide, tore down from the sky, blowing through the temple roof and hurtling straight toward Renzo. Lightning release, Chidori. Renzo didn't even dodge. With a sharp crackle, a terrifying lightning blade over a meter long sparked to life in his right hand. He slashed upward, directly into the incoming lightning. Srotsrak. In Enel's stunned gaze, the massive lightning strike was cleanly split in half, dissipating harmlessly before it could even graze Renzo. Oh, and to avoid any stray static messing up his hair, Renzo had already wrapped his head in a telekinetic shield. And no way. How? You're just a blue sea dweller, how the hell did you slice through divine lightning? Enel completely lost it. He turned into pure lightning and shot toward Renzo, swinging a powerful punch. Tisk, divine. Renzo shook his head with a half-amused smile. He let the Chidori fade, coated his right fist in armament hockey, and threw a punch. Boom. Their fists collided in a thunderous crash. Enel expected his lightning to paralyze the opponent, but it didn't work. Instead, a terrifying force traveled up his arm, exploding through his body. He was sent flying like a rag doll. At the same time, he felt the bones in his right arm shatter. But Renzo wasn't done. He blinked forward like lightning, closed the distance instantly, and slammed his fist into Enel's stomach with brutal force. Gah. Enel's eyes nearly popped from his skull. A gush of blood exploded from his mouth as his body smashed into the stone floor, creating a massive crater. He felt like his organs had all been turned to mush. Why can your punches hit me? Enel looked up at Renzo, struggling to accept reality. I am a god, physical attacks shouldn't work on me. Renzo casually flexed his hand and smacked his lips. Yeah, normally physical attacks don't work on Logia users. But in the Blue Sea, there's something called armament hockey, and that changes everything. He gave Enel a mocking smirk. Man, your worldview is pathetically narrow. You really thought being a Logia type made you invincible. Heh. Naive. Let me tell you something. Guys like me who've mastered armament hockey. In the new world, there's at least 8 to 10,000 of us. If you strolled into that place with your current attitude, you get your face smashed in so fast you wouldn't even know what hit you. But hey, not that it matters anymore, you're not even gonna get the chance. With a smirk, Renzo raised his fist and threw another punch. Zap. At the last second, Enel turned into a bolt of lightning and tried to flee into the distance. Run. I have to run. I can't beat this guy. I need to get to the Blue Sea, learn that armament hockey or whatever it's called, and when I do, I swear I'll get my revenge. I will. As Enel was thinking that, a strange voice echoed in his ears. Dojitsu, Takamagara. Then, just as he was escaping, something invisible brushed past his body. Bam. Next thing he knew, he'd crashed headfirst into what felt like a steel wall. He was violently knocked out of his lightning form. Blood poured from his face as his vision spun. He looked around in total confusion. What the hell? What did I just hit? There's nothing here. He waved his hand in the air, trying to feel the obstruction, but there was nothing there. Weird. This is seriously messed up. Ever since running into this strange guy from the Blue Sea, everything Enel thought he knew had been turned upside down. This has to be your doing, he shouted, panicking. Where are you? Show yourself. Lightning exploded from Enel's body in all directions as he blasted his surroundings in desperation. Whoosh. Renzo suddenly appeared right in front of him. Before Enel could even react, a fist smashed directly into his face. Bam. Enel was sent flying again, crashing into the ground. Elemental form, disabled. Renzo focused, changing the rules of his Takamagara domain. Immediately, Enel realized something terrifying: he couldn't turn into lightning anymore. It works, just as I thought, Renzo muttered with a satisfied nod. Looks like this Takamagara technique still has untapped potential. He stopped experimenting, condensed a blade of pure lightning in his right hand, and casually swung it across Enel's neck. Szzzzzt. Enel's head rolled cleanly off his shoulders, lightning and blood splattering everywhere. A few seconds later, Renzo sensed a strange cluster of energy rising from Enel's corpse. It was trying to drift away. He instantly locked it down with his domain and snatched it out of the air. In a flash, Renzo disappeared and reappeared hundreds of meters away, sitting cross-legged on a thick tree branch. He activated his omniscience dojutsu and began analyzing it. After 2 weeks. So that's how it works, huh? Finally done parsing it. After sitting motionless for over half a month, Renzo stretched and cracked his neck. Then, with a thought, he used a teleportation trick to grab a pineapple from a fruit stand on a sky island town several kilometers away. He placed the lightning essence into the pineapple using a palm strike. In seconds, the fruit transformed into a glowing blue devil fruit, crackling with spiral lightning patterns. Huh. The pure origin form was easier to decode. I'd say that knocked the difficulty down by a good 20%. He gave the newly formed rumble fruit another once-over with his omniscience, testing how it interacted with the laws of energy. Satisfied, he flipped his hand and stored the fruit away. After a moment of thought, he sat back down, closed his eyes, and was about to slip into his consciousness space. Wait, last time, after I learned hockey, I got overshadowed by Boss Aizen. If I try to show off this time, will another boss show up? I won't find Boss Thanos handing out infinity stones like candy, right? Whatever. I'll just accept my fate. Pirate Renzo began entering the consciousness space. Chapter 204, Another Newbie Renzo. Yo. Morning, everyone. How's it going lately? The moment Pirate Renzo stepped out of the dimensional gate, he spotted everyone already gathered there. He immediately waved with a big grin on his face. Holy crap. Demon Slayer Renzo practically leapt at him. You finally showed up, you bastard. Let's see what the hell you've been up to. Smack. A hand landed right on Pirate Renzo's shoulder, instantly activating the sharing ability. Huh. Demon Slayer blinked as he processed the new memories, then stared at Pirate Renzo in surprise. Damn, you actually killed Enel, got the rumble fruit, Goro no Mi, and even finished analyzing it already. Then why didn't you make a perfect version and eat it, he asked, puzzled. What? You got the rumble fruit and cracked it already? Let me see. That got everyone's attention. They all rushed over, hands outstretched to touch Pirate Renzo, surrounding him like he was Eevee, a fluffy Pokemon. There was no escape, he got completely groped. Only after everyone finished memory sharing were they satisfied enough to head back to their seats and start digesting the info. Pirate Renzo found a seat and quickly absorbed the group's recent updates. Then he suddenly turned to Eevee, wide-eyed. Wait, Eevee. You already figured out how to transform into a human. Why haven't you tried it yet? Eevee lifted its chin proudly. I wanted to tell everyone together first. I'll show Cynthia once I'm back. Hopefully, she won't be too shocked. But deep down, Eevee was still nervous. What if, after turning into a human, Cynthia started to feel distant? You dummy. Pirate Renzo immediately caught on to Eevee's concern and sighed. You're already at the final step, and you're gonna chicken out now. You've got to take that leap. Worst case, just cling to her until she acknowledges you again. Yeah. I guess you're right, Eevee forced a smile. He said that, but it clearly didn't erase his doubts. Still, he wasn't planning to back down. Once he got back, he'd have a proper talk with Cynthia. No matter what, Cynthia was his. Worst case scenario, he'd just tell her the truth, that he was originally human, died in an accident, and somehow got reincarnated as an Eevee. That'd be easier for her to accept, probably. Anyway, what about you? Eevee changed the subject. Why didn't you make a perfect version of the rumble fruit? Not enough mental energy. Bingo. And you already knew that, so why ask? Pirate Renzo shrugged. I tried after analyzing it. I could use up about 90% of my mental energy to make a normal version, but if I want to get rid of all the flaws, I need way more. I'm thinking of doing what Aizen did, store up my excess mental power over time and take it slow. But actually, the best thing I got this time was figuring out how my domain can capture the devil fruit from people after they die. That's gonna make collecting devil fruits way easier. Instead of hunting for fruits randomly, it's way more efficient to just take them off dead users. No kidding. Aizen adjusted his glasses with a smile. there's still a lot of potential to tap in Takamagara. I mean, you can literally rewrite the rules inside your domain, like blocking Logia users from turning into elements. That's a huge deal. I've been wondering, what if I could shut down Quincy bloodline powers, or a Shinigami Shirkai and Bankai too? If I can pull that off, damn, that's OP. Gundam Renzo laughed and chimed in, it should be possible. But based on how Fairy Tail Renzo's fight with Hades went, stuff like the opponent's strength and the domain's level affects how well and how long those rule changes work. So we all better keep learning more about the supernatural powers from our own worlds. The more we understand, the stronger we can make Takamagara's domain. You can't override someone else's rules unless your own rules are stronger. Aizen nodded in agreement. Makes sense. Once I'm done analyzing Ryatsu, I'll shift some focus to mastering more Shinigami techniques, Quincy powers, and even hollow abilities. We've got to dive deeper into our world's power system. Great idea. Everyone nodded in agreement. Then Demon Slayer Renzo suddenly said, Pirate, you finally got your hands on the 6 powers, right? I bet they'll help me come up with a new breathing technique. My ripple breathing might be ready soon, haha. Ha. Looking forward to that. Pirate Renzo laughed, then added, actually, I think the 6 powers are really useful, especially life return. It helps you control your body way better, boosts digestion, and speeds up physical training. And it helps patch up our weaknesses. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone all the way to Water 7 just to mess with CP, life return super helpful. Swordsman Renzo smiled. At the very least, it'll speed up my women's training. I was really worried about how slow their digestion was. Speaking of 6 powers, Uchiha Renzo suddenly looked at Pirate Renzo with a deadpan face. Can you not run around pretending to be Madara? I should start charging you licensing fees. Madara is from my Uchiha clan after all. Ahaha. Pirate Renzo scratched his head. I gave your clan a dimensional reputation. And I couldn't risk blowing my cover and getting dragged into being a pirate. I was this close to pretending to be you, but if I used your name, Uchiha Renzo, it would have totally exposed me. So, yeah, calling myself Boss Madara was the only move I had left. Way better to stay a cool bounty hunter. Once I've set up everything, I'll flip the whole world government and the celestial dragons, and become the real mastermind boss. Hee. I mean, that's what Imu-sama did, right? He'll just take Imu's place and recruit some tools to build a new power system. The Navy doesn't even need a total revamp, just clear out the trash and clean up the rules a bit. Plenty of Marines still believe in justice and peace. And that's your excuse for trashing my clan name. You've got some nerve. Why not use someone else's face? Or do you admit I'm the best looking of all of us? That's why you chose my face first. Uchiha Renzo grinned as he stroked his chin. Pfft. Everyone rolled their eyes. Lame. Narcissist. Shameless. I'm the hottest one here. Excuse me. Can someone tell me where I am? A timid voice came from one of the gates. Everyone turned toward the sound. Standing there was a totally average-looking teenager, probably 16 or 17, except for a decent-looking face. He looked nervous, glancing around at all of them. Oh. Another newbie. Welcome, newbie. Though you kinda look like a side character. Hey, what world are you from? Pirate Renzo asked while sizing him up. Huh. The newbie froze, looking confused. Wait, what? Are you guys all transmigrators? Ugh, why does this happen every time? EV groaned. Can't we give the newbies a crash course or something? You think this is a game system or something? Apocalypse Renzo rolled his eyes. Forget the chatter. Just gimme your hand and you'll understand everything. We're not bad guys, promise. I'll be gentle, Hentai Renzo said with a creepy smile as he walked over. Wah. The newbie's eyes widened in panic. He got a really bad feeling and instinctively tried to run. But without sharing abilities, he was no match for Hentai Renzo's speed. Smack. A hand landed on his shoulder. Memory transfer, complete. While the newbie stood frozen, overwhelmed by the flood of new memories and powers, Hentai Renzo raised an eyebrow in surprise. Oh. That world, huh? It's kinda basic, but still pretty interesting. At the very least, I can level up my cooking skills. That means another way to charm the ladies. Jackpot. Chapter 205, Average Cooking Anime World. Where the hell is this newbie from, anyway? Can you not talk to yourself like a lunatic and just say it out loud? Cooking. Wait, don't tell me he's from a food anime. Everyone looked at Hentai Renzo's smug, pervy grin and felt the urge to punch him in the face. This guy's been slacking off every day, still hasn't managed to get the time stop pocket watch. His brain's only ever thinking one thing: which woman should I go after today? So that's how it is. By now, the newbie had more or less digested his new memories. He looked around in shock and said, "Wait, we're all the same person from different worlds. Damn, that scared the crap out of me. And you?" He turned to Hentai Renzo, face full of disbelief. "Did you enjoy messing with me just now? I seriously thought I got dropped into some weirdo's sick fantasy world. You're such a damn perv, man." Ha ha ha. Hentai Renzo didn't feel the least bit ashamed, he just laughed, patting the newbie on the shoulder. "Come on, it was just a bit of fun. Besides, that feeling, didn't it give you a nice surprise?" The newbie rolled his eyes hard. "Yeah, a great surprise, thanks. Screw off, will ya? You damn lucky bastard, getting ice-guyed into a world like that. I'm so disgusted by you." "Ha. You totally meant the first part." Hentai Renzo scoffed and went back to high-five everyone to finish the memory-sharing process. "Huh. Whoa. That world, huh? Now that's interesting." Everyone suddenly understood where the newbie came from. Pirate Renzo grinned and looked him up and down. "So you're from the world of Cooking Master Boy? And you're Pai-sensei's disciple? Not bad at all. A/N, too bad this isn't Food Wars. Oh well, this anime is called Shinchuka Ichiban. And Pai is the MC's mother of this world, known as Fairy of Cuisine. Your world has got glowing food, right? Perfect timing. My world's overflowing with ingredients, and I've been needing someone with some serious kitchen skills." Pirate Renzo was okay at cooking, but if you said his food was actually good, that'd be a lie. Now with the newbie around, he was already on the road to claim the title of world's greatest chef in his world. The newbie scratched his head and chuckled. "Can't compare with you guys. Most of you come from high-tech or supernatural worlds. Mine's just your average cooking anime world. And honestly, my cooking skills aren't anything special, yet. But now that I've got your abilities, there's actually hope for me. I'll seriously train and get good at this. Right now, Pai-sensei's in a rough spot. After Shoan betrayed her and stole all the money from Kakara restaurant, she's been trying to earn it back. She's completely exhausted and ended up falling ill. Chef Renzo had been helping out before, but since his talent wasn't anything extraordinary, he couldn't really make high-end dishes. He mostly ran errands and did grunt work. But that's all different now. He had everyone's skills and memories. Strong swordsmanship, incredible body control, heightened senses, you name it. Learning to cook well should be a breeze. He could even heal his teacher and learn even more advanced techniques and dishes from her, helping Kakara restaurant out of its crisis. Of course, if he wanted, he could just use the fantasy creation cheat to conjure up gold. Make sure to teach that bastard Shoan a lesson, too. If I remember right, he comes back later, yeah. Don't let him off easy. Demon Slayer Renzo reminded him. He hated traitors the most. Absolutely, the newbie, now dubbed Chef Renzo, nodded firmly. Whether it's Shoan or the Dark Cooking Society, I won't let any of them go unpunished. I'm also gonna collect all those legendary cooking tools. And I'm gonna take it further, combine cooking with supernatural power and create a new way of the super chef. Eventually, he even hoped to bring his sensei and the others along the path to make their world even more amazing. Now that's a great idea. Aizen gave him a thumbs up. Plenty of fantasy stories have similar power systems. Wishing you success. Still, not gonna lie, you were pretty useless before. Pirate Renzo couldn't help but roast him. You knew the original story, and you still let Shoan steal the money. Come on. Yeah. Chef Renzo shrugged. You'll see in my memories, I really tried. But what could I do? I couldn't rat him out before anything happened. My sensei is too kind, she wouldn't believe me, and she might have even scolded me instead. She's not the kind of person who'd accept accusations against a fellow disciple, no matter what. And I couldn't beat Shoan back then. But that's all gonna change. He's gonna pay. Uchiha Renzo and Evie both rolled their eyes. Honestly, the dude was pretty weak before. Total underdog. Do your best. Just follow my example. Pirate Renzo puffed out his chest. Yeah, right. Uchiha Renzo fired back. Didn't you get caught by pirates the second you arrived? Almost got sold into slavery, too. If me and Evie hadn't shown up, you'd be stuck as some celestial dragon's pet by now. Pirate Renzo. Let's not bring that up, we're still friends, right? It's not like I wanted to get caught the moment I arrived. Then what about the newbie? Evie added. Same thing. He wasn't gifted at the start, and picking a fight would have just gotten him killed. Honestly, I kinda want to see what would have happened if Pirate Renzo didn't get his cheat powers. That'd be hilarious. Hermione chuckled, eyes narrowing mischievously. Pirate Renzo looked horrified. You're a devil, woman. Wait, there's a girl among us. It was only now that the newbie noticed Hermione. He'd only skimmed the shared memories, hadn't fully processed everything yet. What's wrong with that? You act like women can't be Ice Guide too. Hermione rolled her eyes. There's even one who got reborn as a Pokemon. And another one as a giant snake. She stood up. Anyway, I'm going back to research. Before leaving, she reminded Fairy Tale Renzo, don't forget to bring me what I asked for. I'm getting impatient. Almost done. Fairy Tale Renzo nodded. Satellite systems up, and I've got a lead on a wyvern. Give me a month, I'll send you everything, including the analyzed data. Fine. 1 month. Hermione nodded and left. She knew how hard it was to fully analyze pure dragon blood, especially after refining it. 1 month, including the hunting process. Pretty reasonable. That's it for today, let's wrap up. Eisen stood up. Let's all keep pushing through the remaining Ryatsa decoding tasks. Later. One by one, everyone started leaving. Hey newbie, make sure to level up your cooking fast. Pirate Renzo reminded him before leaving. Got it. I'm heading out too, the newbie nodded and hurried off. He still had to go heal his sensei. Chapter 206, Sorry X. Cooking Master Boy World. When his consciousness returned, Chef Renzo stayed seated, quietly letting the new powers and memories fuse together. It took him over half an hour before he finally stood up. Renzo went to his master's room first. Seeing her pale and worn out in bed, he gently asked, Sensei, are you feeling any better? Master Pai slowly opened her eyes and gave him a tired smile. A little. Sorry to make you worry, Renzo. Renzo's nose stung. If she hadn't taken him in back then, he'd probably have died long ago. Sensei, don't talk. I'm going to heal you now. Renzo quietly chanted in his heart, holy healing. In the next moment, a tiny magic circle appeared in his palm. His whole hand began glowing with a soft platinum light, gently enveloping Pai's head and body. You silly kid, you've gone crazy or Semethi, huh? Master Pai was just about to scold Renzo for acting weird, but then she felt it, something wasn't right. A warm, gentle energy flowed from Renzo's palm, spreading through her mind and body like a soft breeze. Almost instantly, the exhaustion and mental strain she'd been feeling started to melt away. Her body, weak and worn out, was quickly regaining strength. Even the old injuries she'd picked up from past fights with the Dark Cooking Society, ones that never quite healed, were being restored like magic. It only took a few minutes. When Renzo finally pulled his hand back, Master Pai sat up with wide eyes, completely stunned. She looked at her hands, then turned to Renzo with a mix of shock and wonder. Renzo, I had a lucky encounter, Master. Renzo said with a grin, making something up on the spot. I ran into a blue-haired old woman, and she passed on this power to me. You're all healed now. Renzo silently apologized to Aqua in his mind, sorry, you blue-haired idiot. I'll tell Hiro to get you some wine as a reward. Is that so? Master Pai chuckled, ruffling his hair fondly. Thank you, truly. She didn't press for details, just smiled with genuine relief even though she knew it was a lie. She could feel the change in her little disciple. He seemed more mature now. More confident. That was it, confidence. Before, due to his lack of talent, Renzo had always been pretty insecure. He didn't have the energy or drive a young boy should have. But now. That spark was definitely there. Do you feel any lingering pain or discomfort? Renzo asked gently. None at all, she replied brightly. I feel great. I can start cooking again tomorrow. We can finally get back on track. Renzo nodded eagerly, then reached into his sleeve and pulled out 2 gold ingots, freshly conjured using his fantasy creation cheat. These are also from another old woman with golden hair. Use them to help the restaurant. No more overworking yourself, okay? Master, your health comes first. Renzo silently apologized again, this time to Darkness, sorry, you golden-haired masochist. I'll tell Hiro to maybe learn a thing or two from that hentai guy. Master Pai was stunned when she saw the gold. She wanted to say no at first, but seeing Renzo's serious expression, she finally nodded and accepted them. All right. I promise. Thank you for thinking of your master, she added warmly. But just so you know, you don't get to slack off either. I'm going to make sure I train you properly. I'm gonna turn you into a true chef. She grinned mischievously. So get ready to work hard, little Renzo. Hee hee. Renzo laughed nervously. Ah, did I just dig myself into a hole? Too late now. Go get some rest. You're waking up early tomorrow to help in the kitchen. I want to see just how much you've really improved. Let's go, she said, punching the air like a cheerful schoolgirl. Over the next few days, Renzo did 3 things. He learned how to cook, built an underground base with the help of the AI Red Queen, and taught the people around him the breathing techniques from the Demon Slayer world. Renzo was getting closer to become a super chef. Chapter 207, Evie and his human form. Inside the consciousness space. Hey guys. I need a bunch of cookbooks and recipes from different worlds, anything culinary related. Please help me collect them. Oh. And I could really use some unique ingredients from your worlds too. Help me out, yeah. I'm developing a new path, Spirit Chef. It's all about blending superpowers with cooking. And once I master it, this path won't just be mine. It'll help everyone. Chef Renzo was back, rubbing his hands together and making his appeal to the group. No problem. I'm in. Pirate Renzo was the first to respond. Books and ingredients. My world's full of both. I'll gather what I can too. Uchiha Renzo added. The ninja world has a few chakra-based dishes. Might come in handy for your spirit chef path. If food could help people get stronger, he was all for it. I'm in too, said Hero Renzo. My world's got tons of exotic ingredients and recipes. Aizen, sure. Swordsman Renzo, got it. Evie, okay. Apocalypse Renzo, +1. One by one, the others chimed in with their support. This kind of thing was nothing for them. Thanks, everyone. I swear I'll come up with even more delicious recipes and share them with all of you. Chef Renzo grinned brightly and left. Guess the newbie might actually be worth something. Unlike you, you damn pervert, Demon Slayer Renzo said, glaring at Hentai Renzo. Why him and not me? Yep, that was the real reason behind his anger. Hentai Renzo was speechless. You're the one who told me to go after that MILF the other day. And now you are angry about it. You even convinced me and said, NTR isn't bad, it's just fixing broken marriages. And didn't I kinda share her only with you? Apocalypse Renzo. Evie, 2 pieces of trash. Uchiha Renzo, the worst. Aizen, perhaps we should test what happens if one of the Renzos dies. Hermione, yes, let's try it. Demon Slayer and Hentai Renzo exchanged a glance and vanished instantly, fleeing before Hermione could actually go through with it. They ran, Hermione muttered with disappointment, like she'd genuinely been ready to kill them. I'm heading out. If they come back, tie them up for me, will you? With that, she also left. After some days. Pokemon World. Hey. Cynthia. Evie was perched on Cynthia's shoulder, sniffing the faint floral scent on her body, sounding a little unsure and conflicted. What's wrong, Evie? Are you feeling sick? Cynthia looked down at it, sensing something off. She quickly picked it up and held it in her arms, worried. No, that's not it, Evie shook its head, then hesitantly asked, I was just wondering, if I turned into a human one day, would you still treat me the same? Would you still want to be with me? Puffed. Cynthia couldn't help but laugh, gently stroking its head. You're really worried about that? Don't be silly. But what if it did happen? You know I have weird powers. Even Sabrina can turn people into dolls. So it's not impossible, right? Evie was getting worked up now. Why was she laughing when he was being serious? Cynthia, seeing how flustered Evie got, rubbed her cheek against his with a warm smile. No matter what you become, Evie, I'll always treat you with the same love. I'll always stay with you. I promise. So stop overthinking, okay? This little guy was really stressing over something like this. Cynthia didn't even know what to say. Her Evie was definitely one of a kind. She'd always had the feeling that Evie's thoughts were closer to a human's than a Pokemon's. But like she said, no matter what form Evie took, she'd never leave him. Ever. Unless Evie himself stopped liking her. To Cynthia, the morning 2 years ago when she met Evie was the luckiest day of her life. It marked the start of everything magical. And it was all thanks to Evie. She never saw him as just a Pokemon. To her, Evie was her closest, most irreplaceable partner in the whole world. She could live without a boyfriend. But she could never live without her Evie. Evie was really touched by what Cynthia said. Cynthia, thank you. Actually, I've been working on transforming into a human form. I've made a lot of progress recently. But I was scared. Scared that if I really turned into a human, you wouldn't like me anymore. That's why I kept it to myself. But with what Cynthia had just said, Evie finally had the courage to speak up. Huh? Wait, what did you just say? Cynthia froze. She quickly lifted Evie up with both hands and stared at it seriously. You said you've what now? I figured out how to transform into a human. I just need to run the final test. Evie looked nervous but determined. Wait, seriously? Evie nodded. Seriously? Evie, that's... Chapter 208, Palkia, the Poke God of Space. I figured out how to transform into a human. I just need to run the final test. Evie looked nervous but determined. Cynthia's eyes lit up. Wait, seriously? Evie nodded. Seriously? That's amazing. Really, Evie, that's incredible. Cynthia spun around on the spot while holding Evie up, her face glowing with excitement. Cynthia, you're not weirded out by this at all? I mean, I'd be turning into a human. And I like you. Evie's voice was small, and its face turned red under its fur. Cynthia just smiled like it was the most normal thing in the world. If it's something you truly want, I'll support you no matter what. And hey, if you do become human, that just means I'll have a friend who can always be by my side, right? Oh, and of course I like you too. Yeah. Cynthia was still totally clueless. She didn't understand that the like Evie meant was very different from what she thought. After all, she was only 12. Just a friend. Evie sounded a little disappointed. Huh? What else would we be if not friends? Cynthia tilted her head, confused. What was up with Evie today? Was something wrong? She reached out and felt its forehead. No fever. Evie, are you sick? Evie. No, I'm fine, it quickly said, shaking its head. Then it squirmed a little in her arms, and Cynthia took the hint, gently placing it back down on the ground. With a light hop, Evie returned to her shoulder. Cynthia, I'm ready to test the transformation. I'm gonna take us back to my base in Sinnoh for it. Wait, what? Cynthia turned to look at Evie, eyes wide. You mean from here? With teleportation? Can you really do that? We're in Kanto right now. Sure, she knew Evie was strong, but this was on another level. No problem. With my current strength, I can do it. Just don't panic, okay? It might make you a little dizzy, Evie said confidently. Well, all right, Cynthia nodded, concern in her eyes. But be careful, Evie. Don't push yourself too hard. Worst case, we can just fly back. It's not like we're in a hurry. There's still over 2 months before the Indigo Plateau Conference starts. We've already got 7 badges, just 1 more to go. She wasn't wrong. Their pace had been fast. Mostly because Cynthia was really strong, and the Pokemon she trained with Evie's guidance were even stronger. Gym challenges weren't exactly a problem. Honestly, if they hadn't been spending so much time exploring or hanging out with Sabrina's family, they would have had all 8 badges already. Evie nodded. With a thought, it activated Sage Mode and then locked onto the coordinates of the base that Red Queen had sent flying drones to months ago. In just a second, whoosh, the two vanished from where they stood. In a flash, they crossed thousands of kilometers and reappeared at the underground training field in Evie's base in Sinnoh's Sanjam town. Meanwhile, deep within a dimensional space somewhere in Sinnoh, Palkia suddenly opened its eyes. Its gaze pierced through countless layers of space until it found Evie mid-teleportation with Cynthia. Huh, an Evie. And a human. Palkia narrowed its eyes. That's odd. It looks like that Evie is the one performing the teleportation. It actually has this level of spatial control. And I can't sense its power or what's inside it at all. Weird. Guess I'll take a closer look. With interest piqued, Palkia tore open space and appeared just a few meters away from Evie and Cynthia. ZZZZ. Evie. Cynthia. Still dizzy from the long-distance jump, the two had barely recovered before seeing a giant, majestic Pokemon emerge from a rift in space, right in front of them. Wait, is that the god of space, Palkia? Evie looked at the newcomer with uncertainty. It wasn't that it didn't recognize Palkia's appearance, but it was confused. Why now? Why did Palkia show up at this moment? Was it because of the long-range teleportation we just did? But I've teleported before too, and nothing happened. Sure, it was long distance this time, but still. Evie was completely puzzled. Could it be that they happened to land in Sinnoh, Palkia and Dialga's turf, and that triggered something? Evie, is that really Palkia, the god of space? Cynthia was stunned too. The way this Pokemon looked, it was way too similar to the statue of Palkia in Sinnoh's ancient temple, Almighty Sinnoh. Oh. Palkia looked them over and, to its mild surprise, said, "You actually recognize me. That's quite interesting." Then its eyes landed on Evie, clearly intrigued. "Especially you, fascinating creature. You're different. Even standing right in front of you, I can't see through your essence. That's extremely rare. You may very well have the potential to become one of us someday. And your control over space, even I, the god of space, am impressed. That kind of long-distance teleportation, especially while bringing someone else along, is something not even many legendary Pokemon can pull off. Eevee gave a humble smile and shook its head. Compared to you, the god of space, what I've done isn't worth mentioning. I still have a long way to go. It wasn't being overly modest, just honest. When dealing with Pokemon, there was no need to play word games. You're remarkable, Palkia nodded in approval. Seeing a once ordinary Pokemon set foot on the path to godhood. I find that rather exciting. As a little gift, and perhaps an investment, I'll give both you and your human friend a present. With a thought, a glowing orb emerged from the center of Palkia's forehead. Then it split into two, one large and one small. The smaller orb flew into Cynthia's forehead, while the larger one merged into Eevee's. A moment later, both of them felt a rush of pure space element energy flood into their consciousness. It was quickly absorbed. Eevee's perception of space sharpened immediately. It felt like it could now teleport both itself and Cynthia back to Kanto at a fraction of the energy cost, maybe just 1/10 of what it needed before. Even comprehending space-related laws and abilities now seemed a lot easier. In short, its talent and affinity for spatial power had taken a serious leap forward. Cynthia felt something similar, though not as strong. Her spatial abilities had always been way behind Eevee's, but now even she felt teleporting would be much easier. She might even finally grasp fixed-point teleportation, which had always been beyond her. Thank you, God of Space, X. Eevee and Cynthia bowed gratefully to Palkia. Palkia really was generous. That energy earlier. That had to be a part of Palkia's own space origin power. To Palkia, it might not even matter, but to them, it was priceless. No need to thank me, Palkia smiled faintly. Just a little gift, and a small investment. I look forward to the day you become a legendary Pokemon. Well then, until next time. And with that, Palkia sliced open space and disappeared just as suddenly as he arrived. So clean. So casual. Thanks again. Eevee shouted into the air, not even sure if Palkia could still hear. Didn't matter. Yup, Pokemon really are easier to get along with. None of that scheming or backstabbing you see with humans. I like it this way, Eevee thought, feeling great. This unexpected encounter turned into a massive win for both it and Cynthia. And who knows, maybe one day, when Eevee surpasses even Palkia, it'll return the favor in full. Chapter 209, Animagus, Human Form. Did the God of Space just leave like that? Cynthia stood still, staring at the spot where Palkia had disappeared, mumbling to herself. Yup. Eevee nodded with a cheerful smile. We owe him one this time. You better start training seriously from now on, Cynthia. Oh, and with this, you should be able to learn targeted teleportation, right? Thanks to this encounter, Cynthia's space-related abilities had taken a huge leap forward. Mastering spatial powers would be much easier for her from now on. Exactly. I can feel it. It's like space suddenly became way more familiar to me. Hee hee. Cynthia giggled happily. Told you. Eevee nodded. Anyway, this turned out to be a lucky break. Now then, time to test my transformation. Cynthia, stand back a bit and keep an eye on me. Be careful, Eevee. Cynthia nodded quickly, a mix of worry and anticipation in her eyes as she stepped to the edge of the training field and watched from afar. Animagus, human form. On the other side, Eevee began casting the transformation spell he had carefully worked out. His body was immediately enveloped in a bright white light, and then it began to change shape, slowly but surely. It was painful, especially spiritually, but aside from that, the process went surprisingly smoothly. A few seconds later, the light faded, and Eevee had successfully turned into a human. What the hell? Why am I so tiny? Eevee looked down at his small hands and feet and couldn't help but yell out in despair. Huh. Cynthia walked over, wide-eyed with surprise when she saw Eevee's new form, a small little boy. Ah, you're really so tiny. What are you now, 2 or 3 years old? Eevee. Yeah, that was exactly the question you wanted to ask too. What kind of logic is this? Shouldn't the age be based on my species' lifespan and maturity rate? Why is it calculating based on human aging? I'm the boss baby now. Eevee howled in frustration. None of this made any scientific or magical sense. Ahem. Eevee. Clothes. You need clothes. At that moment, Cynthia stole a glance at the little naked toddler, blushed bright red, and quickly turned away. Oh, crap. Eevee snapped out of it, his baby face turning pink as he hurriedly conjured some clothes and shoes using his fantasy creation magic. After dressing, he called out to her, "Okay, you can turn around now." Cynthia spun back around and her eyes lit up the moment she saw him. "Whoa. You're so cute." Evie. She couldn't resist anymore. Cynthia ran up, scooped him into her arms, and rubbed her cheek against his. This feels nice too. Your skin is so soft and smooth. It's like I got myself a new little brother. Cynthia looked thrilled as she snuggled him. Unfortunately, Evie was feeling nothing but despair. He thought once he became human, he'd finally be free to do great things. But nope, life smacked him down again. What the heck could a 3-year-old do? He still had like plus 10 years before he'd even hit puberty. Cynthia. Can't you see I'm clearly not happy right now? Where's the sympathy? Right now, I'm just hoping my human form grows at a normal pace. Otherwise, I might seriously lose my mind. And stop calling me your little brother. I'm supposed to be your future boyfriend. Evie waved his tiny arms, his tone filled with righteous indignation. He'd worked so hard on this transformation just to end up like this. Buffed. Boyfriend. Seriously? You're just a little bean and you're already thinking about stuff like that. Cynthia's face lit up with amusement as she teased him. Should I get you some milk, cutie? Then she reached out and gave his chubby cheeks a playful squeeze. She instantly fell in love with the squishy texture. Evie. That's my face, not a stress toy. It hurts, okay. He looked up at her with watery eyes, full of resentment. Ahaha, sorry. Cynthia laughed awkwardly and quickly let go. Well, whatever. You already admitted that you like me and said you'd always stay by my side. So from now on, I'm your boyfriend, deal with it. Evie declared, full of confidence. So what if he was small now? He'd grow. Besides, Cynthia was only around 12 or 13 herself, age-wise, it wasn't that much of a gap. And hey, he could always research ways to accelerate his physical growth. Maybe I should go ask Apocalypse Bro, Gundam Bro, Uchiha, or Aizen for help. Sigh. Evie sighed inwardly. He could already imagine the roasting he'd get when they found out. Everyone was definitely going to laugh their asses off. His pathetic life didn't even begin. I never said I wanted to be your girlfriend though. Evie, you're being sneaky. Cynthia giggled. You're just a little bean right now, talking about dating and all that. Wait till you grow up, okay? Hee. She looked like she was having way too much fun with this. Sorry for being such a tiny bean, alright? Can you please put me down? Being carried around like this is seriously uncomfortable. Evie grumbled, clearly annoyed. Did she really see him as nothing more than a baby right now? Nope. I'm gonna go tell Grandma the good news. And with that, Cynthia took off running while hugging little Evie tight, heading straight back up from the underground base. It didn't take long before they found Professor Carolina, and Cynthia wasted no time showing the little baby off. Grandma, look. Evie turned into a human. Isn't he just the cutest? Huh. Professor Carolina blinked in surprise. Cynthia. When did you get back? Weren't you just on the phone yesterday saying you were still in Kanto? And what's this about Evie turning into a human? And who's this adorable little guy you're holding? Who's so cute? Grandma, this is Evie. I told you, he transformed into a human. Cynthia said seriously. Wait, what? Professor Carolina froze for a moment, then turned to stare at the small boy in Cynthia's arms whose expression utterly hopeless. Evie had even lost the light in his eyes. You're serious? A Pokemon, turned into a human. She had never heard of anything like that. It's true. Evie, why don't you change back and show her? After a whole round of explaining, and some pleading from Cynthia, Evie finally turned back into his original form to prove it. Only then did Professor Carolina finally believe them. She was definitely curious enough to want to study it further, but to her credit, she didn't push. She just gave Evie a basic checkup in his human form to make sure everything was functioning properly. A Pokemon turning into a real human. And not just some illusion, this is straight up magical. Even though everything had been explained, Professor Carolina still found it hard to wrap her head around. Oh come on, what's the big deal? Latias can turn into a human too, Evie said, rolling his eyes. That's different, Professor Carolina replied with a chuckle. I've heard about Latias, but she doesn't actually become human, she just takes on the appearance. She's still a Pokemon at her core. But your transformation goes all the way down to the genetic level. In human form, you're basically a real human. By the way, can you still use Pokemon abilities in your human form? She asked, eyes lighting up with curiosity. Of course, Evie nodded. Then, Professor Carolina leaned in, clearly ready to ask something. But Evie cut her off immediately, catching on quick, "Don't even think about running experiments, alright?" Not only could it completely mess up the relationship between humans and Pokemon, it could seriously tip the balance that's been in place for who knows how long. Plus, I'm a special case. Even if other Pokemon could become human, there's no guarantee they'd still have access to their abilities. Well, except maybe for psychic types, he added thoughtfully. Their powers were tied to mental energy after all, and humans could become psychics too. Good point, Professor Carolina nodded seriously. This kind of thing really is like Pandora's box. Best not to open it. I'll delete all the data right away. And from now on, neither of you should mention this to anyone. Oh, and just to be safe, I'll register you with an official human identity, Evie. I'll put myself down as your guardian. That way you can live and move around as a human without raising suspicion. As long as Evie and Cynthia kept their mouths shut, no one would ever know. Even a genetic skin wouldn't raise any red flags while Evie was in human form. That was the real power of a Nimigus transformation. Chapter 210, Evie gets roasted. Then I'll leave it to you, Professor. Thanks. Evie nodded seriously, like a little grown-up. But as a baby, he looked so ridiculously cute that Professor Carolina couldn't resist. She scooped him up, rubbed her face against his, and planted a kiss on his chubby cheek. Evie. You and Cynthia really are two of a kind, huh? He wiped the wet spot off his cheek with a blank look. Seriously, can you guys stop doing that? Carolina giggled. Come on. Acting all serious and grown up while looking like this just makes you cuter. And honestly, you're way too pretty. Once you grow up, you'll definitely be a total heartbreaker, you know. So. Want to get engaged to our Cynthia now? You two already seem pretty close, after all. She said it half-jokingly, but the twinkle in her eyes said otherwise. Ever since Evie started showing off his strange powers, helping her crack several research projects, and even founding the Renzo Corporation, Carolina stopped seeing him as just an ordinary Pokemon. Frankly, calling him a legendary Pokemon wouldn't be far off. And now that Evie could fully transform into a human. Yeah, there was no way she was letting go of such a perfect future grandson-in-law. Grandma. What are you even saying? Cynthia turned red, glared at both her grandmother and the smirking Evie, then stormed upstairs to her room in a huff. In the consciousness space. Buffed, ha 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 ha. Evie, bro, what the heck happened to you? Are you sure your transformation research didn't mess something up? Why'd you turn into a toddler? Like, 2 or 3 years old max. Aren't you that Evie who said you'd turn into a human and confess to Cynthia? I'm not asking for a full-grown adult, but come on. At least a teenager, right? Wait, or do you have a certain fetish you're not telling us about? Ha ha ha. Omen Evie's gonna be the death of me. I'm laughing way too hard. Ha 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 ha. This is just too much, Uchiha Renzo chuckled, unable to hold it in. Now we've got baby Renzo. Buffed, jahahaha. It was way too ridiculous. Wahahahaha, echoed again and again. Everyone was losing it, laughing like lunatics. Evie just stared at them, completely deadpan. You guys are unbelievable. It's not like I knew this was gonna happen either. If I had known. He sighed. Actually, even if I knew, I probably still would have gone through with the transformation research. At least I'm human now. Sure, I'm small, but I can grow up. That's better than staying a Pokemon forever. By the way, he looked around at the group, focusing on Apocalypse, Gundam, Aizen, and Uchiha Renzo. Any of you know a way to speed up physical growth? Uchiha Renzo shrugged with a grin. The 100 healings mark might do the trick. It basically halts aging, so in theory, you could reverse it to speed up growth. Want to give it a shot? I might be able to get it from Tsunade. He was already working on winning her over, anyway. Hiro had recently gotten Aqua's basic resurrection skill. And he was now analyzing it to see if it could be enhanced. He figured if he offered to resurrect Tsunade's little brother, Nawaki, he'd have a solid chance of getting close to her. Yep. No rush. He had a plan. Evie hesitated. Even if it works, wouldn't that shorten my lifespan? Is it really worth it to shave off years just to grow up faster? What's the big deal? You've got a long life ahead of you anyway, and don't forget we've got lifespan extending potions. 300 years, man. You worried about a few little years. Uchiha Renzo waved it off like it was nothing. That's the kind of arrogance you can afford when you've got a long life. He was even thinking of testing it on himself. Though, he was a bit worried the technique might shorten his life without actually making his body grow. That would suck. Better to let Evie try it first. Alright, then get the jutsu for me first. I'll study it properly before trying anything, Evie said, seeing right through Uchiha Renzo's shady grin. Sure thing. Just give me some time. He nodded casually. That's when Apocalypse Renzo chimed in. No luck on my end either. My cloning tech can accelerate clone growth, but that's from the start, like, during embryo development. It doesn't work on someone who's already born. But I can assign a shadow clone to look into it. Might come in handy down the line. Growing a body from scratch and altering one that's already born were two totally different things. Same here, Gundam Renzo said, raising his hand. When it came to genetics, he wasn't much better than Apocalypse Renzo at the moment. Hearing that, Evie couldn't help but look disappointed. Well, I'll be counting on you guys to at least try. Any hope is better than none. Then he turned his gaze to Aizen. Aizen shrugged and said, if you asked me to switch you into a different body entirely, I could probably pull it off. But accelerating growth? Sorry, never done anything like that. Maybe the Hogyoku could do it though. But let's be real, recreating the Hogyoku is basically impossible right now. That thing's anything but simple. So why rush it? You're still young. Isn't Cynthia still a kid too? Some body training techniques already help with physical transformation to some extent. Like the ones from Demon Slayer, a few years of that might be enough. And in the meantime, you could just tweak your transformation spell to make a teenage version of yourself or something. No big deal. Aizen didn't recommend rushing the process. Forcing growth could damage potential in the long run. Fine. I'll figure something out on my own, Evie said, sighing helplessly. After that, Evie left the space and stayed a few days at home with Cynthia. Once the professor finished sorting out his human identity, he teleported back to the Kanto region with Cynthia in tow. Meanwhile, in Palkia's dimension. At some point, Dialga had shown up. Seeing Palkia return, Dialga curiously asked, so? What were you up to this time? None of your business, Palkia shot back. The two were longtime frenemies. If they weren't arguing, something felt off. That said, their relationship was actually pretty solid. You don't have to say anything. I already know, you went to check out that strange EV, didn't you? That little guy really is something. Might actually have a shot at becoming a god someday. Dialga grinned as he spoke. Right. Palkia laughed, nodding. So you think he's got potential too, huh? Guess my instincts are still sharp. Heh. Dialga smirked. Too bad he doesn't control time. If he did, I wouldn't mind giving him a little gift. Oh. He even turned into a human. That transformation's not normal at all. Gotta admit, that's a pretty creative idea. Palkia rolled his eyes. Would it kill you to stop peeping on people for once? Dialga just shrugged. What's the harm? Palkia, Dialga, I'm the god of space. Dialga, Palkia, you are gonna regret this. Back in the Naruto world. Inside the Hokage's office. Minato had called in Renzo, Kurenai, Asuma, and Kakashi for a meeting. He looked at them and said, I called you here today because I have an important mission. Well, mostly for Renzo, but the rest of you can tag along and gain some real-world experience. Hearing that, Obito lit up. What mission? Is it a fight? Man, I'm bored out of my mind lately. Give us something to break some bones. Kakashi shot him a look and said dryly, you just want to show off your progress, don't you? Hate to break it to you, but you're still dead last. Kakashi, you jerk. Wanna go right now? Obito snapped, puffing up. Like you could actually win. Sit down and shut up. Let's hear what Lord Fourth has to say. Kakashi clapped back smoothly, shifting attention back to Minato and leaving Obito fuming in silence. I'm guessing there's trouble on the front lines. Uchiha Renzo asked with a smile. Exactly, Minato nodded. With Konoha going through internal chaos lately, Kumo, Hidden Cloud, took advantage of the situation. They've already sent the third Raikage Sun as well as the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails and Two Tails to stir things up. We've taken some heavy losses out there. Jiraiya-sensei already went to back them up a few days ago, but things still aren't turning around. That's why I want you, Renzo, to lead the team and crush Kumo in one go, put an end to this war once and for all. And for the rest of you, treat this as a valuable learning experience. Chapter 211, Kumogakure Strikes. Although Kakashi and the others had taken part in several missions on the battlefield before, they'd never really been in any high-level fights. This was their chance. Even though Renzo had already said that Uchiha Madara was most likely dead and Black Zetsu had already found a new pawn to replace Obito, but Minato still wasn't at ease. That's why he hadn't been assigning them many missions lately, just to be cautious. So now, he figured he might as well send Uchiha Renzo along to test Black Zetsu's next move. At the very least, with Renzo's power, everyone's safety was pretty much guaranteed. No problem. We'll head out right away, Renzo nodded. Honestly, this whole situation is kind of tied to me. It's only fair that I help bring it to a proper end. But wait, isn't it weird that IWA didn't react at all this time? That's not like Inoki at all. Whenever there was a chance to take advantage of something, that old man was always the first one to jump in. You don't need to put it like that, Renzo, Minato said with a smile, shaking his head. What's going on with Kumo has nothing to do with you. And all the problems Konoha's facing right now, we're all in this together. And haven't things been improving lately? I should be thanking you, really, for all the advice you've given me. Konoha has definitely become more lively and full of energy lately. Minato paused for a moment, then continued, as for IWA, they're making moves too. But thanks to the explosion that destroyed Canopy Bridge, their response has been a little slower. For now, they're mostly sending out small units to harass us. I've already sent Orochimaru to reinforce our forces on the IWA front. And just this morning, I got intel back from our spy network in Kumo. The third Raikage has led several thousand ninja to launch a surprise attack on the land of Earth. Minato couldn't help but chuckle as he said it. He honestly had no idea what the third Raikage was thinking. Attacking the land of Earth at this moment would definitely force Inoki to pull his troops away from the Konoha front lines. Maybe the Raikage thought their rear was weak and now was the perfect opportunity. Whatever the reason, it worked out in Konoha's favor. Oh. Renzo raised an eyebrow when he heard that. So it really did happen, huh? I haven't been paying much attention to that stuff lately. He raised his left hand and gave an order to Red Queen. Red Queen, can you track the third Raikage and movements in the land of Earth right now? Yes, Master. Red Queen replied immediately. A holographic projection appeared in front of Renzo. It showed live footage from the border of the land of Earth, focusing on a key city. Sure enough, the third Raikage was leading a massive force of Kumo ninja and absolutely wrecking everything in their path. To be fair, the third Raikage wasn't wrong. Right now, the rear of the land of Earth really was left wide open. Inoki had heard that Konoha was in chaos, third Hokage stepping down, Danzo executed, and thought this was the perfect chance. So, he mobilized most of Iwa's elite shinobi to the front lines. He even brought both of their Jinchuriki with him. So yeah, the back was really undefended. Even Inoki had no idea the third Raikage, crazy as he was, would use this moment to attack the land of Earth instead of the land of fire. After all, the land of Earth didn't have the wealth and resources that Konoha or the land of fire did. And anyone with half a brain could tell, Konoha was in a transitional period. With leadership changes and Danzo's execution, it looked like they were at their weakest. If you didn't strike now, when would you? Inoki had everything figured out, except for one thing, the third Raikage didn't think like a normal person. Ha! Looks like the land of Earth is in for a world of pain this time. Poor Inoki. So far, at least 12 cities have fallen to Kumo's attack. Tons of shinobi have died, and civilians are being displaced by the thousands. And the real kicker? That damn Raikage even raided their supply bunkers. Those bunkers were loaded with money and all kinds of resources. Thanks to the surveillance satellites, Renzo and the others were seeing it all play out in real time. Oi! What the heck is this thing? Obito stared at the holographic screen in front of him, completely stunned. You're telling me we're watching a live feed, from the land of Earth? Kakashi looked equally shocked. This is the first I'm hearing about it. So the comm bands and Red Queen can do this too. Renzo, you didn't tell us about this feature. Damn right. No one knew when Asuma picked up smoking, but there he was, cigarette hanging from his lips, eyes wide as he stared at the screen. This thing's way better than any intel system we've got. Minato could only smile awkwardly as he turned to Renzo. You never told me the Red Queen and these communicator wristbands could do all this. If I'd known earlier, we wouldn't have needed to send out so many intel agents. And the information flow would have been way faster too. After all, sending spies into other villages was one of the riskiest assignments. Some of the highest casualty rates came from intel work. Every year, a huge number of Konoha's intel ninjas ended up dead in the field. That's because I never gave you access, Renzo shrugged. You weren't Hokage before, Minato and I-san. And as for recently, I kinda forgot. He chuckled and raised his hands in a my bad gesture. I'll give you access now, but just for this function, alright? Oh, and just a heads up, due to certain restrictions, there might be times or places where surveillance won't work. Ask Red Queen for details. As he spoke, Renzo gave Red Queen the order to unlock permissions for the group. The special restrictions, he mentioned, of course, referred to the fact that their satellite still had to avoid scanning the moon. After all, there were still members of the Otsutsuki clan, trash version, descendants of Otsutsuki Himura, living up there. If they spotted the satellite, they might just blow it out of the sky. Now that I think about it, Renzo mused to himself, maybe it's time I visit the moon in another world, wipe out the Otsutsuki clan there, and snatch that massive Tensigen while I'm at it. He was definitely interested in the Tensigen. Not to mention, the Byakugan itself had some pretty solid abilities. If he could somehow merge those strengths into his Sharingan, he'd absolutely go for it. That will help us greatly. Thanks, Renzo, Minato said quickly. No need to be so formal, Renzo waved him off. If that's everything, we'll head out now. Take care, Minato said. Let's go. Without further delay, Renzo set off with Kurenai, Asuma, and Kakashi, heading out of the Konoha gates toward the battlefield against Kyumo. Meanwhile, at the Kyumo battlefront. Jiraiya-san, seriously? You got yourself hurt fighting I. If I hadn't jumped in when I did, you might have died right there. A clone of Renzo was healing Jiraiya while joking with him. You little punk. Jiraiya laughed and cursed. I'm not that weak, all right. That damn Eight-Tails Jinchuriki ambushed me, that's why I took a hit. Otherwise, you think they could scratch the Great Toad Sage? Not a chance. Yeah, keep talking, the clone scoffed. I is the son of the third Raikage, basically the confirmed fourth Raikage. He's no pushover, you might not even be a match for him in your normal state. And the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki? Don't even start. That guy's a perfect Jinchuriki, and he wasn't even fighting at full power yet. If he had gone all out, today's outcome would have looked way worse. Honestly, compared to Konoha, Kyumo did a better job at raising talent. Especially when it came to choosing successors. Whether it was I, the future fourth Raikage, or the future fifth Raikage, Darui, neither one was weak. More importantly, Kyumo didn't suppress geniuses, they trained them personally under the Raikage. Unlike Konoha, where political backstabbing and scheming were the norm. This is all your fault, brat, Jiraiya grumbled. You were hiding in the shadows the whole time. You knew how strong they were and you still sat there watching the show. Oi, oi, oi. Renzo's clone raised his hands. I am just a clone, you know. My main job was to protect the Uchiha, those guys were practically sacrificed by the third and Danzo. They even defeated Kiri and ended up like this. As a Uchiha myself, of course I had to protect them first. I don't have that much chakra, you know. Gotta prioritize. Cut the crap, Jiraiya said, rolling his eyes while gritting his teeth from the pain. You think I don't know you? Don't you know Flying Thunder God? If you really wanted to help me, just have your main body teleport in. Your clone could have stayed here to protect the Uchiha. Don't think I didn't see through you, you just wanted to watch me get wrecked. Humph. Chapter 212, Dignity Winning. The moment Renzo's shadow clone heard that, he chuckled. Okay, yeah, maybe I was a little curious to see how things would play out. Anyway, the main body's already on his way with 2 full squads. Mission straight from Minato. But he can't just ditch his post right now, he's got to protect Kakashi, Obito, Kurenai, and the rest. I mean, if you think about it, I did my part. Those are your precious students, right? Handpicked and handed off to my main body by your golden boy, the fourth Hokage himself. If he wasn't stuck babysitting that whole crew, he probably would have been here by now. So, yeah, not really my fault you got your ass kicked. Jiraiya. So basically. Minato set him up. No, wait, this still feels like Renzo's fault. That bastard can teleport an entire group across the battlefield if he wants to. By the way, the shadow clone added with a sly grin, why didn't you just go into Sage mode yesterday? You were getting crushed. Jiraiya coughed awkwardly. Well, there wasn't enough time, alright. You don't get it, Sage mode takes prep time. He was clearly avoiding the topic. Which, of course, just made Renzo's clone even more interested. Oh, come on. I learned Sage mode through Orochimaru and Ryuchi Cave, remember? Don't try to play dumb with me. Isn't Sage mode just, like, clap, and boom, you're in? Yup. The real body didn't even need to clap anymore. He was practically always in Sage mode. After all, he'd already converted his chakra into full Sage chakra and merged it with his source energy. Being in Sage mode was just his baseline now. Jiraiya looked like he'd been hit with a Raise-Non. Excuse me? That's total crap, he snapped. If you've really trained in Sage mode, then you should know it takes balancing natural energy with mental and physical energy, it's a process. You don't just snap your fingers and jump in. Nope, the clone said, still all smiles. Not lying. Tsunade told me herself that the first Hokage could enter Sage mode with just a clap. Prep time. Doesn't exist. If you do need it. That just means you never mastered it properly. And that means. He turned to Jiraiya with a mocking look. You only half learned it, huh? At best, you're using some fake version. Otherwise, no way it'd take you that long. Let me guess, you probably get all ugly when you go Sage mode, right? Since Snake Sage mode gives people snake features, the Toad one probably gives you, Toad face. So is that why you're avoiding it? You don't want to look like a freaking frog-human hybrid. Well, as expected from a Renzo. This shadow clone had the mouth of a devil. Jiraiya. That's it. I'm beating your punk ass. He lunged at the clone, fists flying, clearly going for a brawl. Too bad he couldn't catch him, Renzo's clone was way too fast. Internally, though, Jiraiya was panicking. This brat actually knows this much. Did he really master Sage mode? Wait, is he talking about the perfect Sage mode that Fukasaku mentioned before? The kind even I couldn't pull off. If that were true, and he went up against this kid using his janky, unstable version. Forget winning, he'd be laughed at for the rest of his life. With that horrifying thought, Jiraiya immediately dropped the idea of using Sage mode in the upcoming fight against the Kimo forces. Unless he was on the verge of death, there was no way he'd bust it out. Winning or losing was one thing, but he wasn't about to lose his dignity. Yep, that's it. Dignity is greater than just winning the battle. The next morning. After an early breakfast, the Kimo forces launched a fresh assault. I and Killer Bee, 8 Tails Jinchuriki, went straight for Jiraiya again. Meanwhile, Yujito ni, the 2 Tails Jinchuriki, made a beeline for Renzo's shadow clone, the same guy who showed up yesterday out of nowhere and kept pulling last-minute saves for the Uchiha. On paper, the Kimo side had 4,000 troops, the Konoha side had around 3,600. But the Uchiha clan was there, and every one of them had their Sharingan active. So in terms of overall fighting power, they were just about even. Lightning style, Hell Stab. 4-fingered thrust. Right off the bat, I unleashed a powerful move, his body crackling with lightning chakra as he thrust his 4 fingers, sharpened and fused by chakra, straight at Jiraiya. Acrobat. Killer Bee followed, drawing blades even with his mouth. With his wild, signature style, the 7 swords dance, he spun toward Jiraiya like a tornado. Jiraiya barely dodged Ice Lightning fast strike, forming hand seals in an instant before spitting out a blob of thick toad oil straight at Killer Bee. Toad oil bullet. The attack splattered all over Bee, drenching him completely. Fire style, giant flame bullet. Dodging another attack from Jiraiya weaved signs again and launched a massive fireball directly at Bee. The moment the flames touched the toad oil, it ignited with a whoosh, an inferno burst to life, engulfing Killer Bee in a raging blaze. Did that do it? Jiraiya muttered hopefully. But the next second, several monstrous octopus tails burst from the flames, swatting the fire away like it was nothing. The force even flung off the burning oil from Bee's body. Standing in the middle of the now cleared battlefield was Killer Bee, completely unharmed. You've got the nerve to get distracted while fighting me. 3-fingered thrust. I was furious. Taking advantage of Jiraiya's brief lapse, he surged forward again at insane speed. Crap. Jiraiya's eyes widened, he couldn't dodge in time. Ice attack was closing in fast. Boom. Suddenly, a figure appeared next to Jiraiya in a blur. A fist, pitch black and crackling with power, shot forward to meet Ice Charge. Sage Art, Armament Hockey, Impact Punch. I looked stunned to see Renzo appear out of nowhere, but then he noticed the kid was meeting his signature move head-on with a bare fist and burst out laughing. You idiot. You're dead meat now. Ha ha ha. Did this kid really think he could go toe-to-toe with him in close combat? Did this brat think he was the third Raikage or something? Boom. Fist clashed with 3 extended fingers in a thunderous explosion. The shockwave blasted out like a hurricane in all directions. Crack. Crack. Arf. The next second, a sickening scream echoed through the battlefield. Ice arm snapped with a gut-wrenching crack as the punch connected, bones shattering on impact. The blow didn't stop there. It kept coming, zeroing in on his chest. At the last possible moment, I threw up his other arm to block. Crack. That one snapped too. The shock tore through his body, denting his chest from the force before launching him through the air. His body soared through the air like a rag doll, flipping and spinning until it finally slammed into the ground hundreds of meters away, dragging a deep canal through the dirt. Puffed. I coughed up a mouthful of blood, eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at Renzo from a distance. No way. Not only had the kid shattered his signature move in a head-on clash, but his strength was on a completely different level. That one punch had done more damage than anything I had ever taken before. If he hadn't instinctively blocked his chest at the last moment, he wouldn't be lying here injured, he'd be dead. Big bro. Everything happened in just a flash. Killer Bee finally snapped out of it. He swept his tentacle legs across the ground, forcing Jiraiya back, and raced toward I. Big bro, you okay? In a blur, Bee appeared at Ice's side. Seeing his brother in such a wrecked state filled him with both shock and rage. He turned toward Renzo with a fierce glare. You finally decided to show up, huh? Jiraiya exhaled, finally catching his breath. Another second and I'd be toast. He wouldn't admit it out loud, but he regretted not using Sage Mode from the start. Fighting both I and Killer Bee at the same time had been reckless, borderline suicidal. I swear, kids these days are insane. He muttered, still shaken. Chapter 213, OP Susanoo. Heh. That's what you get for caring more about pride and dignity than your own safety. Orochimaru already told me long ago that your Sage Mode training is incomplete. It takes forever to prepare, and you end up looking like some weird toad freak. Ugly as hell. Ha ha ha. I bet you didn't use Sage Mode just because of what my shadow clone said yesterday, didn't you? And don't think I didn't notice, you didn't even summon a single toad. What, you think I and the Eight Tails Jinchuriki aren't worth the trouble? Renzo gave Jiraiya a speechless look as he scolded him. Arrogance was one thing, but this was too much. He admitted that one-on-one, Jiraiya probably was stronger than either I or Killer Bee. Well, as long as Bee didn't go full-tailed beast mode. But 2-on-1, and Jiraiya's not even using summons or Sage Mode. That's basically asking to die. So you little brat knew this the whole time. Jiraiya exploded, absolutely livid. And you still let your clone mess with me like that? Damn it. I nearly got killed just for fun. He'd honestly thought he had kept it a secret. I see. It's all Orochimaru's fault. Jiraiya fumed. That snake never stopped screwing him over, always exposing his embarrassing moments. Jiraiya swore he was gonna get even one day. One day, Orochi, one day. Meanwhile, back on the Konoha IWA battlefield. Ah, chew. Orochimaru sneezed again and muttered in confusion, did I catch a cold? Or is that idiot Jiraiya talking crap about me again? Seriously, what's your problem? So your Sage Mode isn't perfect, big deal. So what if it makes you look ugly? That's no reason to throw your life away over pride, Renzo said with a teasing grin. It's not like you were good-looking to begin with. Jiraiya. Whatever. I'm done talking to you. You deal with things here, I'm gonna go help your shadow clone out. Humph. And with that, Jiraiya stomped off angrily toward Renzo's clone, still fighting Yujito ni. Help. More like pick a fight. On the other side, with I and B. B. Order a full retreat, now. I said seriously, his face grim. That guy is Uchiha Renzo from Konoha. He's not someone we can beat. He was one of the few people who had taken a direct hit from Renzo, and survived. He knew exactly how vast the gap between them really was. What? We're just gonna let it go like this. Killer Bee wasn't having it. He stood up, waved over two Jonin, and told them to get his big bro out of there. Then he turned and walked straight toward Renzo. B. Cough, cough. Listen to me. B. No matter how much I yelled after him, Killer Bee didn't look back. He just picked up speed, charging toward Renzo like a bullet. At that moment, the Eight Tails spoke up in B's head. B. You really should have listened to I. That Uchiha brat is seriously off. His chakra, it's insane. He has more than me, way more. It's terrifying. And there's something else. His chakra feels wrong. Like it's not just chakra, feels like sage chakra. The Eight Tails paused, clearly disturbed. I've only felt something like that once before on Hashirama Senju. So what? Sage mode, huh? Whatever. He hurt my big bro, if I don't hit back, how am I supposed to swallow that kind of humiliation? Bakayaro. Konoyaro. B hesitated for a second, but his rage took over. He had to make Renzo pay, at the very least, teach him a lesson. Still, he didn't ignore the Eight Tails warning. B instantly went into a half-tailed beast transformation. Eight-tailed beast twister. He wrapped all 8 of his tails around himself and launched forward like a massive spinning drill, charging straight at Renzo. Susanoo. Renzo smiled calmly. With a single thought, he activated his perfect Susanoo. In an instant, a towering chakra giant over 100 meters tall formed and loomed over the battlefield, casting a massive shadow. What the? What is that thing? Oi, 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 this is insane. Is this still the same ninja world I know? How are we supposed to fight that? The Kumo ninja lost their will to fight on the spot. The Konoha shinobi were no better, mouths hanging open, frozen in place, too stunned to speak. Right then, Kumo forces received orders from both I and the Raikage staff to retreat immediately. They couldn't win. That Uchiha Renzo wasn't a man. He was a monster. Meanwhile, Renzo, now fully armored in Susanoo, casually directed one massive hand toward Killer Bee. "Bee. That's a Susanoo. You have to let me take over now, use our full form. Hurry." The moment the Eight-Tails saw Susanoo, he panicked and shouted at Killer Bee. Bee didn't hesitate. He handed over control of his body, and in a flash, transformed into the Eight-Tails' full form, a monstrous, towering creature over 20 meters tall. But even with that massive size, next to the perfect Susanoo towering over 100 meters. He looked like a little kid standing next to a giant. Susanoo's hand continued to reach for the Eight-Tails, unwavering. In response, the Eight-Tails lashed its tails towards Susanoo and began charging a tailed beast bomb in its mouth. Renzo, completely unfazed by the incoming tail slamming into Susanoo's outstretched arm, simply grabbed the Eight-Tails, lifting it like a rag doll. It was like picking up a puppy. The Eight-Tails immediately felt its body leave the ground, but it had finished forming the tailed beast bomb. With a roar, it launched the black sphere straight at Susanoo's face. Of course, there was no way Renzo was going to let it hit. Boom. In the next instant, Susanoo's other hand slapped the tailed beast bomb like a fly, knocking it far off course, right into the retreating ranks of the Kumo forces. Boom. The explosion tore through the battlefield, annihilating everything within several hundred meters. No. Dozens of Kumo shinobi were wiped out instantly. Hundreds more were injured or worse. "You bastard." Killer Bee and the Eight-Tails froze in shock before erupting in rage, glaring at Renzo with murderous intent. They charged at him, hell-bent on revenge. But Renzo just gave a cold, dismissive smile. "Oh. Can't take it now. You guys were all smiles when you were slaughtering Konoha shinobi just yesterday. You didn't seem to mind the war then, did you? What, it's fine when you dish it out but not when it comes back to you." He raised Susanoo's voice with a chakra amplification technique, his words echoing across the battlefield so every single Kumo shinobi could hear. "If you dare to start a war, then you'd better be ready to deal with the consequences. And once war breaks out, it's not up to the losers to decide when it ends. That's up to the victors. Now tell me, are you Kumo shinobi ready to pay the price?" The entire battlefield fell silent. The Kumo forces hesitated, a flicker of fear in their eyes. He's right. Yeah, he's not wrong. On the other side, Konoha shinobi erupted with cheers. "Lord Renzo. Teach those bastards a lesson. To us, he's a hero, to them, a nightmare. Let's go." At that moment, Susanoo ignored the Eight-Tails struggling. Golden chakra chains burst from Renzo's stomach, dozens of them, wrapping tightly around the beast's massive form, locking it in place. The more the Eight-Tails struggled, the tighter the chains coiled. Sealing art, 4-symbol seal. 8 trigrams, seal. Sealing script began glowing on Susanoo's massive palm, spreading out in glowing lines that slithered across the Eight-Tails' body before pulling it back, right into Killer Bee's stomach. At the same time, all of Killer Bee's chakra was sealed alongside his tailed beast. "You bastard." Killer Bee tried to struggle, even without chakra. But he was still wrapped up in the golden chains like a mummy, his strength drained. Renzo casually manipulated one of the chains, smacking him in the head and knocking him out cold. Then, with a flick of the wrist, he tossed Bee toward Kakashi and the others behind him. He sent a quick telepathic message, "Watch him. I've sealed both his chakra and the tailed beast." Then, without a moment's pause, Renzo had Susanoo draw its massive energy sword from its waist. Slash. And with that single word, the blade came down. No. The slash carved a massive trench through the battlefield, thousands of meters long, dozens of meters wide. A small mountain caught in its path was cleanly sliced in half. Every Kumo shinobi within range was obliterated. Not even ashes remained. "Run. Now. Run." Watching from afar, Darui, acting Reikage, was consumed with rage and despair. He wanted nothing more than to rip Renzo apart, but he knew it was pointless. There was no stopping this monster. All he could do was scream for the remaining Kumo forces to flee. Then Renzo's eyes turned to him. Darui's heart sank. But he realized that I was still behind him, too injured to move. He had to protect Damai. Susanoo's blade rose again. Darui's instinct screamed at him to throw I to safety, to at least save the future Reikage. But he knew it was too late. He didn't have the strength. And the blade was already coming down. Then. Swoosh. A figure suddenly appeared out of nowhere, dropping right between them and the incoming blade. Seeing that, Darui let out a breath of relief, looked like he and I had just been saved. Chapter 214, The Third Reikage. You little Uchiha punk. Who gave you permission to go wild? Lightning release chakra mode, the strongest spear. Lightning style, hell stab, one finger thrust. The moment he appeared, the newcomer went full power. Lightning armor roared across his entire body like a raging storm, even making his hair stand on end. In a flash, he shot upward from the ground, straight at Renzo's massive Susanoo slash. With only his index finger extended, he pointed it forward, wrapped in crackling lightning, and thrust it at the oncoming blade. It's the third Raikage. Dad. We're saved. Wait, why is Lord Raikage here? Wasn't he supposed to be in the land of Earth? It must have been the teleportation technique, heavenly transfer. The moment that powerful figure appeared, Killer Bee, and a bunch of Kumo shinobi instantly recognized who it was none other than the third Raikage, who shouldn't even be in the area yet. Kumo shinobi broke into cheers, their despair flipping into hope. Boom. Blade met finger in a thunderous explosion, the impact roaring across the battlefield like a shockwave. For a moment, the two forces clashed in midair, deadlocked. It felt like an eternity, and yet, it was over in an instant. Crack, crack. A sharp, splitting sound echoed. Ha. Renzo blinked, his Susanoo's chakra sword was cracking at the point of contact. Thin fractures spidered across the blade. Then, with a sharp snap, it shattered into glowing fragments. The third Raikage didn't stop. He charged straight toward Renzo, who was at the forehead of the colossal Susanoo. The third Raikage's right arm surged with lightning chakra, aiming to pierce straight through Susanoo's skull and jam his finger right into Renzo's heart. Oh ho. Now this is interesting. Renzo smirked. With a flicker of thought, he released Susanoo and instantly switched into Sage mode. His fists glowed with a powerful aura, his version of armament hockey. He dove down at full speed, meeting the Raikage head-on. Sage art, armament, impact punch. Dad, watch out. This guy's taijutsu is insane. From below, Ice Eyes widened in panic. He ignored his own injuries and shouted with everything he had to warn his father. He knew just how powerful his old man was, especially when it came to offensive and defensive taijutsu. But after feeling that devastating punch earlier, one that left his body still aching in agony, he couldn't help but worry. Oh. The third Raikage's eyes narrowed at his son's words. So that's how his kid got hurt. His respect for Renzo ticked up a notch. Boom. Fist met finger again, detonating the air itself. A violent shockwave rippled out in all directions, shaking the entire battlefield. Even the ninja 100 meters away were forced to cover their ears in pain. Whoosh. A body flew out of the air like a meteor. Crash. The falling body smashed into the earth, digging a massive crater over 10 meters deep. The impact rocked the ground, nearly knocking nearby shinobi off their feet. The ground around the crater, hundreds of meters wide, was completely shattered and caved in. Whoosh. The other figure was sent flying in the opposite direction, flipping and spinning through the air before finally managing to stop himself. Who won? No idea. Both the Konoha and Kumo sides froze, staring at the aftermath. Then someone looked up and saw Uchiha Renzo in the sky. Hovering in the air, Renzo calmly glanced down at his broken right arm. Damn. That one finger thrust really is something. Actually pierced through my armament hockey. That's not just pure taijutsu either, it's nintaijutsu. Lightning Chakra's piercing power is no joke. His armament hockey was already top tier. And yet it still got pierced. Just proved how dangerous the third Raikage really was. Still, for Renzo, this kind of injury was basically a scratch. In just a few seconds, the wound had already closed, and the microfractures in his bones were healing up too. Yeah, his regeneration was that ridiculous. On the ground. The third Raikage stood firm in the center of the crater he'd just made, body straight as a spear. He didn't seem hurt. Turns out, he'd used earth release to soften his landing, absorbing most of the impact. Still, the flesh on the tip of his extended finger had split open, the bone beneath visibly cracked. He's no joke, the third Raikage muttered, staring at his trembling hand. No wonder he managed to put my son in that state. His whole arm was still slightly shaking from the clash. Then he looked up at Renzo, who hovered high in the sky. Lightning armor surged around his body again, his chakra flaring up to its peak. Renzo didn't wait, he dove straight down from the sky like a missile, accelerating with each passing second. The 100-meter distance vanished in the blink of an eye. Sage art, armament, impact kick. He raised a leg mid-fall and brought it crashing down toward the Raikage with terrifying momentum. But the Raikage didn't flinch, he met the attack head-on with a thrust of his finger. Hell stab, one-fingered thrust. Boom. The impact blasted a massive cloud of dust into the air and shook the earth violently. The ground cracked further under the overwhelming shockwave. Renzo's strike was too powerful this time. The Raikage's already injured index finger finally gave out, cracking completely. Blood dripped from the wound as half his body was driven into the ground, the earth barely absorbing enough of the impact to keep him upright. But still, his finger managed to pierce a small hole in Renzo's foot. Not that it mattered. With Renzo's insane healing factor, the damage was practically gone within seconds. Even so, he didn't want to waste time. With a thought, he activated a holy healing spell on his foot and restored it instantly. Then he swung his fist again. Sage Art, Impact Punch. Hell Stab, One-Fingered Thrust. Boom. 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 They clashed again and again, fists and fingers turning the battlefield into pure chaos. Northwest One dared get close. Even with his index finger gone, the third Raikage didn't back down. He still had 9 other fingers, maybe not as strong, but they did the job. And when the right hand gave out completely, he just switched to the left. His injuries kept piling up. Bones cracked, muscles tore, but the thought of retreat never even crossed his mind. A fearless warrior. Meanwhile, over on the sidelines. Fall back. Everyone, continue retreating. C, the acting commander, had noticed the problem the moment the Raikage's first finger broke. He immediately ordered the troops to withdraw like Darui. But he himself didn't leave. He stayed rooted to the spot, eyes fixed on the battle, his heart sinking lower with every second. Then, crack. The Raikage's final finger snapped after one last desperate strike against Renzo. Stop. Please stop. C couldn't take it anymore. He yelled out, his voice desperate and hoarse, "We surrender. We admit defeat. Just stop. We're willing to pay any price." Boom. But Renzo didn't stop. He drove his fist straight into the Raikage's head. The impact caved in part of the man's skull. His cranium cracked under the pressure. His eyes rolled back as he lost consciousness, but even then, he threw one last punch with his now mangled hand. Renzo easily caught the feeble blow with his other hand. Then, with a grip like steel, he held the Raikage's arm in place, refusing to let him escape, as his other fist kept hammering down. Bam. 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 Over and over, until the Raikage's aura nearly vanished and his body went limp. Only then did Renzo stop. He flicked some blood off his hand and looked at the broken man in front of him. "Tough guy, huh?" he muttered. With a sigh, Renzo cast 2 healing spells to stabilize the Raikage, just enough to keep him from dying on the spot. Third Raikage really was one hell of a man. "Lord Raikage." C came running over, tears streaming down his face. He collapsed beside the abused figure and pulled him into a desperate embrace. Tears poured down like rain. Then he glared up at Renzo, eyes bloodshot with rage and grief. "I told you, we surrendered. Why didn't you stop? Why?" Read 80+ advanced chapters at backhand index pointing right patreon.com/_coreal. Chapter 215, Only the Victor Decides. Huh. Renzo looked genuinely surprised as he dug at his ear with a finger, then without warning, bam, he sent C flying with a kick. In the next instant, he flashed forward, stomped on C's head, and crouched down, staring coldly into his eyes. "Didn't I already say it? If you're the one who starts the war, you better be ready to get torn apart on the battlefield. Once war begins, stopping it isn't up to you. The right to end it belongs to the winner. In fact, everything that belongs to the loser is up for grabs by the victor. That's just the way things work. And right now, I'm the one winning. So tell me, why the hell should I, the victor, take orders from you, the loser? Where do you get the nerve to think this war ends just because you say so? You've really got some nerve. All the past Ninja World Wars, when didn't they start because some other village made the first move? And you Kumo guys have always been the worst. The most aggressive, the most ambitious. Now that you're losing, now that you're getting crushed, suddenly you want to surrender. Just like that. You think the world works that way? You want all the benefits with none of the consequences? Who the hell do you think you are? C was left speechless. He couldn't argue back. But that didn't stop him from glaring daggers at Renzo, burning his face into memory like he wanted to carve it into his bones. "What do you want?" he finally asked, gritting his teeth. "What will it take for you to let our Raikage go? What will it take to end this war?" He quickly shoved aside his hatred, trying to calm the storm raging inside him. Now wasn't the time for anger. It wouldn't solve anything. Saving the Raikage and Killer Bee was the priority. Renzo had made it crystal clear, the power to end this war rested solely in his hands. Which meant, he wasn't planning to end it anytime soon. The third Raikage was barely clinging to life, and Killer Bee, the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki, had been captured. As the strategist for the Raikage, C knew this was no time for pride or impulsiveness. The only option now was to negotiate a ceasefire, fast. He needed to get the Raikage and be back alive. Heh. Renzo chuckled softly. Now you're talking like someone in the military. He finally pulled his foot off C's head. Only when C stood up did Renzo speak again. "Tell your village to send a negotiation team to the Konoha camp ASAP. When they get here, we'll talk terms. As for the Raikage and Killer Bee, I'm taking them back with me, for now. But don't worry. I'll make sure they stay alive. Whether they get returned to you later, well, that'll depend on how smart your side wants to be. Heh. And with that, Renzo didn't give C a chance to respond. He turned and walked off toward the Konoha side. As he passed by the unconscious Raikage, he waved his hand, pulling him from the ground like a carrot out of dirt. The Raikage's body floated behind him, hovering silently through the air as Renzo headed back to camp. C opened his mouth several times, wanting to say something, but in the end, he could only clench his fists and remain silent. He could feel how serious the Raikage's injuries were. But thankfully, Renzo had tossed out a couple of healing spells earlier, so the old man wasn't dead yet. C thought to himself bitterly, the Raikage's wounds are too severe. Probably only that Uchiha Renzo or Konoha's Lady Tsunade can save him now. Letting them take him might actually be the best option. At least he'll be safe, for now. I need to get back to the village immediately, to negotiate reparations and ransom terms with the elders and even the daimyo. There was no getting around that. Just from Renzo's attitude alone, it was obvious that Konoha's not the same anymore. Back when Sarutobi Hiruzen was in charge, they weren't this ruthless. C sighed heavily. Why did you die, Danzo? Why did you retire, third Hokage? Idiots. Why didn't you just kill that damn Uchiha when you had the chance? Konoha Camp. Uchiha Renzo. You damn genius. Long live Lord Renzo. He won. We all won. Hell yeah. Finally. Ha ha ha. The moment Renzo returned to camp carrying the unconscious Raikage, the entire Konoha side erupted in cheers. That battle had been intense, absolutely thrilling. In the eyes of these ninja, Renzo was now nothing short of a legend. His prestige had soared to an all-time high. All right, everyone. Renzo called out. Start searching for any surviving allies right away. Once we've gathered everyone, we head back. This war is over, and we won. Renzo's voice rang out as he addressed the group. Without hesitation, everyone sprang into action. Some focused on rescuing injured comrades. Others carefully gathered the fallen, preparing to return their bodies to camp. There, they'd be organized, given proper rites, and cremated. Eventually, the ashes would be brought back to Konoha and laid to rest in the village cemetery. Their names would be etched onto the memorial stone, remembered forever as heroes of Konoha, honored by generations to come. Oi. Is the third Raikage still alive? Once the situation settled down and most people were busy with their tasks, Jiraiya approached Renzo. Glancing at the floating figure of the Raikage nearby, he asked quietly. Renzo nodded. He was this close to dying. But I pulled him back from the brink. Barely kept him alive. Still, his body's completely wrecked. His strength is gone. Even his mind may never fully recover. I doubt he'll ever be fearless again. So handing him back to Kumo won't be a problem. In fact, we might even get a hefty payout in return. Don't be fooled into thinking he only suffered head trauma and lost his fingers. Both arms were shattered. His nerves, organs, everything took massive damage. Could Renzo have healed him completely? Sure. But why would he do that? Why waste resources helping the enemy? Exactly, he wouldn't. Jiraiya nodded in understanding. Honestly, that's for the best. As long as he's alive, even if he's a vegetable, it avoids turning this into a full-blown blood feud. Stops Kumo from going crazy and chasing revenge. Jiraiya, after all, still carried some of the third Hokage's pacifist ideals. But Renzo just gave a half-smile and shook his head. You're too naive. With how bad things have gotten. The ninja world has already torn itself apart in 3 wars. The grudge was sealed ages ago. And besides, keeping the Raikage alive. That actually benefits both the Kumo and Konoha. Renzo wasn't the type to worry about making enemies. If he were, he wouldn't have almost killed the Raikage even after C was begging for surrender. Oh. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow. What do you mean by that? You probably have no idea where the third Raikage came from just now, do you? Renzo looked at him with a sly grin. Jiraiya frowned slightly. Now that you mention it, no, I don't. He just kind of showed up out of nowhere. I assumed it was the Kumo's heavenly transfer technique, right? Jiraiya did know a bit about it. Unlike Konoha's flying thunder god, which could teleport people safely, Kumo's technique was crude and dangerous, meant mostly for objects. Transporting a living person through it. That usually shredded them into pieces. Only someone with a body as tough as a monster could survive it. And the third Raikage definitely qualified. Exactly, Renzo nodded. Now, try guessing where he was sent from. Ah. Jiraiya sighed. Well, if you're asking me that way, then clearly it wasn't just from Kumo. Sounds like he was somewhere unusual. All right, no more guessing, Renzo said with a chuckle. He was in Iwagakure territory. He brought thousands of Kumo shinobi with him, took advantage of Inoki and the IWA forces being tied up on the front lines against us, and launched a surprise assault on the land of Earth's rear lines. They blitzed through over a dozen towns. Looted everything of value. Stripped the place clean and sent it all back to Kumo. Now tell me, after Inoki finds out his home territory got ransacked while he was away at war, what do you think he'll do to any Kumo shinobi still left inside Earth country? And once he hears that Kumo not only lost the war with us, but also had their third Reikage and even the Eight Tails Jinchuriki captured. Don't you think he might take the chance to return the favor? March an army and hit the land of lightning right back, with interest. After all, the land of Earth took a huge hit this time. Chapter 216, Inoki's Fury. Huh. Jiraiya's jaw practically hit the floor. Wait, seriously? The third Reikage actually snuck off to raid Inoki's base. Ha 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 ha. Just imagine it. With how stingy and scheming that old man Inoki is, he's probably having a stroke right about now. Honestly, Jiraiya couldn't be happier. If Iwagakure and Kimogakure ended up tearing each other apart, even better. Haha. Looks like things are about to get real messy for the land of lightning and those Kumo shinobi. As far as he was concerned, this was great news. That's basically the plan, Renzo said with a grin, shrugging. Leaving behind a crippled third Reikage in Kumo village at least guarantees that they won't descend into civil war anytime soon. That way, they can focus all their energy on dealing with Iwa's incoming invasion. Don't forget, Kumo took a massive hit on our side too. And the thousands of ninja they left behind in the land of Earth. Yeah, odds aren't looking good for them. I'm not saying they'll get wiped out completely, but you can bet more than half of them won't be making it back. If they do, then that guy wouldn't be Inoki. In the original timeline, the third Reikage sacrificed himself to hold off over 10,000 IWA nin, buying enough time for the Kumo troops to retreat safely. Now, without him there to play the martyr, even if they didn't go quite as deep into enemy territory as before, there's just no way they're pulling off a clean retreat. You're worried that Kumo's going to get totally curb-stomped by Inoki now, huh? Jiraiya said, a bit speechless. He honestly hadn't expected Renzo to think things through this far ahead. Hee hee, Renzo chuckled. If you want to control the whole board, you've got to think long-term. It's the only way Konoha comes out on top alone. Anyway, I'll leave the rest to you. I need to head back to Konoha and bring over a few people who actually know how to negotiate. I suck at this kind of thing. You aren't much better, honestly. Renzo had seen enough to know what kind of guy Jiraiya was. The guy had clearly been influenced by Hiruzen's whole peace and goodwill philosophy. No way he'd drive a hard bargain. No problem. Leave it to me. I can at least handle things on this end, Jiraiya said, thumping his chest with confidence. Still, he couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Getting saved not once, but twice by someone practically 2 generations younger. Yeah, his pride had definitely taken a hit. After that, Renzo arranged for both the third Reikage and Killer Bee to be placed in a secure tent under heavy watch, with Kakashi, Asuma, and the others taking shifts to guard them. Before leaving, Renzo made sure to thoroughly check the Reikage's injuries. He patched up all the life-threatening ones, just enough to guarantee the guy wouldn't drop dead, and then stopped right there. With that done, he activated the Flying Thunder God seal linked to the Hokage's office and swish, vanished on the spot. Meanwhile, over on the IWA battlefield. Urgent report for Lord Tsuchikage. We're in serious trouble. 3 days ago, the third Reikage led thousands of Kumo shinobi in a surprise attack on over a dozen towns deep in our territory. Everywhere they went, they slaughtered all ninja and any forces who tried to resist. Please, Lord Tsuchikage, you have to send reinforcements immediately. If we delay any longer, it'll be too late. A battered and bloodshot IWA shinobi dropped to his knees, having narrowly escaped with his life to deliver the message. What the hell did you just say? Inoki shot up from his seat like a spring-loaded puppet. His vision swam as rage surged through him, he almost passed out right then and there. You useless fools. Why are you only reporting this now? It's been 3 days. What, were all the scouts in those towns Kumo spies? He roared like a madman, practically shaking with fury. 3 whole days. Even with some rough terrain, if they'd moved quickly, it shouldn't have taken more than 2 days to get word to him. And yet this guy only shows up now. He was this close to killing someone on the spot. The IWA shinobi looked pained, nearly in tears. Lord Tsuchikage. The Kumo ambush came out of nowhere. They were too well prepared. They sent elite squads ahead of time to set up multiple layers of ambushes on every major route leading here. Most of the people who tried to send reports got wiped out. I only made it through because several of my comrades gave their lives to cover me. Please, I beg you, send reinforcements now. We don't have time to worry about blame or punishment. The guy would have gladly taken a death sentence if it meant help would arrive in time. That was all he cared about. Kumogakure, you bastards. Anoki's jaw clenched so hard he almost cracked a tooth. Just a month ago, he'd sent a confidential letter to the Raikage, inviting him to take advantage of Konoha's internal mess and join forces in an attack. And this was the response. They'd stabbed him in the back and torched his backyard instead. Relay my orders immediately. Anoki bellowed, slamming his hand on the table. Send the vanguard units with just enough supplies to travel light, get them moving back toward the homeland now. All other forces are to regroup and prepare to march. We're heading back too, at full speed. No delays. Go. Yes, sir. The dozen or so Jonin commanders in the war tent shouted in unison, then rushed out to assemble their squads. Father, what about the front lines? Kitsuchi asked, his expression serious. Anoki furrowed his brows before giving a decisive answer. Leave 5 10-man squads to hold the border. At the same time, send a formal request to Konoha proposing a ceasefire and peace negotiations. Have an elite Jonin stay behind to handle the talks. Tell him to stall for time, act calm, unhurried, like everything's under control. We can't afford to make Konoha suspicious. If they decide to launch a counterattack while we're distracted, we'll be in serious trouble. Got it. Anoki was visibly irritated. The situation had been perfectly in their favor, until the muscle-brained maniacs from Kumogakure decided to throw everything into chaos. He really wanted to kill this damn third Raikage. Yes, father. I'll see to it right away. Kitsuchi wasted no time in getting to work. Within minutes, the IWA Ninja's vanguard and portions of the Umbu were mobilized and began pulling back at top speed. The remaining troops were all scheduled to withdraw within the day. Only a handful of small squads were left behind to watch the border. Back at Konoha's camp, Orochimaru received a message half a day later, an envoy from Iwagakure delivering a letter requesting peace talks. Oh. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. Peace talks? Now that's interesting. Didn't your Tsuchikage just a few days ago line up his forces like he was ready to go to war with us again? So why the sudden retreat and change of heart? The IWA messenger stiffened, clearly nervous. It was all a misunderstanding. Just a routine military exercise, that's all. The drills are over, so naturally, we're withdrawing. Heh. He forced a strained smile. Seriously. Orochimaru clicked his tongue, clearly unimpressed. That's the best lie you've got. Come on, we all know your rear lines got blitzed by the third Raikage and his troops. What's there to hide? What? How do you know about that? The IWA ninja's eyes widened in shock. That intel had only reached them hours ago. How did Konoha know already? Wait, don't tell me. Before he could finish that thought, Orochimaru casually raised a hand to cut him off. Careful now. Don't go throwing around baseless accusations. We've been busy fighting the Kumo ninja non-stop. You think we've had time to team up with them just to screw you over? Truth is, the Raikage and his people just have a unique way of thinking. You got played, that's all. Why yeah, you're right. The IWA ninja nodded, now understanding. After all, the latest reports from their own side confirmed that the Kumo ninja had been clashing head-on with Konoha's forces. The leaders on their side were either Raikage Sun, Killer Bee the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki, and the elite Kunoichi Yujito ni. It was that kind of lineup that had convinced even someone as cunning as Anoki to believe the front was solid. He'd been fooled, just like everyone else. So, about those peace talks? The envoy asked cautiously, clearly worried he'd blown it. They had clearly underestimated Konoha's intel network. The information gap was glaring now. Oh, I'm open to peace talks, Orochimaru said with a smile that sent shivers down the man's spine. But you can forget about the terms you had in mind before. You better prepare to offer Konoha some serious compensation, otherwise, we might just take this chance to push back and invade IWA instead. He. Now that the tables had turned, there was no way he was going to waste this opportunity. After all, this whole situation had only been possible thanks to Renzo sending critical intel in advance, via the Red Queen. That's right. Orochimaru had learned about the Kumo and IWA conflict, and even their battle formations and strategies, hours ago. Renzo had transmitted everything through their communication rings, and even granted him partial access to satellite surveillance. Thanks to that, Orochimaru could now view real-time updates of the situation in the land of Earth, watching the skirmishes between the Kumo and IWA ninja unfold with frightening precision. As of now, the forward units of Kumogakure were still clashing directly with Iwa's forces. Meanwhile, the Kumo troops had already begun looting supplies and prepping for withdrawal, following the final orders the third Raikage had issued before his incapacitation. The Raikage wasn't willing to let his forces continue their rampage deep behind enemy lines without him. Inoki wasn't an idiot, he would catch on soon enough. And when he did, he wouldn't be so easy to deal with. It was clear that the third Raikage wasn't just a brave warrior, he was also a sharp, compassionate leader who put his people's safety first whenever possible. The problem was, he was too brave for his own good. Sometimes, that fearlessness crossed the line into recklessness. Chapter 217, Minato's Office Romance. I'm open to peace talks, Orochimaru said with a smile that sent shivers down the man's spine. But you can forget about the terms you had in mind before. You better prepare to offer Konoha some serious compensation, otherwise, we might just take this chance to push back and invade IWA instead. What? The Iwagakure messenger turned pale the moment he heard the response. Cold sweat poured down his forehead, and his lips trembled as he stammered, but I don't have the authority to make that decision. Orochimaru chuckled lightly. Then go pass my message, send someone who does have the authority. Remember, you've only got half a day. If we don't get a clear answer by then, forget the peace talks. War it is. Konoha isn't what it used to be. Understood. The IWA messenger wasted no time and rushed back to his own camp. There, he immediately reported everything Orochimaru said to Inoki, who hadn't left yet. Bam. Inoki slammed his palm down, shattering the table in front of him. His face twisted in anger. Outrageous. Konoha's trying to take advantage of the situation. They're pushing their luck. Who do they think they are? Akatsuchi, standing nearby, sighed and shook his head. They do dare. This isn't the era of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, anymore. It's obvious now, this new fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato, and his backers, they're way more aggressive. Trying to stall and gloss things over like before. Not gonna happen this time. They know we're stretched thin. We can't fight on two fronts, and they know we're desperate to get back and defend our rear lines. Honestly, Akatsuchi missed the old days under the third Hokage. Inoki felt the same. Well, like everyone outside Konoha. Just look at how Hiruzen handled things in the past, practically like one of their own spies. Iwagakure started several wars and lost every time, yet the third never demanded compensation or reparations. Talk about considerate. Was there ever a more thoughtful Hokage? Hiruzen was a soft-hearted fool. Why did he get pushed aside by some punk kid? It would have been so much easier if he were still in charge. Inoki grumbled for a while before waving Akatsuchi over with a sigh. Akatsuchi, you'll handle the peace talks this time. I have to move now, only I can deal with the third Raikage. As for Konoha, unless their demands are completely outrageous, agree to them. Worst case, we take the hit. We can't afford a war with them right now. If they really decide to fight us now, the land of Earth could be in serious trouble. Inoki wasn't the kind of leader who'd cling to pride at the cost of survival. Sometimes, you have to swallow your pride and wait for a better chance to strike back. Yes, Lord Tsuchikage. I'll take care of it. Akatsuchi nodded solemnly. But we'll have to bleed a little for this one. Inoki nodded, some conditions can be accepted, but don't hand over all the supplies they want at once. Give them a portion first, then stall the rest. Say it takes time to gather everything. Blame it on our losses from fighting the Kumo shinobi. You know how to play the tragic victim card. Once we've dealt with the Kumo, we'll decide whether they get the rest or not. Heh. Inoki was already several steps ahead. Ah, is that really okay? Akatsuchi looked a little awkward. Wasn't this basically just being shameless? What about the village's reputation? For the sake of the village, who needs pride? Inoki snorted, waving him off impatiently. Enough. It's settled. I'm heading out. With that, Inoki left the tent, accompanied by a few elite jonin from the ANBU division, heading straight for the rear lines of the land of Earth. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office in Konoha, a swish of teleportation, and Renzo popped into the room. Just as he was about to greet Minato, he froze. Minato was sitting on the Hokage's seat, Kushina nestled on his lap, the two wrapped up in each other, flirting without a care in the world. All three of them stared at one another in complete, awkward silence. Minato and Kushina silently thanked the heavens they were only hugging. As for Renzo, the scene instantly reminded him of that hentai guy, when he became the boss of a new company and things got real cozy with his secretary in the office. Ah, maybe he also should have a secretary. Renzo gave a sheepish laugh and scratched his head. Ahaha, maybe I should just, pretend I never came in and let you two continue. He turned, ready to make a quick exit. Come back here, Kushina called, stepping out of Minato's arms. Minato sighed, clearly exasperated. Seriously, Renzo, can you please stop teleporting directly into my office like that? It's getting out of hand. Naruto World, oh man. Naruto's gonna be born late at this rate. Renzo's antics reminded Minato of the stories he used to hear about back when the third was still Hokage, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and the rest just waltzing in however they liked. Climbing through windows, kicking down doors, nothing was off limits. Minato used to find it hilarious. But now that he's the Hokage. Yeah, maybe it's time to start laying down some rules. Exactly. Kushina chimed in, hands on her hips as she scolded him. Little Renzo, you're getting more and more out of hand. Weren't you supposed to be at the front lines? What are you doing back here? Minato's expression turned serious. Yeah. Did something happen? Oh, nothing too major, Renzo said casually, shrugging with a grin. I just beat the crap out of captured and sealed the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, and nearly killed the third Raikage. And now Kumo wants to surrender. They're asking for peace talks. He rubbed the back of his neck. Since the front lines are lacking negotiators, me and Jiraiya aren't exactly great at diplomacy, I figured I'd come back and ask you to send someone. The sooner the better. Gotta get back quick before Kumo changes its mind, you know. Right now, the ones panicking weren't Konoha, it was Kumo. But if Konoha wanted Kumo and IWA to bleed each other dry in a drawn-out war, then this peace deal needed to be wrapped up fast. What? Minato and Kushina were both stunned. Minato practically jumped out of his chair, staring at Renzo in disbelief. You're saying, you already beat the Raikage? Kumo has been defeated. Yup. Renzo nodded like it was the most natural thing in the world. You know how strong I am, Minato and I. A Raikage and an Eight Tails Jinchuriki. Please. They didn't stand a chance. That guy. Took him out with one punch. Minato twitched at that, looking at Renzo like he was some kind of alien. I've fought before. He's no joke. His speed is second only to my Flying Thunder God, and his taijutsu is terrifying, definitely Kaga level. And the Eight Tails. That's a perfect Jinchuriki. Taking him down that easily. That's insane. Especially the third Raikage. I heard he could go toe-to-toe with an unsealed Eight Tails. The guy's a monster. Even I wouldn't be confident facing him, and you're telling me you nearly crippled him. Are you even human anymore? Minato could tell, ever since Renzo's battle with Uchiha Madara, his power had taken another huge leap. There's no way someone could beat those three without so much as a scratch unless they were on a whole other level. This kind of one-man army, battlefield-dominating force, it reminded him of the legends about the first Hokage. Back in the day, Hashirama was probably seen the same way. Renzo was honestly starting to look like the next god of shinobi. TCH. Kushina whistled in amazement. You're seriously something else, huh? Got any battle footage? Share it with us. Oh, right. Kurama told me to tell you, nice job. He's loving the fact you wrecked the Eight Tails. Dude is over the moon. Meanwhile, inside Kushina's seal, Kurama was cackling like a maniac, acting more like a happy dog than a fearsome-tailed beast. Ha ha ha. That smug bastard Gyuki finally got what's coming to him. If I ever get to see him again, I'm roasting his ass for a full year. But then Kurama's laughter slowly faded, his expression turning serious. That Uchiha kid is getting more dangerous by the day. Just thinking about him makes my fur stand on end. No wonder he trashed Gyuki like that. He might actually be scarier than both Uchiha Madara and Hashirama Senju combined. And if I'm not mistaken, his body's overflowing with Sage Chakra. Is he in Sage mode, full-time? That's nuts. Absolutely nuts. And that Sharingan of his, doesn't it seem like his eye power is way over the top? I swear, even the Sage of Six Paths didn't have this kind of pressure from his Rinnegan. Good thing he doesn't have the Rinnegan, yet. All things considered, Kurama had been incredibly well-behaved lately. He even started talking with Kushina more. Why? Simple, Renzo scared the hell out of him. The fox wasn't about to act up with that guy lurking around. In fact, even if Kushina let him out right now, he probably wouldn't want to leave. Not with that monster walking around free in the ninja world. Lately, all Kurama could think of was the sheer terror of being dominated by Hashirama and Madara back in the day. And Renzo. He felt even more dangerous than both of them put together. Yeah, the ninja world is way too scary. I think I'll just stay in this seal, thanks, Kurama muttered to himself. Chapter 218, Kurama. Nine Tails. Nah, just a cute puppy. Anyway, Minato and I just sent all the info to you via Red Queen. Renzo chuckled and shook his head before turning to Minato. You better get a few tough negotiators ready to come with me. We don't want to look too soft. I think Nara Shikaka-senpai would be perfect, smart and steady. You pick two more. Got it. I'll have the ANBU gather them right away, Minato responded without hesitation. A few minutes later, Nara Shikaku, Yamanaka Inoichi, and, unexpectedly, Tsunade showed up. Minato, seriously? You called me out here in the middle of all this chaos? Tsunade stormed in, clearly annoyed. The hospital's packed to the brim with wounded. I haven't even had time to grab a drink or gamble lately. Have some respect for your seniors, will you? But then she spotted Renzo and blinked in surprise. Wait, what are you doing here? Weren't you deployed to the front lines? Her cheeks flushed slightly, not out of embarrassment, but because it reminded her of Renzo's recent bold advances on her. Honestly, it was kind of humiliating. Yep, Renzo said with a grin. But the fighting's basically over. I just came back to grab a few people for peace talks. Huh? Tsunade raised an eyebrow. Already? It's only been a few days. Don't tell me the fighting ended right after you got there. Was it all for nothing? No way, Renzo shrugged. Do you seriously think Jiraiya could handle guys like I and the Eight Tails on his own? Fair point, Tsunade muttered with a nod. She knew Jiraiya's limits well enough. Enough talking. Just watch the footage, I already pulled it up, Kushina cut in, tapping a few commands on her communicator and having Red Queen project the battlefield recordings into the room. The group turned their attention to the projection. The footage started from that morning's battle, Jiraiya's team getting pushed into a corner, and then Renzo's dramatic entrance. They watched him crush Ai in one blow, then manhandle the Eight Tails like it was a toy, capturing it with a full-body Susanoo before sealing it away with massive adamantine chains. As for Two Tails and other Kimo ninjas, they all escaped. Back in Kushina's seal. Buffed, ha 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 ha. Oh man, look at Yuki now. Absolutely wrecked. Ha 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 ha. Kurama was howling with laughter as he watched the whole thing through Kushina's senses. The moment he saw the Eight Tails get snatched up like a sack of potatoes by Susanoo, he couldn't help it, he was rolling on the floor, laughing like a maniac. Kushina winced as she felt the reaction through their connection. This fox is falling apart, she muttered to herself. Where's your big scary energy now, huh? You're turning into a damn husky. Nine Tails. Nah, just a cute puppy. Maybe Kurama picked up on her thoughts, because he suddenly snorted and tried to tone it down a bit, but he was still grinning from ear to ear. You know, Kurama said, a mix of smugness and nostalgia in his voice, back when Hashirama used would release to pin me down with that giant wooden avatar, yeah, I looked just like that. We hadn't been split up yet, so I still remember Gyuki acting all tough, dragging the rest of us into that fight with Hashirama. And who ended up suffering the most? Me. Hashirama, that guy was just trying to talk to us, seemed like he was negotiating, but in the end, my damn brothers attacked for no reason. Look at him now, same treatment. Why shouldn't I laugh? In fact, not only am I gonna laugh, I'll roast him so hard when I see him again. Then he paused and added slyly, hey, Kushina. Why don't you come to the front lines this time? Let me get a look at that oversized cow myself. Kushina hesitated. Me. Go to the front lines. Isn't that kinda risky? I'm a Jinchuriki, you know. Her voice said no, but she was clearly tempted. It had been years since she left the village. TCH. That's just a load of crap Hiruzen and Danzo fed you to keep you locked up. Kurama scoffed. You've got your husband sitting in the Hokage seat now. And he can't even give you this much freedom. Please. If that's the case, you should dump his sorry ass. Besides, with that freak Renzo tagging along, I doubt even I could go on a rampage if I wanted to. Just thinking about those ridiculously thick adamantine chains Renzo conjured, way thicker than the ones Kushina used, made Kurama want to lie low. And that perfect Susanoo that looked suspiciously like Madara's. Yeah, he still had nightmares about that thing. If Gyuki got ragdolled like that, Kurama figured he probably wouldn't fare much better himself. Sure, he liked to talk tough, but deep down, Kurama knew the Eight Tails wasn't weak, it was just that Renzo had reached a whole other level. He, true. Kushina laughed softly, then turned to scold him. But hey. Don't you dare badmouth my sweet sunshine. My Minato's nothing like that, you smug fox. If you keep talking trash, I'll have Renzo come over and teach you a lesson. Only she was allowed to tease Minato, no one else, not even the Nine Tails. Kurama just curled its lip in disdain and chose not to argue with a woman blinded by love. Meanwhile, the projected footage had already advanced to the part where Renzo summoned his complete body Susanoo and started mowing down wave after wave of Kimo ninjas like some kind of divine force. Then suddenly, the third Reikage appeared to save the day. Ah. That's Kumo's heavenly transfer jutsu, right? Tsunade raised an eyebrow in surprise. Yeah, Minato nodded. But from what I've heard, that jutsu's a rough imitation of Flying Thunder God. It's really only meant for transporting supplies. If a living person wants to use it, they need to have an insane level of physical toughness and durability. The fact that the third Reikage can pull it off without a scratch just proves how monstrous he really is. But just as Minato finished talking, they all saw the Reikage try to block Susanoo's chakra blade with his hell stab, one-fingered thrust, only to get punched straight into the ground by Renzo a second later. Minato. Yeah, no doubt about it. Renzo's way scarier. Hold up, that punch looks weirdly familiar. Don't tell me you copied my super strength technique. Chakra enhanced strength. Tsunade squinted at Renzo suspiciously. Kind of. Renzo smiled. I call it the impact punch. I combine senjutsu with another power to crank up the force behind my hits. But yeah, the idea's the same. Use raw impact to boost the punch's destructive power. Actually, I've been thinking, if I could merge it with your chakra-enhanced strength technique, it'd be even more devastating. He had his eye on more than just her punches, though. All of Tsunade's skills were tempting, medical ninjutsu, her in seal, all of it. And of course, if he could win over Tsunade herself, wouldn't those come with the package? You know senjutsu too. Kushina blinked, startled. The mention of impact punch was instantly forgotten. As for Shikaku and Inoichi, their heads were spinning. Senjutsu. Impact punch. What even were those? Even Minato was staring at Renzo in shock. He hadn't known Renzo had already mastered senjutsu too. He had only just barely grasped it himself recently, and even that was thanks to the special Uzumaki Sage body serum Renzo had created. Without that, Minato's chakra reserves would have been way too low to maintain Sage mode at all. He'd be lucky to hold it for a few seconds. Only after boosting his chakra level significantly had he finally managed to stabilize the mode. And now? Renzo was already this far ahead. Haha, yeah. I learned it at Ryuchi Cave. Orochimaru sent me there. Renzo grinned. Orochimaru, huh? Minato nodded knowingly. That makes sense. All three of the legendary summoning lands passed down senjutsu. But wait. He suddenly frowned and pointed to the footage, confused. Then why doesn't your face change when you enter Sage mode? When Jiraiya-sensei and I use it, we get those toad-like features, his even more so because he never perfected it. His face practically turns into a frog. Even Hashirama, the first Hokage, had markings and eye patterns when he used Sage mode. But you look completely normal. Like I'm not even using it. Renzo finished the thought with a grin. That's because I've completely mastered it. I went beyond the Snake Sage mode. I created an entirely new Sage mode, one that's based on the human body instead of animal traits. That's why I don't have any markings or weird features, it's a human Sage mode. And even beyond that, my chakra is now 100% Sage chakra. I don't even use regular chakra anymore. I've reached a level of return to origin purity. That's why it looks so natural. He wasn't bluffing either. He'd experimented with different elemental Sage modes, water, fire, lightning. Each one gave him a different pattern or eye color. Blue for water, crimson red for fire, deep indigo for lightning. But now, his current state had transcended all of that. More simple, more powerful. Chapter 219, Snake Auntie's True Goal. JK. What? Tsunade and Minato were both visibly stunned. Minato stared at Renzo, still trying to wrap his head around what he'd just heard. Wait, hold on. You're saying it's actually possible to replace your body's chakra entirely with Sage chakra? That doesn't even sound remotely possible. You do realize how unstable and wild Sage chakra is, right? He continued, doubtful. Forget about using it as a replacement for regular chakra, just storing it in your body for too long puts a massive strain on you. How is something like that even possible? Even now, after obtaining the Uzumaki clan Sage body, Minato could only maintain Sage mode for about 15 minutes at most. After that, his body needed a break to recover from the intense load. Why not? Renzo replied casually, arms crossed and smiling. The three great sages from the sacred summoning realms all manage it just fine, don't they? And he was right. Whether it was the Slug Sage, Snake Sage, or the Toad Sage, they had all originally used pure natural energy, not chakra. Chakra hadn't even existed back when they began their training. But after chakra became a thing, they realized its usefulness. Plus, with the God Tree absorbing so much natural energy from the world, the ambient energy levels dropped dramatically. That's when they began incorporating chakra into their own practices. Over time, they not only succeeded in blending chakra into their own systems but also passed it down to their species and disciples. All of this, Renzo had learned from the Snake Sage. That's how the three great sacred lands and the three great sages came to be. Nowadays, the sages' bodies are refined entirely by the Sage chakra. Through this constant tempering, their bodies evolved into advanced sage physiques, far beyond the Uzumaki clan's basic version. That's how they're able to contain so much senjutsu chakra without suffering any real backlash. In fact, their long lifespans. That's part of the secret. Even the Uzumaki's beginner-level sage physique could extend life. So imagine what full-on sage physiques like those three could do. Wait. Minato blinked in disbelief. You're telling me the Great Toad Sage and the others started out by developing senjutsu chakra directly? But, what about Fukasaku and Shima? They don't seem like that at all. Renzo rolled his eyes. Fukasaku and Shima. Please. At best, they're on the same level as the three snake princesses from Ryuchi Cave. They're nowhere near the real Toad Sage, Gamamaru. Calling themselves sages is just them giving themselves fancy titles. Tsunade nodded. Yeah, what you're saying actually makes sense. Slug Sage told me something similar. Still, I haven't been able to master the sage mode of Shikatsu Forest even after all this time. Honestly. I've nearly given up. Training in sage mode requires a deep calm of mind, a complete oneness with nature. But Tsunade carried too much emotional weight. She could never quite reach that inner stillness. Physically, she had everything: strong body, massive chakra reserves, incredible chakra control. Honestly, she was better off than Jiraiya in all of those areas. Yet Jiraiya managed to learn sage mode, and she didn't. It all came down to state of mind. Renzo even suspected Orochimaru failed for the same reason. The guy was too smart for his own good, his mind was always racing. Way too much clutter in his thoughts. He couldn't meditate, couldn't empty himself, couldn't blend with nature. And after switching bodies multiple times using the living corpse reincarnation technique, his soul took a hit. That made it even less likely for him to ever master sage mode. So, wait a sec, Renzo muttered to himself. Does this mean that being a stubborn, single-minded idiot is actually beneficial for learning sage mode? Jiraiya, and Naruto later on, weren't they both kind of that type? Minato, although not dumb, had a straightforward personality, very little negativity or darkness weighing him down. And Renzo? Well, he didn't consider himself simple-minded by any means. No, he believed the reason he could master it so easily was thanks to his absurdly high talent and insane mental strength. You're definitely thinking something rude right now, Minato said, narrowing his eyes as he caught Renzo's weird expression. Ha ha ha. Not at all. Renzo laughed, trying to wave it off. I just figured out why Tsunade and Orochimaru could never learn sage mode. Oh. Tsunade raised an eyebrow, crossing her arms and giving him a skeptical look. Then go ahead. Let's hear it. To be fair, she already knew the answer. The slug sage had explained it to her long ago. She just could never get past that bottleneck. It's because your mental state just isn't there yet. You can't calm your mind enough to truly sense natural energy, can you? Renzo laid it out plainly, his voice calm and confident. Huh. Minato blinked, surprised. Wait, that's the main reason. Not physique, chakra reserves, or chakra control. He had struggled with all those requirements himself. But now that he thought about Tsunade and Orochimaru, yeah, they were clearly way ahead of him in those departments. You actually figured it out, huh? Tsunade raised an eyebrow, a bit impressed. You're right. Both Orochimaru and I hit a wall there. Couldn't get past it no matter how hard we tried. Sage mode requires deep attunement to nature. You have to fully merge with it, let it flow through you. But Orochimaru and I just couldn't do it. So, of course, we failed. But Jiraiya. That single-minded idiot managed it just fine. She crossed her arms and gave a wry smile. Back then, Orochimaru and I used to tease him all the time. Said only a blockhead like Jiraiya could learn sage mode. Anyone with actual brains. No chance. She paused, then glanced between Minato and Renzo. Minato, I can see it. You've always had a straightforward kind of thinking, not much inner turmoil, not too many thoughts. That's probably why you managed it. But you, Renzo. You're not exactly what I'd call a simple guy. So how did you pull it off? Come on, share some tips. Maybe I can finally get it too. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity and hope. After all, sage mode wasn't just about a power-up. From what she'd learned from the slug sage, sage chakra could actually strengthen the body's constitution, especially for someone like her, a descendant of the Senju clan with an incomplete sage body. If she could activate that hidden potential, she might be able to complete her transformation. And more than that, it could drastically boost her chakra reserves and her vitality. In other words, it might help her live longer. If she could even reach a tenth of the slug sage's level, her lifespan and youth would skyrocket. Yes, youth. No woman would say no to the chance of staying young forever. Power boosts and battlefield advantages were nice, sure. But Tsunade's real motivation? Eternal beauty and longevity. Even Orochimaru, with all his madness, was obsessed with extending his life. Wasn't that proof enough? Wait a sec. Could that be why Orochimaru eventually turned into Snake Auntie? Maybe deep down, Orochimaru had always been a bit of a girl at heart. Snake Auntie's true goal was the eternal beauty. Cough cough, okay, just kidding. Just a joke. Back to the moment, faced with Tsunade's eager expression, Renzo rubbed his chin and thought. Actually, I might have a way to help you enter that meditative state. A method popped into his head, something from the Pokemon world, a psychic meditation technique. It was designed to help one quiet the mind, strengthen mental focus, and train spiritual energy. It might be just what Tsunade, or even Orochimaru, needed. Maybe that's how I managed it, too, Renzo muttered under his breath. What is it? Tsunade suddenly grabbed his shoulders, eyes locked on him like a hawk. Tell me. I've got a meditation technique that might work, Renzo said, totally unfazed by her close proximity, even with that faint floral scent lingering around her. He raised a finger, staying cool. But here's the thing, this technique doesn't just help with meditation. It also strengthens the mind, and with enough training, it can awaken some pretty amazing mental abilities. So, what's the catch? Tsunade cut him off with a sharp look. Ahem, well. Renzo glanced at her face, so close, and cleared his throat. Let's talk about that later, okay? This really isn't the right time. He was tempted to say he'd only teach it to his future wife. But yeah. Not now. Best to shelve that for later. Right now, we've got more important stuff to deal with, like the front lines, and those pending negotiations. Let's go handle that first. Fine, Tsunade sighed, letting go of him and stepping back. But don't think you're off the hook. Her heart was pounding a little. She'd definitely noticed that intense, almost predatory glint in Renzo's eyes just now. She'd been half worried he'd demand something totally outrageous in front of everyone. If he had, how would she ever show her face again? Chapter 220, Roast Battle-Tailed Beast Edition. After that, Tsunade and the others finished watching the scene of Renzo absolutely wrecking the third Raikage. The way he went at it, cold, brutal, relentless, made him look more like a final boss villain than a hero. Even Nara Shikaku and the others couldn't help sucking in a breath. Damn, kid, you don't mess around, Minato muttered, his eyelid twitching. Well, isn't that how you're supposed to treat an enemy? Renzo shrugged like it was the most obvious thing in the world. Then he looked at everyone and continued, anyway, now that you've seen everything for yourselves, I'm sure you get the gist of what happened. To sum it up, third Raikage's been beaten into the ground. I left him crippled. And the 8 tails. Sealed. Kumo took a heavy hit. Oh, and those few thousand Kumo shinobi who crossed into Earth Country. Yeah, they're probably not making it back either. So yeah. Things are looking real bad for Kimogakure. He paused, then added with a grin, and that's exactly our opening. Now comes the tricky part, how do we squeeze as much benefit out of them as possible, without completely collapsing their village? We want them just strong enough to go fight Iwagakure and bleed each other out. That's your job, Shikaku. He didn't need to say more. Renzo trusted Nara Shikaku, especially when it came to tactics and negotiation. The Nara clan had always produced brilliant minds. Shikaku now, and his son, Shikamaru, in the future, were the best examples of that legacy. Yeah. Got it. Definitely a golden opportunity, Shikaku nodded seriously. By the way, the third Raikage still alive, right? Tsunade asked, a little hesitant. Because from the footage, the old guy looked real bad. Honestly, she wasn't sure how he was still breathing. Renzo smiled. Relax. I patched him up. He won't be dying anytime within the year, I promise. But hey, we did agree I'd leave him crippled, and yep, he's definitely wrecked. He's not throwing punches anytime soon. Nara Shikaku. Yamanaka Inoichi. Namikaze Minato. Tsunade gave Renzo a big thumbs up. Ruthless. I like it. Honestly, Renzo had played it perfectly. A dead Raikage. That'd stir up hatred and vengeance from Kumo, make peace talks a nightmare, and ruin their chances of getting proper war reparations. But a living, broken Raikage. Way more useful. He could be used as leverage. A bargaining chip. And more importantly, he'd ensure that Kumo still had skin in the game, especially in their upcoming fight with IWA. Renzo Dano, you really thought this through from every angle. Honestly, you could probably handle the negotiations yourself. Shikaku gave a dry chuckle. Renzo waved him off. Ugh, no thanks. That kind of stuff's way too much of a headache. Way too much brain work. You guys can take care of it, especially you, Shikaku. You've got the reputation. I've heard all about you. What could Shikaku even say? He just smiled wryly. Renzo was probably stronger than even the first Hokage at this point. And when power like that tells you to get to work, well, there's not much room for arguing. All right, let's get moving, Renzo said, turning to Minato. Ready, bro. Always, Minato nodded. Wait. Take me with you. Just then, Kushina ran up and latched onto Tsunade's arm. Eh? Kushina, you wanna come too? Minato looked surprised. I wanna get out and stretch my legs a bit. It's been ages since I left the village. She looked at him with puppy eyes. You're not gonna say no, right? Minato hesitated for half a second, then smiled softly. Of course not. He remembered how she used to be confined for her own protection. It made his heart ache a little. Konoha owes you so much, Kushina. Go have fun. With Tsunade-sama and Renzo around, you'll be perfectly safe. He leaned in with a wink. Just come back soon. I'll miss you. Ugh, you two are gross, X. Tsunade and Renzo both said at the same time, visibly cringing. All right, enough lovey-dovey nonsense, Renzo grinned. Everyone grab on. We're heading out. He casually slung an arm over Tsunade's shoulder, then held out a hand to Shikaku. Shikaku walked over and let Renzo grab his shoulder, then reached out to grab Inoichi's hand. Let's go. In the blink of an eye, the four of them vanished from the Hokage's office in a flicker of light. 2 days later. The representatives from Kimogakure arrived. Shikaku and Tsunade took over the negotiations as planned. Meanwhile, Renzo kept his promise to Kushina. As soon as they arrived, he released a small portion of the seal on Killer Bee, just enough to let Kushina and the 9 Tails, Kurama, meet the 8 Tails, Gyuki. So this is the iron armor seal. It kinda reminds me of one of the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques. Kushina looked around the sealing space with curiosity, taking it all in. It probably is. Renzo's voice echoed in the space as a projection of his consciousness appeared beside her. When the land of whirlpools was destroyed, Kyumo took a lot of Uzumaki techniques. Wouldn't be surprising if they borrowed and modified some. With his eternal Mangekyo, the seal was completely transparent to him. He'd already analyzed and cracked it using his ocular powers and omniscient insight. He even compared it to the sealing techniques Kushina had traded him from the Uzumaki clan, and sure enough, he found several similarities. Hearing that, Kushina's expression immediately darkened. She let out a cold snort. I knew it. The fall of the Uzumaki clan wasn't just bad luck, those bastards from Kyumo were involved too, huh? Her voice was laced with anger. One day, I'll get to the bottom of all of it. And when I do, every last one of those culprits is gonna get what they deserve. Humph. She hadn't forgotten what happened to her clan. Not for a second. Just then, they all noticed the 8 Tails inside the sealed space, and before anyone else could speak, Kurama jumped right in, smug as hell. Well, if it isn't the 8 Tails, the fox sneered. Heard you got smacked around real bad recently, like, picked up like a baby chick and all that. Must have been rough, huh? Is it true? Gyuki. Ugh. Of course it's you. Gyuki let out a sigh. You really came here just to make fun of me, didn't you? He glanced at Kurama, half annoyed and half wary. Something felt off about this 9 Tails. A little too bouncy. A little too chatty. Wait a sec. Did you get influenced by your Jinchuriki? Gyuki muttered, sneaking a glance at Kushina. After all, the vibe here reminded him way too much of Killer Bee's cringy, tone-deaf rap lyrics. At first, Bee's antics made him want to vomit, but somewhere along the way, he'd kinda gotten used to it. Hell, he'd even started to think some of it was kinda catchy. Kinda. Kurama flashed a sharp grin, still smug as ever. Ding ding ding. That's right, I came all this way just to clown on you. Remember back when we got captured by Hashirama and Madara? You wouldn't shut up about me getting manhandled by that damn wood-style freak. Feeling a bit of déjà vu today, aren't you? Don't worry, I'll make sure every single tailed beast hears about the epic humiliation you suffered today. Hehehe. Gyuki. Wow. You are so petty. Seriously. You've held onto that grudge for decades. The ox-tailed beast groaned, a cold sweat forming on his brow. And then. Yo. Bakawayaro, Kanayaro. Suddenly, Killer Bee's consciousness materialized, right on 8 Tails' giant nose. Striking ridiculous poses and rapping nonsense, he looked around the space in confusion. Who are you people, yo? What's going on, yo? Why are you in my headspace, yo? Then, his eyes locked onto Renzo, and his tone changed. Wait a sec. I know you. Yo, you damn baka yaro. You're the jerk who sealed me and the 8 tails, right? Yo, what the hell are you doing here? Yo. And what happened to my bro? Yo. Renzo. Kushina. Karama. The 3 of them stared at this walking fever dream of a man. Yo, your ass. This guy was completely nuts. How could anyone talk like that? Karama turned his sharp eyes toward Gyuki and asked flatly, this guy is your Jinchuriki. How have you not gone insane yet? I heard you even achieved that perfect harmony state or whatever. That means you actually accepted him, willingly. Tell me the truth. Was it because you got sick of his rapping? Or did his awful speech pattern brainwash you over time? Or both? Karama's eyes narrowed with suspicion. Sympathy. Maybe. But mostly, pity. And a little disgust. So you actually like this stuff? 8 Tails' giant face turned red as he snapped back, none of your business. Like you're any better. From the moment I saw you today, I could tell something was off. You act way too upbeat, like some happy-go-lucky puppy. Did the 9 Tails turn into a dog? Karama froze. What did you just say? Every single hair on his body stood on end. He practically exploded. You're the dog, you mutated octopus freak. Not only do you look weird, but now even your tastes are gross. You've officially embarrassed all of us tailed beasts. I swear, I'm gonna spread the word about all your cringe behavior. Every single tailed beast is gonna hear about this, mark my words. With that, Karama bolted out of the sealed space, then went ahead and manually shut down the outer world communication from Kushina's seal. He didn't even give Gyuki a chance to clap back. That was some world-class sneakiness right there. Truly, next level Karama. Chapter 221, Body plus Spirit, Aizen. That damn fox. Throws a tantrum and runs off, hasn't changed at all. Gyuki couldn't help but complain after sensing the 9 Tails' actions, his face full of exasperation. What just happened? Renzo looked over at Kushina, clearly confused. Ah. Kushina tried to hold back a laugh. Karama cut off all external perception from the seal space, and locked everyone else out. Of course, as the true master of the seal space, Kushina could still enter whenever she wanted. Yup, that's Karama all right. Classic Tsundere fox. Renzo just shook his head, amused. Ignoring Killer Bee, who was still rapping angrily in the background, Renzo turned to Kushina. Come on, Kushina-ne. Let's get out of here. Right. The 2 of them exited the seal space, resealing it behind them. From inside, they could still faintly hear Killer Bee shouting through the barrier, Yo Baka Yaro, Yo Kono Yaro. But once the seal was fully closed and the sound cut off, both Renzo and Kushina let out a relieved sigh. Man, that guy's voice really is a weapon of mass destruction. Kushina shook her head, half joking. No kidding. Renzo nodded. He could probably be classified as a high-level noise pollution device. Honestly, it's a miracle Gyuki can stand being with him. No wonder Karama calls him a total freak, Kushina said with a snort. For once, I'm totally on Karama's side. After that, the peace talks moved quickly. It was clear Kyumo and the Land of Lightning had already been mentally prepared. Even though Konoha's demands were harsh, they weren't completely unreasonable. Painful. Yes. But not beyond what Kyumo was willing to accept. So in just one day, the negotiations wrapped up, and a treaty was signed. Kyumo representatives took their third Reikich's body and the now unsealed Killer Bee and left. Before going, Killer Bee made a whole fuss, still complaining that Renzo and Kushina didn't appreciate his art. That was surprisingly easy, Narashikaku remarked afterward, clearly impressed. I didn't think they'd agree to such harsh terms so readily. Kyumo really took a hit this time. It makes sense, Renzo replied with a chuckle. They probably had even worse scenarios in mind. Compared to what they were bracing for, our terms might have felt almost reasonable. That kind of psychological gap makes people more willing to accept things. True, Shikaku agreed with a wry smile. Shame they don't realize we weren't being kind at all. Hopefully, they'll burn through a lot of Iwa's forces in their next conflict. The more brutal that war turned out to be, the happier Konoha would be. Don't worry about that, Renzo said as he waved his hand, opening a projection screen in the air. It showed the front lines where Kyumo and IWA were clashing. Thanks to their greed, Kyumo hadn't retreated as quickly as they should have. Naturally, they got caught by Iwa's advanced troops who had rushed in to reinforce the battlefield. The result? All-out war. The fighting was intense and bloody, with heavy casualties on both sides. But as more and more IWA ninja arrived, and with no reinforcements coming for Kyumo, Kyumo forces started getting overwhelmed. Their numbers were already smaller to begin with. At this point, Kumo had left a few hundred ninja behind to cover the retreat while the remaining 2,000+ troops began withdrawing at full speed. As Renzo had predicted, only about half of them would make it back alive. Sure, they did manage to seize a good amount of supplies, which helped offset some of their losses from the Konoha side of the campaign. But even then, it barely made up a quarter of what they lost. And to make things worse, they also lost nearly half of their elite troops in the process. Once they found out, well, they'd probably be spitting blood. Meanwhile, on the other side, Orochimaru's negotiations with the Wagakure had also gone quite smoothly. They managed to squeeze a decent amount of supplies and compensation money out of them. Just like Inoki said earlier, IWA was stalling hard, dragging their feet and throwing out every excuse in the book. It was like watching a delivery video in 0.1x slow motion. Heh. When Renzo received a video transmission from Orochimaru with the latest update, he couldn't help but sneer. I knew Inoki wouldn't just roll over and cooperate. But that's fine. Let him stall for now. Once they're done slugging it out with the Kumo, I'll pay Wagakure a personal visit. And when I do, I'll make sure Inoki pays up double. I'm really curious which will leave a deeper scar on him, my Susanoo, or the one from Uchiha Madara. Back in the day, when Inoki was still a scrawny, ugly little punk tagging along behind his teacher, the second Tsuchikage, to form an alliance with Konoha. He ended up trembling like a leaf, scared witless by Madara's towering Susanoo. Dropped to his knees and begged for mercy, didn't even dare to fight back. He has never forgotten that moment, it's been his personal shame for life. Honestly, Renzo suspected half the reason Inoki's been so antagonistic toward Konoha ever since becoming the third Tsuchikage is just to work through that trauma. And even after 2 or 3 ninja world wars, the guy still hasn't moved past it. That's how deep the trauma runs, and how petty he is. Oh. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow. So Inoki actually clashed with Uchiha Madara before? Nope, Renzo shook his head. Wasn't even a fight. It was just one-sided intimidation, and even then, he wasn't alone. He had the second Tsuchikage with him. Fight Madara. Please. They weren't even in the same league back then. Renzo then launched into the whole story for the very intrigued Orochimaru, who by the end was chuckling. Ha. I didn't think Inoki had dirt like that in his past. No wonder he's so hung up. Renzo-kun, when you go, remind Iwagakure who's boss, make sure to live stream it for me, I want front row seats for the meltdown. Renzo laughed. Deal. I wouldn't want you to miss the show. Inside the consciousness space. Finally, the Reiatsu analysis is complete. Thanks, everyone. Now it's time to merge everything. Aizen's tone was light, almost cheerful. Just in time, too, my new body is ready. Wish me luck. I'll be back with good news. Good luck. We believe in you. GL. You got this, boss. With a smile, Aizen left the mental space. Bleach, Soul Society. Aizen returned to reality, where he greeted Unohana briefly, then dove into one of the deeper levels of the Mukon, the 8th and final level of the Central Great Underground Prison. There, he retrieved the body he'd painstakingly crafted, his perfect vessel. Without hesitation, he merged into it. In that instant, the body's eyes snapped open. Power, shared from countless past sources, began pouring into it, merging with the flesh. As expected, rejection from Soul Society's laws, Aizen muttered, already feeling the world itself pushing back against his existence. But he was ready. Activating his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, he cast Takamagara, enveloping himself in its power. The backlash vanished. Now unopposed, the fusion continued deeper. The different powers he'd absorbed reshaped and strengthened his new form, gradually syncing it with his soul. Eventually, all resistance disappeared. This body was now a perfect match. Next, time to merge Reiatsu with source energy. He sat down cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began the final integration. The process lasted 2 whole months. When he finally opened his eyes again, Aizen let out a long breath. Phew, that was harder than expected. Must be because of how unique Reiatsu is. Still, it was worth it. He'd even managed to complete his body's transformation into Reishi, spirit particles, giving him a new ability akin to the Shinigami, Soul Reaper, state, but vastly superior. With a thought, his body shifted into spirit form. On the surface, it looked no different than his old Shinigami body, but this one retained all of his new physical power even in this state. True unification of body and spirit. He cancelled Takamagara, stepping back into the Mukon's environment. Just as I thought. No more rejection, Aizen muttered with a smirk. He greeted the nearby guards, then strolled right out of the prison like it was no big deal. Seriously? You were gone for 2 whole months and didn't say a word. The moment he walked through the door, Unohana stormed over, grabbed his ear, and gave him a sharp glare. She looked genuinely upset. "I did tell you beforehand," Aizen replied, exasperated. "You're the one who said go ahead." Still, there was no reasoning with her right now. Anohana suddenly paused, letting go of his ear. She sniffed him suspiciously, then stared hard. "Wait a second, why do you feel completely different? Like you're not even the same person." Chapter 222, Hogyoku plus Fantasy Creation. You feel like you've got a physical body now. What exactly did you do these past 2 months? Anohana narrowed her eyes as she studied Aizen closely. He was still a Shinigami, that much was clear, but something felt off. As the captain of the 4th Division, she had deep knowledge of both Shinigami and human physiology. She couldn't quite explain it, but the Aizen standing in front of her now gave off a completely different vibe. "You're as sharp as ever," Aizen said with a wry smile. He gently wrapped his arm around her waist. "Come on, let's go home. I'll explain everything." Once they were home, Aizen gave her a version of the story, carefully edited, of course, that she could accept. "So let me get this straight. You created a new body for yourself, one with far greater potential, and now you can switch between your spiritual form and a flesh and blood body whenever you want." Anohana stared at him in disbelief. Was that even possible? Shinigami, after all, were souls of the dead who'd entered soul society and accumulated spiritual particles. In other words, they were, by nature, no longer living. Yet somehow, Aizen had managed to reconstruct a living body for himself, effectively bringing himself back to life in a way. Sure, it made him stronger, but... Are you sure this is okay? I mean, are you certain this is the right path to take? She asked, clearly concerned. Relax. You know how thorough I am with this sort of thing, Aizen replied with a confident smile. If you want, I can make a body for you too. Then you'll see for yourself how powerful and complete this transformation really is. Only after fully merging with his new body did Aizen truly understand the difference. It made him feel whole in a way he never had before. And this was just the beginning. Next, he planned to tap into the power of the Hogyoku to evolve even further, but not in the crude, monstrous way he did in the original timeline. This time, he aimed for something better. Smarter. Cleaner. A more refined form of evolution, one that emphasized perfection and limitless potential. He was even thinking of breaking down the Hogyoku's law-based structure and integrating it into his fantasy creation ability, possibly transforming that power into something truly divine. After all, the Hogyoku made people's desires a reality. Wasn't that the perfect complement to fantasy creation? Hogyoku plus fantasy creation. That was like Dragon Ball level wish cheat. And if he crafted new bodies later for Anohana, Hinamori Momo, Ranjaku, and his other girls, he could even embed unique powers into them. Imagine giving his women the Kekkei Genkai from the Naruto world, or abilities from the Pokemon universe, even Devil Fruit powers from One Piece. Of course, that all depended on whether other Renzos would fully analyze those power systems and bloodlines first. Anohana thought it over for a while, then nodded slowly. She trusted Aizen enough to go along with it, at least for now. Alright, I'll be the first to try it. But don't go making bodies for everyone at once. Prepare one for me, then later you can work on Ranjaku and the others. If something goes wrong, at least I'll have the skill to deal with it. She clearly didn't love how Aizen flirted around, but after all these years, she'd come to terms with his nature. Besides, she knew he genuinely cared for them. His occasional teasing or aloofness was more a sign of affection than indifference. Thanks, love. But trust me, I wouldn't do any of this if I wasn't completely sure it'd work. Aizen smiled, cupped her face, and gave her a kiss. The next morning, Aizen returned to the shared mental space and left a message. At night, he returned to the mental space at the appointed time to find that everyone was already there. Everyone, it's done. I've succeeded. He announced it with a satisfied grin. Seriously. That's amazing. That's why you are the boss. Share it. Come on, hurry up. Touch me, please. Before he could say another word, the group all rushed in on him, bombarding him with requests and excitement. Once the memory sharing was complete, everyone quickly left to digest the information and experiment with their newly learned techniques. Only Aizen, now slightly speechless, and the cooking fanatic Renzo remained behind. It was obvious the others couldn't wait to test the new fusion of Ryatsu and source energy and see just how powerful it could get. And honestly, no one could blame them. Among everyone in the group, Aizen had always been the strongest, and had contributed the most. Right after him. That title belonged to Uchiha Renzo, then EV. Previously, because Ryatsu hadn't fully fused with source energy, everyone had serious limitations. In their physical bodies, they could barely use any of their Shinigami powers. At best, they could access just a sliver of it. Unless they exited their bodies and operated in full Shinigami form, they couldn't properly tap into those abilities. But the moment they switched, they lost access to everything that depended on their physical body, like bloodline powers, magic, hockey, and so on. But now, things had changed. Finally, Shinigami powers had been successfully integrated into source energy. That was the real turning point. For the first time, their full strength had been unshackled. Sure, powers like hockey and other abilities hadn't been integrated yet, but even so, the Renzo crew's strength had already reached a whole new level. Aizen noticed that Chef Renzo hadn't left like the others. "Aren't you going to test it out?" he asked, raising a brow. "I'm not in that much of a hurry," Chef Renzo replied, shaking his head. "My world hasn't really shown any signs of supernatural power yet. At best, the legendary cooking utensils have some mysterious effects. So, there's not much pressure on me to get stronger right now." He leaned back, looking thoughtful. "Actually, what I've been focusing on recently is some weird stuff I picked up using the satellite I launched. I found a few things that felt off about my world. I wanted to ask you about it, Aizen." He hadn't just been improving his cooking skills or learning under Master Pi these past few months. He'd also been replicating recipes collected by other Renzos. On top of that, he taught Master Pi and others body training and meditation techniques. But most of his energy had gone into building a base and launching satellites using shadow clones, laying the groundwork for a future technological foundation. "Oh." Aizen looked intrigued. "I didn't really pay attention to that earlier, let me take a look." He closed his eyes and browsed through the memories he had just shared with Chef Renzo. A moment later, his eyes snapped open, a glimmer of surprise flashing in them. Well, it looks like your world isn't just a simple, Chuka Ichiban, cooking master boy, world after all. It's already starting to merge with another one." "That's right," Chef Renzo nodded. "I only noticed the spatial abnormalities thanks to the spatial abilities shared by others in the group. The first world to overlap with mine will merge completely in 3 years," he added, looking a little anxious. "But I have no idea what kind of world it'll be, or what kind of changes the merge will cause." None of them had experienced something like this before, not even the most seasoned veterans in the group. So while Renzo was curious, he was also nervous. Aizen caught on immediately and gave him a reassuring smile. "There's no need to worry. As long as you're strong enough, nothing that happens can really threaten you, or anyone you care about. Worst case scenario, you can just bring your family and friends into the Takamagara dimension before the merge, then let them back out afterward. That said, I don't think this is necessarily a bad thing. In fact, I'd say this could be a huge opportunity. A chance for individuals, for lifeforms, even for entire worlds to evolve. Unfortunately, yours is the first case we've seen of a world merge, so we don't have any data to compare. Naturally, that makes things a bit more nerve-wracking. But the most important thing right now is to make good use of those 3 years. Train yourself. Train the people close to you. If you're strong enough, you'll be ready for anything. And who knows? With 3 full years ahead of us, we might all become ridiculously powerful by then. Remember, Uchiha Renzo and Evie, who first entered this shared mental space, have only been here for about 2 years. Imagine what kind of monsters we'll become in 3. Yeah. Chef Renzo finally relaxed and chuckled. Guess I was overthinking things. That's more like it. Aizen smiled and patted his shoulder. But just in case the world merge causes any wild changes, I suggest you use those 3 years to collect all 8 of the legendary cooking utensils. They're probably the most valuable artifacts your world has to offer. Already on it, Chef Renzo nodded seriously. A/N. P.S. Every 200 stones equals a bonus chapter. Support me and read plus 80 advanced chapters at patreon.com/_coreal. Chapter 223, The Ice Subdragon. Fairy Tale World, MT Hakob. High up in the sky, Fairy Tale Renzo was flying through the clouds with Altair and Kagura Mikazuchi, searching for something. Kagura had been found in a town thanks to the magical satellite surveillance system Renzo had set up. After locating her, he sent a clone to speak with her directly, telling her the truth about her older brother, Simon. That conversation had earned her trust, and she eventually agreed to come back with him to join Fairy Tale. And now, little Kagura was officially a member of the guild. Big bro Renzo. Are you sure there's really a dragon out here? Kagura asked curiously, hugging her sword tightly. All this time, she'd been flying under the protection of Renzo's telekinetic barrier. She still couldn't fly on her own, though she had recently started learning psychic meditation. Back at the guild, UR had actually been researching ways to combine psychic meditation with traditional mage meditation techniques. The goal was to blend the strengths of both systems to create a new method, one that could help Kagura, Altair, Lion, and Grey advance their training even further. As for Renzo himself, he was using the latest version of Source Energy, also known as Origin Power, a system developed collaboratively by his alternate selves. This upgraded training method integrated the essence of Ryatsu, spiritual pressure, refining it into a more adaptable and powerful form. The original version of source energy had been created by Uchiha Renzo and EV. Then, it was a full fusion system thanks to Aizen that ultimately evolved into a brand new energy framework designed to work seamlessly with this world's unique power structure. There is a trace of an ice-type subdragon nearby. The satellite picked it up a while ago, Renzo explained. But don't get your hopes too high, it's a wyvern, not a real, full-blooded dragon. He continued, as far as we know, there aren't any living pure dragons left in Ishgar. Not anymore. The only exception might be the black dragon, Acnologia. The black dragon. Acnologia. That legendary dragon of the apocalypse is real? Altair asked, stunned. Kagura tilted her head in confusion, clearly she'd never heard of the black dragon before. Oh, he's very real, Renzo confirmed with a nod. That thing is practically immortal. Its power has already hit the ceiling of this world's limits. You don't just kill something like that easily. Honestly, if Renzo had the strength, he'd want to hunt Acnologia down and get a sample of his blood, for research, of course. He may have merged Ryatsu with the new source energy, but he was still nowhere near confident enough to face a beast like that head-on and make it out alive. In fact, in some worlds, a creature like Acnologia would easily qualify as a god-tier final boss. Ridiculously strong attacks, absurd defenses, and magic resistance that made you want to cry. Renzo figured his current strength was already above that of the 10 Wizard Saints' top-ranked member, and even stronger than any of the Spriggan 12 from the Alvarez Empire. But, when it came to Zeref, the Black Wizard himself, or Acnologia, the gap was still massive. He'd have to go all in to beat someone like August. After all, this was the real world, and these people weren't going to get nerfed just so he could win. Wait, seriously? Altair was floored. There's actually something out there that's truly immortal. But even someone like Zeref, the legendary Black Wizard, died, didn't he? Who told you that nonsense? Renzo rolled his eyes. What? He's not dead. Altair gasped. But Hades said he was. That guy's over 100 years old, he should know what he's talking about, right? After all, Hades had been Fairy Tail's second guild master. Practically a walking encyclopedia of magic. Hades doesn't know shit, Renzo said, clearly unimpressed. He even met Zeref back when he was young, learned his first magic from the guy. So how the hell would Zeref, who's lived for hundreds of years, just randomly die? That had always bugged Renzo even back in his previous life when he'd watched the original series. Wait, Hades learned magic from Zeref. Altair's jaw dropped. Yup. Renzo was full of surprises. The more time she spent with him, the more she realized just how mysterious he really was. He knew way too much. Stuff even Makarov probably didn't know. No wonder Renzo had told her that whole great magic world thing Hades talked about was a total scam. If anyone could sniff out the truth, it was this guy. Altair honestly wanted to pry open his brain and see just how much hidden knowledge was packed in there. Besides, Renzo added, shaking his head, do you really think he'd just tell you something like that? You haven't known him that long. No, you're right, Altair admitted with a sigh. Some things are just too personal to share. Exactly. Everyone's got their secrets, Renzo said with a half-smile. Altair nodded in agreement, but her curiosity only grew. But still, she asked, if Zeref isn't dead, how come there's been no trace of him all these years? No sightings, no rumors, nothing. It was like he'd just vanished from the world. Someone like Zeref, staying quiet and under the radar. That didn't add up. He's obviously hiding, Renzo replied casually. Maybe he was laying low on Tenro Island. Or maybe, at this point in the timeline, he was off in the Western Empire of Alvarez, playing emperor behind the scenes. Why would someone like him need to hide? Altair pressed, even more confused. Renzo gave her a flat look and reached out to flick her forehead. Geez, do you ever stop with the questions? Some stuff you're just not ready to know yet, okay. When you're older, I might fill you in. But for now, how about you focus on getting stronger? Didn't you say you wanted to take revenge with your own hands? You're still nowhere near strong enough to take on Brain. And Brain wasn't weak, not even close. At minimum, he was on the level of a veteran S-class mage, maybe even a newcomer to the 10 Wizard Saints. Honestly, if it weren't for Natsu and his plot armor in the original timeline, Brain wouldn't have gone down so easily. Plus, his other personality, Zero, was way more dangerous. The truth was, Fairy Tail in the original story was powered by nothing but constant power-ups. The MC squad basically shouted their way to victory. Total nonsense. The power scaling fell apart faster than you could blink. Renzo wasn't about to get cocky just because he remembered how things went in the anime. This was a real world now, and things could be very different. I know, all right. Altair huffed, rubbing her forehead and pouting. I will beat Brain. I promised myself I would. She was clearly frustrated. Renzo wasn't that much older than her, yet he always acted like some wise adult lecturing a kid. Not that she could really argue. Found it. Let's go. Renzo's eyes lit up as he looked northeast. He waved his hand and shot forward, taking Kagura and Altair with him at breakneck speed. Their sudden burst of flight cracked the air with a sonic boom, sending snow flying in all directions. The sheer force of their movement melted the falling snow, leaving behind a lingering trail of white mist in the sky. Roar. After flying for over 10 kilometers, they finally spotted it, a massive wyvern-like dragon, over 10 meters long, soaring through the air. It was in the middle of hunting a group of wyverns, picking them off like prey. Is this dragons eating other dragons? Renzo muttered with a weird look. He waved his hand, gently landing Altair and Kagura on a nearby mountain peak, then used telepathy to warn them, stay put and just watch. Don't come any closer. This is way too dangerous for you two. Without waiting for a reply, he surged forward straight at the dragon. At that moment, the wyvern dragon had just caught a fleeing prey with its claw and sank its teeth into the creature's neck, guzzling its warm blood. But then it noticed Renzo charging in without a hint of fear. Roar. Clearly irritated, the dragon roared at Renzo, then opened its mouth and spoke in fluent human language. I am Aslad Oris, the ice dragon. You dare approach me during my feast, human. You dare interrupt and provoke me. Then die. Ice dragons roar. It instantly tossed its half-eaten prey aside, flapped its wings, and inhaled deeply. A massive surge of ice elemental magic began to gather in its mouth and throat, condensing into raw destructive force. In the next moment, it unleashed a terrifying blast of freezing energy, a huge torrent of ice nearly 8 meters wide, barreling straight toward Renzo like a frozen tidal wave. Renzo could have just teleported out of the way, but with Altair and Kagura behind him, he didn't want to risk the aftermath hitting them. So instead, with a flick of his mind, he summoned his weapon. Kyoka Suigetsu. Chapter 224, The Magic Council. Shatter. Kyoka Suigetsu. With a flash, the sword released its initial form. Renzo instantly poured his origin power into it, converting it into ice-type energy that surged through his body and into the blade. Sword aura burst forth, then he swung hard. Ice slash. Boom. In the next instant, a terrifying slash, dozens of meters long, shot into the sky, howling with freezing cold and a razor-sharp sword aura. It collided head-on with the ice subdragon's breath attack. Ryup. Before the subdragon could react, the icy slash tore straight through its breath attack, cutting it in half midair like it was paper. The slash didn't stop there, it closed the distance in a blink and struck one of its massive wings. SHHHK. It sliced through the wing like a hot knife through butter, severing it cleanly with no resistance, and continued charging forward until it slammed into a mountain several kilometers away. Boom. The mountain split in two with a thunderous crack, cleaved clean from the middle, leaving behind a several-meter-wide gorge between the shattered halves. What the hell? Far behind, Altair and Kagura were watching from a distant peak. When they saw the spectacle through their magically enhanced vision, they both gasped, instinctively sucking in a breath, which slightly raised the temperature around them by 0.01 degrees. Hey, in a frozen tundra like this, that actually meant something. Whoa. That was amazing, Renzo Nizan, Kagura murmured, her eyes wide in awe. Yeah, he's definitely gotten even stronger, Altair nodded, her gaze glued to the battlefield. There was no way she was looking away, not even for a second. Ruhar. The ice subdragon, a wyvern with high dragon blood purity, let out a scream of agony and fury. You damn human. You dare harm me. I'll kill you. Fueled by rage, the ice subdragon endured the pain surging through its back and quickly generated a new crystalline when using pure ice magic. Frost burst out from its body as thick, white-blue ice armor coated it from head to tail. Eternal frost armor. With a flap of its new icy wings, the subdragon surged forward, its massive claws slamming toward Renzo. Ice dragon's talon strike. Just before the claws could connect, Renzo vanished. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared, standing right on the subdragon's back. Slash. His sword glowed with condensed sword aura as he unleashed a powerful strike directly onto the ice subdragon's armored back. Clang. The blade only pierced about 30 centimeters before stopping, completely halted by the thick ice plating. The armor was at least 70 or 80 centimeters thick. He hadn't even broken through halfway. Ha! Is that all you've got? My eternal frost armor is tougher than anything, even true dragons can't easily cut through it. And you're just a human. Now get off me. The subdragon had flinched at first, but once it realized how shallow the cut was, it regained its confidence. As it began to repair the damage with magic, it let out a smug laugh and started twisting and rolling wildly in midair, trying to throw Renzo off its back. But Renzo stood firm, as if his feet were glued to the subdragon's scales. No matter how the ice subdragon thrashed, he didn't budge an inch. The subdragon was losing it. It roared and spun like a lunatic, completely enraged by the fact that this tiny human wouldn't fall off or even flinch. "Looks like my sword aura and swordsmanship aren't at a high enough level yet," Renzo muttered calmly, despite the chaos beneath him. "I'll have to get the swordsmanship squad to step it up." Then, without hesitation, he dismissed his blade and clenched his fists. His arms darkened as hockey coated them, and he shifted into sage mode. Power surged through his body as he gathered every ounce of strength. Sage art, magic armament, impact punch. This wasn't just any punch. It was a full power blow combining his sage arts, strength magic, armament hockey, and raw brute force, all focused into one devastating strike. Boom. The punch landed squarely on the subdragon's neck. Crack. A shattering sound echoed out as a huge chunk of the subdragon's frost armor shattered, leaving a deep crater in its neck. The impact sent tremors through the beast's entire body. The subdragon's vision blurred. It felt dizzy, ears ringing from the shock. Before it could even recover. Bam. Another punch slammed down. This time, it completely destroyed the armor that had barely been holding on. The force went straight through, hammering into the subdragon's neck scales, sending cracked spiderwebbing across hundreds of them. A thin stream of subdragon blood seeped out. Even with armor that thick, it had still taken real damage. Feeling the pain shoot through its neck, the ice subdragon snapped back to its senses and began thrashing wildly, rolling and roaring in the air as it poured all its ice magic toward the damaged area in a desperate attempt to patch the armor. But would Renzo really give it that chance? Boom. Boom. The next instant, his fists came crashing down like a storm. Blow after blow slammed into the same spot with ruthless precision. 2 more punches. Crack. The subdragon's neck broke clean. Rarark. The subdragon howled in agony, its eyes starting to dim. That massive body began plummeting toward the ground. Renzo quickly reached out with his telekinesis, catching the beast mid-fall. In the next second, he activated his eye technique, Takamagara, and teleported the subdragon into his domain. Only then did he fly over to Altair and Kagura. "Congrats, Renzo and II. You've officially slain a dragon. Guess we can call you a dragon slayer now." Hee hee. Kagura grinned, running up to greet him. "What took you so long?" Altair crossed her arms and huffed. Renzo just chuckled and flicked her forehead. "Ow. That ice armor was no joke," he said. "Honestly, it was tough. That thing's defense might even outclass real dragons. Plus, don't forget, this was its home turf. In a frozen world like this, its environmental advantage was maxed out. So yeah, I had to throw in a few extra moves." He paused, his expression thoughtful. "Honestly, I really need a better armor-breaking skill for tanky enemies like that. Gotta create some new moves." He made a mental note of the weakness. His attacks were strong, sure, but he lacked high-penetration moves against heavily armored opponents. No big deal. Now that he'd noticed, he could fix it. "Alright, let's head out," he said casually. "We've made enough noise. Wouldn't be surprised if the Council's magic detection system already picked it up. I really don't want to run into those guys." As he spoke, Renzo casually wrapped an arm around both girls, one on each side. With Kagura and Altair blushing, the 3 of them vanished in a flash, reappearing on the outskirts of Mt. Hakob. As they flew, he kept dispersing any leftover magic residue, just in case. He didn't even teleport straight back to Magnolia. Why? Because the Council had ways of tracking spatial fluctuations and teleportation trails. That was the kind of hidden power the Magic Council held, an organization that stood above hundreds of kingdoms as the peak of magical civilization. They might not have many top-tier fighters, but their detection and surveillance spells were ridiculously advanced. Renzo wasn't afraid of them, just didn't want the hassle. "Is all this caution really necessary?" Altair asked, clearly skeptical. That place was buried deep in the middle of some frozen mountain range. Would the Council even bother checking that far out? And would they care? "They're just that bored," Renzo said, throwing his hands up in defeat. "Unless you plan to ignore every rule and go full brute force, not caring about guilds or family or consequences, staying low-key is just smarter." Altair. Kagura. Both of them suddenly had a much clearer picture of just how annoying the Council could be. "You know, now I kinda want to join the Council myself," Altair muttered, her eyes gleaming with mischief. "Feels like judging people from on high would be really satisfying." She was actually tempted. In fact, the mission Hades originally gave her involved infiltrating the Council and eventually becoming a member. After all, having someone on the inside made it way easier to cover up the activities of Grimoire Heart, especially anything involving the Devil's Heart. Chapter 225, The Tower of Heaven. Both Renzo and Kagura froze for a moment when they heard what Altair said. Then Renzo stared at her and asked, "You're not serious, right?" Master would never agree to that. Because of their experience with the Magic Research Institute, UR didn't have a good opinion of official organizations anymore. Hee hee. Altair let out a mischievous laugh. "I was just saying. Just messing around. It's not like I'm really gonna do it." "You'd better be joking." Renzo didn't sound convinced but still warned her, "We don't need to cozy up to the council just to avoid a bit of trouble. If they really push us too far, flipping the council on its head isn't out of the question either. You know I've got the power to back that up." Then he turned to Kagura. "That goes for you too, little Kagura. Got it?" Yup. "I'll listen to big bro Renzo." Kagura nodded sweetly, way more obedient than the crafty Altair. Eventually, after circling the seas for quite a while, the trio returned to the guild hall in Magnolia. As soon as they stepped in, they were greeted by the usual lively atmosphere. "Yo. Renzo, Altair, Kagura, you guys are back. So, did you find that dragon?" "I bet not. Even if it's a sub-dragon, it's not something you can track down that easily." "Yeah, true." Macau, Wakaba, and the others waved excitedly when they saw the three return. "You wish. Not only did we find it, Renzo took it down himself. So from now on, call him Sir Dragonslayer." Altair announced proudly, hands on her hips, acting like she was the one who killed the dragon. Wayot. The whole guild hall erupted in shock. And then, everyone rushed over at once. "For real? You really slayed a dragon? What did it look like? What kind of dragon was it? How strong was it? Where's the body? Don't tell me you tossed it. Idiot. Of course not. Renzo wouldn't waste a dragon corpse, he needs it to study dragon blood." "Oh yeah, true. Come on, show us already, Renzo." In seconds, the trio was surrounded so tightly there wasn't even room to breathe. Renzo let out a helpless sigh. Kagura, feeling overwhelmed by all the strangers, quickly hid behind him and clung to him like a koala. Altair, on the other hand, summoned an ice wall right in front of her to keep the crowd at bay. "Man, I'll never get used to how enthusiastic this guild is," she muttered, clearly exasperated. After a while, the commotion finally settled down, and Renzo made his way to the bar. "You're back. Not hurt, I hope?" both Makarov and UR asked at the same time. "Of course not," Renzo replied with a grin. "That dragon couldn't even scratch me." "As expected." Makarov nodded. Renzo was really strong. He still couldn't wrap his head around how someone so young had reached such an absurd level of strength. Calling it talent didn't even begin to cover it. "UR sensei, any news on Brain?" Renzo switched topics, looking at UR seriously. Earlier, he'd located several suspected Dark Guild hideouts using a magic satellite and passed the info to UR. She had been obsessively hunting for Brain, determined to make that bastard suffer for what he did to Altair. Just thinking about the inhumane experiments her daughter had endured made UR burn with rage. "No leads yet," she said, shaking her head in disappointment. "Brain's incredibly cautious, leaves almost no trace behind. The guys from the suspected guilds haven't seen him in over a year. I planted the nanomagic bugs you gave me at their bases. With any luck, we'll get something eventually." Then UR asked, "What about you? The one you hunted down, it was an ice sub-dragon, right? Was it strong enough to meet your research needs?" Renzo nodded. "Yeah, it was an ice sub-dragon. Offensively, it was about average, maybe on par with a 10 wizard saint. But its defense was insane. As for research, the material should last me a while. With it, I should be able to produce a batch of ice dragon enhancement serum. It'll be a huge help for you, Grey, Lion, and Altair too." Of course, he didn't slay a dragon just for Hermione's bloodline experiments, he also wanted to help UR and the others get stronger. They were still too weak. "Oh. Now I'm starting to get excited," UR said with a graceful smile. "Dragon enhancement serum, huh? You've really got your hands in everything, don't you, kid?" Makarov chuckled, raising his drink. "Once you've got it working, make sure I get a look too." "No problem," Renzo replied without hesitation. "Humph." Just then, Mira Jane Strauss walked over, visibly annoyed. She glared at Renzo and huffed, "You went out dragon hunting, why didn't you take me with you?" Ever since Renzo's clone saved her and brought her and her siblings back to the guild, she'd held a unique kind of gratitude toward him. So this time, being left behind clearly didn't sit well with her. "You were still working on controlling your magic better, weren't you?" Renzo said, shaking his head with a grin. You really want to draw attention again just because you lost control. This girl, she was seriously fiery. He couldn't tell if it was just her nature or the influence of her Satan soul. Humph. Mira Jane pouted. I don't care. Next time, I'm going with you. Yeah, Renzo replied, not bothering to argue. She was still in her spiky phase, hopefully she'd mellow out over time. Over the next month, Renzo spent most of his time holed up in his lab, analyzing and purifying the mixed blood of the ice subdragon. He'd also harvested a crystal from the corpse, which piqued his interest. He created 2 shadow clones to help dissect and study it, hoping to uncover the secrets of ancient dragon magic hidden inside. And maybe, just maybe, he could convert that knowledge into ice-based dragon slayer magic. Then one day, the Red Queen's voice echoed in the lab, accompanied by a holographic projection. Master, after months of scanning and narrowing things down, I've successfully pinpointed a region in the sea. Based on the data, there's a high chance that this is where the Tower of Heaven is located. Oh. Renzo paused what he was doing and looked up. His brow arched. You finally found it. Took long enough. Guess I really do need to brush up on my knowledge of magic barriers and enchantment-based detection magic, maybe even upgrade the magic satellite while I'm at it. The search had been ongoing for months now, way too slow for his taste. There's a 70% probability it's the tower, Red Queen said. All my findings are based on the parameters you gave me. Of course, I also recommend you improve your magic knowledge, it would massively boost both my processing power and the satellite's detection capabilities. Alright. Keep monitoring things from your side. Send me the coordinates, I'm heading out now. With that, Renzo stopped what he was doing, gave Red Queen a quick nod, and in the blink of an eye, vanished from the underground lab, teleporting toward the location she had found. Meanwhile, in the top floor of the Tower of Heaven. Lord Brain. We've captured the escapee, a few dark mages reported, shoving forward a girl with fiery red hair. She glared defiantly at them, her eyes full of fire. This tallman they addressed, none other than Brain, the man Renzo and Altair had been hunting for so long, smiled at the sight. Ironically, without Altair in the picture, Brain had arrived at the tower earlier than he had in the original storyline, and now, it looked like he was playing her role in these events instead. Hey, well done. Leave her here and get out, Brain said with a wave of his hand, dismissing the dark mages. Yes, sir. Once they were gone, Brain looked down at the redhead with interest, a smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. Didn't expect it to be a little girl who tried to escape, he mused aloud. But you've got guts, and a soul that practically shines. So. What do you say? His voice grew smooth, almost persuasive. Why don't you join me? I can get you out of here. No more running, no more hiding. He wasn't just here to carry out Hades' orders. His true goal was to scout talent, real talent, for the true Oration Cease. Those useless thugs from the smaller guilds. They wouldn't cut it. His ambitions were far bigger than that. And so were Zero's. Only by creating a powerful Oration Cease could he ever hope to stand equal to Hades, not just as a pawn, but as a rival. Even now, just thinking about Hades made Brain feel like his bones ached. He could still remember the pain from the last time they crossed paths. Chapter 226, Saving Urza from Brian. You wish. The red-haired girl snapped back without hesitation, eyes sharp and body tensed for a fight as she glared at Brain. I don't know who you are, but anyone who can order around those dark cult members in a place like this can't be a good person. No way I'm going with you. Even if she had to escape, she'd do it on her own terms, not by selling her soul to someone like him. She couldn't betray Grandpa Rob like that. TSK tisk. Brain chuckled, clearly amused. What a shame. But you know, things don't always go the way you want them to. As he spoke, he raised a finger, and a magic circle suddenly flared into existence. A dark green beam of magic shot straight toward the girl. Just looking at it, anyone could tell it was bad news. The red-haired girl tried to dodge, but the beam was locked on her, relentlessly closing the distance. Forced into a corner with nowhere to run, a wave of helplessness washed over her. Then, boom. The wall beside her exploded in a burst of dust and debris. A hand appeared and, smack, slapped the beam away like it was nothing. Eh. The red-haired girl blinked, stunned. She was saved. By who? Who's there? Brain's expression instantly shifted to alarm. He turned toward the hole in the wall, bracing himself. That hole, it had been blasted in from outside the Tower of Heaven. Sunlight poured through, harsh and blinding. And through that light, Renzo stepped forward. Oi. 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 The next moment, Renzo walked out of the wreckage with a playful smile. So this is where you were hiding, Brain. No wonder we couldn't find a trace of you for months. Turns out you were holed up in the Tower of Heaven. No wonder. It all makes sense now. The red-haired girl stared at the handsome stranger in surprise. She was sure she'd never seen him before. So, why did he save her? Just a coincidence? Or something more? Who are you? Brain narrowed his eyes, voice cold. You said you've been looking for me. Why? He wasn't about to underestimate Renzo. He knew exactly how tight the tower's defenses were. For someone to blast their way in like that. This guy was definitely no ordinary punk. What really unsettled him was, he couldn't see through him at all. Meh. Renzo smiled and reached out to pat the red-haired girl's head, only for her to instinctively flinch and dodge. But right after that, she seemed to realize that might have been rude. After all, this boy had just saved her. And something about him felt warm. Safe. After a pause, she stepped closer and leaned her head toward his hand, her cheeks tinged with pink. Ah. Renzo blinked at her unexpected move, but smiled gently and gave her head a soft pat. You're Urza, right? Don't worry. I'm here to get you out. You know me. Urza looked up in surprise. She was certain they'd never met before. Then she noticed the symbol on the back of his hand, one she'd seen before on Grandpa Rob. You're from Grandpa Rob's guild. Her eyes lit up with hope. Yup. I'm from Fairy Tale, Renzo replied with a grin. I came here specifically to rescue you guys. He had to admit, Urza's head was pretty soft. The Queen of Fairies, huh? Not many people would ever get the chance to pat her like this. He. Really? That's amazing. Urza's face lit up with joy, then immediately shifted to concern. Wait, what about Grandpa Rob? He's sick. Something about a magic depletion illness. I don't really understand it, but he's in bad shape. Please, can you help him too? Haha, relax. Renzo chuckled. I already sent a clone to help him. He's safe now. How do you think I even knew where to find you? Of course, he wasn't about to tell Urza he knew her from the original story. That said, he really had sent a clone of himself down to the lower levels to rescue Rob and the others. Rob was a respected elder of the Fairy Tale Guild. Leaving him to suffer after finding out his situation. That wouldn't sit right with anyone. Makarov would never let him hear the end of it. Besides, the old man genuinely deserved respect, he was a good person. Really? That's amazing. Thank you, big brother. Urza's face lit up with pure joy. Even when he'd just saved her life earlier, she hadn't smiled this brightly. The darkness in her heart finally began to lift. Brain. This cocky little brat really didn't see him as a threat, huh? Chatting with that girl like he wasn't even there. Brain had had enough. He raised his skeletal staff, Clodoa, and pointed it straight at Renzo. Dark Capriccio. A swirling, cyan-colored spiral of dark magic shot toward Renzo like a drill. Magic impact punch. Without even flinching, Renzo raised his fist and punched the spell head-on. The punch tore through the air, shattering Brain's attack like it was nothing. Brain's pupils contracted. What kind of monstrous physique? What strange magic is this? Dark Capriccio. Times. Not willing to give up, Brain unleashed 3 more green spiraling blasts infused with fire and piercing force, all aimed directly at Renzo from different angles. Ice make, sheer cold. Renzo slammed his foot down. A bone-chilling frost swept across the ground, then suddenly exploded upward in a massive burst, freezing everything in its path. In an instant, Brain and his spells were turned into a giant ice sculpture. This wasn't ordinary ice magic, it was a hybrid ability Renzo had developed recently using the ice move of Pokemon World, Sheer Cold. It was terrifyingly powerful. Whoa, that's insane. Urza gasped, eyes wide with awe. Sealing art, magic lockdown. Renzo pointed at the frozen Brain, releasing a stream of glowing magic runes that quickly wrapped around him. Snap. With a flick of his fingers, the runes shattered into sparkling fragments that faded into the air. You. What? My magic. Brain staggered, his eyes widening in horror. Sealing magic. But, these runes, they're not even from a magic I recognize. He tried to summon his magic, only to find it completely locked down. His magic source was covered in dozens of unfamiliar glyphs. His face turned pale. Don't bother struggling, Renzo said coldly. It's pointless. Just be a good little prisoner and come back with me. My sensei and her daughter are the ones who'll decide what to do with you. He smirked. Trust me, you're not gonna enjoy how this ends. Brain's face twisted. Wait. Who exactly is your sensei? Maybe we've got some kind of misunderstanding here. Now that his power was sealed, he had no choice but to play it smart. Information was all he could go for. Later, maybe he'd find a way to escape. man. Where the hell was Hades when you needed him? Heh. Renzo chuckled darkly. You should remember them. My sensei is you are. And her daughter? The girl you tricked and tortured in your twisted experiments, Altair. What? Brain's face went rigid. You are, and Altair. You're just her disciple. That's impossible. He could barely believe it. You are, as strong as she was, had nowhere near the kind of overwhelming power this kid just displayed. Brain was confident, if he went all out and let his other personality, Zero, take over, UR wouldn't be able to stop him. In fact, he believed he'd easily kill her. But now, a disciple of UR had just one-shot him. He was losing it. What kind of god-awful luck was this? Chapter 227, Ice Storm Wolf. Nothing's impossible, Renzo said coldly. Just sit tight. You'll pay for everything you've done. As he spoke, his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan briefly flickered. The next second, he activated Takamagara and tossed Brain into the domain like garbage. With that dealt with, Renzo finally turned to Urza and extended his hand. Come on. I'll take you to meet up with Rob and the others. Then I'll get you all out of this hellhole. MHM. Urza nodded sweetly, reaching out with her small, battered hand to take his. Wait, let me heal you first. Seeing the cuts and bruises on her body, along with the hidden internal injuries caused by exhaustion, Renzo felt both angry and heartbroken. He quickly cast 2 holy healing spells, bathing Urza in a soft, golden light. Ah, this feels so warm. Urza's eyes widened in surprise. She felt waves of soothing warmth flow through her body. Her wounds started healing right before her eyes, and even the long-term damage she'd endured was rapidly fading away. Then, a strange itching came from her right eye, her damaged eye. Urza froze. Wait, could it be? A few seconds later, she could clearly feel her blind eye regenerating, bit by bit. Is this really magic? Magic can do this, she muttered in disbelief, completely stunned. Soon, her right eye was fully restored. Tentatively, she removed her eye patch. The moment light entered the eye again, tears streamed down her face. For a moment, she couldn't even tell if she was crying from the emotional release, or because her eye was reacting to the light after so long. Not just any magic can do that, Renzo said with a soft smile as he gently patted her head. That's a special kind of healing magic, my magic. Come on, let's go meet up with the others. Urza nodded, her eyes still misty. I just realized, I don't even know your name. I'm Urza. Urza Scarlet. What's yours? I'm Renzo. But you can call me Renzo Neeson. Okay, she beamed. A few minutes earlier, Renzo's magic clone had just teleported to the lowest floor of the Tower of Heaven. Who goes there? An intruder. Take him down. Before the dust could even settle, members of the dark cult had already spotted him and charged in without hesitation. Heh, the clone chuckled coldly. No words, just action. Ice Storm Wolf. Inspired by Esthetha's signature move, he unleashed his version of Ice magic. Massive, spectral ice wolves materialized and immediately lunged at the cultists, ripping into them with brutal precision. The wolves were agile, ferocious, and incredibly strong. In seconds, the place descended into chaos. Get them away from me. Help. Anyone. Fight back, wait, no, AHH. My leg. My leg. Screams echoed through the floor of the tower as the dark mages were torn apart one after another. Renzo's clone showed no mercy. In fact, he was getting more ruthless by the second. And why would he hold back? These scumbags had massacred entire villages, butchered innocent civilians, and enslaved children, forcing them to do hard labor, whipping and cursing them for the smallest mistake. They had broken countless young souls. Even if these children were rescued now, the trauma would stay with them forever. It would haunt their dreams. Their futures. So no, Renzo didn't feel an ounce of pity. These monsters deserved no mercy. Man, I really hope my version from Akame Ga Kill shows up soon so we can finally analyze Esthetha's abilities. Ice magic is the best, hee. On the other side. What are those things? They look like real wolves, but they're made of ice. Wait, they're only going after the cultists. Are they here to save us? Look. Over there. Someone's casting magic, it must be him. As the situation shifted, the prisoners finally began to stir from their dazed, numb state. They realized the wolves were attacking the cultists exclusively, and someone was behind them. Hope began to flicker in their eyes. Still, most didn't dare move. They were scared. What if this failed? What if they got caught? If they were wrong, the consequences would be fatal. The emblem. That's the fairy tale guild mark. An old voice, hoarse and raspy, spoke up from behind a rusted iron gate. Master Rob dragged his battered body to the bars and looked out toward the figure standing in the distance, the boy wielding ice magic like a storm. He's one of us. Rob dragged his frail, battered body over to the prison bars. Through the gaps, he saw a young man in the distance, casting one wave of ice magic after another. When he spotted the familiar emblem on the back of the boy's hand, his eyes welled up with tears, and he whispered in disbelief, overcome with emotion. Huh? Grandpa Rob, is he really from your old guild? Did he come to rescue us? Simon, Jalal, and the others looked on in surprise. There's no mistake. Rob nodded fervently, his voice trembling with hope. I just hope he can pull it off. But worry quickly crept into his voice. The boy didn't look that old, and even though he carried himself with confidence, Rob couldn't accurately gauge his power level. He muttered under his breath, glancing around nervously, is he alone? Did he come here by himself? Where's Makarov? Did he not send anyone? Don't worry, old man. Suddenly, a voice echoed directly in Rob's mind, clear and calm. The guild master isn't here yet, he doesn't even know about this place. But it's fine. I'm more than enough to handle this mess myself. You heard me right. I'm actually stronger than the guild master. Heh. Before Rob and the others could even react. Whoosh. Renzo appeared right outside their prison, holding Urza by the hand. Grandpa Rob. Everyone. Urza waved excitedly at the group, her face lit up with joy. Then, noticing they were still locked up, she let go of Renzo's hand, summoned a magical circle, and conjured a glowing magic sword. With a single slash, she cut through the chains on the door. The lock clattered to the floor, and Urza swung the gate open, waving them out. Come on, everyone. We're free. Renzo and I already took down the strongest enemy here. We're safe now. Urza. Wait, really? It's Urza. Are you okay? What about your eye? Whoa, her eye, it's healed. Simon, Jalal, Miliana, Sho, and the others ran up to her in shock and excitement. When they saw her right eye, the one the dark cult had blinded, was now fully healed, they couldn't believe their eyes. That was all thanks to Renzo and I. He's amazing. Urza beamed, her heart finally at ease now that she was back with everyone. Renzo stood calmly by her side, and in the distance, they could see another version of him, still summoning ice wolves to tear through the remaining cult members. Renzo and I. Wait a sec, why are there two of him? That guy over there looks exactly the same. Simon and the others were startled to realize there were two Renzos, one beside them, and another wreaking havoc on the cultists from afar. Oh, that's probably just one of his clones, Urza said casually, as if it wasn't a big deal. A clone. That's strong and it's just a clone. Rob walked over, still stunned, and looked Renzo in the eyes. Kid, you're really from Fairy Tale? Sure am, Grandpa Rob. Renzo smiled respectfully. I was scanning the area using a magical satellite when I picked up some strange signals from the sea region. I came to investigate and found the Tower of Heaven. I also sensed you here, and saw that Urza was in danger. So I stepped in. Sorry I didn't get here sooner. Please forgive me, sir. He could tell just from a glance, Rob's body was already on the brink of collapse. It wasn't the physical wounds that concerned him. The real danger lay in his damaged magic container. Rob was clearly in agony. To use magic, a mage draws on the magic power within their body, which is made up of ether nano, the very essence of magic itself. Every mage possesses a core, a container of ether nano that defines the limits of their magic power. So when that core is damaged and ether nano begins to leak uncontrollably, it's not just magic that spills out, it's their life force. It was practically a death sentence for any wizard. Even Renzo wasn't sure if his holy healing magic could completely restore a shattered magic container. You're too kind. No, you're not late at all. Rob shook his head with a smile, his heart swelling with gratitude. The children, his children, were finally safe. He had long made peace with his own fate, but all he ever wished for was for Urza and the others to escape this nightmare alive. Now, that wish had come true. Even if he died today, he could go in peace. Chapter 228, Free the Slaves. Don't give up yet, old man. There might still be hope. Let me try something. Renzo could tell that Rob's will to live was crumbling. The purpose that had kept him alive for so long was fading, and with it, death was starting to creep into his body. Alarmed, Renzo quickly stepped in. No need for that, kid, Rob said with a warm smile, shaking his head. You're a good child, but I know my own condition. My magic. Before he could finish, Renzo raised his hand and cast several waves of holy healing. Golden light poured down, enveloping Rob's frail body. It flowed through him, seeping deep into his core. And right before everyone's eyes, his wounds began to heal, visibly, rapidly. His dried-out body regained strength and color. But the most shocking change was something only Rob could feel. The shattered core of his magical source was slowly knitting itself back together. This, what? Rob was stunned. In the world of fairy tale, healing and restorative magic were already incredibly rare, some even considered them lost arts. But to repair a shattered magic container? That was thought to be completely impossible. And yet, Renzo wasn't just using any healing magic. What he cast was something beyond imagination. In all of recorded magical history, there had never been a case where a broken magic container was restored. Among mages, it was a known truth: once your source shatters, your life begins a countdown. You enter a slow decline, your magic fades, your body withers, and eventually, you die of magic depletion. But Renzo had just shattered that truth. You really are full of surprises, kid. Rob's eyes sparkled with amazement as he looked at Renzo. Heh, I try, Renzo chuckled, clearly proud of his work. Once Rob's magic container was fully restored and stabilized, Renzo finally let the healing spell fade. All right. Time to wrap things up. His gaze turned toward the remaining members of the Dark Guild. Most had already been taken care of by his clone. Without wasting another moment, Renzo activated his Eternal Sharingan. Dojutsu, Takamagara. Projection domain, annihilate. In the blink of an eye, a field of energy expanded across the battlefield, engulfing every last member of the Dark Guild who was still alive. And then, just like that, their life forces vanished. Renzo had erased them from existence without even laying a finger on them. Thud, thud. Rob watched in awe as Renzo's eyes shifted and glowed, just before dozens of enemies simply collapsed, lifeless. He was stunned. That's terrifying. It's like a silent version of fairy law, targets only the enemy and wipes them out completely. Except Renzo's magic was even quieter and deadlier. Alright, now that the trash is cleaned up, let's get everyone out. Start unlocking the other cells and have everyone meet at the shore. We're getting out of here. Got it. Soon, every prison cell was opened. Survivors poured out, each one guided by Renzo's clone toward the coastline. By the time they arrived, a massive wooden ship was already waiting for them, crafted by Renzo's fantasy creation cheat. Thousands of rescued prisoners boarded the ship in an orderly fashion. As they prepared to set sail, Rob stood beside Renzo and glanced back at the towering structure behind them, the Tower of Heaven. What are you planning to do about that thing? He asked grimly. We can't just leave it there. Should we report it to the Magic Council? That's Zeref's resurrection device, isn't it? Our system. Rob continued. It's pure evil. The council outlawed it long ago. Some dark guilds tried building several towers like this in the past, but they were all destroyed in time. Yeah, Renzo nodded. No need to call the council. I'll just destroy it myself. With that, he rose into the air. As his clone took command of the ship and guided it out to sea, Renzo reached into his dimensional storage and pulled out his Zanpakuto. Shatter, Kyoka Soijetsu. Ice Slash. In the next instant, 4 terrifying slashes, each over 100 meters long, shot out, tearing through the Tower of Heaven like it was made of paper. The entire structure disintegrated into dust, and even the island it was built on crumbled away. Everything was reduced to rubble, swept away by the massive waves the attack unleashed. Within moments, it was all gone, swallowed by the sea, like it had never existed. Everyone on the ship stared in shock, mouths wide open. Was that really necessary? That monstrous Tower of Heaven, wiped out like it was nothing. Whoa. Yes. It's gone. The tower is finally gone. Cheers erupted across the ship. Some people were even crying from the sheer relief. The nightmare was over. Their torment had ended. Now, they could finally look forward to a future filled with light and hope. Urza and the others stared at Renzo, who stood proudly in midair, their eyes practically sparkling. He's so cool and powerful. The girls couldn't help but feel a flutter in their hearts, while the boys all looked at him with admiration and awe, thinking, one day, I want to be a mage as awesome and strong as Renzo. Yeah. We found Grandpa Rob. Yep. Saved all of them. Haha, Guildmaster, no need to be so polite. We're all family, after all. Yes, I'll ask Grandpa Rob to notify the Magic Council so they can send people to help resettle the survivors. Most of them are just kids. A lot of their villages were completely wiped out by the dark cult. They've got nowhere left to go. Talented ones. Oh, for sure. Quite a few. I mean, the dark cult had their eyes on them for a reason, and the ones who survived all this have incredible resolve and strong hearts. I bet they'll be fast learners when it comes to magic. Oh. You're thinking of selecting a few early on. Sure, I can recommend some names. Haha, alright then. Talk soon. After ending his communication with Makarov, Renzo turned to Grandpa Rob and said, I've already contacted the guild master. He'll inform the council and make sure they send people to take care of the survivors. Good, good, Rob nodded, then chuckled as he recalled the conversation. That Makarov, still as sly as ever. Trying to snag new talent before anyone else can, huh? Can't say it's a bad idea. Right. Renzo laughed. It's good for Fairy Tail and for the kids, too. Honestly, I don't think there's a better guild out there than Fairy Tail. Ha ha ha. Rob threw his head back and laughed. Now that's what I like to hear. You really are one of us, through and through. Just then, a young voice chimed in. Grandpa Rob. Renzo Neeson. Can I join Fairy Tail too? Urza stood nearby, eyes wide with hope. And us too. We want to join Grandpa's and Big Brother's guild. Jalal and the others quickly gathered around. Off in the distance, Serrano Agria, Angel, Eric, Cobra, Sawyer, Racer, Richard, Hotai, and Macbeth, Midnight, 5 children who, in the original timeline, would have been taken by Brain and raised to become the Oration Cease, were also watching Renzo with bright, hopeful eyes. Clearly, they had the same idea. Renzo noticed them and smiled, nodding in their direction before speaking to them telepathically. I've got my eye on you kids. Once we get to Magnolia, you're all welcome to join our guild. Their eyes lit up with joy, and they nodded enthusiastically. Ha ha ha. Of course you can join Fairy Tail. Grandpa Rob said warmly, ruffling Urza, Simon, and Jalal's hair. You're all good kids. I've got no objections either, Renzo added with a grin. Chapter 229, The 3 Newcomers. By the afternoon, the boat had finally reached Magnolia Town, landing on the beach behind the Fairy Tail Guild. Everyone was warmly welcomed by the guild members, who had been waiting there in advance. Makarov had even set up a number of tents nearby so everyone could rest and recover from the trip. Later, Renzo handed over a list of talented kids he had personally selected to Makarov, asking him to confirm and recruit them himself. B brother. Is that really you? In the crowd of Fairy Tail members, little Kagura suddenly spotted Simon. Her eyes welled up, and tears streamed down her cheeks as she rushed toward him, calling out emotionally. Kagura. Simon froze for a second when he saw her. Go on. That's her. She's been looking for you all this time and has been through a lot because of it. Renzo nudged Simon forward with a grin. Yes, Simon was Kagura's long-lost brother, the one she'd been searching for all this time. Kagura. Big brother. In the next moment, Simon couldn't hold back anymore. He dashed toward her, and the two siblings hugged tightly, crying tears of joy. A reunion with family after such a long time, it's always a touching scene. I remember that kid. At Renzo's side, Urza's eyes widened slightly as she looked at Kagura, her memory surfacing. She remembered now, it was because she tried to protect Kagura and lured away the dark cult members that she ended up getting captured back then. She's Simon's sister. Wow, what a twist. But honestly, I'm glad. Hee hee. Urza let out a soft laugh, looking relieved. Once everything had been sorted out, Renzo quietly sent a message to UR and Altair, summoning them down to the training arena located on the first floor of his massive underground base beneath his estate. You called us back all secretive like this, what's going on, Renzo? UR crossed her arms, clearly curious. You'll see. Renzo smirked and activated his eternal Mangekyo eye, then opened up a spatial rift. From the domain of Takamagara, he pulled someone out, Brain. Huh. Brain. It's him. That bastard. I'd recognize that piece of trash even if he was turned to dust. The moment the mother and daughter laid eyes on him, their expressions darkened. Their eyes filled with killing intent, and they looked like they were ready to tear him apart right then and there. Where did you find him? UR fought to stay calm and turned to Renzo. There wasn't even a hint of him this morning. Don't tell me. She and Altair exchanged glances as a sudden thought hit them. The Tower of Heaven. Bingo. Renzo nodded. I ran into him at the Tower of Heaven. My guess is that Hades sent him there on some mission. He turned toward Altair and added, actually, it was probably a mission meant for you, if we hadn't saved you back then. Hades, huh? UR and Altair both froze, then quickly understood. If Hades was behind it, then Brain showing up at the tower made perfect sense. Don't worry, I've already sealed his magic. He's all yours now. Just make sure he doesn't die too quickly. With that, Renzo left with a casual wave, leaving UR and Altair to turn slowly toward Brain. Brain, long time no see. UR. Altair. How about we sit down, talk this out like civilized people and... Bang. Die, you scumbag. That's for the lies you fed my mom. Boom. And that's for the pain I went through on day one of those godforsaken experiments. Aha. Stup. Bam. 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 Outside the training arena, Renzo leaned against the wall, listening to Brain's howls echoing from inside. He just smiled quietly. Meanwhile, over the sea, high above the place where the Tower of Heaven used to be, a black magic airship had arrived. Standing aboard, Hades stared down at the spot where the tower had once stood, now completely gone. His expression was so dark it looked like it could rain. That damn kid again. Why do you always have to go against me? I've already withdrawn from the Northern Kingdom, and you still chased me down here. I swear, this isn't over. Just you wait. In the consciousness space. Yo, Hermione. You're here. As Fairy Tale Renzo stepped into the shared mind space, he spotted Hermione and casually waved. Come give me a hand. I've finally finished analyzing an ice subdragon's blood. Should be more than enough material for you to dig into for a while. Oh. Finally done. Hermione's eyes lit up. She quickly reached out and bumped hands with Renzo, instantly syncing their knowledge. Wait, huh? Fairy Tale Renzo blinked. That's when he noticed 3 unfamiliar faces standing nearby. New arrivals. 3 at once, he asked, raising an eyebrow. Damn, it's been a while since we had a batch this big show up out of nowhere. So, who are you guys? Newcomer 1, I'm the personal disciple of the old heavenly master, Ro Tenchi, last student of Tenchifu. Newcomer 2, I am the future sultan of the Ottoman Empire. Newcomer 3, ahem. I'm Earth's richest man, well, in the future, when I get the West City's Capsule Corporation. And yeah, I'm Bulma's boyfriend. Outcast Renzo, the hell. Ottoman Renzo, crap. Fairy Tale Renzo, okay, damn. Respect, bro. You actually said all that shameless stuff with a straight face. That's a talent in itself. No kidding. Hermione rolled her eyes, then waved them off. Anyway, I've got stuff to work on. I'll leave these 3 to you. Give them the rundown, help them settle in, and maybe teach them not to embarrass themselves too hard. Peace. And with that, Hermione peaced out, leaving Fairy Tale Renzo awkwardly alone with the trio. Weird. No one else logged in around this time. That's rare. He turned to the newcomers. All right, fellas. Let's do the thing. He bumped fists with each of them, instantly transferring some core memories and basic power access. Strangely enough, Hermione hadn't synced with them when they first arrived. Was she just straight up ignoring them? Turns out, yeah, kind of. Fairy Tale Renzo rifled through his newly shared memories and got the full story. These 3 had just shown up not long ago, and immediately started trying to impress Hermione, way too hard. One even offered her marriage. No wonder she looked at them like they were 3 walking piles of garbage. Crap. Damn. Wait, that Hermione was one of us. Yikes. Ah, just kill me. All 3 of them were stunned. Thinking back to what they'd said and done. Yeah. No wonder she looked at them like she'd just stepped in something. Seriously, you guys. Fairy Tale Renzo sighed, rubbing his temples. Especially you, Ottoman guy. Could you try acting like a real prince? Ottoman Renzo just shrugged. By the way, are you sure you should be calling yourself the future sultan already? You're just an Ottoman prince right now, right? You don't have any real power yet. Ottoman Renzo didn't flinch. Why not? I've just been lying low, building my strength. That's what kings do before they make their move. I've already made connections, military officers, some ministers, and a bunch of promising young talents. And the whole setup is just like Magnificent Century, you know. My mother's harem, I'm her oldest son, and from the day I was born, she's been building her power to make me sultan. I just need to step in at the right moment. Come on. We're all transmigrators here. You know how the game works. Control the military and the ministers, and you control the empire. Once I lock that down, I'll be untouchable. And most of my brothers are good people, it's not like we'll kill each other over the throne. It's for the best. Besides, I'm the best. Back in his world. He'd also decided to train his body and build up strength along the way. After all, his version of Magnificent Century wasn't some peaceful court drama, it was the brutal, chaotic world of the Ottoman Empire. If he wasn't strong, he wouldn't even sleep well at night. And it was about time he joined the wars like his father and older brother. One small misstep could get him killed, and plenty of people who supported his other brothers wanted him dead anyway. But now that his cheat had fully activated, and it was ridiculously powerful, he was ready to flip the table. Forget the old plans. With this kind of firepower, he'd just talk to his father, seize the throne, and kick off his conquest. Yeah, he wanted to conquer the world now. He was going to rewrite history. Sure, the empire still needed a few years to grow. But with the fantasy creation skill, he could create high-yield crops, develop advanced technology, and turbocharge the empire's progress. No more slow burn, it was time to ignite. His new plan. 3 years to strengthen the empire. 2 years to wipe out all his enemies. And 10 years to conquer the entire world. Maybe that was a bit slow, considering his current power, but he didn't want people to resist the idea. He didn't want bloodshed for the sake of it. In fact, he was already thinking about changing the name of the empire altogether. He wanted a peaceful world, even after he was gone. No more wars. Ever again. So maybe he'd call it something like the Earth Alliance and create an AI to make all the decisions. Humans. He couldn't trust them not to screw everything up again. Either way, he was going to be the man of history. Renzo's list, ch. 1. Uchiha Renzo, Naruto. 2. EV, Pokemon. 3. Pirate Renzo, One Piece. 4. Swordsman Renzo. 5. Demon Slayer Renzo, Demon Slayer. 6. Apocalypse Renzo, High School of the Dead plus Resident Evil. 7. Gundam Renzo, Gundam Seed. 8. Hero Renzo, Konosuba. 9. Hentai Renzo, All Hentai Multiverse. 10. Python, Jurassic World plus Godzilla plus King Kong plus Anacondas, The Hunt for the Blood Orchid plus Jurassic Park. 11. Hermione, Harry Potter. 12. Aizen, Bleach. 13. Black Renzo, Black Bullet. 14. Fairy Renzo, Fairy Tail. 15. Chef Renzo, Cooking Master Boy, Chuka Ichiban. 16. Outcast Renzo, Hitori no Shida, The Outcast. 17. Ottoman Renzo, Magnificent Century. 18. Dragger, Dragon Ball. 80 advanced chapters are available at patreon.com/_coreal. Chapter 230, Dragon Ball Renzo's Hidden Talent. As soon as everyone gathered, Ottoman Renzo excitedly laid out his grand plan. By the time he was done, the group was left speechless. So basically, you're turning the whole, unite the world, thing from normal difficulty to baby mode. Where's the challenge in that? Still, I guess there's no point dragging it out. It's inevitable. Everyone just nodded. Fairy Tale Renzo chimed in, but that AI idea is really good. But make another AI that oversee the ruling AI. Just for safety, he added. Ottoman nodded. Then we're good, Fairy Tale Renzo said, nodding. So your path is basically a combo of empire building and tech, huh? Yeah, but, Ottoman Renzo said, now that I've got so many power systems to reference, I think I can create a fast-track martial arts method for training an elite army. I'll use stuff like the breathing techniques and 6 styles as the base. And with the amount of Sea King meat I can make, I could probably raise an entire army of human monsters. The more he thought about it, the more excited he got. That meat wasn't just rich in life force and vitality, it was perfect for training the body. It could work, Fairy Tale Renzo agreed. Just don't go overboard. Your mental power is still limited. Plus, you've got other projects, like developing high-yield crops, machines, and factory equipment. All of that takes a serious toll on our mental energy. Ottoman nodded in agreement. Then I'll start with a test group. Maybe train 100 first and see how it goes. If it doesn't scale well, I'll ask some of the science types to cook up a high-energy, nutrient-dense supplement. Shouldn't be too hard for them. Fairy Tale Renzo gave him a look. You're seriously planning to turn your own people into lab rats and tech monkeys? Be careful, or you'll get jumped. Ottoman just waved him off. Come on, how is that using them? If I build up our empire, everyone benefits. It's a win-win. Ah. I could give that nutrient supplement thing a try, Dragger, Dragon Ball Renzo, suddenly offered. Huh. Ottoman raised an eyebrow. Aren't you the guy leeching off Bulma? You actually have skills. You picked up something other than, look pretty and mooch. He and Fairy Tale immediately dove into Dragger's memory data, which they'd mostly skipped before. What they saw made their jaws drop. Holy crap, you're legit. Ottoman said, eyes lighting up. I thought you were just riding coattails, but turns out you're a damn research genius. My bad, much respect. Looks like we're gonna be working together a lot, brother. I've got a ton of infrastructure questions that I'll need help with. Even though Ottoman now had access to the shared memories and abilities, that didn't mean he could immediately use them all effectively. It took time and experience to really make them his own. And let's be real, the guy had too much on his plate to get hands-on with every little thing. Dragger, however, wasn't thrilled. So now I'm your tool. Just make a shadow clone and do it yourself. He looked genuinely annoyed. Back in his own world, he had no talent for martial arts at all. Even Master Rashi gave up on him. He'd been forced to quit training altogether. But he never truly accepted that fate. It wasn't just about getting stronger, it was survival. The Dragon Ball world was terrifying. If you didn't have power, you didn't even control your own life. Look at how many people on Earth died. But now things were finally looking up. His cheat had arrived, so of course he was going to throw himself into training. Originally, his plan was to wait until Bulma built the Dragon Radar, then use the Dragon Balls to wish for martial arts talent. But now, that plan might need a little adjustment. He still intended to make a wish, but now he was considering going for something even more ambitious, like wishing for Scion blood or Frost Demon blood. Whether it'd actually work or not, he wouldn't know until he tried. Come on, shadow clones aren't the same thing. And people aren't alike, you know. Help me out here. I won't take up too much of your time, I swear. We're all in this together. If you ever need help, I've got your back too. Ottoman gave him a big, innocent grin. Fine. We'll see when the time comes, Drager replied, not exactly agreeing, but not turning him down either. At that moment, Fairy Tale Renzo chimed in, you're seriously impressive, Drager bro. To be acknowledged by Dr. Brief, Bulma's dad himself, as a scientific genius. That's huge. I bet Gundam Renzo is gonna be thrilled when he hears about this. He's always complaining we don't have enough scientific minds or worlds with high-tech abilities in the group. Up until now, almost all of our scientific advancements have come from him and his world's tech. The rest of us just used power systems from different universes to enhance those existing technologies in supernatural ways. But honestly, at their core, the tech didn't really get any stronger. Now though, Dragon Ball tech is no joke. Time machines, capsule corp storage tech, artificial gravity devices, androids, advanced spaceships. The list goes on. When Gundam hears about this, he's going to lose it. This could be the breakthrough he needs to kickstart real space colonization for Earth. Gundam, huh? That was a childhood dream of mine too, Drager said with a chuckle. I always wanted to build Gundams or Iron Man-style suits, but I just never had the time. Too much to study, too much going on. But now, I can finally try building a few prototypes. Plus, I can integrate capsule technology into them, imagine carrying your Gundam around in your pocket. And on top of that, I could mix in some of the advanced black tech from our world. I guarantee it'll push the Gundam's combat capabilities to a whole new level. Who knows? One day I might even be able to go toe-to-toe with Dragon Ball warriors, in a Gundam. I mean, if Dr. Gero could create androids that brawled with super scions, anything's possible. Still, Dragon Ball was a world where personal strength reigned supreme. No matter what tech he developed, training would always be his main focus. Hey, you could even try mixing in some magic, Fairy Tale Renzo said, clearly trying to pull him in. I've already got a couple of shadow clones working on that side of things. We can grow together. Researching all of this alone was just too slow. He'd originally wanted to recruit Gundam Renzo or Hermione to help out. But both were swamped lately. Hermione was buried in studying alchemy, magic, and bloodline enhancement potions, especially the kind related to dragons. Meanwhile, Gundam Renzo was deep in the middle of a war. He'd already formed alliances with Klein's faction, the Orb Union, and a few other groups. His plan? To strategically wipe out the Blue Cosmos and Zaft's more radical elements in the upcoming conflict. Once that was done, he aimed to unify Earth and Plant in preparation for humanity's leap into interstellar colonization. And as for the old, coordinators versus naturals, issue. Gundam Renzo had already cracked the code, his adjuster gene enhancement serum was complete. No need for genetic engineering from the embryo stage anymore. Now, even regular humans could be injected and, after 6 months to a year of adjustment and adaptation, they'd undergo a full transformation. With that, the wall between naturals and coordinators could finally come down for good. Chapter 231, Omniscience is just that good. Drager looked at Fairy Tale Renzo with a deadpan expression. You just want free labor, don't you? But fine, I'll spare a shadow clone or two to work on it. I could use it myself, anyway. A purely tech-based Gundam wouldn't stand a chance against someone like Frisia or a Super Scion. But a strong magic Gundam. And one powered by ki from the Dragon Ball world. Still nah. But what about a Gundam with ridiculously high capacity to store all kinds of energy, including our source energy, origin power? Something that can absorb and hold ki or any type of energy with an insane limit. Now that's a different story. Anyway, I should probably start by mastering ki and breaking it down. Once I fully understand it, I can build a Gundam that runs on ki and origin power, and uses all kinds of attacks. I'll hit my not too overpowered enemies, over and over, until they feel completely hopeless. And here's the best part, just when the enemy thinks they've finally torn apart my Gundam after an all-out struggle, only to realize the real monster is me, sitting inside the cockpit. The mech. Just a warm-up. Fairy Tail Renzo gave a big thumbs up. I love that idea. I could totally do the same with my magic-powered mechs. And if I remember right, in Fairy Tail, there are already a ton of magic-based tech, those magical devices, power sources, even entire mobile bases and weapons. I'll find time to dismantle and reverse engineer them. Gotta grab that tech while I can. Oh. And over in Idola's, it's literally a world built around magical tech. You've got magic blasters, magic cannons, dragon suits, everything. Now that I think about it, my world actually has a lot of potential in blending magic with machines. Sure, most of those are purely magic-driven and don't use electronics or modern tech, but I think I can find a way to mix both. Drager nodded. Yeah, your world's got a ton of useful stuff. If you can gather and analyze more of it, it'll definitely help push my tech projects forward. I'm also planning to get my hands on Dr. Gero's Eternal Energy Reactor, the one installed in Android 17 and 18. That's the key behind their endless energy and absurd power levels. Outcast Renzo, who had been quietly watching the two, finally spoke up with a sigh. If you two keep brainstorming like this, your world's entire power systems are gonna go off the rails. I don't see the problem, Ottoman said with a cheerful grin. Once they figure it out, whether it's magic-powered mechs or tech or whatever, I'll be using it too. Why wouldn't I want free upgrades? Outcast Renzo. Drager shrugged. So what if the tone of the world shifts a bit? As long as it works, that's all that matters. True, Fairy Tail Renzo nodded, then turned to Outcast Renzo. Alright, enough about us. What's your plan? What are you going to focus on training next? Your world has some pretty good stuff too, right? Outcast Renzo spread his hands. I'm gonna keep walking the path of the outcasts, the special humans in my world. But I do want to fully break down the outcast system and blend it into origin power. That way, everyone benefits. A classic template, the orphan final disciple of Tenchifu and younger brother of Cho Ryo. Born with natural lightning affinity. Tanked multiple lightning strikes and didn't just survive, he awakened badass lightning powers from it. After that, Cho Ryo took him in as a disciple. The real deal. He's got mastery over spells like the Goyo Reiho, 5 Yang Lightning and Kinkaju, Golden Light Charm, and he's way stronger than Cho Ryo at the same stage. Not a bad plan, Fairy Tail Renzo agreed. A bunch of us Renzos are doing the same, start with the power system from our original world, then fuse in other world systems to push our potential to the max. Same here, he added. Even though magic's been merged into origin power now, I still focus mainly on studying and training in fairy tale style magic. Also, we all create our own style and moves. The Renzo's crew had always been about mutual benefit. You can't just leech off others and contribute nothing. That'd get you major side-eye from everyone. Fortunately, no one had done that so far. Even the Python recently started working hard, investigating the giant beasts in its world and creating a bunch of robots to collect genetic samples for research, both for itself and other Renzo members interested in the topic. Right now, they already had genes from King Kong, multiple types of dinosaurs, and even the gene editing and cloning tech from Jurassic Park. Not bad at all. Speaking of which, Outcast Renzo suddenly piped up again. Uchiha's lightning release and Eevee's electric type skills gave me a lot of inspiration. I really need to thank them properly when I get the chance. I have many ideas that I want to create. Also, any word on when Pirate Renzo is showing up again? Do you think he can hurry up and make the perfected version of the Rumble Rumble fruit? I've been drooling over that power. Pirate Renzo. Fairy Tail Renzo chuckled. Just leave him a message today and set up a time to meet tomorrow. That guy's been pretty free lately, he's got nothing but time. As for lightning powers, there's actually a good amount of lightning magic in my world. I'll see if I can trade with Laxus and get my hands on Lightning Dragon Slayer magic. I'll also learn a few of the regular lightning spells while I'm at it. He'd always felt like he was missing a hard-hitting, armor-breaking move, a big finisher. He was originally planning to keep building on his ice abilities since he already had several ice-based powers fused together. But now that he thought about it, maybe both. But doesn't Lightning Dragon Slayer magic require either a lightning-based Dragon Slayer Lacrima or training directly from a lightning dragon? Ottoman asked, raising a brow. You've got neither. How exactly are you planning to learn it? Outcast Renzo nodded in agreement. Fairy Tail Renzo just grinned. That's where you're both underestimating me. Clearly, you haven't looked through my memories properly. Not long ago, I hunted down an ice element subdragon. Got my hands on its dragon core, and I've already managed to extract part of its dragon magic. Once I finish comparing and analyzing it, learning Ice Dragon Slayer magic should be totally doable. So now you tell me, once I get my hands on the lightning version, do you really think I can't figure out how to learn it too? That's the power of Uchiha's Eternal Eye. The omniscience dojutsu is just that good. Honestly, Fairy Tail Renzo had always believed that among all the Renzo crew, the one who contributed the most wasn't Aizen or EV, it was Uchiha Renzo. Just that one-eye technique, omniscience, was more useful than everything else combined. And then there was Takamagara, a potential packed power that hadn't even been fully tapped into yet. Chapter 232, Bulma and her training plan. Hell yeah. Outcast Renzo's eyes lit up, and he immediately turned to Fairy Tail. I'm counting on you to learn Lightning Dragon Slayer magic ASAP. Those moves are seriously badass, I love that style. He rubbed his hands excitedly. I've got a huge event coming up, if I've got Lightning Dragon Slayer moves by then, it'll be the perfect chance to show off. Heh. This was a rare, legitimate excuse to flex in public. Wait, something doesn't add up, Ottoman suddenly cut in, puzzled. Now that Taianshifu of Rikosen has got a genius like you, Outcast, why's the old master still planning to pass the torch to her? What's his angle? Buffed, please. He's just not interested. Dragon Ball Renzo, chimed in, rolling his eyes. You've seen the guy's memories, right? He's lazy as hell. The dude's basically a human sloth. No way he wants to be Heavenly Master. I wouldn't want that job either. True. Fairy Tail Renzo and Ottoman took a quick peek into Outcast Renzo's memories and realized Drager wasn't wrong at all. Hey, isn't it obvious? Outcast Renzo laughed, scratching his head. I read the original story, I know the Heavenly Master position is a trap. Total scam. Becoming Heavenly Master means inheriting all the duties of the entire clan. That life sounds miserable. No freedom, just endless responsibility. No thanks. Besides, Master mainly wants that woman to take the position to help stabilize her weird key issues. Makes sense. Honestly, she's the better fit for the role anyway. With her shameless confidence, she's practically born for the job. That said, in the original story, it was pretty clear, she wasn't too keen on taking the job either. I used to worry that if I didn't step up, Master might toss the whole mess onto me. But now. He grinned. Now that I've got some power-ups and cheat codes, I've got a plan. I'll just give him a life-extending potion when I get back, let him live another 300 years and keep the title for that long too. You're not worried the old master might slap you for this? Fairy Tail Renzo laughed. Fairy Tail looked genuinely concerned. Yeah, I mean. The old guy probably isn't retiring because he's dying or anything. He probably just wants to slack off. Now you're gonna dump 300 more years of work on him. He's not gonna like that. Ottoman nodded in agreement. With his level of power, stuff like status or titles probably mean nothing. He just wants to hand things over and finally chill. That's likely where he's coming from. Outcast Renzo muttered with a sigh. I'll do it anyway. If there's nothing else, I'm heading back. See you tomorrow. With that, he logged out of the consciousness space. The rest followed suit shortly after. In the Dragon Ball world. Once his consciousness returned, Drager Renzo immediately ditched his current research and teleported straight into his bedroom to start absorbing the feedback from his new power upgrades. Bulma. She blinked, staring at the spot where her annoyingly handsome but otherwise average boyfriend had just vanished. Her brain froze for a second. What the heck just happened, she muttered, tilting her head in confusion. She immediately started looking for him around the house, and it didn't take long before she found him in the bedroom, eyes closed, sitting perfectly still. Bulma was about to call out to him, ask him what was going on, but paused. She thought it over. Drager had always been thoughtful and considerate. If he was doing this now, it had to be something important. Wait, don't tell me something's wrong with his body. No way, I better go get Dad to take a look. Just as she turned to leave, Drager's voice rang out directly in her mind. No need to call anyone. I'm fine. Don't worry. My psychic powers just awakened, give me a little time to adjust. Sorry for scaring you, Bulma. Psychic powers? Wait, you have those now. Can I learn them too? Bulma's eyes lit up with curiosity. She was still a student after all, and right at that age where this kind of thing was super exciting. Oh yeah, timeline-wise, this was just before she officially completed the Dragon Radar. Actually, she was about 6 months ahead of schedule now. All thanks to Drager accelerating her research progress. You can absolutely learn it. Once I finish adjusting, I'll teach you, Drager said without hesitation. Okay, I'm holding you to that. Bulma nodded happily. Something about the logic of the situation didn't quite add up, but who cared? If she could learn cool powers, she was in. About 30 minutes later, Drager finally finished processing the influx of energy and opened his eyes. He stood up, stretched a bit, and clenched his fist. Boom! The sound of compressed air bursting out echoed like a mini explosion. Bulma jumped. Wah! I thought you said it was psychic powers. That looked way more physical. Isn't this supposed to be the mental kind? Like telepathy or something? Drager laughed as he walked over and slipped his arms around her waist. It's both. Telepathy's a psychic ability that comes from meditation and mental training. But this kind of physical power, that's from body techniques. Want to learn both? He went on to explain the benefits, how the body training helped with shaping the figure, whitening the skin, improving health. And how the psychic powers could do things like teleport or transmit thoughts directly. Bulma's eyes practically sparkled. Of course I want to learn. Teach me everything. She quickly remembered something else and grinned. Oh yeah, by the way, I finished the dragon radar. We can go treasure hunting anytime now. But didn't you say you had no talent for martial arts? Weren't you planning to use the dragon balls to wish for that? Are you sure you're not just naturally gifted? That punch from earlier looked terrifying from a scientific standpoint, and she was Bulma, after all. She knew power when she saw it. How did you get these powers? Drager smiled and kissed her on the cheek. Let's just say I had a bit of a lucky encounter. Anyway, we're still going after the dragon balls. Gotta boost my potential even more. Bulma didn't press the issue either. She already knew Drager's personality well. If he could tell her, he would. If he couldn't, he wouldn't. No point digging too deep and giving herself unnecessary stress. Compared to the original Bulma from this timeline, this version had matured a lot more emotionally. All thanks to Drager's long-term influence and guidance. So, about that meditation and body training stuff, are you sure I can actually learn it? It's not too hard. Not at all, Drager said reassuringly. With my guidance, you'll pick it up quickly. Let's give it a try right now. Okay. Bulma nodded, full of anticipation. He took her hand and led her over to the bed, where they sat down. Drager began gently guiding her mind into its first meditation session using his psychic energy. Chapter 233, Dragon Bloodline Potion. Did I actually pull it off? 5 minutes later, Bulma suddenly opened her eyes, looking around in amazement. Using her faint spiritual sense, she could actually perceive everything within a meter of her, a full 360 degrees without a single blind spot. She could even feel the dust particles floating in the air. This is insane. Bulma was absolutely thrilled. Ugh. My head's spinning. A dizziness hit her like a wave, and her body started to give out. Drager quickly caught her in his arms, placed a hand on her forehead, and began channeling recovery energy while saying, "You've just barely started tapping into your mental power. It's still really weak. You can't go around using psychic abilities like that for too long." Oh, that makes sense. Realization dawned on Bulma, and she immediately suppressed her spiritual energy, not daring to use it so casually again. Under Drager's healing, she quickly recovered, though she still looked a little sulky. But I barely used it for a minute. That's way too short. Bonk. Drager flicked her on the forehead and said, "What were you expecting? You literally just got started. Your mental strength is barely above average, of course you can't last long. Don't worry, though. You're about to hit a growth spurt in power." He'd already noticed that Bulma's talent in spiritual energy was actually pretty impressive. Honestly, it's no wonder she's always been so smart. If she kept this up, her future in psychic abilities could be very promising. Well, that's a relief. Bulma beamed, then immediately asked, "So when can I do that telepathy thing you do? And teleport too?" That was the cool part she was really looking forward to. At your current pace, you'll probably manage telepathy in about 2 or 3 months. But teleportation? That might take a year or 2. Drager was actually lowballing the estimate to keep her from getting discouraged. What? That long? Bulma's face immediately dropped. Relax. I'll give you some stuff to boost your mental energy and improve your meditation results. That should help speed things up quite a bit. Drager smiled reassuringly. Okay, cool. Then let's go work on that body technique next. That sounds way more fun, hee hee. Laughing, Bulma grabbed Drager's hand and tugged him toward the bedroom door. Well, she will try its results first, then who knows. Inside the mental space. You want the rumble fruit? Alright, sounds good. I'll get to work on creating it once I'm back. That was more or less the plan anyway. At their scheduled meeting time that noon, Pirate Renzo met with Outcast Renzo. When the latter made his request, Pirate Renzo agreed without hesitation. He had enough spiritual energy saved up for it, thanks to the energy storage device developed by the genius Aizen. Hee hee, thanks a ton. Outcast grinned from ear to ear. No need to be so polite. Pirate Renzo waved it off. Your group joining us is a big deal too. Honestly, just your special physique, your lightning skills, and that golden light thing are already a huge help to me. They'll really boost my lightning abilities. Who knows, the golden light might even synergize or fuse with armament hockey someday. It's all mutually beneficial in the end. Oh yeah, about the devil fruits. If you've already eaten one, can you really eat a second? Outcast Renzo asked curiously. With so many incredible devil fruits out there, it'd be such a waste if you could only eat one. Right now, we still don't know for sure. I do plan to remove that limitation when I create one myself. But even the best chef can't cook without ingredients. I don't even know what causes the body to reject a second fruit in the first place. That's why, before I eat the Rumble fruit, I'm planning a trip to the New World. I want to track down Blackbeard, Marshall D, teach, and study his body structure to figure out how he's able to eat 2 devil fruits. If I can do that, I might be able to crack the secret. From what Pirate Renzo had analyzed about the Rumble fruit and the Zoan-type Rhino fruit, he suspected the issue might be a clash of fundamental laws or forces. But that was just a theory for now. Gotcha. In that case, it's totally fine to wait a few more days. Better to be safe and figure it all out first. Outcast nodded in agreement. Just then, Uchiha Renzo spoke up, turning to Outcast Renzo. I'm really interested in the Seizenshuu, twin complete hands technique. I hope you can get it soon. That ability would be a huge help in my bloodline research. That technique could even rewrite memories and reconstruct the body. It was seriously overpowered. So everyone, Apocalypse Renzo, Gundam Renzo, even Hermione, and Aizen, perked up at the mention of it. Yeah, the twin complete hands is the real deal, Apocalypse chimed in. Gotta agree, Gundam added. These guys were all heavy-hitting researchers who loved diving deep into weird powers. Outcast nodded. Got it. Just give me a little time. That's all I needed to hear, Uchiha Renzo said with a nod. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Also, I suggest getting the quantum computer, Red Queen AI, and the satellite network online ASAP. That'll make your life way easier. In a modern world, tech's potential is no joke. Outcast nodded again. Already working on it. I even ran it by my master. That's the nice thing about the old man, he knew when not to ask questions. Pirate Renzo said with a grin, it seems we will get a huge boost soon. Hee, I feel unbeatable already in One Piece world. You should plan what to do after destroying the world government, Uchiha Renzo nodded. Pirate Renzo smiled, I'm thinking about it. Anyway, I wanted to ask you for a way to improve our life energy. Uchiha Renzo paused then said, come to think of it, my world's got stuff loaded with life energy, like the Jello Stone. I completely forgot about that. With the third great ninja war basically wrapped up, I should finally go retrieve it. Not to mention the Tensigan on the moon, the source of the Ryumayaku, ley line, and that mysterious star from Hoshigakure, Star Village. He had plans for all of them. Oh, and that star. He suspected it might be a fragment of the Ten Tails. If so, studying it could reveal even more about the true nature of chakra. All that can wait, Hermione cut in, waving her hand. Her eyes turned to the massive snake beside her. The dragon bloodline serum is done. Fairy Tail sent me the DNA of an ice element dragon, so I've been working with that. I tried mixing in some fire dragon traits from our world, it sorta worked. The result is, let's call it enhanced ice dragon blood. How far you go with it will depend on you, she added. I left room for future upgrades, too. If Fairy Tail gets his hands on other elemental dragon bloodlines, I can help you merge those later on. So, what do you think? Want to take the serum now? Or wait? Honestly, she'd finished the tech side ages ago. She'd just been waiting for that drop of dragon blood. Once it arrived yesterday, she whipped up the serum in no time. Also, secretly, she'd already tested it on a Hungarian horntail she was raising in her private realm, Takamagara. The results were amazing. That fire dragon had completely evolved, now it could breathe both fire and ice. A true dual-element dragon. Not one of those fake ones from the Harry Potter world either. A genuine, top-tier dragon. Of course, it'd still take time to reach its full potential, but the growth rate had skyrocketed. I'm taking it now. I'm so done staying in this snake form, it's been a pain, Python grumbled. If this works and I evolve into a true dragon, you should be able to use animagus magic to transform into one too, right? If that happens, I hope you'll help me research how to take on a humanoid dragon form. It was an easy decision. The snake form was just too inconvenient. Sure, it could study dragon physiology on its own, but let's be honest, Hermione was way more familiar with magical biology. No problem, Hermione nodded. I'll share all the data with you. Just go copy it into your system. No big deal. Chapter 234, From Python to Dragon. Evie's eyes lit up with excitement. Wait, you're finally transforming into a dragon. Does that mean I might be able to tap into dragon genes too and get a dragon evolution form? Because its human form looked too young, Evie usually stayed in Pokemon form, especially around others. Only when alone with Cynthia would it switch to human form. According to Evie, he was trying to help Cynthia gradually adjust and build a deeper bond. We'll know once we try it out, Hermione said, glancing over. Speaking of which, have you finished researching the dragon-type genes from your own world? I've got it all figured out. Evie replied smugly. Dragonite, Garchomp, Hydreigon, I've studied them all. I already have a solid plan. Honestly, even without this dragon bloodline, I'm confident I could evolve into a dragon-type form within 6 months. Some principles are universal. What Evie lacked wasn't knowledge, it was the primal essence of the dragon element. Well, I'll wish you good luck in advance then, Hermione nodded. Dragon bloodline, huh? Ottoman rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Unifying the world just got easier than a kid's game. Uchiha Renzo shot him a sidelong glance. You're not from a normal world, are you? I saw in the memories you shared, your world had some special energy too. Ottoman's eyes gleamed. Yeah. At first, I was just thinking of the basics, unify the world, lay down strict laws that everyone has to follow, except me, of course. Not that I'll make that obvious. Then I can just sit back and enjoy what people build, entertainment, technology, all the good stuff. And once I get bored with the normal world, maybe it'll evolve on its own. Maybe a supernatural era will kick in. I'll just look for a way to amplify this trace of energy. I'll never run out of things to do, wahaha. Ahem, brother. I've got a few fun ideas for you to try, Hentai Renzo chimed in with a pervy grin. Why is he in this damn group? Hermione groaned, arms crossed in frustration. I wish all the other Renzos that will appear in the future to be girls. Now that would be an improvement. She was clearly tired of being the only one ice guide as a girl. If some powerful female Renzo shows up, she added smugly, maybe she's the original, and the rest of you are just her gender-bent versions. In that case, she added smugly, you were always meant to be girls. Everyone else just got the wrong gender. Wait, what? Pirate Renzo and the others were stunned. No way, Hentai Renzo muttered, rubbing his chin. We're way too pervy for that. No way we were originally girls. Hermione shot him a massive eye roll. Speak for yourself. I'm not like you. Yeah, Hentai Renzo nodded repeatedly. Still, I gotta ask, who was it again who wanted to start an all-female harem? I feel bad for the future Hogwarts boys. All the pretty girls will be taken by you. The rest'll be stuck picking from leftovers, or going full yaoi. Hermione, mind your own damn business. I do what I want. Humph. As the conversation spiraled into chaos, Eisen finally stepped in to shut it down. Ahem. That's enough nonsense. Let's change the subject. As for who we really are, we can talk about that once all 36 of us are gathered. Even then, we might not have a clear answer. The future was unpredictable, after all. Speaking of dragons, Hermione said, switching gears, Kaido from the One Piece world fits the bill, doesn't he? Sure, he got his powers from a devil fruit, but if we can extract its core essence, we might be able to decode a dragon genome from it. She'd always suspected those mythical Zoan fruits weren't entirely fictional, the beasts they were based on might have actually existed in the One Piece world. Oh yeah. Ottoman's eyes lit up again. He turned to Pirate Renzo. Bro. Can you figure out a way to take Kaido down? Let's do it. Kaido, huh? Pirate Renzo nodded. I'll give it a shot. Ottoman grinned wide. You're the best, man. By the way, Uchiha Renzo said, turning to Dragger, the Dragon Ball Renzo, don't forget to swing by Korin Tower soon. Pick up some senza beans and the ultra-divine water. Study them well, especially that water. Those were top-tier treasures. I was already planning to, Dragger replied. But I mean, with how powerful our healing techniques are now, are those really still necessary? That's such a shallow way to look at it, Uchiha Renzo said, shaking his head. Sure, we've got great healing powers now, but senza beans are still worth researching. Not just for us, imagine giving them to people close to us. We can't be around to heal everyone all the time. The bigger deal is cracking the why behind them. If we can figure out the rules that make them work, maybe we can create skills or enhancements based on that. Worst case, we might still boost our own regeneration capabilities using what we learn. You've got to look past the surface and see the real mechanics. Oh ho. Dragger's eyes lit up. Okay, not bad. You've got some serious insight there. I see now, senza beans are way more valuable than I thought. Honestly, I'm even more interested in the fruit of the tree of might, Eisen added with a sly grin. Now that's a power boost worth chasing. Ugh. Drager rubbed the back of his neck. Now you're just piling it on me, huh? That one's gonna take time. Not only do I need to get stronger, I've also gotta figure out this spaceship situation first. Honestly, I'm still not even sure where I stand in terms of power in the Dragon Ball universe. Their power scaling is just wild. It's hard to compare anything. So yeah, he didn't want to push too far without knowing where he stood. Plus, building and understanding interstellar ships wasn't exactly a weekend project. Right now, the only spaceship he might get his hands on was Goku's damaged one. Yeah, I get that. It's kinda confusing, Eisen said with a shrug. You should probably head to Master Roshi first and learn the basics of ki. We still haven't really studied the essence of ki at all, it's hard to measure or evaluate our progress without understanding it. It's happening soon. Drager grinned. Bulma and I are about to head out and start gathering Dragon Balls. I'll swing by Roshi's place along the way and pick up some martial arts while I'm at it. Don't forget to bring some special anime and DVDs. Hentai, Renzo added with a creepy grin. Everyone else. Did he really need to say that out loud? And why did he sound so hyped about it? What a freak. Everyone silently agreed that something was definitely wrong with that guy. After that, they shared a few updates on their current progress and ended the meeting. Beastverse. The world of Python Renzo, a chaotic fusion of Jurassic World, Godzilla, King Kong, Anacondas, The Hunt for the Blood Orchid, Jurassic Park, and more. Borneo. In a massive training ground buried beneath Borneo, Python coiled its massive body and, with a thought, conjured a large vial of ice dragon bloodline elixir using Hermione's memories. Without hesitation, it poured the potion into its mouth. The effects kicked in almost instantly. A moment later, Python felt every cell in its body ignite, like they were boiling and burning at the same time. Waves of searing pain tore through its nerves, so intense that it let out a pained, guttural cry as it thrashed violently against reinforced steel and stone. The entire facility began to quake. Warning, abnormal status detected in the host. Initiating emergency defense protocol. Red Queen's projection appeared in midair. Seeing the ground shake violently, she quickly activated a containment field, wrapping the entire training ground in a shimmering energy dome. Host, do you require emergency medical intervention? She asked, concerned. And no. I can take it. Python responded telepathically, gritting through the agony as it continued to writhe. Its transformation had begun. First, its scales split apart and started falling off. Then, its body began to mutate dramatically. Bulges formed along its bottom, and from them burst forth 4 powerful limbs, dragon claws taking shape. Its head and torso grew rapidly in size and structure, taking on the distinctive features of a dragon. 2 swells formed atop its skull, soon splitting open as sharp, glistening horns burst forth with a crack, glowing faintly with ancient runes etched into their surfaces. Shrara. The transformation didn't happen quickly, it lasted a full 5 days. When the process finally ended, the enormous training arena looked completely different. The once coiled serpent was gone. In its place stood a towering silver-white dragon, nearly 8 meters tall and over 10 meters long. Golden eyes gleamed with raw, majestic authority. Its breath came in frosty plumes, and each exhale sent blasts of freezing mist across the arena. The ambient temperature had dropped below 0. I did it, Python, now a dragon, murmured, its voice deep and reverberating with newfound power. Congratulations, Master, Red Queen said promptly, her voice laced with admiration. Chapter 235, Dragon-type EV Dragevi. In the consciousness space. Thud, thud, thud. A massive dragon emerged from a space portal, its presence instantly drawing the attention of everyone in the Renzo's crew. As the dragon's massive head and body came into view, everyone's eyes lit up. Pirate Renzo couldn't hold back his excitement, he rushed forward, arms wide. Roro. You did it, Python. You actually pulled it off. That form, damn, it looks badass. He quickly initiated memory sharing and nearly burst out laughing, grinning ear to ear. Ho ho ho. Jackpot. This physique, this defensive potential, it's a goldmine. Hey. Don't hog it. The rest of the crew swarmed in, all eager to share the dragon's experience. The dragon just stood there calmly, letting everyone sink with it. A proud smile stretched across its face. It finally felt like it had joined the ranks of the big shots. After syncing up and digesting some of the dragon's memories, Hermione chimed in, looks like my theory worked. Besides the ice powers, you picked up some fire dragon abilities too, didn't you? Yeah, Python, the dragon, nodded. But the fire part got seriously suppressed. The power's a lot weaker than I hoped. Honestly, the fire dragon genes in your world are super degraded. Even after your purification, they still don't come close to the purified ice dragon bloodline. I figured as much. Hermione nodded without the slightest surprise. Compared to you, the Hungarian horntail I used for testing had much better fire affinity. But its ice power can't hold a candle to yours. That Hungarian horntail leaned more towards balance between ice and fire. Makes sense, it started off as a fire dragon anyway. To avoid killing the poor thing, Hermione had deliberately diluted the ice dragon blood when using it. This strength is more than enough for now. The dragon sounded genuinely satisfied. Also, call me Zython from now on. Fairy Tale Renzo rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Ho ho. Now we're talking. My ice dragon slayer magic is finally complete. Good job PY, a Zython. I didn't expect that after evolving into an ice dragon, you'd actually inherit the full ancient magic from the bloodline itself. That's way more complete than what I managed to piece together from the dragon crystal. As for lightning dragon slayer magic, he'd already traded for it from Laxus. The cost. A few of his original spells reworked into magic using lightning-type Pokemon moves and jutsu. Lightning Style, Kirin. Thunderbolt. Volt Tackle. Magnet Rise, and so on. Pretty fair trade, really. Laxus was more interested in the creative applications of those techniques than anything else. With the complete Ice Dragon magic now at his disposal, Renzo was already brainstorming how to restructure it into Ice Dragon Slayer magic. And thanks to the dragon energy within him, learning Lightning Dragon Slayer magic would be a natural progression too. Zython grinned, baring its fangs. Well, you better finish that ice magic soon. But for now, I need to master my human form next. Hermione. I'm counting on you. He turned to Hermione with a hopeful look. No problem. She gave a confident nod. Once I finish developing the animagus dragon form back home, and with all the experience I gained from Eevee's shape-shifting, it shouldn't take long. Just leave it to me. With that, she left immediately. She couldn't wait to get started. I'm off too. Dragon Eevee form, here I come. Ho ho ho. Eevee said gleefully, dashing off without another word. Yeah, let's all get back to work, the rest of the group muttered as they scattered. Zython also left to get used to its new body and powers. Pokemon World. Eevee, perched on Cynthia's shoulder, suddenly opened its eyes. Cynthia. Hold up, I'm gonna attempt my dragon spirit evolution. Eh? So soon? Cynthia blinked in surprise. I thought you needed more time to prepare. No need for that anymore, heh. Eevee grinned cheekily. Do we need to head back to Sinnoh? Nah, just that open field ahead. Big grassy patch. There's no one around, perfect spot. Cynthia didn't question it. Together, they headed to a field slightly off the main road. A clear river ran nearby. No humans in sight, though a few wild Pokemon were around. Eevee didn't care. It leapt down from Cynthia's shoulder and landed in the grass. Closing its eyes, it began drawing out the powerful dragon energy it had absorbed over time, fusing it with the essence of dragon-type Pokemon powers it had gathered. Whoom. A glowing white aura flared to life, completely enveloping Eevee as it began to evolve. Inside the light, Eevee's body began to shift dramatically. Seconds later, the glow faded. Standing in its place was a majestic new form, sleek, powerful, and awe-inspiring. It had dragon whiskers, horns, a scaled tail, fierce dragon eyes, and a strong, muscular body. Its back was adorned with shimmering cyan and green fins that gave off a mystical glow. You could still faintly see the shadow of its original Eevee shape, but this version carried an aura of nobility and raw power. It wasn't just an evolution. It was a full-blown awakening. The Drag-Eevee had arrived. And it had grown, a lot. It now stood a full meter tall, and from nose to tail, not counting the tail, it was nearly 2 meters long. This was by far the biggest of Eevee's evolved forms yet. A subtle but undeniable dragon aura flowed from its body, so intense that all the nearby Pokemon instinctively bowed low to the ground, frozen in fear. Eevee. Cynthia stared in disbelief at the new dragon-like creature. This evolution was way more dramatic than she had expected. Hee, yup. It's me. Eevee said proudly, trotting over and nudging Cynthia's face playfully. Pretty cool, right? This form's awesome, huh? It's not just cool, it's regal. Even the wild Pokemon around us are scared stiff, Cynthia said with a laugh as she jumped and hugged Eevee's head, gently stroking its horns and whiskers with curiosity. FWSH. FWSH. Just then, Garchomp and Dragonair popped out of their Pokeballs, eyes wide with surprise as they looked at Eevee's new form. Garchomp, Char. Eevee, boss. Dragonair, me. Me. That dragon aura is terrifying. But it's also really different from what I know, more commanding. What even is this? Humph. Of course it's different, I'm the Dragon King now. Eevee declared smugly. After all, this evolution was fueled by pure dragon blood. It wasn't some native dragon-type transformation, it was something far stronger and more refined. Meanwhile, in a hidden dimension of the Pokemon world, deep within the forest where the Tree of Life stood tall, a pink, cat-like Pokemon suddenly raised its head and tilted it to the east, its expression curious. Mew. At the same time, over in the Sinnoh region, Dialga and Palkia, masters of time and space, felt the surge as well. Both looked toward the direction of the anomaly. What is that? Such a strange dragon-type power. Is it that little Eevee again? What's it done this time? A new evolution. And it's dragon-type. As beings who governed the flow of time and the fabric of space, the duo quickly detected the uniqueness of Eevee's new form. Their curiosity was instantly piqued. "Wanna go take a look?" Palkia said casually to Dialga. For once, the two weren't fighting the moment they met. "Sure," Dialga nodded. Without hesitation, Palkia opened a spatial rift, and the two dragons stepped through, arriving directly in front of Eevee and Cynthia. Both Cynthia and Eevee were stunned to see the legendary pair suddenly materialize. Palkia. Dialga. What are you two doing here? Eevee asked, caught off guard. That's what we should be asking, Palkia said, smiling with intrigue. That form of yours, it's definitely dragon type, but it feels different. Stronger. Purer. There's a kind of evolved strength to it. Dialga nodded. Indeed. That kind of dragon energy, it might even help us enhance our own dragon powers. Would you be willing to share a portion of it with us? In return, we'll give you some of the origin power of time and space. He turned to Palkia. What do you think? The origin power of time and space could only be produced if both gods worked together. Neither could create it alone. No objections here, Palkia said with a grin. Then it's a deal. Eevee beamed. This was the definition of a win-win. Especially for Eevee. Just a bit of dragon energy. No problem. The real prize here was that time-space origin power. Without hesitation, Eevee split off 2 streams of pure dragon energy and floated them with psychic power over to the 2 gods. Palkia and Dialga each wrapped the energy with their respective power and absorbed it, preparing to analyze and integrate it later. In exchange, the 2 dragons combined their might and forged a fist-sized sphere of glowing power, raw origin energy of time and space. They gently floated it over to Eevee. Take it, Palkia said warmly. Use it well. If you ever figure out how to master time or space, well, we'll be waiting to see what you do next. With that, Palkia opened another portal, and the 2 vanished as quickly as they had appeared.